Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 1350 to Chapter 1424. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. When I can use it instantaneously, you'll be the first one I'll beat up. Lan Xuanyu chuckled, that'll depend on you being able to devour my light dark divine lightning. Make that your demonic devour target. I don't think there's no chance. When you break through to the divine realm, you'll also comprehend some spatial profundities. I think you can add some spatial profundities into your demonic devour and make it your innate spirit ability. When the time comes, you'll be able to devour even a battleship. Bai Xiaoxiao stared blankly for a moment, a pensive look on her face. At that moment, Sun Weiping's heavily injured body had already been carried away. Bai Xiaoxiao did not kill him. At their level, healing injuries was not difficult. However, the experts of the mantis race did not look too good. Especially the one in the resting area of the mantis race. His whole body was covered in a golden shell, and his aura was clearly gloomy. The battles in the other arenas were still ongoing. At that moment, the situation in arena number 6 was the worst. After all, Deng Shutong's first battle had been rather difficult. Among the 6 arena lords, he was the weakest. Naturally, his chances of winning were the highest. Although the heavenly nourishing crystal could heal his injuries and restore his cultivation, there was a limit to how much energy he could recover. His support was already on the brink of collapse. The situation in the other arenas was still fine. Qi Tenryu and Su Yanma had both displayed their valiant strength, defeating the few challengers one by one. In their latest battle, they had both suppressed their opponents. This was a display of strength. At that moment, outside the arc in front of arena number 1, no one was continuing to make a move. Princess Jinlong was already so valiant. Even the rubber team had been defeated in such a short time. Now, there was the Ice Fiend Dragon Lady. The number 1 expert of the mantis race's younger generation had been defeated just like that. With the two combined, if they wanted to defeat them, they would have to defeat them. Zhu Qing of the One-Eyed Rubber clan had indeed created an opportunity for them, but the problem was, who could seize it? After all, each challenge required a heaven-nourishing crystal. The value of the heaven-nourishing crystal was simply too high. Even the powerful clans were reluctant to take it out. A piece of heaven-nourishing crystal was enough to nurture a deity-rank powerhouse. To the various clans, the number of deity-level experts was still very small. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this challenge had been set up by the Tenryu tribe and the Tianma tribe to showcase their strength. To put it bluntly, they were flexing their muscles and tempting the other tribes to take out the heaven-nourishing crystals. For the other races, if they wanted to raise their status in the Dragon Horse Galaxy in the future, this kind of face-to-face competition was the best way to improve their race's image. After all, this was relatively peaceful, and there was no danger involved. This was the main reason why the various clans had issued the challenge, and it wasn't because they wanted to obtain rewards from the arena. Otherwise, with the high value of the heaven-nourishing crystal, who would use it for a meaningless challenge? In the dark, it was related to the distribution of benefits among the various races. Lan Xuanyu also had some guesses about this, but they were meaningless to him. Obtaining the heaven-nourishing crystal was the real benefit. If there had been no contest for a spouse, perhaps only the Tianma tribe would have challenged him. The other clans might not have made a move. The Dragon Rise competition's championship was not just for show. Furthermore, there were 2 people on his side. Li Menglong, who was below the arena, looked hesitant. His brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Then, his figure quietly retreated into the crowd and disappeared. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao had already sat down on the arena. They had another 10 minutes to rest. Lan Xuanyu immediately realized that Li Menglong had left. A faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't know if the bait he had given out was enough. If it wasn't enough today, then he would try again tomorrow. Some people would definitely take the bait. The contest for a spouse wasn't really attractive to the other clans. How many heaven-nourishing crystals did the other clans have? 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a ray of light shot out from below the arena and instantly entered the payment bucket in arena number 1. Then, a silver light flashed and a figure had already ascended the arena. This powerhouse, who had just ascended the arena, didn't even say a word before he launched his attack. The entire arena turned into a silver ocean in an instant. Thousands of silver rays burst out and covered Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu from all directions. The space on the stage fluctuated violently, as if it was being torn into countless pieces in an instant. Dimensional storm. The moment the other party ascended the arena, Lan Xuanyu was alarmed. Without hesitation, he pulled Bai Xiuxiu, and their bodies stuck together. The next moment, a blinding silver light erupted from Lan Xuanyu's body. The dragon scales on his body turned completely silver. When the dimensional storms landed on the silver light around his body, they were annihilated and quickly disappeared. However, a massive silver ball of light quickly materialized on the other side. The ball of light was clearly imbued with extremely terrifying power. Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiuxiu behind him, and his Mountain Dragon King Divine Dragon armor finally appeared again. At the same time, his dragon spear appeared in his hand. He pointed the spear forward, and countless spear projections shot forth. Fury of the masses. At this moment, the opponent that appeared in front of him was in existence with a head full of tentacles. Was it not the powerhouse of the Yukong tribe that they had met before, the one who had taken away the Yukong tribe's core worm? The Sky tribe was also one of the top 10 clans in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In terms of overall power, they were even more powerful than the Mantis tribe. After all, the Sky tribe had battleships, and they were one of the most advanced beings in the Dragon Horse Galaxy due to their mastery of spatial technology. Relatively speaking, the Sky tribe was one of the top 10 clans in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, but their ranking wasn't very high. However, this ranking was mainly due to the fact that they didn't really participate in the affairs of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This was due to the existence of space origin crystals. With space origin crystals, their spatial battleships were almost invincible regardless of whether they were used for battle or escape. Their spatial technology was also rapidly advancing. As a result, the Sky tribe had rapidly risen to prominence in the past millennium. However, who would have thought that their core space worm would be taken away by Lan Xuanyu and the others? As a result, the Sky tribe was faced with a massive internal crisis. In the face of this crisis, the Sky tribe had no choice but to cooperate with the Tenryu and the Pegasus stars in order to collect as many space origin crystals as possible. It was exactly because of this that they had to pay a heavy price. The Tenryu and the Pegasus stars had a very simple request for them to come to this meeting. They wanted them to hand over the spatial technology of the Sky tribe in exchange for more space origin crystals. In the past, the Sky tribe definitely wouldn't have agreed to this request. However, they had no choice in the current situation. As such, they had no choice but to come to this meeting. As for the Yukong clan member in front of him, he did not hesitate to use his most powerful technique as soon as he stepped forward. He launched an indiscriminate attack on Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu heard Lan Xuanyu's voice. He's taken the bait. Proceed according to the original plan. Spear light bloomed all over the sky, and an extremely powerful aura fluctuation erupted from Lan Xuanyu's body. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that her pretty face had paled a little when she stabbed with her spear. A 7-colored halo erupted from Lan Xuanyu's body, and the scales on his body quickly turned into a rainbow color. The almost terrifying aura caused the Sky tribe powerful being to freeze. In the next moment, the silver ball of light instantly exploded. It was a layer of spatial fluctuations. In the process of spreading outwards, the spatial fluctuations bloomed into layers of light blades. Each of the light blades gave off a heavy feeling. However, when the light blades collided with the spear light from the fury of the masses, they were instantly shredded. The silver light flashed, and the Yukon powerhouse disappeared into thin air. However, in the next instant, he reappeared on the spot. He was unable to escape. It was unknown when a layer of silver light had enveloped the entire stage. Spatial seal. As a controller of the spatial attribute, Lan Xuanyu's spatial attribute had even awakened before his dark attribute, and he had relied on the stimulation from the space worm. In terms of spatial level, his control was naturally not inferior to that of the Yukon powerhouse. When the scales all over his body had turned silver earlier, it was a sign that his control of spatial elements had reached the highest level. If one wanted to deal with the Yukon powerhouse, fighting space with space was the simplest and most direct way. Otherwise, one would not be able to capture the opponent's movements at all, and would only be able to continue fighting. When the opponent was unable to teleport back to his original position due to the spatial seal, the rainbow spear light had already merged into one, and an extremely domineering spear intent shook the entire place. Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear had already merged with his spear and was in front of the opponent. The powerhouse from the Yukon powerhouse, who was unable to dodge, shrieked as his body fell backward. He did not think that he would be able to withstand Princess Jinlong's all-out spear attack. He fell out of the competition platform right away. The spear light pierced through the air, and it instantly brought about a pitch-black darkness. The torn space could not be healed for a long time, and it even continued to expand as the rainbow halo converged. Lan Xuanyu slowly withdrew his dragon spear and said coldly, "Who else?" After saying that, his body flashed, and he returned to the center of the competition platform, where he sat down with his legs crossed. The Yukon powerhouse from the Yukon powerhouse had been defeated quickly. From the beginning to the end, he had been completely under Lan Xuanyu's control. The explosion of the spear light, the terrifying seven-colored light, and the bloodline aura that had shocked everyone when he spoke earlier all left an extremely deep impression on everyone. In the crowd, Li Menglong had already reappeared in the front row. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and recovering as if nothing had happened, a faint smile appeared on his face. 10 minutes were up. Almost at the same time, a ray of light shot into the payment bucket. Then, a figure leaped up and landed on the first arena. This was a tall and sturdy being, with a height of over 10 meters. His body was also humanoid, but he had 8 arms. There were 2 long horns on his head that looked like cow horns, and a pair of huge wings on his back. It had a green face and fangs, looking extremely ferocious. Each of his 8 arms held a heavy sword. There were actually 8 swords in total. Many of the spectators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this person enter the ring. Compared to the One-Eyed Eraser clan, the one in front of him could be said to be a household name. In the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, this person's clan was ranked 3rd. What did it mean to be ranked 3rd? It meant that they were an existence that was second only to the Dragon Race and Tianma. This clan was known as the 8-Armed Clan. They were an extremely valiant fighting clan. They were also known as the 8-Armed Divine Demon. The 8-Armed Divine Demon clan had a long history in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Not only was it longer than the Dragon Race that evolved later, it was even older than Tianma. Before Tianma's rise, the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan was the ruler of the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. At that time, they could already fly in the universe with their physical bodies. For Tianma, before they grew up, they could be said to be extremely lucky. The planet where the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan was located was very far away from the Dragon Horse Gemini star. It was almost at the other end of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Therefore, this clan didn't find the Gemini star. Therefore, Tianma had room to develop. When the two clashed for the first time on another planet, Tianma already had the Pegasus Knights and was very powerful. The battle to determine the ruler of the Dragon Horse Galaxy was between Tianma and the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan. At that time, the Dragon Race didn't exist yet. It was definitely a bloody battle. Tianma lost more than a third of their elites before they finally defeated the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan and established their position as the ruler of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Even so, nearly half of the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan's elites managed to escape and return to their home planet. Even the Tenryu clan and Tianma didn't dare to rashly touch this powerful third clan. Similar to the Mantis clan, the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan's biggest problem was that they didn't like to produce and didn't like technology. They had an obsessive confidence in their own bodies. They had always believed that no technology could compare to their own bodies. Originally, they planned to take revenge on the Pegasus race and regain control of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They wanted to continue using the Dragon Horse Galaxy as their hunting ground. However, the appearance of the Dragon Race completely dispelled their plans. The head of Tenryu had personally gone to the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan's Divine Demon planet and defeated 12 of their elders single-handedly, completely subduing them. In fact, Tianma's victory over the 8-Armed Divine Demon clan had a lot to do with the fact that a just cause enjoys widespread support. The 8-Armed Divine Demon clan was extremely cruel and treated all other races as food or slaves. At that time, the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy could be said to be in complete darkness. All races, no matter which planet they were on, had the possibility of being hunted by them. Tianma appeared as a savior and helped all the races escape from the terror of the eight-armed divine demon clan. Naturally, she received more recognition and love. Now, the resources that the eight-armed divine demon clan needed were all provided by the Longma double star. Only then did this powerful clan become well-behaved. However, they often went to other galaxies to plunder. Their bodies were just too strong. Although they didn't reproduce quickly, the entire clan had more than 30,000 powerhouses. Simply put, from the day the eight-armed divine demon clan was born, they were already comparable to human soul sages when they were still in their infancy. Once they reached adulthood, they would be at the level of a tidal Douluo. In terms of individual strength and numbers, the eight-armed divine demon clan surpassed Tianma and the dragon race. They were just inferior in terms of top-tier powerhouses. The Douluo Federation had fought with the eight-armed divine demon clan before. It was also that battle that made the Dragon Horse Galaxy take the Human Federation seriously for the first time. At that time, the Douluo Federation space fleet had entered the Dragon Horse Galaxy to explore outer space. They happened to encounter a small group of eight-armed divine demons who were preparing to lead the Dragon Horse Galaxy to hunt. The 10 eight-armed divine demons were all god-rank existences and could rely on their strong bodies to roam the universe. However, they were naturally powerless against a space fleet. Not only were they defeated, but they were also captured. However, the eight-armed divine demon clan had a very strong innate ability. They used their divine sense to transmit information and send it back. For the eight-armed divine demon clan, it was a great humiliation to have their clansmen killed and captured by an unknown enemy. They immediately mobilized their troops and even borrowed a warship from Tianma. They charged straight towards the Douluo Federation. A total of 3,000 adult eight-armed divine demons and 50 god-rank powerhouses, led by a transcendent eight-armed divine demon elder, charged ferociously towards the Douluo Federation. After that, they really found the space fleet. After that, there was no more after that, when the Douluo Federation captured the eight-armed divine demons and analyzed how strong their bodies were, they knew that they were in trouble. Therefore, when the eight-armed divine demon army appeared in their field of vision in a not-so-strong warship, and the transcendent eight-armed divine demon elder led 3,000 eight-armed divine demons into their field of vision. Just one shot. The Federation fleet did not hesitate to fire the mothership's main cannons. One shot, just one shot, the proud eight-armed divine demon clan elder had no intention of dodging. In his eyes, they were all paper tigers. When the Douluo Federation's mothership fired, it was too late for them to run. A large area of space was instantly shredded, and they had nowhere to hide. More than 3,000 eight-armed divine demons were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. That battle also made the Dragon Horse Galaxy realize that transcendent powerhouses were not invincible. They would never forget the scene of the huge beam of light from the main cannon sweeping across an area of half a light-year before gradually disappearing. Wherever the light passed, an asteroid belt silently disappeared. That was not a power that transcendent powerhouses could face head-on. This was also the reason why the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights did not make a move when they suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. In their eyes, defeating the Douluo Federation's fleet was not impossible. But the key was, what kind of price would they have to pay to defeat the Douluo Federation's fleet? If the Douluo Federation's fleet reached the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it could be said that no planet's defense could withstand the attack of the mothership's main cannons. The Tenryu Star and Tianma Star were the foundation of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They were the foundation of the Dragon Race and Tianma. They could not afford to lose them. In the future, if they wanted to create the divine realm and achieve the sublimation of life, these two planets were crucial. It was precisely because of this that the Dragon Horse Galaxy was able to coexist with the Douluo Federation despite having so many powerful races. Both sides had their own considerations and were wary of each other. At this moment, the eight-armed divine demon's appearance in the arena caused an uproar. Although the eight-armed divine demons were no longer able to hunt in the galaxy, they were still notorious for their ferocity. Most species were extremely against the appearance of the eight-armed god-fiend race on their planets. With the dragon race and Tianma as a deterrent, the eight-armed divine demons were able to restrain themselves a little. But no one could deny their strength. The 8-armed god fiend in front of him was 10 meters tall and wielded 8 heavy swords. There was clearly a thick smell of blood emanating from its body. His ferocious appearance caused some of the timid spectators to tremble uncontrollably. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that among the resting areas of the various races, there was a separate area that was separated from the rest. This was the resting area of the 8-armed divine demon clan. Tianma made this arrangement because she was worried that these 8-armed gods would go crazy and fight with the other races. The 8-armed divine devil race loved to fight. They had never been afraid of anything. There was nothing they wouldn't do. On the main stage, the head of Tianma was flanked by Dawn Dragon Rider Zhong Zicheng and Holy Light Dragon Rider Huang Liangwei. On the other side was the leader of the 8-armed divine demons, the strongest of the 8-armed divine demons. The great demon king sat there. His figure was clearly taller than the other experts, and he held a huge wine cup in his hand. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had long heard of the 8-armed divine demon clan, but this was the first time they had seen them in person. Compared to their ferocious opponents, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu looked much friendlier. When the spectators looked at them, they instantly felt as if they were facing a common enemy. However, Lan Xuanyu realized that no one was cheering for them. Yes, in every previous battle, there had been cheering for them. Only this battle had not been. What were the spectators worried about? Were they worried that the 8-armed divine demons would seek revenge? That was obviously the case. One could imagine how terrible the 8-armed divine demon's reputation in the Dragon Horse Galaxy was. He. He. The 8-armed divine demon on the stage stared at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, saliva almost dripping from the corner of his mouth. The 8 heavy swords in his hands were held horizontally by his side, and the huge wings on his back spread open. Keek. He laughed wildly, and the 8 heavy swords in his hands shook violently. At the same time, they emitted a blinding purple light, and an incomparably fierce aura instantly erupted from his body. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that this level of bloodline aura was somewhat familiar. In terms of bloodline strength, this opponent in front of him was probably comparable to Qian Lei's golden behemoth. Lan Xuanyu snorted coldly and took a step forward. In front of such a tall opponent, there was no doubt that he was insignificant. However, at this moment, a monstrous battle intent erupted from his body. So what if you're an 8-armed divine demon? The powerful aura of the dragon god's bloodline suddenly rose, and a golden brilliance soared into the sky, instantly suppressing his opponent's aura. The 8-armed divine demon let out a deafening roar, and a purple light erupted from his chest. His bones actually popped out, revealing the intense purple light in the center of his chest. That was the divine demon core of the human-armed divine demon, and also the source of their power. From the day they were born, they possessed a divine demon core, and this divine demon core gave them the power of destruction that leaned towards the darkness attribute. Although the power of destruction wasn't the purest kind of destructive power in the universe, it was still extremely terrifying. None of the experts who had stepped onto the stage before had an aura comparable to this 8-armed divine demon. The 8-armed divine demon race was indeed the third largest race. The 8 heavy swords in the 8-armed divine demon's hands slashed out at the same time. 8 enormous blade lights instantly burst forth, interweaving into a net of light in the air, and headed straight for Lan Xuanyu. To the 8-armed divine demon, it would naturally be best if he could conquer Princess Jinlong, but if he couldn't, then he could only kill her. This was a very normal way of thinking for the 8-armed divine demon race. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded, and a huge golden dragon head appeared. With that resonant dragon roar, golden light shot out, and the destructive blade lights instantly dissipated. With a flash of silver light, Lan Xuanyu suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 8-armed divine demon, and the dragon spear in his hand pierced towards the divine demon core. At this moment, the 8-armed divine demon displayed an extremely brilliant battle technique. Of the 8 heavy swords, 4 slashed towards Lan Xuanyu, 2 slashed towards the empty space on both sides, and 2 slashed towards Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear. The 2 swords that slashed towards the air could be said to be a stroke of genius, and they instantly shattered space. Under these circumstances, spatial teleportation couldn't be completed. Clang! The dragon spear collided with the 2 heavy swords. What happened next surprised the 8-armed divine demon. In the face of such immense power, his two heavy swords actually showed signs of being unable to withstand it. The dragon spear pierced through the swords and continued to stab towards his divine demon core. However, the human-armed divine demon race never knew what retreat was. He didn't dodge, and the four heavy swords that were slashing towards Lan Xuanyu continued to slash down. Clang 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 clang. Four crisp sounds rang out as the four heavy swords landed on Lan Xuanyu's body. The audience could clearly see that cracks had already appeared on Lan Xuanyu's Mountain Dragon King divine dragon armor. However, he didn't even sway in the slightest as the dragon spear in his hand continued to stab towards his opponent. At the divine demon core, a ball of purple light burst forth and collided with the dragon spear. Boom! Lan Xuanyu was sent flying, and the eight-armed divine demon was also sent flying back by his spear. Bolts of lightning flickered on the eight-armed divine demon's chest, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. It was a head-on clash. Neither of them dodged, and both of them took each other's attacks head-on. The eight-armed divine demon wasn't a big deal, as its 10-meter-tall body clearly had astonishing defensive capabilities. However, Lan Xuanyu relied on his own body to take four of his opponent's attacks head-on, shocking the entire audience. Even though the powerhouses could see that the four swords had been affected by the need to block his spear when they had been unleashed, their power had been weakened. Even so, were the heavy swords of the eight-armed god fiend so easy to block? Even the armor of a battleship would be cut open, right? After landing, Lan Xuanyu didn't stop. He thrust his spear forward and attacked again. At this moment, everything seemed illusory due to the speed. Countless spear lights flew in the air, bursting with blinding light. The eight-armed god fiend was also impressive. He waved his 8 heavy swords and slashed wildly. For a moment, the golden and purple lights on the stage reflected each other. Their figures couldn't be seen clearly anymore. However, the deafening sounds of collision still shocked the audience. If there was a word to describe their battle, most people would choose the word crazy. There was nothing fancy about their collision. It was just a head-on collision. This was a head-on collision between the dragon race and the eight-armed godfiend clan. The storm of swords created by the eight-armed godfiend's 8 heavy swords seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. However, the thousands of spear lights from Lan Xuanyu's spear destroyed the swords one by one. This collision was simply the combination of strength and beauty. The audience couldn't help but reveal a fanatical look. This kind of collision was simply too satisfying. It was simply impossible to describe the strength that they were displaying. This was a battle between true experts. Outside the stage, Li Menglong had unknowingly clenched his fists. This was what he wanted. This was what he wanted. He watched as the alluring figure twisted and turned, surrounded by golden light, and valiant dragon roars continuously resounded. She clashed with one of the representatives of the eight-armed godfiend clan's younger generation. She didn't retreat at all and even gradually gained the upper hand. She relied on her strength to suppress her opponent's strength and explosiveness. Even if he was the one who forced the eight-armed godfiend onto the stage, even if he was the one who paid for the heaven-nourishing crystals, he couldn't help but cheer for Lan. This was a woman who was worthy of him. Moreover, she was still so beautiful. Moreover, if the Dragon Knight were to marry him, her dragon mount wouldn't be too bad either. It could be completely eclectic. This was the perfect outcome. At the thought of this, Li Menglong's heart couldn't help but heat up. No matter what, no matter the cost, he must get the beauty back. Boom. At this time, the battle on the stage had already entered a white-hot state. The dragon spear in Lan Xuanyu's hand suddenly stopped thrusting. Instead, it was used as a whip, and in an instant, it struck down from above. The eight-armed fiend god had already fully realized just how powerful this person was in the previous battle. Not daring to be careless, the 8 heavy swords were raised at the same time to block. Boom, his majestic body was forced back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, he realized that the scales on his opponent's body had suddenly turned into a rainbow color, and the dragon spear in his hand was also dyed in the same color. Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling brilliance. His bright eyes blossomed with a brilliance that made even the sun pale in comparison. After the dragon spear in his hand rebounded from the previous strike, he had already grasped the middle section of the spear. The pair of dragon wings on his back flapped vigorously, stabilizing his body that had been sent flying backwards by the recoil. At the same time, the dragon wings flapped forward, propelling his body backwards. Why did he retreat? He clearly had the upper hand, so shouldn't he pursue? Just as the spectators were puzzled, they realized that the rainbow light on Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear suddenly became abnormally dazzling. That dazzling rainbow light seemed to contain some kind of special existence. In the next instant, the rainbow light on his body was completely withdrawn, as if it had been completely absorbed by the dragon spear. The rainbow dragon spear flashed and instantly flew in the direction of the huge eight-armed fiend god. The eight-armed fiend god seemed to have sensed great danger. His 8 thick arms simultaneously closed together above his head, and the 8 heavy swords also followed. The purple light on his body instantly converged, turning into an even thicker purplish-black color. A strange scene occurred. The length of his 8 arms seemed to be adjusting on their own, causing the 8 heavy swords to finally merge into one above his head, transforming into a huge heavy sword, which he brazenly slashed out. The purplish-black sword light shot out over 100 meters long. It was so condensed that it seemed to be solid. At this moment, the 8-armed fiend god truly looked like a demon god that had descended, revealing its malevolence. As for Lan Xuanyu, who had thrown the dragon spear, he spread his wings and slowly descended. There was only a faint coldness in his eyes. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and even the protective barrier seemed to be unable to withstand it. Large ripples appeared. It must be known that at this moment, the protective barrier of the first arena was being maintained by the Holy Light Dragon Knight, Huang Liangwei. A terrifying scene appeared in the next moment. A circle of white and black halos began to spread in all directions from the point of collision. There was no sound of explosion. It was as if all sound had been swallowed up at this moment. The incomparably solid purplish-black sword light collapsed under the spreading black and white halo. It only caused the dragon spear to pause for a moment before it once again flew in the direction of the 8-armed fiend god. PFFF, the dragon spear pierced through all obstacles at lightning speed and accurately pierced the core of the 8-armed fiend god. Everything seemed to have frozen at this moment. Roar. The 8-armed fiend god let out a frenzied roar filled with a ruthless aura. Purplish-black light surged from the core of the fiend god in his chest, releasing an incomparably powerful destructive energy. It seemed as if it was going to melt the dragon spear. However, in the next instant, his entire body suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the main stage. On the main stage, the 8-armed fiend god, who was sitting beside the head of Tianma, suddenly seemed to have sensed something. His gaze suddenly became focused, and a monstrous pressure instantly burst forth from his body. However, the aura of the first arena was protected by the Holy Light Dragon Knight's powerful energy, so he didn't immediately sense that something was wrong. By the time he sensed it, it was already too late. A blinding light suddenly blossomed from the fiend god's core, and almost instantly swallowed the 8-armed fiend god's roar. It was as if a small sun had suddenly appeared on the first arena. An extremely terrifying light suddenly spread, and an intense explosion occurred. Even the Holy Light Dragon Knight's protective light around the arena was blown away like a wave. At this moment, even the important figures on the main stage had a drastic change in expression. Something had happened, yes, something had happened. The fiend god's core had been detonated. Or rather, it was a sacrificial explosion. All or nothing. This was another skill that Jinlan Yuyu and the Dragon Emperor Douluo Tang Wulin had imparted to their son. It was to gather one's own energy in an instant into a single strike. Lan Xuanyu relied on the power of his dragon gods to explode the power of his spear to the extreme. Furthermore, this spear contained a bolt of light-dark divine lightning. If it had only been pierced by the dragon spear, the destructive energy within the fiend god's core wouldn't have been truly destroyed. The opposite of destruction was creation. This gave the 8-armed fiend god clan extremely powerful self-healing abilities. Unless they were destroyed immediately, they could rely on the powerful energy within their fiend god's core to regenerate. However, at this moment, the situation clearly wasn't so. What would it feel like to have a bolt of light-dark divine lightning explode within one's fiend god's core? It wouldn't feel anything. Even with the powerful defense of the one-eyed eraser race, they were almost annihilated by the light-dark divine lightning, let alone having the light-dark divine lightning explode inside their bodies. Even a god-rank powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Furthermore, the location of the explosion was the core of the 8-armed fiend god clan. It was the source of their power, their strongest point, and also their most fatal point. Roar! 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 All the 8-armed god fiends present let out furious roars. On the main stage, the 8-armed god fiend king stood up brazenly, his eyes bursting with an ominous glint. The god fiend core in front of his chest seemed to have awakened, and was about to release a destructive power. The Dawn Dragon Knight, Xianxia, moved at the same time. His body seemed to light up in an instant, like a star that was slowly rising. The emotions of all the races present seemed to have been stirred up in an instant, and they subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky. Everyone's emotions were affected, including the 8-armed god fiends. The incomparably powerful mental undulations caused all the experts present, especially the top experts, to suddenly become abnormally calm. The powerful radiance on the 8-armed god fiend king's chest seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant, but his fierce gaze suddenly turned to Dawn Dragon Knight Xianxia. Xianxia calmly turned his head to look at him. "This is just an accident." "You're telling me this is an accident?" Seeing the light on the stage gradually extinguishing, and the 8-armed god fiend not leaving a single trace behind, the 8-armed god fiend king's terrifying aura burst forth once again. His almost black god fiend core immediately surged with a crazy destructive aura. The head of Tianma, who was sandwiched between the two experts, didn't say anything. Yes, he didn't say anything, as if he didn't feel anything, and let the two experts confront each other. The Dawn Dragon Knight calmly said, "Yes, this is just an accident." His mental undulations and radiance were restrained when he said this. But a strange scene followed. The surging black aura in front of the 8-armed god fiend king's chest actually disappeared just like that. The 8-armed god fiend king stared blankly for a moment, and the madness and ferocity in his eyes suddenly calmed down a lot. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and coldly said, "Then if your people die, it's also an accident?" Xianxia indifferently said, "On the stage, it's an accident. Off the stage, do as you deem fit." These words were very clear. On the stage, you can retaliate if you have the ability, but off the stage, if you do anything to Blue, then the dragon race will continue. The 8-armed god fiend king's black aura gradually receded, but his aura had clearly become even more gloomy. He returned to his seat and said coldly, "Very good, on the stage." Only then did the light on arena number 1 completely disappear. If it was just the light dark divine lightning, it would not have such terrifying destructive power. Most importantly, there was also the explosion of the god fiend core, which made things different. Two extremely terrifying forces erupted in an instant, and the power produced was so great that even Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were already on the other side of the arena. Lan Xuanyu also didn't expect such a violent explosion to occur. After the big explosion, a strong force of energy fell silently from within the protective shield, protecting him and Bai Xiuxiu. That was the power of Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei. Strangely enough, none of the powerhouses seemed to have noticed this Holy Light Dragon Knight's actions. The power of the explosion would only be more terrifying than anyone could imagine. It even made Lan Xuanyu think of how he would feel if he were to face a 9-attribute lightning tribulation as a god. After all, destruction was the 8th attribute outside of the 7. The power of the explosion was equivalent to increasing the destructive power of the light dark divine lightning. Was this the power of an 8-attribute lightning tribulation? The reason why Lan Xuanyu chose to kill the 8-armed god fiend was naturally after careful consideration. Information regarding the 8-armed god fiend clan had already appeared in his mind the instant the opponent appeared on stage. Thus, he immediately came to a conclusion. Without a doubt, in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, this was the most rejected race, but they were also powerful enough, otherwise they would have been destroyed long ago. The powerful threat of the 8-armed god fiend clan could only be resisted by the dragon race and the Tianma clan. But given their unyielding nature, they would obviously not be convinced. Killing this 8-armed god fiend had many benefits. First, he would gain the support of the other major races. At least, the other races wouldn't have any ill feelings toward him for the death of the 8-armed god fiend, and would even applaud him. But the final goal was to use this opportunity to incite conflict between the 8-armed god fiend clan and the other races, especially the dragon race. Causing disunity in the Dragon Horse Galaxy was undoubtedly the best outcome, slowing down their development and giving the Federation more time. That was why Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate to act so brazenly. The light-dark divine lightning was extremely unstable, but it was possible to gather its power with the dragon spear. It was just like a large concealed weapon, or a large missile, directly detonating inside the opponent's body. It would be hard to not die, but the result was even more terrifying than Lan Xuanyu had imagined. If not for Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei's intervention, he would have been able to protect Bai Xiuxiu, but he would have suffered some damage. After the radiance disappeared, Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear was gone. The power of that explosion was just too terrifying, and even his dragon spear couldn't bear it. This wasn't the first dragon spear he destroyed, the entire number 1 arena had been blown beyond recognition. The huge crater was at least tens of meters deep. But strangely, it didn't spread to the surroundings. That was the Holy Light Dragon Knight's contribution. But if he wanted to continue fighting, it wouldn't be that easy. The atmosphere of the entire Pegasus Plaza instantly became strange. The 8-armed God-Fiend clan's powerhouses were already about to rush out, but after hearing Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's voice, their emotions seemed to disappear in an instant, and they regained their calm. This scene raised the alarm in Lan Xuanyu's heart. This Dawn Dragon Knight's ability seemed to be on a spiritual level. Without a doubt, he had made a move, or he wouldn't have been able to suppress the entire 8-armed God-Fiend clan. And he was able to suppress them all by himself, which made Lan Xuanyu have a whole new level of respect for him. This wasn't head of Tenryu. On the Tenryu star, his cultivation wasn't as high as head of Tenryu's. But this second seat not only suppressed the 8-armed God-Fiend king by himself, but also silenced the entire 8-armed God-Fiend clan. What kind of cultivation was this? Lan Xuanyu had always thought that the Dawn Dragon Knight's attributes and specializations should be similar to the Holy Light Dragon Knight's. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. This Dawn Dragon Knight's specialization wasn't the light attribute, or rather, it wasn't only the light attribute. His more powerful ability was on a spiritual level. This was absolutely shocking. How powerful did his divine sense have to be able to suppress an entire clan so easily, and one that was ranked in the top 3? Because of the environment, the 8-armed God-Fiend clan didn't dare to really go berserk. But because he was able to suppress the other party's violent emotions, Lan Xuanyu's evaluation of this Dawn Dragon Knight immediately rose to a whole new level. The head of Tianma finally stood up and said in a low voice, "You should stop when you're sparring." "Lan, do you understand?" Lan Xuanyu's face was pale as he looked towards the main stage. He bowed but didn't say anything. At this point, it wasn't appropriate for him to explain. Say that he didn't do it on purpose? Who was he kidding? Or that the other party was too powerful, and he had to give it his all? The truth was out, and no one was a fool. At this point, there was no need to say anything. If he didn't say anything, it would make people think that the 8-armed God-Fiend clan's provocation had angered Princess Jinlong, which was why she attacked so heavily. If you can't block it, then it's because you're not strong enough. You deserve to die. That was what most clans thought. Who asked the 8-armed God-Fiend clan to be so notorious? With a wave of his hand, 2 God-ranked experts from the Pegasus clan immediately flew out. Large amounts of earth elements were injected into the ground, and the collapsed ground quickly returned to normal. It returned to its original state when the arena was still in the air. Moreover, the incomparably solid ground emitted a resplendent luster, as dazzling as a diamond. Its hardness had increased by leaps and bounds compared to before. The head of Tianma smiled slightly, and said apologetically to the 8-armed God-Fiend king beside him, "Accidents are inevitable. God-Fiend king, please bear with it and remain calm. It's just a friendly match." The 8-armed God-Fiend king didn't say anything, and only looked coldly in the direction of the competition stage. Dozens of 8-armed God-Fiends had already stepped out, and were walking towards the first stage. Lan Xuanyu heard Li Minglong's voice. "You've poked a hornet's nest. Use the heaven-nourishing crystal to recover. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. You don't know that the 8-armed God-Fiends won't rest until they're dead." Lan Xuanyu glanced in Li Minglong's direction, and inwardly shivered. With this level of protection, especially with the protection of the Holy Light Dragon Knights, He couldn't transmit his voice out, but Li Menglong could. What did this mean? He had sensed Li Menglong's strength before. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't particularly strong either. At least, he wasn't as strong as Deng Shutong. If it wasn't strength, could it be some special artifact? Something like a divine artifact that could strengthen spiritual power. Lan Xuanyu silently shook his head, and sat down. His other goal in killing the 8-armed god fiend was to provoke the 8-armed god fiend clan into attacking him. Only he knew his own strength. His own recovery ability was strong, and he had so much dragon power stored up. How could it be exhausted so easily? He couldn't wait for more challenges. The 8-armed god fiend was strong, but it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't deal with it. Don't forget, there were only him and Bai Shoushou here. Moreover, if he didn't show weakness, how could more people come up to challenge him? Li Menglong couldn't help but frown when he saw Lan shake her head at him. He was really a little worried. Previously, he had made up his mind to find an opportunity to take down Lan on the first day. Only then did he secretly arrange for some experts to challenge Blue. Naturally, the method of inviting experts was different. For example, the One-Eyed Eraser tribe and the Yukong tribe could be bribed. Moreover, he was in charge of the heaven-nourishing crystal. As for the 8-armed divine demons, all he had to do was goad them into action. He didn't even need to do anything. He didn't think that an 8-armed demon god could defeat Lan Jia and Shoushou. However, he didn't expect Blue to be so powerful that it could directly kill the 8-armed god fiend. The 8-armed god fiend was famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. This girl really had a fearless spirit. The current situation was already out of his control. He could stir up trouble, but he didn't have the ability of the Dawn Dragon Knight to calm down the 8-armed divine demon tribe. His mind turned, and he could only continue watching. He was really sweating for Lan now. Under normal circumstances, the 8-armed god fiend king wouldn't allow them to do so if they took turns to challenge him. After all, should he give face to the dragon race? Wasn't this provoking the dragon race? However, even the Dawn Dragon Knight couldn't say anything now that an 8-armed divine demon had been killed. After all, someone had died. The Dawn Dragon Knight had already given face to the 8-armed divine demon tribe by saying that he wouldn't interfere in the arena. In other words, Lan had to withstand the challenges in the arena. Now, it was time to test Lan's strength. The 8-armed divine demons were known for their forceful domination. Could she really withstand it? No one dared to cheer for Lan Xuanyu, but at this moment, they were all cheering for Princess Jinlong in their hearts. It was also unprecedentedly strong. When they saw Lan Xuanyu kill the 8-armed divine demon, many races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy cheered in their hearts. They couldn't wait for Lan to kill a few more 8-armed divine demons. Such an opportunity was truly hard to come by. In an instant, the number of fervent gazes on Lan Xuanyu increased by more than a few times. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that everyone was united. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. An 8-armed divine demon rushed into the arena without hesitation. A frenzied roar sounded instantly. Die! As he roared, he raised his 8 heavy swords and charged towards Lan Xuanyu. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed and the 8-armed divine demon was sent flying out of the arena. On the main stage, the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei said calmly, "You haven't paid the challenge fee yet. Do you still want the rules?" Lord Tianma. The head of Tianma's mouth twitched. He could clearly feel the 8-armed divine demon king's body tensing up. Although he was happy to see the dragon race and the 8-armed divine demon tribe fall out, this would make the 8-armed divine demon tribe more inclined towards Tianma. However, he didn't want to see these super god-level powerhouses fight here. Tianma Square wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yes, you have to pay the fee. Divine Demon King, you see. Pay the fee. The Divine Demon King's cold voice sounded in the direction of the 8-armed divine demon tribe. Huang Liangwei smiled. Then there's no problem. We can continue. The Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng didn't say anything. He just sat there silently. However, even so, Lan Xuanyu, who was looking up at the main stage, felt like he was a stabilizing force. He suddenly felt that the Holy Light Dragon Knight, who he didn't have a good impression of, was now a little cute. Disregarding the other merits of the dragon race, he really liked how they protected their own. He secretly decided that apart from his misdeeds in the dragon race, he wouldn't lightly touch the dragon race in the future. The best choice was to become one of the dragon gods and conquer the dragon race. A heaven-nourishing crystal flew out from the direction of the 8-armed divine demon tribe and landed in the payment bucket. In the next moment, the arrogant 8-armed god fiend from before ascended the first arena once more. However, his arrogance was clearly weaker than before. The heavy sword in his hand was pointed in the direction of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, and a destructive aura surged from his chest. Lan Xuanyu didn't have his dragon spear anymore. It had been destroyed. At this time, even the dragon knights couldn't give him a dragon spear. Of course, he had his own weapons, but it was better not to use the Jinlong spear. As for the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, it was even more unusable. Roar, the 8-armed divine demon tribe roared and suddenly accelerated. With a crazy destructive aura, it charged straight in the direction of Lan Xuanyu. The 8 heavy swords in its hands danced, and a destructive sword light burst forth. This time, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu moved at the same time. They held hands and flew forward at the same time. Lan Xuanyu punched out with his right fist. His fist was covered in golden scales, and it collided with the sword light in front of him. A blinding light burst forth and forcibly blasted a hole in the sword light. A blue-black halo surged on Bai Xiuxiu's body, and circles of light spread out. Just like that, she danced beside Lan Xuanyu, leaving behind circles of black light. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly leaped into the air. In the next moment, accompanied by a passionate dragon roar, a huge golden body appeared out of thin air. King Jinlong true body, the 8-armed divine demon was 10 meters tall. Compared to the human figures of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, it was definitely huge. However, when Lan Xuanyu revealed his King Jinlong true body, the 8-armed divine demon was a little lacking. Its huge body, which was more than 80 meters long, still looked like a huge monster in this huge arena. Its entire body was covered in dazzling golden scales. Its entire body was streamlined, and huge golden bone spikes were beginning to drill out of its body. It was an extremely shocking sight. Bai Xiuxiu had already arrived on Lan Xuanyu's back. She was still in human form and was still dancing. Lan Xuanyu's body turned, and his huge dragon tail swept out. At this moment, streaks of sword gleams slashed his body one after another. Even with the 8-armed Godamon's powerful attack, the sword light could only leave white marks on his golden dragon scales. After being tempered by dragon power, god-destroying lightning, and light and dark lightning, his cultivation had increased, and his bloodline of the dragon gods had been perfected. Lan Xuanyu's strongest ability wasn't offense, but defense and self-recovery. This was his true trump card. Previously, he had taken the attack of the 8-armed god demon head-on. Now that he had transformed into King Jinlong, he was even more fearless. Boom, the 8-armed Godamon's incomparably strong body was sent flying by Lan Xuanyu's dragon tail. It hit the distant protective barrier and rebounded. The audience was completely silent at this moment. If one were to say that from a visual point of view, it was a contrast between a beauty and a beast. A weak beauty against a powerful demon king. But at this moment, the scene was instantly reversed. The 10-meter-tall 8-armed god demon was like a broken doll in front of King Jinlong, who was over 80 meters long and 30 meters tall. In terms of physical strength, who had the dragon race been afraid of? Lan Xuanyu's current actions were like telling the 8-armed god demon in front of him who was the real daddy. No, who was the strongest race in the dragon horse galaxy. The 8-armed god demon was also a little stunned by this attack. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's huge dragon wings had already spread open. The golden light on his body surged, and the terrifying golden light instantly interweaved in the air to form a deathly shadow that swept towards the 8-armed god demon. Jinlong's suppressing hell kill. This was a powerful soul skill bestowed to Lan Xuanyu by King Jinlong's 6th soul ring. As his cultivation increased, the power of this soul skill also increased greatly. The terrifying power instantly exploded to the extreme, and Jinlong's berserk domain had already been activated. Aren't you fierce? Ruthless? At this moment, the ferocious aura that erupted from the body of the king of Jinlong, Lan Xuanyu, was definitely stronger. Boom 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions resounded on the stage. The terrifying explosions of energy were extremely beautiful. When the second eight-armed god fiend appeared on the stage, the majority of the audience broke out in cold sweat for Lan Xuanyu. After all, he had fought so many battles before. Theoretically speaking, he should have used up a lot of energy. What's more, even the dragon spear was gone. However, to everyone's surprise, there wasn't even a confrontation process in this round. It was completely Lan Xuanyu's incarnation of King Jinlong suppressing the eight-armed demon god as if he was beating a sandbag. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to pretend anymore since he had already incited the hatred of the eight-armed god demon race. He just needed to speed up and get a few more heaven-nourishing crystals. So what if he didn't have a dragon spear? The dragon spear wasn't very handy to begin with. Furthermore, as a possessor of the bloodline of the dragon gods, he was increasingly aware of the benefits of the body of the dragon race. He was only at his most powerful when he unleashed his martial soul true body. Other than King Jinlong's true body, he also had the martial soul fusion skill, the dragon god's true body. However, he wasn't in a hurry to use the dragon god's true body. That was his trump card. The eight-armed god fiend's fighting strength was indeed strong. It frantically tried to resist Jinlong's oppressive hell kill, but it was still forced back like a sandbag. 4 of the 8 heavy swords were sent flying. Boom! King Jinlong's body collided with the eight-armed god fiend's body, sending it flying back. The impact was too great. Lan Xuanyu's dragon head collided with the eight-armed god fiend's body. At the same time, he let out a yellow Jinlong's roar. When the eight-armed god fiend collided with the protective barrier behind it, it felt as if its body was about to shatter. When it bounced back, the god fiend core in its chest immediately spewed out a destructive aura. It wanted to ignite all its strength and unleash a final attack. However, at this moment, the scene in front of it suddenly became a little illusory. In the next instant, a huge dragon claw was already descending on its head. The destructive aura of the god fiend core in the eight-armed god fiend's chest instantly spewed out, stopping its body from bouncing back. The remaining 4 heavy swords slashed out. They slashed towards the huge dragon claw. At this moment, its entire body was in intense pain. It had to recover before it could launch another attack. However, at this moment, a huge suction force suddenly appeared. Not only that, a pair of extremely cold eyes appeared beside the dragon claw. Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been preparing all this time, finally made her move at this moment. The biggest problem with her newly developed Heavenly Demon's Devour was that it took too long to prepare. It required sufficient time to fuse the 2 soul skills into one before it could be used. However, once the fusion was complete, its strength would definitely be terrifying. The huge suction force caused everything in the eight-armed god fiend to freeze. In the next instant, he had already turned into an ice sculpture. The Heavenly Demon's Devour could amplify all of Bai Xiaoxiao's abilities. When the Heavenly Demon's Devour was unleashed, the deep blue gaze's eyes appeared in the abyss. Even though the eight-armed god fiend's body was extremely resistant, it was still frozen stiff. The golden dragon claw came down and grabbed the eight-armed god fiend's head. It flung him up. Just when everyone thought that the battle was over and that blue would throw the eight-armed god fiend out of the arena, a shocking scene occurred. That golden dragon claw blossomed with a resplendent light, and a black and white light instantly exploded. Boom! The head that was caught in the dragon's claw exploded. A huge explosive force gushed out, spraying out an incomparably intense light. She crushed the head. The entire arena was silent. Even the eight-armed god fiend was stunned. She killed it? She actually killed it again. If the previous battle was said to be an all-out fight where both sides had no choice but to go all out. In that case, the scene before his eyes showed that he had clearly gained the upper hand and was about to win. Yet, he still made a killing move. Ferocious. This was far more than just ferocious. The huge light gradually dimmed and disappeared. Not even the corpse of the eight-armed god fiend was left behind. Although the explosion this time wasn't as intense as the previous one, it was similar to the explosion that blew up the One-Eyed Rubber clan. The huge impact pushed Lan Xuanyu's huge Jinlong King true body back to the other side of the arena. The scales on his body looked somewhat dim. However, she had really killed another eight-armed god fiend. The eight-armed god fiend king's aura instantly became heavy. However, at this moment, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's voice sounded in his ears. In the arena, life and death are unpredictable. Those who kill will be killed by others. The eight-armed God-fiend king's aura fluctuated extremely unsteadily. Zhong Zichang's meaning was clear. You want to kill my people, but I'm not allowed to retaliate? If you want to kill my people, then killing the eight-armed God-fiend king is nothing. Lan Xuanyu didn't retract his Jinlong King true body. He remained prostrated on the ground, his huge golden dragon eyes coldly staring at the eight-armed God-fiends in the distance. It was as if he was telling them that if they came forward, they would die. After killing 2 eight-armed God-fiends in a row, Princess Jinlong's ferocity could be said to have intimidated everyone present. A terrifying aura circulated in the air. What should they do? This was the problem that the eight-armed God-fiends faced. Should they just tolerate it? How could they? This was intolerable. The eight-armed God-fiends were the third most powerful race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If they just tolerated this, how could they survive in the Dragon Horse Galaxy? Who would be afraid of them? At this moment, the eight-armed God-fiends had reached a point where they couldn't back down. This was also the situation that Lan Xuanyu wanted to see the most. No one was an idiot. Although Lan Xuanyu had already set up a marriage contest, he was very clear that it was just a marriage contest and he would continue to win. The more he won, the fewer people he would have to fight. But now, it was completely different to force an entire species to the point where they had no choice but to fight to the death with him. This was a matter of pride. He could not allow the other party to retreat. Although the eight-armed divine demon was not stupid, he had no choice but to kill Lan Xuanyu. To avenge his race. That was the only way to save face. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zichang had already said that the fight in the arena would end there. If they were strong enough, they could fight Blue in the arena. If they could not do it in the arena, anyone who dared to make a move outside the arena would have to suffer the wrath of the dragon race. The dragon race now was no longer the dragon race that head of Tenryu went to the divine demon planet to suppress the eight-armed divine demon race. The existence of the 18 dragon knights allowed the dragon race to be at its peak. Even Tianma would have to pay respect to the vice-captain. The dragon race lived up to its name as the strongest race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Therefore, no matter how angry the eight-armed divine demon king was, he would not fight the dragon race head-on. There was no chance of winning at all. He could only take revenge in the arena. Moreover, the eight-armed divine demon king was more concerned about the benefits he would gain if he defeated Lan Xuanyu. He would be able to take back all the hanging stones. Most importantly, he would be able to take back Chu Xian. Not to mention the Tianyu that he had sacrificed previously. He would be the mother of his race's reproduction. That was what he valued the most. Therefore, he had secretly ordered that even if they defeated Blue, they were not allowed to kill her. A living Princess Jinlong was more useful. She could carry on the human-armed divine demon race's bloodline. What kind of demon king would be born if such a powerful bloodline was combined with the eight-armed demon god clan's bloodline? Therefore, no matter what, the eight-armed divine demon race could not retreat. Not only did they not retreat, but the experts from the eight-armed divine demon tribe had also occupied the area outside the arc, pushing the other tribes to the side. Even Tianma was no exception. Looking at their current state, no one was willing to touch this bad luck. As long as they could win, bad things could be turned into good things. In the eyes of the human-armed divine demon race, although the deaths of a few of their clansmen pained them, it was nothing compared to the benefits. So, continue, fear? To the eight-armed fiend gods he was also ruthless. Killing was their instinct, and there was no such thing as love and affection. They break with other people. Destruction is their greatest passion. It was impossible for him to control such a powerful god-fiend core. It was a happy thing. Otherwise, they would have been Jinlong's king true body fighting the eight-armed godly do once again. Brute force. The duration of this effect was even shorter than before. King of Jinlong the other party feigned defeat. There was a situation where the 4 pot slices were connected. Using a strong body and human arm demon 108 Gafengyi on the ground, and finally after 3 consecutive 8-armed god-fiend Kong Qinggong, the experts of the Pegasus race repaired the arena again. The explosive power of the light-dark lightning was just too great. Lan Xuanyu's aura seemed to have weakened a little, and he had already returned to his human form, sitting cross-legged to rest. However, he still kept his promise, not using heaven-nourishing crystals to recover, and didn't use any of the crystals in the payment bucket. At this very moment, the battles in the other 5 arenas were no longer important, and no one paid any attention to them. Everyone was focused on the first arena in the center. What they didn't know was that the 8-armed divine demon race would not hesitate to. How long could this Princess Jinlong last under the circumstances of the human-armed divine demon race's continuous battles? Lan Xuanyu revealed a faint smile, his hands clasped in front of his chest as he continuously adjusted his draconic force and activated his bloodline vortex. After using it a few times, he became more and more familiar with the light-dark lightning. The explosion of the light-dark lightning outside his body had very little effect on him. His own defensive power was also tested in constant battles, and he had a deeper understanding of his body's condition. He was now completely certain that in terms of pure defensive power, even a god-tier powerhouse would not be able to compare to him. And this was referring to the god-tier dragon race powerhouses. Without a doubt, the repeated body tempering had strengthened his body, and more importantly, his dragon god's bloodline was constantly being purified. Now, in his body, at least for the time being, there was no longer any conflict between the Jinlong bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline. In the past, the two bloodlines had rejected each other, and the centrifugal force of the vortex had been used to prevent them from clashing. The initial fusion was complete. Although this was not a true fusion, the two bloodlines were no longer in conflict, and Lan Xuanyu's cultivation could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If not for his deliberate suppression, he would have broken through long ago. As he fought, he tested his abilities. Bai Xiaoxiao was the same. She had already used Heavenly Devil Devour 3 times. Although the consumption was not small, the preparation time was shortened each time, and she was becoming more proficient in it. How to use Heavenly Devil Devour to strengthen her other soul skills, how to use it more smoothly, and how to perfectly fuse her attribute with it, she slowly found the answers in battle. With Lan Xuanyu's dragon gods assisting her, constantly stimulating the potential of her bloodline, her speed of improvement was also very fast. Apart from this, Lan Xuanyu also had some special gains. However, in front of so many peak powerhouses, he could not test them. With the help of treasure hunter kindness and the silent assistance of the 2 dragon knights, no one discovered his secret, not even the head of the Pegasus clan. On the head of Tianma and the 8-armed god demon king's side, the one in charge of concealing them was the Dawn Dragon Knight. This almighty being's divine sense was so strong that even the head of Tianma was deceived. Lan Xuanyu did not know that in terms of divine sense, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng could be said to be the strongest existence in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In terms of divine sense, even head of Tenryu was inferior to him. This was determined by his innate talent during his dragon transformation. 10 minutes passed again, and when Yingxian stood up, her eyes became sharp again. However, the more she was like this, the more she seemed to be fierce on the outside. Yes. Looking from the inside, can Jingshi Shaoan's mother's favorite Mulan really hold on? They could not let the 8-armed god demon king have his way. Li Menglong was also a smart person. When the 8-armed god demon king was ready to make a move, and even the god-rank powerhouses were faintly releasing their auras, he had already guessed what the 8-armed god demon king was thinking. At this moment, there were still nearly 30 8-armed god fiends of the younger generation who possessed considerable strength. If the battle continued like this, could Mulan hold on? Looking at the time, the battle would take a little longer, and not even half of the morning's battle had passed. Even if Mulan won every battle, he still needed to fight 8 more battles to complete this morning's future new competition. Rookie Challenge. As long as he could hold on, he could go back and recover. Because the Dragon Horse Galaxy's various races conference was in the afternoon, the future Rookie Challenge would only continue tomorrow. 8 battles, or even 10. Could Mulan do it? In the following battles, Lan Xuanyu used his actions to tell everyone what tenacity was. Just like when he faced Tenryu and Su Yanma, the 8-armed god demon king's challenge posed a threat to him. Each battle was bigger than the last, but the final victor was still him. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that not a single 8-armed god demon could walk out of the arena alive. To be continued. The 8-armed god fiends fell one by one, and no more god fiend cores exploded. However, every time, Lan Xuanyu used the most powerful method to defeat his opponents and destroy them. When the eight-armed god fiend fell in Lan's hands, the eight-armed god fiend king finally couldn't sit still. He stood up brazenly and walked down the main stage. Was he not watching anymore, or was he planning his strategy? The eight-armed god fiend king obviously wouldn't appear in the waiting area, but his departure still made the audience uneasy. What kind of difficult situation would Princess Jinlong's righteous gathering face in the following battles? At this time, it was already morning. More than half of the matches in the other arenas had been tested, and the remaining time was getting shorter and shorter. The two groups were continuously challenging each other. Great harmony, neither face nor fire to describe the situation, the mouth has a signal to point out the stage. You must know that in every challenge, there must be one. The large clans were also very distressed and had to pay a heaven-nourishing stone, even if it was the eight-armed god-fiend king. So many elites had come to represent their clans. Where was the one fighting? How could the eight-armed god-fiend king not feel distressed for a powerhouse who wasn't from their clan, under the heavens? In the arena, Lan Xuanyu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, he didn't seem to be in a good condition. His clothes were torn in many places, and he had already changed his jacket once before. Sweat soaked his long hair. In order to fight better, he combed his originally loose hair into a ponytail. His face was as pale as a sheet, without a single trace of blood. Even his lips were a dull gray. Even if he was resting, his body was trembling slightly. It was clear how bad his body was at this time. He had already fought 11 battles in a row, and every opponent he faced was very strong. Especially the eight-armed god-fiend king, who was fighting with his life on the line, not giving any leeway at all. Although he could defeat his opponent every time, his exhaustion was too great. At this time, the audience had even forgotten about the other 5 arenas. Their eyes were all focused on this one. They only saw the live broadcast of the Dragon Rising tournament, but at this moment, they saw with their own eyes how strong Princess Jinlong was. Come on. 1. You must hold on. Why wasn't the morning competition over yet? The audience couldn't help but hope that time would go faster, so that Princess Jinlong could finish her challenge as soon as possible. Blue was too tired, and he must be seriously injured. Even if he didn't participate in the competition for the next 2 days, it didn't matter. Don't lose to the eight-armed divine demon race. Blue has promised to take part in the duel for marriage. However, from start to finish, Lan Xuanyu did not use the heaven-nourishing crystal. He did not even touch it. Lan Xuanyu wasn't the only one who hadn't touched the heavenly nourishing crystal. Even Xianxia hadn't used it. At this moment, her face was pale and her forehead was drenched in sweat as she sat down next to Lan Xuanyu. On the surface, Lan Xuanyu's state was miserable, but at this moment, his mood was excited. These battles against powerful enemies were helping him hone himself. Without a doubt, the eight-armed god-fiend was very strong. Moreover, the continuous battles had indeed caused his condition to deteriorate. Even if his recovery was strong, he couldn't withstand the continuous battles. However, the dragon god's bloodline's recovery was also very strong. More importantly, during the battles, he had absorbed all the dragon power and even life energy that he had obtained over the past few days. During his daily cultivation, he had absorbed a large amount of dragon power, and a portion of it was definitely scattered all over his body. His body was wide, so it wasn't easy to fully absorb all the dragon power. He had also deliberately stored the external dragon power in his body so that it wouldn't be insufficient during his cultivation. After the battle just now, the dragon power in his body had been depleted. After the external dragon power was refined, he realized that the remaining external dragon power in his body was very impure. It was just that they were hidden in the corners and weren't obvious. Moreover, the dragon power in his body had always been very abundant, so he didn't realize it. At this moment, the external dragon power in his body had been exhausted. The dragon power hidden in the corners was naturally mobilized and refined. The impurities naturally disappeared. This gave Lan Xuanyu a pleasant surprise. He discovered that there was still some space in his body that could be used to store the energy of the dragon god's bloodline. At the same time, without the impurities, his bloodline became even more unobstructed, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. Ah! This time's harvest was really not small. He had taken a step further on his path to becoming a god. He really didn't dare to waste any time. Taking advantage of this time, he did his best to absorb the life energy in the air to replenish himself. Even if the Holy Light Dragon Knight wanted to help him, he couldn't make it too obvious. The 8-armed Godfiend clan was constantly losing people. If the 8-armed Godfiend king discovered that there was something fishy going on here, he would definitely go crazy. After all, he was still the leader of the third great clan. The speed and quantity of energy. Therefore, the two great dragon knights were still sitting on the main stage, watching the battle. They clearly understood that Lan Xuanyu should still be able to continue fighting. Moreover, after these battles, they had already noticed Lan Xuanyu's light dark divine lightning in almost every battle. In the final moments of the battle, the key to victory was this terrifying explosive power. Given the strength of these transcendents, they could naturally sense the elemental fluctuations in the light dark divine lightning. More importantly, to be able to fuse these fluctuations into one and release it as an attack was quite amazing. At the very least, no dragon knight could do this. Could it be that this was the benefit of evolving one's bloodline in the Rising Dragon arena? It would be a lie to say that they didn't admire it. Even dragon knights hoped to improve themselves. In fact, they were the ones who desired immortality the most. After all, they were the ones closest to that level. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the 8-armed Godfiend clan's side paused for a moment. Lan Xuanyu heard Li Minglong's voice again. "Miss Lan, I have a way to help you. I don't know if you're willing?" Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look at him, and saw Li Minglong's sincere expression. He nodded vigorously at Lan Xuanyu, and then spoke again. "Miss Lan, I know that no matter what, you won't be willing to marry into the human-armed Godfiend clan, right? You've offended so many 8-armed Godfiends today, and they definitely won't let this matter rest. Even if you're a member of the dragon race, with the previous oath, even the 2 dragon knights won't be able to help you at this time. I have an idea. If you're willing, I can immediately go on stage and fight with you. You've already defeated 11 powerhouses in a row. There's no need to doubt that you're the strongest of the younger generation. There's no need to prove yourself. If you take the initiative to lose to me, our Tianma and your dragon race are family. We're all on the same side. How about you marry me? I promise to treat you well, even if you want to return to the dragon race. I won't have any problems following you back to the dragon race." Lan Xuanyu wasn't surprised by Li Minglong's words. In fact, he had already expected it. Was this guy finally revealing his true intentions? When Li Minglong first started talking to him, Lan Xuanyu already knew what he was thinking. He just didn't point it out. There was no need for that. Without Li Minglong, where would he go to earn the heaven-nourishing crystals? At this moment, she, who appeared to be exhausted on the surface, had finally drawn out his true intentions. Although Lone Moon didn't know how he did it, he did have a way to make the 8-armed Divine Demon clan pause temporarily. Unfortunately, Lan Xuanyu obviously couldn't agree to it. What marriage by jousting? That was just a gimmick to earn the heaven-nourishing crystals. A competition of acting skills? When have we ever been afraid of a competition of acting skills? At that moment, Li Minglong saw the change in Lan Yan's expression. She pursed her already pale red lips and straightened her back. An unyielding will seemed to want to break out of her body. Her beautiful face was full of stubbornness. She was using her expression and emotions to tell everyone that she, Princess Jean Long, would never admit defeat and would never admit defeat. This, Li Minglong hesitated. Of course, he could see that Lan's condition was not good. With his abilities, he should have a chance to defeat her if he went up on stage. But what if? It was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, judging from the previous battles, Azura was extremely vicious. What would happen if he died at her hands? No, safety first, stability first. In the end, Li Minglong flinched. Compared to marrying a good wife, his own life was more important. At this thought, Li Minglong's expression gradually returned to normal. He sighed softly and his eyes were full of emotions. He looked at Lan Xuanyu on stage with pity. His face was full of helplessness and hope. Then, he clenched his fists and waved them at Lan Xuanyu as if to cheer him on. Bai Xiuxiu had been sitting next to Lan Xuanyu the whole time, watching everything coldly from the sidelines. This acting was awesome. It really felt like everyone was an actor. At this moment, a beam of light shot into the payment bucket. The ninth eight-armed divine demon appeared. When this person appeared on the stage, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that something was amiss. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. He grabbed Bai Xiuxiu and pulled Bai Xiuxiu into his arms. Streaks of deep purple lightning shot out from the eight-armed divine demon's chest and covered his entire body. The eight-armed divine demon's body rushed forward, carrying an incomparably destructive aura as he charged straight at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu carried Bai Xiuxiu and soared into the air. In the next instant, he used his martial soul true body again, transforming into King Jinlong. At the same time, the scales on his body changed color and shone with a rainbow-colored luster. The huge long way swept out and lashed at the majestic body of the eight-armed fiend god. Rumble. This time, there was no need for the divine light dark lightning, nor was there any need to fight. The divine core in the eight-armed divine demon's chest instantly detonated, erupting with an incomparably terrifying explosion. The entire stage was instantly covered in a dark purple color, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Even the protective barrier was violently trembling from the impact. The faces of the two dragon knights on the main stage changed at the same time, and they were both shocked. Was the eight-armed divine demon race going mad? Yes, he had gone mad. The ninth eight-armed divine demon to step onto the stage had actually chosen to self-detonate. He didn't even need to fight, but directly detonated his divine core. What a ferocious method! In the previous battles, when Lan Xuanyu had faced the other eight-armed divine demons, there had been eight-armed divine demons who had wanted to detonate their divine cores to the very end, but Lan Xuanyu had cleverly prevented them from doing so. In the end, he had crushed their skulls and destroyed them with the divine light dark lightning. But this time, the eight-armed divine demon had detonated his divine core right from the start, not giving Lan Xuanyu or Bai Xiuxiu a chance to make a move. And the detonation of his divine core was so powerful that it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Lan Xuanyu's divine light dark lightning. At that very moment, the only thing that could compare to the explosion of the first eight-armed divine demon's divine core was the divine light dark lightning. That destructive storm was wreaking havoc on the first stage. Below the stage, Li Minglong's face also changed greatly. Had the eight-armed divine demon gone mad, at that moment, 7 or 8 eight-armed divine demons had already arrived at his side, blocking his view with their majestic bodies. Li Minglong's face changed. Although there were quite a few Tianma clansmen beside him, he could clearly sense that there was something wrong with the aura of these eight-armed divine demons. The divine cores in their chests were fluctuating unstably, as if they could explode at any time. If it were any other race, they might have been bluffing. But the eight-armed divine demons were all madmen. It wasn't strange for madmen to do something like that. Helpless, Li Minglong could only take his subordinates and retreat a few steps, putting some distance between them. The destructive storm wreaked havoc on the first stage for over 10 seconds before gradually fading away, revealing a huge figure. The Golden Dragon King's massive body had shrunk down to only a third of its original size, and the mirror-like appearance of its scales was gradually fading away. The rainbow light emanating from its body had become extremely dim, and several dozen of its scales had been damaged. A large amount of blood was flowing from those damaged scales. Cough cough, cough cough. Violent coughs sounded, and the radiance receded. King Jinlong's body had returned to its human form. However, Azura now looked even more wretched. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. At that moment, her dress was already stained red with blood. Because it was a white dress, it was very distinct. With Bai Xiuxiu's support, she barely managed to stay upright, but her entire body was leaning on Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu hugged her tightly and looked down at her whose eyes were tightly shut. Tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Xiuxiu was completely unharmed by such a violent explosion. During the process of the explosion, Lan Xuanyu used his King Jinlong true form to completely protect her. Later, he transformed into the true form of the dragon gods to completely block the destructive storm of the explosion. He took all the attacks on his own. Bai Xiuxiu called out softly, "Sister, sister, how are you? How are you?" Cough cough. Lan Xuanyu coughed up some blood and struggled to open his eyes. He stuttered, I'm fine. I can still, cough cough. Looking at his eyes, Bai Xiuxiu's hanging heart finally relaxed a little. Although his voice was very weak, his eyes flashed with a touch of comfort. Moreover, his eyes were still clear, without the turbidity of being severely injured. This acting, Li Menglong lost. Bai Xiuxiu's heart twitched. Dong, on the main stage, a crisp bell rang. Today is the last round of the Future Rookie Challenge. The arena where the competition is ongoing will be the last round. The arena where there is no competition will be the last round of the challenge. Finally, it was the last round. However, this announcement caused an uproar among the audience. If it was announced a minute earlier, Princess Jinlong would not have to fight another round, right? Now that there was another round, could she withstand it? At this time, Tianma's powerhouses had already entered the arena to repair it. On the main stage, the two dragon knights' faces were as dark as water. Although they did not say anything, their gazes were clearly filled with coldness as they looked at the eight-armed divine demon in the distance. He self-destructed as soon as he entered the arena. He used the self-destruction of his divine demon core to severely injure Lan Xuanyu. This was no longer a challenge in the arena. It was an absolute fight to the death. The eight-armed divine demon was provoking the dragon race. If they were on the Tenryu star, the two dragon knights would have stopped them long ago. If the head of Tenryu was here, the eight-armed divine demons probably wouldn't have dared to do this. However, they were doing it now. They were staking everything on a single throw. Li Menglong was also anxious. Whether it was him or the others, they could all see that Lan was at the end of her rope. Only Xiuxiu still had some fighting left. This was the best time to defeat the two of them and win the beauty. However, a group of experts from the eight-armed divine demon tribe blocked their way. They didn't even have a chance to bet on the competition. However, this was Tianma Star, Tianma's territory. Before the big explosion just now, Li Menglong had already called for help through voice transmission. Dozens of Tianma's experts quickly gathered here. In 10 minutes, they could suppress the eight-armed divine demons. During the recording of the work schedule, a Superior North suddenly internal electric stock won. Pay bucket. One of them was tall. The eight-armed divine demon, who was more than a meter taller than the eight-armed divine demons, made his move. At the same time, heavenly nourished crystals shot out from various directions in the subtle zone and flew toward the pay bucket. Remember to search the book-seeking pavilion. The first person to teach a heavenly nourished crystal to the pay bucket will be able to win the next round. The field will be placed in the pavilion. If you issued a challenge, he would have a chance to win the beauty. At this time, even those who weren't as strong as the eight-armed divine demons couldn't care less about offending them. Princess Jinlong wasn't just a member of the dragon race. It was even more of an incredible resource. She had already proven how powerful her bloodline was with her strength. Who wouldn't want such a thing, adding a bloodline inheritor to their own race? They could even get closer to the dragon race and strengthen their own race. Therefore, at this moment, more than 10 heavenly nourished crystals flew out. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu naturally saw the scene. Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a strange idea. If he went with them to sell Tongmen's hidden weapons tonight, he wondered if he could sell them for a high price. Of course, he was just thinking about it. At a time like this, the experts from various clans displayed their abilities. Not only were these experts below the divine level fighting, but even the big shots behind them had also made their moves. In an instant, divine consciousness swept across the waiting area. Powerful divine consciousness fluctuations erupted and swept out in all directions, expelling the opponent's divine consciousness. They tried to prevent the opponent's divine consciousness from falling into the bucket while protecting their own heaven-nourishing crystal. For a moment it was chaos outside the arena. That tyrannical divine sense aura fluctuated violently, as if a great chaotic battle had taken place. However, the deity-rank powerhouses of the various races still had a sense of propriety. Their divine sense only exploded within a very small area, which was the waiting area, and did not spread out to the Pegasus Square. This was Tianma's bottom line, and no one dared to touch it. If a large-scale chaos were to erupt here, no clan would be able to bear it. Suddenly, an incomparably violent spiritual sense erupted. It came from the eight-armed god-fiend who had thrown the heaven-nourishing crystal. The fastest way to read books in the library-seeking pavilion. The terrifying divine consciousness instantly dispersed the surrounding divine consciousness. It guarded the heaven-nourishing crystal that it had thrown, making it the first one to fall into the bucket. However, the strange thing was that it did not stop the other heaven-nourishing crystals from flying. The other dozen or so heaven-nourishing crystals also flew over and landed in the bucket, becoming part of the bucket. A portion of the resources. Ha 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 ha, thank you for your generosity. The tall eight-armed god-fiend laughed sarcastically, his eyes full of disdain. That was more than a dozen heaven-nourishing crystals. This is the eight-armed god-fiend's bloodline ability, divine consciousness grafting. Divine consciousness grafting of the same bloodline. An expert from another clan said in a deep voice, his expression changing drastically. At this moment, the experts on the main stage finally understood why the eight-armed god-fiend king had left earlier. He had not left out of anger, but because he had thought of a countermeasure. There was no doubt that the eight-armed god-fiend who had thrown the heaven-nourishing crystal was a descendant of the eight-armed god-fiend king. The eight-armed god-fiend race could use the bloodline ability, divine consciousness grafting, to directly graft their divine consciousness onto a descendant of the same bloodline. Although the duration was short, it was a life-saving ability of the eight-armed god-fiend race. Especially the descendants of top-notch experts, they all had this ability. The human bone god king did two things as soon as he left. The first was to issue an order. The first was to have his subordinates abandon themselves and launch an attack. Dai would not be killed just like that. The second was to arrange for this sudden attack at the last moment. Putting aside the disparity in strength between the other godfiends and him, just their bloodline ability alone made them incomparable to the other godfiends of the other clans. Even Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng would not be able to stop this method of release in time if he was unprepared. The eight-armed godfiend king was able to lead the human arm and divine race to become the third largest godfiend race. He was not only reckless, but also intelligent. All of his calculations were in this. To create an opportunity for his descendant. It was only at this moment that his true nature was revealed, for the sake of giving this was the human arm godfiend king's youngest son. He was the son he doted on the most. Although he had yet to reach the godfiend realm, he had displayed exceptional talent since he was young. He was extremely talented in the cultivation of destruction energy, and was deeply loved by the eight-armed godfiend king. When the eight-armed godfiend king had sent out his clansmen to participate in the competition, he had already thought of a way to create this opportunity for his son. He wanted to give his son a chance to defeat Lan Xuanyu and win the beauty. As for his relationship with the dragon race, he could mend it later. He did not believe that the dragon knights would fall out with him over a dragon race that had yet to become godfiends. After all, the support of the eight-armed godfiend race was extremely important to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. There were already more than 20 pieces of heaven-nourishing crystals in the payment barrel, and there was a faint layer of them on top. Strange halos flickered, and the life energy inside was so immense that it could even compare to the inner core lake of the Tree of Eternity that Lan Xuanyu had been to. So many heaven-nourishing crystals, to any species, was a huge fortune. Although many of the eight-armed godfiend race's outstanding young powerhouses had died, if they could obtain Princess Jinlong and this many heaven-nourishing crystals, then all of their previous sacrifices would be worth it. Those with a discerning eye could already see through the eight-armed godfiend race's plan, but what could they do? Even the Dawn Dragon Knight had said that the arena was the arena's business. Now, no one could stop the eight-armed godfiend race's final challenge. The burly eight-armed godfiend crown prince had already strode to the front of arena number 1. He looked at the weakened Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu with a burning gaze and grinned. The next moment, he stepped onto the arena. Now, he only needed to wait for the final few minutes before he could issue his challenge. In the eight-armed godfiend race, he was the strongest below god level. He already had 1 foot in the god level. When he returned to the divine fiend planet, he would break through and become even stronger. The eight-armed godfiend king had brought him to the Dragon Horse Galaxy's important meeting with the intention of grooming him. For their race, they were powerful. The eight-armed godfiend king's other sons could do the same because of their powerful bloodline. However, what did the eight-armed godfiend race lack the most? Intelligence. The vast majority of the bone god eagles would lose their intelligence due to the Bloodmouth massacre. Even if it was an order from an expert of their own race, they wouldn't necessarily obey. Only an absolute expert could subdue them. Only a very small number of the 8 arms god demons could maintain their intelligence while being strong themselves. The current 8 arms god demon king had relied on his intelligence to get to where he was today. That was why he could act like this in the future rookie challenge in front of so many experts of other races. His youngest son's strong points, aside from being strong in battle and having great potential, were his calmness. Calmness was simply too important to them. When the 8 arms god demon king discovered that his youngest son had this talent, it was as if he had found a treasure. This was the most suitable successor for his future. That was why he had always focused on nurturing his youngest son. The reason why he didn't let his youngest son break through to God rank was because he hoped that he could learn how to control his emotions before reaching God rank. Even the 8-armed demon king didn't expect that the dragon race would actually give them such a good opportunity in this conference. If his son could receive it, he would be able to if his son could succeed. Then the powerful dragon race bloodline would be brought to the dragon race. The younger generation's strongest, Jin Long, would naturally have great benefits. The people of the bone god race would benefit their own race in the future. In the battle just now, the 8 arms god demon king had personally seen Lan Xuanyu display great strength and tenacious willpower. Their race worshipped the strong the most. That was why he wasn't angry because of the death of his own race. Instead, he was excited and couldn't wait for Lan Xuanyu to become stronger. At this moment, the final battle was about to arrive. Take down Blue, take down those heaven-nourishing crystals, and let his youngest son become the champion of the first arena. Then, he would display his might in the future rookie challenge. Everything was perfect, the first arena was quickly repaired and the audience gradually quieted down. If the one who put the heaven-nourishing crystals into the payment bucket was a representative of a weak race, the other races might think of a way to fight in his place. But the problem was that the challenger in front of them wasn't from a weak race. He was a peak expert from the 8 arms god demon race. In fact, the species that could take out heaven-nourishing crystals were not weak at all. The 8-armed god-fiend crown prince looked at the weak Lan Xuanyu. He didn't shout like the other 8-armed god-fiends. Instead, he quietly waited for the match to begin. Bai Xiaoxiao had an urgent look on her face. She would occasionally glance at Lan Xuanyu, who wasn't even meditating, and then at the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince. One had to admit that the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince with a stronger bloodline was indeed different from ordinary 8-armed god-fiends. Not to mention other things, just the appearance alone was better. At the very least, he didn't have a green face and fangs. Moreover, his appearance resembled that of a human. Relatively speaking, he could be described as majestic among the 8-armed god-fiends. Coupled with his stalwart figure, he was indeed worthy of being a demon god. His eyes were calm and cold, occasionally flashing with a hint of longing. But even in such a state, he had already surpassed all of the previous 8-armed fiend gods. 10 minutes were finally up. With Bai Xiaoxiao's help, Lan Xuanyu stood up. He swayed. He moved his arm and had Bai Xiaoxiao let go of him. In that instant, even the ferocity of the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince could no longer suppress the audience's excitement. In an instant, there were thunderous cheers, and countless shouts broke out in the entire Pegasus Square. Princess Jinlong, Princess Jinlong, Princess Jinlong. They shouted in unison, full of excitement and madness. They really didn't want Princess Jinlong to lose. Especially not to the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince. On the main stage, the head of Tianma turned to look at Zhong Zicheng and whispered, "Brother Zhong, I wonder if your Princess Jinlong is confident?" The Dawn Dragon Knight frowned. "What do you mean, Chief?" The head of Tianma smiled bitterly. "I didn't think so. The King of God-Fiends is so good at scheming. It looks like he's determined to win. If they succeed, how should our two races deal with it? Are we really going to let your Princess Jinlong marry over there?" Without waiting for Zhong Zicheng to speak, the Holy Light Dragon Knight, Huang Liangwei, said without hesitation, "That's impossible." "Oh?" The head of Tianma looked at him with interest. "Why?" Zhong Zicheng glanced at Huang Liangwei. Fei Liangwei also knew that he had misspoken and smiled. "Because I believe that Lan can continue to fight." Back then, even in the most difficult times, didn't she survive? Besides, she's even stronger now. The head of Tianma seemed to be relieved. If that's the case, then that's the best. Huang Liangwei thought to himself, this king of god fiends seems to be scheming, but unfortunately, he doesn't know Lan's true status in the dragon race. The extreme school doctor didn't appear for long. She was born in the wild dragon race. Her backing was just the ink dinosaur knight, Luo Lan, whom he had just met. It seemed that it didn't matter who Lan married. However, neither the head of Tianma nor the eight-armed king of god fiends knew what her bloodline meant to the dragon race. Even if there were 18 dragon knights, no one could compare to Lan in terms of bloodline. In the dragon race, bloodline was paramount. How could an outsider covet such a bloodline? That was something that was impossible to happen no matter what. Therefore, whether it was the eight-armed king of god fiends or the head of Tianma, their imagination was ridiculous. No matter what price the dragon race had to pay, even if it was a war, they would never allow Lan to marry anyone outside the dragon race. Her bloodline had to flourish within the dragon race. Not to mention, if Lan's bloodline changed after breaking through to god rank, she might be nurtured as a successor. That was the successor to head of Tenryu. Lan still had a long way to go to reach that step. But it had to be said that Lan was already the most likely candidate to become head of Tenryu's successor. Only the dragon knights knew this secret. Want to marry the future head of Tenryu? What kind of good thing was that? That was simply a fool's dream. As for Lan's promise of a martial arts competition to find a spouse, it was nothing compared to the future Sky Dragon's first seat. If the eight-armed king of god fiends really dared to take Lan away, then in a few days, the 18 dragon knights would all come to the god fiend planet to ask for her. Moreover, with Huang Liangwei and Zhong Zicheng there, no one could take Lan away, and this was under the situation of taking 10,000 steps back. And in the current situation, could this eight-armed king of god fiends who thought he could win really win? In the video of the Rising Dragon competition, some details were deliberately covered up. It promoted Azura's strength and perseverance, but it never showed her battle intelligence to the outside world. For example, it showed that she was weak to the enemy and counterattacked at the last moment. Huang Liangwei had been monitoring the competition the entire time, so how could he not sense Lan's current state? That's right, she was weaker than before, but it wasn't to the point where it was hard for her to even stand, right? How could Huang Liangwei believe that this wasn't a scheme? Thus, whether it was him or Zhong Zicheng, they were both very confident in Lan. From start to finish, Lan had never panicked. Over 20 heaven-nourishing crystals. Although they would have to fight again tomorrow if they won this round, with so many heaven-nourishing crystals, even the dragon knights would be jealous. Under normal circumstances, in an arena where a dragon was present, he would only be challenged symbolically. It would be good enough if he could get a few heaven-nourishing crystals. But with Lan's manipulation, the number of heaven-nourishing crystals increased. It was perfect. Arena number 1. Miss Lan, hello. I am Xianxia of the eight-armed divine demon race. The eight-armed divine demon crown prince didn't attack immediately. Instead, he spoke to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was expressionless. He only looked at him coldly. Xianxia said in a low voice, actually, I didn't want to challenge you at this time. You are very strong. If I really wanted to challenge you, it should be when you are at your strongest. We should have a fair fight. However, I am very sorry. Today, you have hurt too many of my people. For the honor of the eight-armed divine demon race, I must represent my people. I know that in your current state, this is an unfair fight. Although you have hurt many of my people, for the friendship between the dragon race and my race, I can guarantee that if I win, I will not kill you. The friendship between the eight-armed divine demon race and the dragon race will never change. It wouldn't be strange if these words came from the mouth of another race. However, when it came from the mouth of the crazy eight-armed divine demon race, it gave everyone a strange feeling. Is this guy really from the eight-armed divine demon race? When Fan's words sounded like he was trying to resolve the conflict. In fact, he was challenging the weak golden dragon princess. But he could still say that the crown was grand. Wasn't it all for the end result of the competition? This guy is very sinister. Stop talking nonsense. Come. Bai Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. In a flash, she stood in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu pressed a hand on her shoulder from behind. Bai Xiu turned around and looked at him. The two looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination. The audience below the arena exploded. For a moment, the entire Pegasus Square became noisy. If not for the 8-armed divine demon race's ferocious reputation, they would have been cursing him for being shameless and despicable. Please. Xing Wutian shouted. 8 arms spread out on both sides of his body, each hand holding a purple-gold heavy spear. The quality of these swords was very good. Obviously, they were not comparable to the weapons of his clansmen. Each of the heavy swords shot out a sword light that was several meters long. Xing Wutian walked towards Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiu Hao Xiu step by step. With every step he took, the god-fiend core on his chest would become brighter, and his aura would also increase. Roar. Right at this moment, Bai Xiu let loose a resonant dragon's roar. In the next instant, her body suddenly swelled as she unleashed her martial soul true body. Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, the dark blue dragon spread its wings. Only then did the audience realize that the Garden of Solitude quality of the 4 mind objects had dropped. This person was also from the human race, and in the previous battle, she had never shown her true form. Only at this moment did she reveal her true form. The crystal-clear dark blue scales shone under the sunlight. In terms of appearance, the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon was even more beautiful than King Jinlong. Although the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon was not as large as King Jinlong, it was still more than 50 meters long. Its huge dragon wings were spread out, and its aura was not weak either. At this moment, Princess Jinlong was being held up by the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon on its head. Lan Xuanyu's long hair and ponytail fluttered in the wind. There was a pair of dark blue horns on the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon's head. Lan Xuanyu held a long horn in his left hand. Although his face was pale, he looked very graceful as he rode the dragon. Dragon Knight, it's a Dragon Knight. The audience exclaimed in admiration. Yes, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu looked exactly like a Dragon Knight. Book-seeking pavilion, even though her white dress was dyed red with blood, and even though her face was so pale, her persistence, perseverance, unyielding, and stubbornness deeply infected the audience. Seeing the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon suddenly grow in size, Xing Haoyan was shocked. However, he soon realized that the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon's aura was not that strong, and he was relieved. Yes. Bai Xiu had been participating in the previous battle. Although the consumption was not as great as Lan Xuanyu's, it was not small either. Even if she showed her true form now, how much strength could she have? As long as she was not strong enough, it was not a problem. Ah! Xing Haoyan growled, and a purple-black light suddenly lit up behind him. The light grew bigger with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it rose to a height of 100 meters. The 100-meter-tall godly demon form was still in the form of the 8-armed godly demon, and its face could not be seen clearly. However, its aura instantly soared, and its body expanded, quickly merging with the godly demon form behind him. This was the exclusive bloodline ability of the 8-armed godly demon clan's royal bloodline. Once it was unleashed, its combat power would increase several-fold. In this state, Xing Haoyan's body was at the divine level, but his cultivation had not broken through yet. He was on par with Qi Tenryu at his peak. If he met him in this state, there was almost no chance of him winning. If it were half a year ago, Ningxian would have been in the same state. There was a possibility. But now, it was a completely different scene. Facing the huge godly demon form, Bai Xiu's Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon form flapped its wings, and violent ice demon snow covered the sky and earth. Driven by her wings, it whizzed toward the 8-armed godly demon crown prince. The temperature in arena number 1 plummeted, and the brilliance of the entire battlefield dimmed. The dark color of the campflowers scattered like a blade, and the aura of extreme Sai became stronger. The 8-armed godly demon crown prince, who had expanded himself with the godly demon form, was instantly covered in a thin layer of ice. However, this did not affect his attack. His 100-meter-tall body took a step forward, and the 8 heavy swords in his hand slashed out. Huge purple-gold blades of light wove into a net of swords that shot toward Bai Xiu. Wherever the net passed, the ice demon snow was sliced apart, and wild winds scattered the snowflakes in all directions. Bai Xiaoxiao did not choose to take it head-on. She pressed her wings down, and her huge body flew high into the sky. That seemingly huge dragon race body actually made a series of clever turns in the air, and at the same time, her body lit up. Under the guidance of the layers of black halos, the sword light was dispersed, preventing it from slashing his body. This was also the effect of the Heavenly Demon Dance's Heavenly Demon Domain. The eight-armed godly demon crown prince felt as if he was facing a huge quagmire. His attack light blade slashed into the quagmire, but as the quagmire flowed, his attack was actually diverted. The human-armed godly demon crown prince had been paying close attention to the previous battles, and naturally had an idea of Xiaoxiao's strength. In terms of combat strength, Bai Xiaoxiao was clearly inferior to Lan Xuanyu. By quite a bit. Especially in terms of attack power and explosive power, she had displayed more of a support ability. However, the land in front of her had changed. After using the Ice Curse True Body, not only did her Qi Zhen become 134, she had become much stronger, and even her abilities seemed to have improved. Could it be that she had been hiding her cultivation all this time? Thinking of this, the eight-armed godly demon crown prince suddenly had a bad feeling. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. In the eight-armed godly demon race, he was already considered very calm and wise. He definitely did not lack fighting spirit, and would not let anything affect his fighting spirit. The eight-armed divine demons could fight to the death, but they would never admit defeat. This was the most important reason why they were able to dominate the tyrannical dragon horse galaxy. A terrifying attack was unleashed in the next instant. The eight-armed divine demon crown prince flapped his wings and propelled his huge body into the air. For the first time since the start of the competition, the battlefield in Arena No. 1 had shifted from the ground to the air. 8 giant swords slashed out and streaks of purplish-gold light blades streaked across the air for hundreds of meters, slashing towards Bai Xiaoxiao's abyssal ice demon dragon true form. However, at this moment, a huge black hole appeared behind the abyssal ice demon dragon. A terrifying devouring force erupted, causing the sword gleams to accelerate. Just as these sword rays were about to hit her body, the huge suction force suddenly turned into a repulsive force. It actually bounced the rapidly approaching sword rays away in all directions. Not a single sword ray was able to affect her body. When Lan Xuanyu fought the eight-armed divine demon crown prince, he chose to take the opponent's attacks head-on. However, Xiaoxiao was using a completely different method to fight now. The suction and rebounding of the black hole caused everyone to gasp in amazement. At this moment, many people suddenly realized that Princess Jinlong was strong not only because she was strong, but also because her partner was very strong as well. No wonder she was the Dragon Knight's dragon mount. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. As he sensed Bai Xiaoxiao's battle, he understood that this was the mutated usage of the abyssal ice demon dragon true form. Where did it come from? It was derived from the Tongman's controlling crane capturing dragon technique. In terms of talent, Xiaoxiao had never been weaker than him. The only difference was the difference between their bloodlines. At this moment, facing a strong opponent, she finally unleashed her full combat strength. The eight-armed divine demon crown prince had already rushed into the air. The aura of destruction on his body suddenly burst forth. In the entire sky, purple-black clouds spread out with his body as the center. Wherever the aura of destruction passed, all the elements of other attributes were destroyed one after another. It was as if they were contaminated by a plague, shattering and dissipating one after another. A space without elements was like a vacuum. No matter how powerful his flying ability was, he would not be able to maintain it. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was standing on top of Bai Xiaoxiao's head, slowly raised his right hand. A layer of colorful halo spread out from his body. Under the guidance of the rainbow light, a large amount of light clouds gathered in his direction and gathered around the abyssal ice demonic dragon, condensing into a faint rainbow halo. When the destructive aura invaded this area, it was immediately repelled by the seven-colored light, unable to really affect this halo. The eight-armed divine crown prince's pupils contracted. He was very confident in his race's destruction godly demon energy. In his opinion, it was an existence that could destroy everything. In battle, they would use their own demon god core to release energy to destroy other elements and weaken the opponent. This was their usual method. However, they didn't expect that it would actually fail when used on Lan Xiaoxiao. How was this possible? How could he possibly have the ability to resist the power of destruction? After all, the force of destruction was one of the most original energies in the universe. How could they resist such a powerful force? Destruction and creation, these were the origins of the universe. If it was true destruction, even Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's aura might not be able to completely block it. Unfortunately, the eight-armed divine crown prince forgot one thing. His destruction energy was not pure destruction. There was still a large gap between it and the true force of destruction. Otherwise, if he had really mastered the most original force of destruction, the eight-armed divine crown prince race would not have been defeated by the dragon race and Tianma. Then they would be truly powerful. To master the true force of destruction, one had to be at least a godly king to do so. In the godly realm that had not disappeared, one of the 5 godly kings was the god of destruction. Of course, Lan Xuanyu was not aware of this. He used the power of the dragon gods to gather the elements and let the elemental energy revolve around him and by Xianxia. This naturally blocked the powerful force of destruction, and prevented the divine crown prince from having his way. Bai Xianxia also unleashed her attack in the next instant. Her ice storm snow continued to envelop her opponent as she flapped her wings. Even though the ice storm snow was shattered by her opponent's force of destruction, it was clearly a lot more ferocious than before as it was reinforced by Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline aura. The eight-armed divine crown prince seemed to have sunk into a swamp. His speed was greatly reduced, and his force of destruction kept neutralizing the effects of the ice storm snow. At the same time, his force of destruction was greatly depleted. The power of Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline was continuously flowing into Bai Xiaoxia's body, becoming a part of her own strength. It strengthened the ice storm snow, and allowed this soul skill, which did not seem very powerful, to explode with great strength. It felt as if heaven and earth had been sealed in ice. The eight-armed divine crown prince waved his heavy sword, but he quickly sensed that something was wrong. Wasn't she severely injured and exhausted? Why wasn't her energy weakening even though she was continuously releasing it? It was important to know that he was greatly drained when he unleashed his godly demon form. It was not suitable for a protracted battle. The eight-armed divine crown prince's fighting style was also explosive. His rich battle experience allowed him to make a decision immediately. He could not give his opponent a chance to continue exhausting him. Otherwise, his opponent might really succeed. Furthermore, Princess Jinlong did not have to fight. Would she use this time to recover more strength? The eight-armed divine crown prince was still wary of Lan Xuanyu, and not Bai Xiaoxia. He no longer hesitated after he made his decision. He raised the 8 heavy swords in his hands at the same time, and the purplish-gold light on the swords suddenly became violent. On his chest, the deep purple light of the divine devil core spewed out, and with a low roar, the armor on his body burst forth with a dazzling bright purple light. All of a sudden, he roared, and the 8 heavy swords in his hands drew a huge arc in the air. A huge deep purple circle formed with his godly demon core at its center. Following this, a crazy suction force appeared. The ice storm snow disappeared almost instantly. What was even more terrifying was that the purple light on the 8-armed divine crown prince's body became even more intense. As the blinding purple light exploded, a terrifying amount of energy surged towards the heavy swords in his hands. The 8 heavy swords combined into one above his head, and a sword light shot into the sky. It was 1,000 meters tall, as if it wanted to pierce the sky. Godly Demon Transformation. Another powerful innate ability of the 8-armed Godfiend royal clan was the ability to instantly absorb all the energy in the surroundings and convert it into their own power to unleash a powerful attack. The 8-armed divine crown prince did not want to engage in a battle of attrition with Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxia at all. When he realized that the two of them could complement each other, he immediately used one of his most powerful attacks without hesitation. He had already made up his mind to kill the abyssal ice demon dragon first. After all, their ultimate goal was still Princess Jinlong. The bloodline aura brought about by the rainbow-colored halo emitted from Lan Xuanyu's body made the 8-armed divine demon crown prince drool. It was simply too powerful of a bloodline energy that he had never seen before in his life. How could he miss out on such a bloodline? Compared to her, the abyssal ice demon dragon was nothing. The 8-armed godfiends didn't like the appearance of humans. They only liked powerful bloodlines. The moment the 1,000-meter-long sword light appeared, even the two dragon knights on the main stage couldn't help but change their expressions. They subconsciously moved their bodies. But at this moment, a majestic figure walked up to the main stage and happened to pass by them. The eight-armed God-fiend king was back. He didn't come back earlier or later. He came back at the most critical moment of the battle. Who would believe that he didn't come back premeditated? Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng and Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei's expressions darkened. Although Xiaoxiao's strength and talent couldn't compare to Blue's, he was a dual-attribute advanced dragon race member and Blue's dragon throne. Her status and role were equally huge. If Xiaoxiao died in battle, Blue would never be able to become a dragon knight, let alone an heir. Perhaps the eight-armed God-fiend king would really succeed. Huang Liangwei subconsciously looked at Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, but Zhong Zicheng shook his head gently. The head of Tianma and the eight-armed God-fiend king were present. Even if they wanted to do something, it was impossible. Since Blue had chosen all of this, then she had to bear the responsibility. When the God-fiend transformation appeared, Lan Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. He had Jinlong's dominating body, while Xiaoxiao had Abyss Devouring. Both of them had similar powers. It was just that the destructive energy contained in the God-fiend transformation was different. It had destroyed all the energy in its surroundings as nutrients for its own destructive power, and then launched the next attack. In other words, this attack wouldn't stop. It would definitely erupt with full force. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. A look of determination appeared in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. In the next instant, a scene that surprised everyone happened. A brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from Blue's body. At this moment, Princess Jinlong seemed to have turned into the Silver Dragon Princess in an instant. The brilliant silver light extended downwards from her body and covered Xiaoxiao's body. Then, Xiaoxiao's enormous abyssal ice demon dragon body suddenly disappeared. She disappeared into thin air. She actually completed the teleportation in a situation where the destructive energy was all around her. The eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's eyes froze. Teleportation? The space around her was destroyed by his destructive energy. At this moment, hesitation appeared in his heart. Just as Lan Xuanyu had predicted, after using the God-demon transformation, the destructive power he had absorbed was too enormous, to the point that his body couldn't withstand it and had to release it outwards. Hence, this attack was imperative. If Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao teleported away together, the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's attack would naturally be directed in the direction of their teleportation. However, Blue didn't teleport away. She stayed where she was. The eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's chest exploded with pain as if it was about to explode. This was because he didn't release the destructive energy in time. He immediately woke up from the intense pain. He couldn't hesitate. He had to attack immediately. His eyes immediately released a ferocious look. He didn't change his direction. In the end, his final target was still Blue. He had to defeat his strongest opponent first. He also believed that with Princess Jinlong's strong physique, even if she was severely injured, she would at most be on the verge of death. She definitely wouldn't die at his hands. The sword of destruction suddenly slashed in Lan Xuanyu's direction. Ranwen Ba. The 1,000-meter-long purple-gold sword radiance, which already surpassed the terrifying power of an ordinary god-grade entity, burst forth in an instant. At that moment, almost everyone's eyes were drawn to the purple-gold sword radiance as they looked in the direction it was going to strike. However, at that moment, all the spectators were shocked to discover that the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince had stopped. Yes, he had stopped for a moment. There was no reason for him to suddenly stop. Just as the gigantic destructive sword radiance was about to land, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, everyone realized that the eyes of the blood-soaked girl in front of the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's stubborn and pale face had unknowingly turned a beautiful purple. Spiritual domain, time stop. This was Lan Xuanyu's only spiritual domain. He had inherited it from his father. It was a spiritual domain related to time. Jinlong Moon Tang Wulin's spiritual domain was time reversal, while Lan Xuanyu's spiritual domain was time stop. It was hard to say which of the two was more useful, as they had different effects at different times. Relatively speaking, the most terrifying aspect of time reversal was the word restore, while Time Stop was able to stop all external existences. The two seemed similar, but in reality, they were completely different. If Tang Wulin was here, and if he was as strong as Lan Xuanyu, time reversal's effect would be negligible, and he might not even be able to use it. This was because Lan Xuanyu's current spiritual power was simply unable to reverse the destructive sword radiance in front of him and make it return to its original position. However, Time Stop was different. He did not stop the destructive sword radiance, but its user, the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince. He stopped the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's movements. In a situation where their cultivation was almost the same, their divine senses were about the same, and their bloodline power was even stronger, Lan Xuanyu had done it. Even though Time Stop had only stopped for a moment, it had completely changed the outcome. Bang! The God-fiend core in the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's chest suddenly exploded with purplish-black light, and a large number of cracks appeared on his enormous God-fiend avatar. He had already hesitated the moment Lan Xuanyu teleported away by Xiaoxiao, allowing the destructive power to almost explode in his body. His body had not undergone body tempering. This was only the God-fiend avatar. Now that Time Stop had stopped him, the destructive power was about to explode. In the next instant, the enormous destructive power began to uncontrollably explode. However, this was not the end. An icy aura suddenly covered his entire body, and in the next instant, the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince's body strangely stopped again. In the distance, the abyssal ice demon dragon had been teleported behind the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince, and a huge abyss appeared. The abyssal ice demon dragon hid in the abyss, its deep and cold eyes staring at the God-fiend avatar's enormous body. Then, the God-fiend avatar froze, and so did the air. It was Deep Blue Gaze, which was in the midst of Devour. Deep Blue Gaze and Time Stop only gave the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince 2 moments of pause. Under normal circumstances, this was nothing at all. It was not even enough to give Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao enough time to counterattack. However, under the circumstances of using the Destruction Sword Radiance, it was fatal. The huge purplish gold sword of light swayed in an extremely unstable manner, and an even larger burst of purplish-black destructive power surged out of his God-fiend core. One could clearly hear a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds coming from his God-fiend avatar. It could no longer withstand the destructive power that was about to explode. However, the eight-armed God-fiend Crown Prince was truly impressive. Under such circumstances, he still managed to complete his attack. Boom! The eight-armed godly demon avatar instantly exploded, but at the same time, the terrifying destructive energy suddenly fused with the destructive sword light in the air. The 1,000-meter-long sword light exploded, but after that, it turned into countless destructive blades that instantly covered every inch of space on the first arena. At the same time, they swept towards Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao. Seeing that his body could not hold on any longer, the eight-armed divine prince chose the best course of action. He took the initiative to detonate his eight-armed godly demon form that was on the verge of collapse. Using the tremendous energy generated from the explosion, he forcibly controlled the destructive sword light, turning the sword into a storm of swords that swept wildly and wreaked havoc. The entire number 1 arena was instantly covered by the power of destruction. The eight-armed divine prince reverted to his original form and landed on the ground. His aura fell by a large margin. All of this happened in a very short period of time. When everyone sensed that the eight-armed divine prince was being suppressed, he unleashed the destructive sword light. When everyone sensed that the destructive sword light was unbearable, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao used their powerful control to make the destructive sword light collapse. When everyone thought that the eight-armed divine prince was in danger, he actually detonated the godly demon avatar and controlled the destructive sword light into a storm of blades. This turn of events tugged at the hearts of all the spectators. It was as if they had stopped breathing. What kind of battle was this? It was no longer a clash of strength, but also a contest of wits. After all, Lan Xuanyu was still able to display such strength after over a dozen battles. Would they be able to withstand that terrifying sword blade storm? Bai Xiaoxiao obviously wanted to help Lan Xuanyu, but she could not even take care of herself at this moment. She fully activated the demonic devour and barely managed to devour the destructive sword light that slashed towards her. Every time a sword light landed in her demonic vortex would become more chaotic. Theoretically speaking, her demonic vortex could devour all kinds of energy. However, in the face of such a terrifying power like the power of destruction, it was not easy to devour it completely. It was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. More than 70% of the destructive sword storm was on the other side, covering Lan Xuanyu's body. At this moment, a response that no one had thought of appeared. Lan Xuanyu, who looked so helpless in the air, made a choice that exceeded everyone's expectations. He didn't try to dodge, as if he didn't have the ability to do so. In the midst of the destructive storm of swords, it seemed impossible to dodge. Therefore, along with the brilliant golden light erupting and the seven-colored halo lingering around, her original body appeared once again. Seven-colored scales covered its entire body, and its huge body instantly stretched out. The moment the 100-meter-long true forms of the dragon god stretched out, they expanded again, and their bloodline aura was raised to the extreme. His body expanded from 100 meters long to 300 meters long. One had to know that the diameter of the entire arena was only 500 meters. Such a huge body already exceeded more than half of the arena. That 300-meter-long huge body wasn't all physical, and part of it was in an illusory state. And the huge body withstood all the attacks of the destructive blades without holding back. He expanded his body so that all the attacks of the blades were pushed away instead of being shot at. Large patches of seven-colored halos rippled out. One could clearly see that the seven-colored scales were being cut apart and absorbed into the body by the destructive energy. One could clearly see that the huge body was trembling violently. Rich dragon qi scattered in all directions. Xiao Shuzhai Chinese Lan Xuanyu displayed the dragon god's true forms, and not only did it absorb the destructive energy on his side, but it also helped Bai Xiao take a part of it. One could clearly see that the rainbow-colored radiance on his enormous dragon god true body quickly dimmed. Countless scales were damaged, and frightening purplish-black wounds appeared. There was even purplish-black blood flowing out from the wounds. His huge body was dyed purplish-black. Was he going to die? That was the destructive energy of the eight-armed divine demon royal clan, not to mention the other clans. Even the eight-armed divine demon crown prince was dumbfounded. He didn't want to kill Lan Xuanyu. Not to mention that killing him wouldn't benefit the eight-armed divine demon crown prince at all. The two dragon knights present wouldn't let him go either. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if he was in an abyss of suffering, and he could feel the destructive energy corroding his body. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Within the destruction energy, there was more than just energy. There was also a terrifying destruction intent. This destruction intent was the most terrifying of all. It began to infect Lan Xuanyu's consciousness immediately. It was the feeling of destroying everything, including everything in the outside world and himself. Everything became dim, and everything began to shatter and be destroyed. It was as if everything around him was dirty, and only destruction could wash away the filth completely. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood something from the depths of his heart. He suddenly understood that destruction and destruction weren't the same thing. Destruction was to destroy good things, while destruction was a kind of cleansing, washing away all filth and all mistakes. In the end, it would create a pure world. Thus, it would ignite creation. Perhaps this was the reason why destruction and creation were a pair? Just like how light and darkness were opposites of each other. After darkness came dawn, and only dawn could bring light. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had a completely new understanding of destruction and creation, as well as light, darkness, water, and fire, which were mutually opposite and mutually reinforcing attributes. Why did he take the initiative to absorb such a huge amount of destructive energy into his body? Of course, it wasn't because he had some masochistic tendencies. Instead, it was because he suddenly thought of what he would do if he encountered a great tribulation of 9 different attributes in the future. Wasn't this a good opportunity to deeply experience destruction? He didn't believe that the opponent's attack could break through his defense. After being tempered by the light-dark divine lightning, only Lan Xuanyu himself knew how strong his body was. If it had been the complete version of the destructive sword light, there might have been a chance of seriously injuring him. However, this destructive energy had already been shattered, so there was no chance of that happening. Therefore, he took the initiative to release his dragon god's true body and let his body absorb this destructive energy in its strongest state. It was all for this experience at this moment. However, this experience also brought about intense pain, which was even more painful than when he was tempered by the light-dark divine lightning. He kept using the time-stop domain in his body to give his body a chance to digest the destructive energy. The beast god Dtion was already alarmed. Lan Xuanyu couldn't digest this destructive energy just by relying on the 6 attributes in his body. Although this destructive energy wasn't pure, the intent contained in it was still extremely terrifying. The darkness attribute was released by Dtion and fused into Lan Xuanyu's body. After cultivating with the light-dark divine lightning, Lan Xuanyu could be considered to be familiar with the darkness attribute. With the 7 attributes gathered, he could barely cooperate with the rotation of the dragon god's bloodline vortex, and slowly digest the terrifying destructive power brought about by the destructive energy. Even though his body had been tempered by the light-dark divine lightning, he still felt like he was about to be destroyed. While Lan Xuanyu was shocked, he also had a deeper understanding of the meaning of destruction. On the other side, Bai Xiuxiu wasn't in a good condition either. The destructive energy was even more powerful for her. Fortunately, her darkness attribute had a corrosive effect, and her opponent's destructive energy wasn't too pure. Only a small portion of it landed on her side, so she could barely absorb it with her demonic devour. Of course, from an outsider's point of view, Princess Jinlong's current state was too miserable. Her enormous body seemed to be constantly melting, gradually melting away. Her 300-meter-long body gradually shrank and became smaller, and her aura grew weaker and weaker. The 8-armed divine demon crown prince was also dumbfounded. On the main stage, the 2 dragon knights had already stood up, their gazes fixed on the arena. The 8-armed divine demon king had no choice but to stand up as well, lest the 2 dragon knights suddenly attack out of anger. He now understood that the dragon race truly valued Princess Jinlong. If the 8-armed divine demon race had produced such an outstanding talent, he would also value her as much, disregarding everything else. Just the fact that Blue could control time was enough to make the 8-armed divine demon king's jaw drop. His son's destructive sword light actually didn't slash out. Although his reaction was very timely, the backlash wasn't something to be taken lightly. After returning, it would take a long time for him to recover. Even his divine demon core origin might be shaken. And this was after Princess Jinlong had fought for so long, expended a lot of energy, and was heavily injured. If she was in perfect condition, how strong would she be if she went all out? At the very least, it wouldn't be something his son could resist. A daughter-in-law like her couldn't die. Now, even the 8-armed divine demon king was a bit worried that Lan Xuanyu would die under the destructive intent. But there was nothing he could do, because when the destructive energy exploded, the 8-armed divine demon prince's 8-armed divine demon avatar had also exploded. The 8-armed divine demon prince couldn't control the devastating storm of destruction. He could only barely ensure that he wouldn't be harmed by the energy of the same origin. The 8-armed divine demon prince stared blankly at the sky, watching the gradually melting body slowly descend and land on the ground. In the face of the terrifying power of destruction, the solid ring was constantly being destroyed. Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's true body even felt like it was going to sink into the ground. The crown prince was panting heavily. He stared intently at Azura, whose body was shrinking as he descended from the sky. He used his spiritual power to sense if she was still alive. However, the destructive energy was simply too strong. Lan Xuanyu had absorbed most of the energy from the all-out attack of his 8-armed godly demon form. In the face of such dense destructive energy, even his own spiritual power couldn't penetrate it. But at this time, a small ball suddenly rolled out from the purple energy. It was a hazy ball of light that seemed to be squeezed out of Blue's shrinking body and rolled towards the 8-armed divine demon crown prince. The crown prince was stunned. What was this? The crystal core that appeared after the body was shattered? No, that's not right. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He resisted the destructive energy in his body and flapped his wings in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, a bone-chilling chill appeared around his body. Everything suddenly became muddy, and the strong corrosive energy caused his body to emit smoke. His movements became slower, and his body also became sluggish. The whirlpool turned back into a human form. Bai Xiuxiu's face was pale, and her body rippled with purplish-black energy. That was a sign that the destructive energy had invaded her body. However, she still unleashed her soul skill at the 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince before she deactivated the Heavenly Devil Devourer. The 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince was too focused on Lan Xuanyu, and he forgot about Bai Xiuxiu behind him. Perhaps he didn't expect Bai Xiuxiu to still be able to unleash her abilities after absorbing a small portion of the destructive energy. What he didn't know was that Bai Xiuxiu was in perfect condition even though she had expended a lot of energy in the previous battles. In the previous battle, she was already in peak condition after being stimulated by Lan Xuanyu's dragon gods. If it was a one-on-one fight, Bai Xiuxiu might not be able to defeat him, but she wouldn't lose so easily either. Even though she wasn't very familiar with the Heavenly Devil Devourer, she was still able to endure it. 49 Ebook Death Withering and Deep Blue Gaze were unleashed without hesitation as the ball rolled towards the 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu's heart was filled with worry. She didn't know what kind of state Lan Xuanyu was in. The ball rolled in. In the next instant, a blinding light shone once again, and illuminated the entire arena. The 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince's body was immediately engulfed by the blinding light. But right at this moment, a purplish gold radiance burst out from his body, barely resisting the terrifying explosive energy. 8 heavy swords crossed in front of him, each of them emitting dazzling patterns of light. A divine tool. This was clearly a divine tool belonging to the 8-armed Divine Demon clan. In fact, without this set of divine tools, the 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince wouldn't have been able to use the 8-armed Divine Demon form. The ball rolling towards him was naturally the light-dark divine lightning that Lan Xuanyu had prepared beforehand. And he was the first one to take the light-dark divine lightning head-on without being destroyed. The violent explosion lasted for a dozen seconds, before the light gradually dimmed. The 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince's appearance turned miserable. He had used his divine tool to block the majority of the explosive power of the light-dark divine lightning, but his armor was still damaged like a beggar's, and his body was surging with destructive energy. Kneeling on one knee, the 8 heavy swords in his hands had already lost their luster. Clearly, he had used up too much energy. At this very moment, the distant Lan Xuanyu had already returned to his human form, sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was completely purplish-black. It was as if he had been poisoned. However, she didn't continue to dissolve. The terrifying destructive energy around her seemed like it could explode at any moment. The 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince looked at the woman sitting there in shock. He suddenly realized that he couldn't judge the situation in front of him at all. He had never expected that she would still be able to attack him in such a situation. If not for the ancestral 8-armed demon god sword, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Could it be that she could still fight in such a state? Bai Xiuxiu had already returned to Lan Xuanyu's side. The destructive energy around her had yet to dissipate, but her eyes were filled with the determination to face death. "Don't think that you've won." A cold voice suddenly sounded. Azura, who was sitting on the ground, slowly floated up, her legs hanging down as she stood on the ground once more. The destructive energy on her body suddenly collapsed into her chest and disappeared almost instantly. A layer of rainbow-colored dragon scales covered her entire body, and all of her wounds instantly vanished. Even her aura began to soar at an exponential rate. She seemed to have recovered to her peak state in an instant. How? How could this be? The 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Just a moment ago, he had been worried that she would be killed by his destructive energy, but in the next instant, she seemed to have come back to life, and appeared in front of him. Could this be a secret technique of the dragon race? That's right. The 8-armed Divine Demon Crown Prince had a secret technique, and the dragon race had one too. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised his right hand, and Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him. In the next instant, Bai Xiuxiu suddenly leaped up, and energy surged all over her body, transforming into a slender dragon spear in Lan Xuanyu's hand. He pointed the dragon spear forward, releasing a torrential spear intent that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. It was even more powerful than her peak. Go to hell. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised the dragon spear in his hand. A terrifying aura, accompanied by a rainbow-colored radiance, surged and wreaked havoc. On the main stage, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng stood in front of the 8-armed God-fiend prince. His terrifying divine sense instantly sealed off the space around the eight-armed god-fiend prince. The abrupt reversal caused the entire arena to fall silent. This battle was simply too thrilling. The scariest part was that every time you thought you could see the ending would be reversed in an instant. Moreover, it would happen again and again, over and over again. The eight-armed god-fiend prince, who had been able to remain calm in the face of that terrifying spear intent, no longer cared about his pride and prestige. He was going to inherit the throne of the eight-armed god-fiend clan in the future. How could he die in the arena just like that? When he thought about how many of his clansmen had been killed by her, he didn't think that Princess Jinlong would show him any mercy. At that moment, the wings on his back flapped crazily. His entire body flashed down like an arrow, quickly rushing down the arena. I admit defeat. The eight-armed god-fiend prince's voice reverberated throughout the arena. Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear stopped in its tracks. Surprisingly, it didn't stop him from admitting defeat. He slowly lowered the dragon spear and stood there like a towering mountain. Princess Jinlong, Princess Jinlong, Princess Jinlong. Tianma Square was in an uproar. All the clansmen of various clansmen were frantically shouting the same name. At this point, they had even forgotten about the threat from the eight-armed god-fiend clan. It was as if they wouldn't be able to live up to their excitement if they didn't shout that name. Princess Jinlong's voice seemed to spread throughout the entire Tianma star. No one could stop the excitement of the entire planet at this point. Even the citizens of other cities on Tianma star who were watching the live broadcast were shouting the same name in front of their screens. At this moment, she was no longer just a simple hero. She had instantly become the idol of the entire nation. Relying on his own strength, he had defeated the third strongest race in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, consecutively defeating more than a dozen of their experts in a tag-team battle. He persevered until the end. What kind of strength was this? This was the dragon race. The most powerful dragon race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It wasn't just Tianma Star that was boiling over. On Tenryu's star, how could the people who were watching today's future rookie competition not be excited? In their hearts, Princess Jinlong represented the Tenryu star. Without using the heaven-nourishing crystal, he relied on his own strength to defeat his opponents again and again, standing in the center of the arena again and again. She was indeed the pride of the entire dragon race, the pride of the entire Tenryu star. On the main stage, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng smiled and moved away from the eight-armed god-fiend king's line of sight, returning to his seat. Idiot, this idiot. The eight-armed god-fiend king roared angrily, but it wasn't directed at Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng. Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei said with a smile, strength isn't everything. God-fiend king, there's no need to be angry. This is also an important lesson for your son's growth. What you see may not be true. The head of Tianma had been sitting in the main seat without speaking, but at this moment, his expression was just as brilliant. The experts of the various races who were able to stand on the main stage were at least rank 11 true gods. Most of them were even transcendent gods. Thus, what they saw was completely different from what the people saw. On the first arena, Lan Xuanyu seemed to have recovered all his strength and stood in front of the eight-armed god-fiend crown prince once again. What they saw was only an illusory existence. Yes, it was fake. Everything was fake. That wasn't the real Princess Jinlong, but an illusion. The person was an illusion, the aura was also an illusion. Everything was just an illusion. 123 Read books. Even by Xiaoxiao's dragon spear was an illusion. Everything was created by the illusion. Then, they saw the eight-armed god-fiend crown prince retreat step by step in front of the illusion. In the end, he fled in defeat. How could the experts present not have strange expressions on their faces? Today's battle was really too exciting. As for the real Golden Dragon Princess, she was already lying on the ground, unconscious. Perhaps her life wasn't in danger, but there was no way she could fight. Bai Xiaoxiao was at her side, taking care of her. The illusory realm was still maintained, concealing everything about them. Zhong Zicheng looked at the head of Tianma. The Pegasus's first seat looked at him with deep meaning in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Today, the Future Rookie Challenge competition has come to an end. The competition in the first arena has ended. We'll continue tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Holy Light Dragon Rider Huang Liangwei stood up and appeared on the arena with a flash of light. In the next instant, there was another flash of light, and Lan, Xiaoxiao, and the Dragon Rider disappeared from the arena. The eight-armed God-fiend king sat on the main stage. Even though he was extremely shrewd, he couldn't help but tremble with anger. Just a little bit, just a little bit. What was the eight-armed God-fiend clan's strongest point? It was an indomitable will to fight, a strong will to fight that didn't know what it meant to retreat. However, his most valued, most talented, and most intelligent son had actually lost in this aspect. He had clearly been frightened into panic by his opponent, which was why he'd made such a huge mistake. If he'd observed carefully, or even made a probing attack, he probably would have immediately seen that his opponent's current state wasn't real at all. There had been no problems with his plan. After paying the price of so many clansmen's lives, he'd finally had a chance to turn the tables. However, he hadn't succeeded in taking this last step. In the end, all his efforts had been for naught. He'd suffered a double loss. So many clansmen had died, and so many heaven-nourishing crystals had been lost. In the end, all his efforts had been for naught. This was simply, the eight-armed God-fiend king stood up abruptly. He no longer had the face to stay and watch the remaining matches. He strode away. He felt that it was time to have a good talk with his son. Below the stage, Li Menglong was still a little confused. He also didn't understand why Lan had suddenly recovered her strength and returned to her peak state. This didn't make sense at all. There had to be a reason, right? At that moment, he heard a series of voice transmissions. Only then did Li Menglong reveal an expression of sudden realization, his face filled with joy. So that was it. No wonder, no wonder. He hadn't expected Lan to have such a move. However, she had been so severely injured today. Would she be able to hold on in the next match? Illusion. She actually had the ability to create illusions, and even used them to scare off the eight-armed God-fiend crown prince. This was truly, Li Menglong's eyes lit up. In his heart, Jinlong Princess Lan's status had risen again. She had become a brave and intelligent woman. Only such a woman was worthy of him. Only she could walk to the peak with him. At that thought, he secretly clenched his fists. No matter how much it would cost, he had to take her down. He couldn't miss such an opportunity no matter what. In a flash of light, 3 figures appeared in an open space in the Pegasus Manor filled with rich vitality. Holy Light Dragon Rider Huang Liangwei frowned as he stared at the figure who was still crawling on the ground. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding plants on the ground withered rapidly. Bai Xiaoxiao stood to the side with a pale face. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Lord Holy Light, sister, she. Huang Liangwei waved his hand, as if he was seriously sensing something. At this moment, light flashed again, and another figure arrived beside them. It was the Tenryu Star secondary seat, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhongzhicheng. The 2 Dragon Knights stood beside Lan Xuanyu, silently watching her as they sensed the destructive aura on her body. Secondary seat, I can't sense Lan's situation clearly. Why is her condition so unstable and chaotic? Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei said. Yes, even with his abilities as a transcendent Douluo, he couldn't sense Lan Xuanyu's exact situation, because his current condition was too strange. The destructive energy seemed to be completely absorbed into his body, and was constantly invading. However, his own energy didn't seem to be destroyed because of this. Instead, it was constantly guiding the destructive energy into his body, causing his aura to become very unstable. Zhongzhicheng squinted, and his eyes flickered. His powerful divine sense enveloped Lan Xuanyu's body almost instantly. After a moment, the Dawn Dragon Knight couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. He looked at Lan Xuanyu, then at Bai Xiaoxiao, and finally back at Huang Liangwei. Good fellow, this girl is really daring. The corner of Zhongzhicheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he had a strange expression on his face. Amidst the strangeness, there was obvious admiration. What's going on? Huang Liangwei asked curiously. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhongzhicheng said, she's guiding the destructive energy into her body to help her suppress her own cultivation, so as to prevent her from breaking through uncontrollably if her cultivation is too high. This is really... Huang Liangwei was astonished. You're saying that she's using the destructive energy to suppress her bloodline power and dragon power? So that she can become a god later and accumulate more? Zhong Zicheng nodded and said, that's right. Furthermore, her injuries aren't as serious as they seem. Her meridians are almost undamaged, and the injuries are all on the surface. Her body's internal tempering has already far surpassed that of an ordinary god-rank powerhouse. Her bloodline is also much stronger than before, and her self-recovery ability is extremely strong. I dare say that even if the 8-armed divine demon crown prince saw through the illusion, she would still have the ability to deal a fatal blow to him. However, since the illusion won, he pretended to be injured. At this point, Zhong Zicheng's eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. At first, I thought that she was being reckless when she proposed the martial arts competition. Now it seems that she really has absolute confidence in herself, and she can really do it. Give her a piece of heaven-nourishing crystal and let her absorb it. She should be able to control it soon. Yes. Huang Liangwei also had a look of admiration on his face. He had naturally taken back all the heaven-nourishing crystals he had paid earlier. He took out one of them and gently shook his hand. This strange crystal landed on Lan Xuanyu's body. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu could finally see what the heaven-nourishing crystal looked like. It was a hexagonal crystal with a translucent body. It was a faint milky white, but within the milky white, there was a hint of green. It was filled with a rich aura of life, and besides the aura of life, there seemed to be another special aura. It was an aura that completely surpassed any attribute she knew. Huang Liangwei said faintly, the greatest benefit of the heaven-nourishing crystal is that it contains a hint of creation. This is also the true source of the Longma double star's strength. It is the true core of life. It's a pity that the heaven-nourishing crystal is too difficult to nurture. Otherwise, with enough heaven-nourishing crystals, we could. At this point, he paused and shook his head gently. Creation? This thought immediately surfaced in Bai Xiuxiu's mind. The essence of life was creation. Creation was the opposite of destruction. This heaven-nourishing crystal actually contained life energy that had reached the level of creation? At least there was a hint of creation. As expected, when the heaven-nourishing crystal floated above Lan Xuanyu's body, it seemed to sense the aura of destruction below. Immediately, a gentle white halo spread out and the hexagonal heaven-nourishing crystal started to spin. Rays of light descended from the sky and silently burrowed into Lan Xuanyu's body. The destructive energy on the surface of Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to sense something and quickly surged into Lan Xuanyu's body. A layer of rainbow-colored scales appeared on the surface of Lan Xuanyu's body. That's right. All of the wounds from before had already disappeared, revealing complete 7-colored dragon scales. What was even more strange was that at this moment, there seemed to be an additional dark purple halo on his body, turning into an 8th color. This 8th color rippled extremely unsteadily, but as the aura of the heaven-nourishing crystal was released, it was gradually hidden under the rainbow and gradually disappeared. The heaven-nourishing crystal slowly fell, landing in front of Lan Xuanyu's chest. The gentle light constantly dispersed and poured into his body. Lan Xuanyu just lay there quietly. The unstable aura on his body gradually calmed down, while the aura of the heaven-nourishing crystal rapidly weakened. Its color also began to fade. In less than 10 minutes, it had turned into a transparent crystal. Pa! A crack appeared on the surface of the heaven-nourishing crystal. In the next moment, the heaven-nourishing crystal shattered into powder and fell from Lan Xuanyu's chest. This? When the 2 dragon knights saw this, they couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. No one knew better than them just how much life energy was contained within a heaven-nourishing crystal. In such a short amount of time, Blue had actually absorbed all the energy within a heaven-nourishing crystal. This was simply inconceivable. The life energy contained within this crystal was even more than that of a small planet. Was her body a bottomless abyss? The scales on Lan Xuanyu's body gradually disappeared into her body. A mysterious aura flowed. Her clothes were still torn and stained with large amounts of blood. However, her face had already become rosy. This was because the skin underneath could be faintly seen through the gaps in her clothes. The 2 dragon knights avoided arousing suspicion and turned around, not looking at her. Zhong Zicheng said to Bai Xiuxiu, "Take good care of her. She should be fine now. She'll wake up soon." For the joint discussion in the afternoon, if you can participate, then do so. If you can't, then rest in the manor. Also, if you participate, forget it. I don't think I need to remind you. Blue will know what to do. That's all. After saying this, Zhong Zicheng gave Huang Liangwei a look. The two of them flashed with light and disappeared without a trace. After they left, Bai Xiuxiu hurried to Lan Xuanyu's side. She knew Lan Xuanyu's background the best. However, when so much destructive energy began to invade Lan Xuanyu's body, she was still scared out of her wits. It wasn't until the treasure-hunting beast's illusory figure that she could confirm that Lan Xuanyu should be fine. In addition to the Dawn Dragon Knight's explanation, she understood even more clearly what Lan Xuanyu was doing. At this moment, she hurried to Lan Xuanyu's side. However, she didn't touch him. She just waited silently. Not long after, Lan Xuanyu opened his mouth and suddenly exhaled a long breath. A faint wisp of black air was blown into the air by him and gradually dissipated. The next moment, he opened his eyes and saw Bai Xiuxiu beside him. He gently nodded to her. I'm fine. Don't worry. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but raise her hand and wanted to hit him. This guy really knew how to make her worry. However, she was afraid that it would affect his injuries, so she didn't hit him. Lan Xuanyu turned over and sat up. He silently sensed the situation around him. Then, he said to Bai Xiuxiu, help me. Let's go back to the residence first. After that, he didn't say anything else. Bai Xiuxiu didn't ask any further. Their tacit understanding was enough for her to understand Lan Xuanyu's intentions with just one look. She supported Lan Xuanyu and returned to their residence in Pegasus Manor. There was still a 3-hour break before the afternoon meeting. After returning to their residence, they closed the door and activated the isolation barrier in their residence. Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. How are you? Are you all right? Bai Xiuxiu asked telepathically. Lan Xuanyu shook his head gently and moved closer to her side. He transmitted his voice, that 8-armed divine demon crown prince is still all right, but it's very troublesome to hide from those cunning old fellows. Yes, the pressure Lan Xuanyu was facing wasn't the same as his previous opponents. After the 8-armed divine demon crown prince's 8-armed divine demon avatar was destroyed, there was no longer any threat to him. However, the problem was that although the 8-armed divine demon crown prince was defeated, he still had to create enough momentum so that the competition could continue the next day. He still had a chance to earn more heaven-nourishing crystals, therefore, Lan Xuanyu's choice at that time was to take advantage of the situation. Of course, he had the strength to deal the final blow to the 8-armed divine demon crown prince. However, through the previous battle, he realized that the 8-armed divine demon crown prince had a lot of good stuff on him. It would be extremely difficult to kill him, at least not in the arena. Killing the 8-armed divine demon crown prince would be good, as it would provoke conflict between the dragon race and the 8-armed divine demon race. However, it would probably be very troublesome in the following matches. With such a huge accident, it was hard to say if the competition would continue. In a situation where he wasn't confident in killing his opponent, he might as well make good use of it. With so many transcendent experts watching, it was naturally impossible to completely hide everything from them. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu set up multiple barriers to hide his true self and true goal. In other words, what each expert felt was only a part of what he wanted them to see. Was the illusion created by the treasure-hunting beast that easy to see through? Of course not. Otherwise, Lan Xuanyu's female identity would have been exposed long ago. He had asked the treasure-hunting beast to control the degree of its transformations so that only true gods and above could see it clearly. However, ordinary people couldn't understand it. As a result, the 8-armed divine crown prince naturally couldn't see through him and was naturally intimidated. It was exactly as he had expected. However, the transcendent experts could see it clearly. Therefore, the transcendent experts, including the head of Tianma and the 8-armed god-fiend king, believed that he could no longer continue fighting and had relied on illusions to resolve his predicament. It could be said that he was very lucky to have won this last battle. This would create a special situation, and that was unwillingness. Would the 8-armed god-fiends be willing to accept this? Of course not. They had failed on the verge of success. So many of their people had died, and they had spent so many heaven-nourishing crystals. They had failed on the verge of success. Tomorrow, Lan Xuanyu would first face the opponents brought by the dozen or so heaven-nourishing crystals he had collected today. No matter how strong the 8-armed god-fiends were, they could only be pushed to the back. Tianma definitely had thoughts about her, and he had to create an opportunity for them. The situation at that time was hidden even from the two dragon knights. Lan Xuanyu's truly powerful transformations were all used to maintain his female identity and his aura. No one could see his true cultivation and the true situation at that time. When he returned to Pegasus Manor, even Huang Liangwei didn't immediately notice his goal. However, Lan Xuanyu believed that with Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's powerful divine sense, he would definitely discover it. Sure enough, Zhong Zicheng discovered that he was guiding the power of destruction to suppress his cultivation, making it harder for him to break through. Was that the truth? Of course. When guiding the other party's train of thought, it was often necessary to show the other party the real situation. However, this kind of guidance was always beneficial to the other party. First of all, Lan Xuanyu wanted Zhong Zicheng to recognize his talent and his solid foundation. This was so that he could ask the Dragon Knights for permission to break through on the Rising Dragon platform in the future. Secondly, he really was using the power of destruction to suppress his cultivation. This was not a lie at all. Lan Xuanyu had gained a lot from today's battle, especially from the series of battles with the 8-armed divine demon race. He had gained a lot from it. This benefit was not only reflected in the heaven-nourishing crystals, but more importantly, in the 8-armed god-fiend's power of destruction. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu had felt such an enormous aura of destruction. This powerful destructive power made him realize what kind of power he would control in the future. Although the 8-armed god-fiend's power of destruction wasn't the purest kind in the universe, they had already reached the level of ordinary beings. However, they had already reached the limits of ordinary life forms, especially the 8-armed divine demon crown prince. His destructive power was much purer than ordinary people, otherwise, he wouldn't have caused trouble for Lan Xuanyu. In the continuous battles, Lan Xuanyu was naturally affected by the destructive power, and his body was invaded by it. He discovered that to dispel the destructive power, he needed to gather at least 7 of his attributes. In terms of strength, only the light-dark divine lightning could surpass it. According to Lan Xuanyu's estimation, if he cultivated normally and broke through. When he broke through to the 8th ring, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the destructive power. In other words, it was very likely that he would control a power in the future. Now, his scales were rainbow-colored. Regardless of whether it was the existence deep in the core of his bloodline or what his parents had told him, he knew that the true dragon god should be in control of 9 attributes, which included destruction and creation. With his 7th soul ring, he would gain control of the darkness element, and gather all 7 of his attributes. In the future, his 8th attribute would be destruction. When he broke through to godhood, he might also face the destructive power of destruction. In that case, it was naturally very beneficial for him to experience the characteristics of the destructive power first, whether it was tempering his body or cultivating. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu tried to absorb the destructive power of the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince into his body at the last moment. Even if it would harm him. He let the destructive power settle in his body, suppressing his cultivation, and using his own attributes to resist it. He even allowed a portion of the destructive power to invade his meridians, corrode and destroy them, and repair them himself. Reality had proven that the destructive power was really domineering. With Lan Xuanyu's self-healing abilities, it was very difficult for him to repair his meridians after he guided the destructive power into them. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued. Only in this way could he truly sense the mysteries within and use them to suppress his own cultivation. The arrival of the heaven-nourishing crystal was a stroke of genius for him. 9 elements, and only 1 element was left, creation. The life energy within the heaven-nourishing crystal already had a trace of the aura of creation. Of course, there was still a difference between this and true creation. Otherwise, the Longma double star would have become a true godly realm long ago. However, this level corresponded to the destructive power of the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince, and was about the same level as the destructive power of the 8-armed god-fiend crown prince. This was very interesting. After Lan Xuanyu quickly absorbed the energy within the heaven-nourishing crystal, the destructive aura was naturally drawn out. The destructive power that had invaded Lan Xuanyu's meridians earlier was attracted to the power of creation in the heaven-nourishing crystal, and they were now gathering and colliding. Of course, Lan Xuanyu couldn't let them consume each other or cause an explosion in his body. Immediately, he used the dragon power condensed from his 7 elemental attributes as a barrier, forming a layer of barrier to separate the two. But because the suction force was still there, they stuck to the layer of 7-colored dragon power from both sides and condensed together, no longer destroying or repairing it. Just like that, they turned into a ball of light and floated in Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu realized that because the power of creation and destruction attracted each other, the aura they emitted was almost non-existent. Moreover, it was much more stable than he imagined. At least, it was more stable than when the light and darkness attributes came into contact. This was the first time he felt it, so he simply covered them with a layer of 7-colored dragon power, then carefully hid them in his body. He didn't dare to put them in the core of his bloodline for fear of problems. It was in a corner of his dantian where the dragon power gathered. This way, he would be able to experience the mysteries of creation and destruction step by step. At the same time, he could borrow the pressure of these two to further suppress his cultivation. Originally, he was prepared to take a risk. It didn't matter if his meridians were damaged by the power of destruction, he could repair them himself. But he didn't expect that the World's Edge Royal Crystal's intervention would create such a perfect situation. All of his objectives had been achieved today. Winning the hearts of the people was not a big deal. The heaven-nourishing crystal stones were the real benefit. Especially when Lan Xuanyu felt the power of creation, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was something the eternal tree didn't have. If he brought the heaven-nourishing crystal back to the eternal tree, as long as the eternal tree was able to understand the power of creation, then it would definitely evolve again. The mother planet was the foundation of mankind, and the eternal tree was the life core of the mother planet. She was the foundation of the mother planet. The life energy of the heaven-nourishing crystal was also at the level of a planet. It was different from the life energy of the mother planet. Therefore, the power of creation it produced was most suitable for the eternal tree to comprehend. The heavenly nourishing crystal was indeed the most precious resource in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Furthermore, through the heaven-nourishing crystal, Lan Xuanyu understood that this heaven-nourishing crystal was just as important to the 8-armed divine demon clan. Creation and destruction were opposites, but at the same time, they were each other's endings. The appropriate use of the power of creation to stimulate the appearance of destruction would be greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the 8-armed fiend gods. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken out so many heaven-nourishing crystals. Lan Xuanyu had fully experienced the preciousness of this thing, and he was afraid that not all races would be able to possess it. The 8-armed divine demons must have paid a hefty price to obtain the heaven-nourishing crystals. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Now, he already had more than 20 heavenly nourishing crystals. Some of them were for tomorrow's battles. It seemed that he had to fight for more. For tomorrow's battle, he would try to speed things up. Are we still going to the meeting in the afternoon? Bai Xiuxiu asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, of course we're going. This is a matter of great importance. How to unify the Dragon Horse Galaxy's strength and improve technological research and development are all important pieces of information we need. We definitely have to go. Bai Xiuxiu said, why don't I go myself? You don't have to go? Otherwise, if they know that your injuries aren't serious, won't it affect your plans for tomorrow? Lan Xuanyu smiled and shook his head. No, I'm going. I want them to see me and feel that I'm tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Only then will they have more courage tomorrow. We'll go together in the afternoon. I need to rest for a while. Bai Xiuxiu said, the heaven-nourishing crystals are with the Holy Light Dragon Knights. Do you need me to get them back for you to help you with your cultivation? Lan Xuanyu shook his head. No need for now. It took me a long time to digest the last piece I absorbed. I reckon that if it was given to an ordinary existence at the same level, they wouldn't be able to absorb it in a year. That's right, although he had previously harmonized the power of creation within the heaven-nourishing crystals with the power of destruction he had absorbed from the 8-armed divine demon crown prince, they had reached a balance. But at the same time, the heaven-nourishing crystals brought with them a huge amount of life energy that was still stored in his body. Just this life energy alone was enough for him to absorb for a long time. Although the heaven-nourishing crystal's power of creation couldn't be said to be as powerful as true creation, the life energy it contained could definitely be said to be the purest Lan Xuanyu had ever seen in his life. Even the life energy in the eternal tree's inner lake couldn't compare to it. It couldn't be better for nourishing his body. Over the past 6 months, he had been constantly tempering his body and cultivating. His body had been improving at its limits. Although he had been assisted by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, compared to the pure life energy of the heaven-nourishing crystal, those were nothing. There were just too many good things in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It was no wonder that so many transcendents were born. He sat cross-legged and meditated, urging the life energy to nourish his body. Now that he had the power of creation and destruction suppressing him, he didn't have to worry about making a breakthrough in his realm for the time being. Therefore, he could absorb the life energy without restraint. The life energy contained within the heaven-nourishing crystals was especially effective in repairing his body. Lan Xuanyu's meridians had been corroded by the power of destruction previously, but under the restoration of this life energy, they recovered rapidly. His bloodline aura also bloomed brilliantly under the nourishment. In just over an hour, he had already recovered to his peak state before today's battle. Vaguely, his life level seemed to have increased slightly. This allowed his accumulation to become even more robust. When Lan Xuanyu ended his cultivation, he was a little excited because the effects of the heaven-nourishing crystals were too good. With the help of such pure God-grade life energy, when he went back to temper his body with the heavenly lightning tribulation, it couldn't be more suitable to use it to repair his body. Even if he gave the heaven-nourishing crystals to his father and mother, it should be very beneficial to their cultivation. No matter what, he had to strive to get more. Therefore, this show still had to continue. The Future Rookie Challenge was only a prelude to the Dragon Horse Galaxy's all-species exchange. Today's competition had shocked a lot of people. Princess Jinlong's dragon race strength had made many races gasp in amazement. Regarding this morning's competition, it had quickly become the biggest topic of discussion in the Longma Double Star. As time passed, when the scene spread throughout the galaxy, Lan Xuanyu's image would definitely shock the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. The real Dragon Horse Galaxy exchange that would begin in the afternoon was the most important and the purpose of this exchange. The huge conference room was in the White Horse Manor. The time for the meeting was about to arrive. Experts from various races came one after another and sat down at their designated seats. This conference room could accommodate 500 people at the same time. The huge dome of the hall was inlaid with countless gems. These gems gathered together to form a picture of a heavenly horse soaring in the sky. It was a magnificent sight. The conference room was ring-shaped with a round table in the center. Around the round table, there were only 10 seats. Outside the round table, there were circles of seats. Every seat had a special label in front of it, with the name and race written on it. Those who could sit in the inner circle of the 10 seats were the leaders of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's 10 major races. They were the leaders of this conference. As for the others, even the powerful Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei could only sit in the outer circle. There was an endless stream of people, and more than half of the seats were already occupied. The inner circle's round table was still empty. The most important person would naturally only appear at the last moment. The 8-armed god-demon crown prince had already arrived, but he was wearing a mask. His eyes flickered. As an important figure of the 8-armed god-demon race, he was seated at the front of the outer circle. There was no one else beside him. No one wanted to be the target of his anger. The news of Lan Xuanyu using an illusion to resolve the crisis at the last moment of the competition had somehow spread, but many people already knew about it. Therefore, when the representatives of the various races saw the 8-armed god-demon crown prince, they couldn't help but feel pity for him even though they didn't like his race. Pitiful, just too pitiful. The 8-armed god-demon race had sacrificed so much, but in the end, all their efforts had been for naught. How pitiful. The 8-armed god-demon crown prince's mood couldn't be described as bad. Not only had he been beaten up by the 8-armed god-demon king in the afternoon, he'd also been berated. If not for his important status, he really wouldn't have attended this afternoon's meeting. The mask on his face was more to cover his wounds. Today's defeat didn't just mean that he'd lost Princess Jinlong, but more importantly, it was a blow to his prestige in the race. His older brothers had covetously eyed the position of crown prince, but it was his father who'd stood his ground and chosen him as the successor. After all, he hadn't even broken through to the divine realm yet, so the eight-armed god-demon king had to bear a great deal of pressure to become the successor. Although he was the patriarch, he wasn't the only super expert in the race. Tomorrow, no matter what, even if it meant death, he had to take down that Princess Jinlong. She had to participate, she had to continue. The eight-armed god-demon crown prince was praying for Lan Xuanyu in his heart. At that moment, a figure sat down next to him. There was a faint smile on his face. "Hello, Brother Haoyan." The eight-armed god-demon crown prince Xing Haoyan turned his head and saw the smiling Li Menglong sitting next to him. "It's you." Xing Haoyan stared coldly at Li Menglong. "Did you plan what happened today?" Li Menglong said with a wronged expression. "Me? How could it be me? I didn't do anything." "Brother Haoyan, why are you still wearing a mask?" Xing Haoyan immediately exuded a murderous aura. "It wasn't you? You were the one who first tried to lure my clan into action. Otherwise, why would our clansmen die?" Li Menglong sighed and said, "I just wanted to give it a try. Furthermore, I asked the various clans to help, and they all paid with heaven-nourishing crystals as payment. They were hoping that everyone would be able to work together to wear down the Golden Dragon Princess. No matter who succeeded in the end, they would at least be able to win her heart, so the dragon race wouldn't have the upper hand. But who knew that your clansman would say something like that and infuriate Princess Jinlong, resulting in his death in the arena? I didn't plan that. After that, your clansman's continuous attacks had nothing to do with me, and I didn't participate. However, Brother Haoyan, your last battle today was truly a pity." What did he mean by sprinkling salt on the wound? That was exactly what Li Menglong was doing. "You." Xing Haoyan turned around abruptly, his hand raised. However, he was still the most rational of the eight-armed god demons, so he suppressed his doubts and didn't attack Li Menglong. After all, this was Tianma's territory. Although the eight-armed god demons were strong, there was still a considerable gap between them and Tianma. Li Menglong acted as if he didn't see the murderous look in his opponent's eyes. He sighed softly and said, "Opportunities don't come again if you miss them. Brother Haoyan, you have to take care of yourself too. Let's not continue tomorrow." Xing Haoyan's aura was clearly unstable. His eight-armed god demon avatar had been broken, and it would take some time for him to recover. That Princess Jinlong might not fight tomorrow. "Do you think you have a chance?" Xing Haoyan retorted sarcastically. At this point, how could he not see that Li Menglong was interested in Princess Jinlong? Li Menglong smiled. "That's not necessarily true. Based on my understanding of her, she won't quit as long as she can fight. Otherwise, all the heaven-nourishing crystals in the arena will belong to the next arena lord. The champion of arena number 2 automatically entered arena number 1 to become the champion. Those are Tianma's clansmen, so even if Princess Jinlong doesn't come, the benefits will still belong to us." Xing Haoyan narrowed his eyes and looked at the kind-looking, always smiling, seemingly harmless fellow in front of him. The anger in his heart gradually dissipated. Now that he had calmed down, there was only vigilance in his heart. This guy really wasn't easy to deal with. Li Menglong couldn't help but be surprised when he felt Xing Haoyan's murderous aura weaken and then turned to face the inner circle with a cold expression, as if unwilling to talk to him anymore. How could the eight-armed god demon crown prince be so calm? No wonder he was chosen as the crown prince. He was quite something. At this time, the venue was gradually filling up. Everyone was discussing something, and a large portion of them were discussing the results of the competition this morning. Xing Haoyan and Li Menglong were both sitting in the second row of the outer circle. In front of them, which was the first row of the outer circle, were big shots like the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei and the Pegasus Knights. Even though they were the best of the second generation, they weren't qualified to sit in the front row. Suddenly, there were cries of surprise from behind them. Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan turned their heads to look. In the next moment, their gazes froze. There were two beautiful figures. The one on the left was wearing a light blue dress, and her long dark blue hair was draped behind her head. She had a cold aura and looked like a fairy. The one on the right was also a woman. She was still wearing a long dress, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Although her face was pale and sickly, her cold and beautiful face seemed to make everything else pale in comparison. She instantly became the center of attention. It's her? She's here? The higher-ups of the various races present were in disbelief. She was seriously injured and on the verge of death in the morning, but she was actually able to attend the conference in the afternoon. Yes, the people who appeared at the entrance were none other than Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. Lan Xuanyu, who had changed into a clean long dress, slowly walked in with Bai Xiuxiu's help. Her beautiful face seemed to be covered in frost. There was no powerful aura on her body. At this moment, her body seemed to be as weak as a weak woman's. However, the higher-ups of the various races sitting in the outer circle couldn't help but stand up and nod to her, greeting her. Lan only nodded silently in return. Without saying anything, she walked forward with Xiuxiu's help. Their seats were also in the second row, right behind the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei. At this moment, the Holy Light Dragon Knight had already arrived. He naturally felt Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's arrival. When he turned his head, he naturally saw Lan Xuanyu's weak appearance. When he seriously sensed it, he immediately felt that Lan was really weak now. She was lacking in both qi and blood. However, this seemed to be a little different from the last moment in the morning. The corners of Huang Liangwei's mouth twitched, and the expression on his face became rich. Under everyone's gaze, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu came behind Huang Liangwei and bowed respectfully to the Holy Light Dragon Knight. Huang Liangwei asked with concern, "How are you?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head silently. "I'm fine, don't worry." "Take a seat," Huang Liangwei said with a smile. After leaving today, he and Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng had discussed Lan Xuanyu. In their eyes, Princess Jinlong was becoming more and more outstanding. Not to mention her rapid improvement in strength, but her intelligence and ability to play with her opponents in the palm of her hand were enough to make them feel gratified. Although the Dragon Horse Galaxy was the strongest in the dragon race, and the head of Tenryu was the #1 person. But in reality, the dragon race also suffered a lot in secret. Who suffered a lot? He was from the Pegasus clan. Why? Because they were often schemed against by the head of Tianma. In terms of cultivation, the gap between the head of Tianma and head of Tenryu was not small, but in terms of intelligence, the head of Tianma was obviously better. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Clan suffered quite a lot of losses. In this regard, the Dragon Knights were helpless. Who asked them to be so smart? Head of Tenryu's character was a bit stubborn and did not listen to others. This was also the problem that the Dragon Knights had been very worried about. When Lan Xuanyu won the Dragon Rising competition, many Dragon Knights were already optimistic about her. It was not only because of her bloodline, but also because of her combat intelligence in battle. This time, Zhong Zicheng came with the mentality of observing her. Facts proved that Princess Jinlong was bold, careful, and daring. Her thinking was meticulous and could be said to be watertight. If the final 3 days of the competition could be completed according to her plan. After returning, Zhong Zicheng and Huang Liangwei both had the idea of supporting her. Next, it would depend on whether her talent could be improved further, and how strong she could be after entering the god-level realm. At least for now, Lan's performance was much better than the other outstanding second-generation disciples in the dragon race. Tenryuchi was originally a good choice. His calmness was valued by the Dragon Knights, and the head of Tenryu also taught him carefully. The calm and steady Qi Tianlong, compared to the relatively irritable Sky Dragon Chief, had a slightly better temperament. However, compared to the Princess of the Golden Dragon, Qi Tianlong's highlight was obviously not enough. Lan Xuanyu sat down with Bai Xiuxiu's help while Bai Xiuxiu sat down beside him. Both of them looked very calm, but most of the gazes behind them were focused on them. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes, as if he didn't care about what was happening outside. With Bai Xiuxiu by his side, no one would disturb him. A faint divine sense ripple emanated from the Holy Light Dragon Knight and enveloped Lan's body. With the divine sense of a transcendent, even experts of the same level would not be able to pry into Lan's condition. Xinghaoyan and Li Menglong, who had been arguing with each other, couldn't help but fall silent at this moment. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. She's here? She's actually here? And her injuries don't seem to be serious. Heaven-nourishing crystal? Xinghaoyan asked Li Menglong. Li Menglong shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I have to ask you. How much damage can your destructive energy cause to her? Can the heaven-nourishing crystal repair her injuries? The corner of Xinghaoyan's mouth twitched. The heaven-nourishing crystal contains the power of creation, and it does counter our destructive energy to some extent. However, you need to use the heaven-nourishing crystal to protect yourself from being corroded by the destructive energy. She definitely didn't have the heaven-nourishing crystal on her back then. Otherwise, there's no way I couldn't sense the existence of the power of creation in her body. I'm also sure that my destructive energy has invaded her body. This isn't something that can be removed immediately with the use of the heaven-nourishing crystal. She'll definitely need a long time to recuperate. Also, don't you know how destructive our destructive energy is? Is it something that can be easily healed? Li Menglong nodded silently. That's right. He understood the logic. However, Lan Xuanyu was sitting there as if nothing had happened. She wasn't cultivating or recovering at her residence. What's she doing? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with her? Xinghaoyan suddenly asked. In the next instant, realization dawned on Li Menglong's face. This was because they could see that Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting there with her eyes closed, seemed to be emitting a special aura. She had completely calmed down. Most importantly, she seemed to have become one with her surroundings. In addition, she was protected by Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei's divine sense, so they couldn't even sense her presence. Unity of heaven and man? She's in a deep meditative state? Xinghaoyan could tell at this point. Li Menglong exchanged a glance with him. Both of them saw the shock in the depths of the other's eyes. Deep meditative states weren't particularly difficult for powerhouses at their level. After all, they were all outstanding talents of their respective races. Who knew how many natural treasures they'd used? They also had the guidance of a transcendent expert. What they'd comprehended since they were young was the most profound thing. However, they were actually suppressing their cultivation to make their accumulation stronger so that when they broke through, they could lay the foundation for becoming a transcendent in the future. Deep meditative states were a process of epiphany. Epiphany was undoubtedly the best way to improve one's cultivation, but it was definitely not the state they were in now. Once they had an epiphany, it was likely that there would be big trouble. What if they broke through directly? However, Lan Xuanyu chose to enter a deep meditative state here. How could they not be surprised? Could it be that she was already prepared to break through? But this was a venue. To attract heavenly lightning here, no, I understand. My goodness, she's really amazing. Li Menglong blurted out. What do you understand? Xinghaoyan asked doubtfully. Li Menglong glanced at him. After hesitating for a moment, he said, she should have planned this. Deep meditative states were undoubtedly the best way to heal one's injuries. Normally, what we're most afraid of in a deep meditative state is a direct breakthrough. However, her body is currently weak, so the possibility of a breakthrough is correspondingly reduced. Also, she's relying on the Holy Light Dragon Knight's divine sense to help her cover the horizon. Even if she feels the changes in the laws of heaven and earth during her epiphany, it won't immediately trigger the laws of heaven and earth. Lord Holy Light Dragon Knight is bound to attend this afternoon's meeting, so she can only be guarded here by Lord Holy Light Dragon Knight. When Xinghaoyan heard his explanation, he immediately understood. He's determined to continue fighting tomorrow. The corner of his mouth twitched. This was too much. However, as the crown prince of the eight-armed divine demon clan, he suddenly realized that he had a good impression of Princess Jean Long, who had killed many of his clansmen. This was the woman he wanted. This kind of valiant method was the kind he liked the most. After analyzing the current situation, Li Menglong's eyes lit up. Amazing, really amazing. I just don't know how much of her peak condition she can recover under such circumstances. I don't know. It's hard to say. With the heaven-nourishing crystal, she might be able to recover a little. However, isn't she afraid that she'll harm her origin by working so hard? Xing Haoyan couldn't help but ask. Li Menglong was surprised to find that Xing Haoyan's words seemed to contain a hint of concern. Lan Xuanyu sat quietly in his original position, silently sensing the soul power fluctuations in his body. He adjusted his dragon power, as if he was really meditating. Even Huang Liangwei, who was in front of him, could feel that he was meditating. But in reality, his spiritual power was constantly sensing everything in the outside world, and he could clearly capture everything in the outside world. As his cultivation increased and he used large amounts of natural treasures, it wasn't just his own strength that was increasing. Don't forget, there was still the treasure-seeking beast in his body. The treasure-seeking beast relied on Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power or immortal qi to recover its own cultivation. At its peak, the treasure-seeking beast was equivalent to a transcendent god. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline gradually completed the fusion, and this caused the treasure-seeking beast to greatly improve. With enough life energy replenishment, Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline power was no longer lacking. The treasure-seeking beast's absorption was no longer enough to affect his cultivation. Therefore, the treasure-seeking beast's strength had been imperceptibly increasing. Not long ago, it entered a closed-door state for a period of time, and had only just awakened a few days ago. The first thing it told Lan Xuanyu was that it had recovered to the divine tier. Yes, the divine tier, the equivalent of a level 3 god, which was the standard of a level 10 human powerhouse. Lan Xuanyu hadn't reached the divine tier yet, but the treasure-seeking beast had already reached the divine tier. After reaching the divine tier, its abilities had increased in all aspects. This was especially true for illusions and treasure-seeking beast. What it had simulated yesterday was an illusion, but what no one knew was that if Lan Xuanyu wanted to, that illusion could actually attack. Although it couldn't compare to him, it would definitely give the 8-armed divine demon crown prince a pleasant surprise. Of course, it didn't use that attack in the end. With the treasure-seeking beast's current divine tier strength, it could simulate all kinds of abilities, and it already had a certain standard of the original. If it simulated Lan Xuanyu's abilities, it could display about 50% of its power. For other creatures, it could display about 30% of its power. At the same time, the level of its illusions, if it was only illusions, had almost recovered to its peak. Without the strength of a divine king, even a powerhouse at the level of a dragon knight would not be able to see through its illusions at close range. When it was the treasure-seeking beast was at its peak in the divine realm, as a level 1 god, it could even imitate the power of the dragon gods to a certain extent, and display 50% of the power of the dragon gods. At that time, it was in no way inferior to any first-tier god. It was no longer the divine beast, in front of the beast king Eru. It was no longer that little fellow who was humble in front of the beast king Erming beasts. It was no longer that little brat the beasts before. Hence, Lan Xuanyu didn't need to worry about being seen through by the dragon knight at all. With Ah Bao's transformation, even if it was an avatar and his main body wasn't here, he wouldn't be discovered. Of course, it had to be limited to a certain range. The treasure-seeking beast's evolution gave Lan Xuanyu another layer of protection when he passed the tribulation and became a god. Princess Jinlong's arrival caused a lot of discussion, especially about her body's condition and whether she would be able to participate in the rookie challenge the next day. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, 3 crisp sounds were heard. Instantly, the hundreds of people present quieted down. A small door at the side of the inner circle opened, and silhouettes walked out. The one at the front was the head of Tianma, followed closely by the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zichang, and then the 8-armed Divine Demon King. The 8-armed Divine Demon King seemed to have completely recovered. His face was calm, and it didn't seem like the morning's events had any effect on him. Behind them were the representatives of the various races, and most of them were the leaders of the various races. When the 10 of them entered, everyone present had already stood up. They saluted with their eyes. The head of Tianma walked to the main seat and waited for the other 9 leaders to take their seats before nodding. The 10 true leaders of the Dragon Horse Galaxy all sat down. The head of Tianma's gaze was calm, and his voice slowly sounded, "All right, let us begin today's meeting." Speaking up to this point, he paused for a moment. He didn't make any impassioned opening remarks, but he had already attracted everyone's attention. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss the future development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Before this meeting, I had a deep discussion with the head of Tenryu. This time, I hope to hear the opinions of the various races. At the same time, I hope to quickly carry out the decision of this meeting according to the final intention of this meeting. There are some things that there is nothing to hide. About a year ago, we started a war with the Douluo Federation. This war came out of the blue, but we were already prepared for it. However, due to some special circumstances, we fell into the enemy's trap. I believe everyone present knows the final result. Everyone feels the pain. We lost more than a third of our battleships. If not for the Douluo Federation's fear of revenge from our top-tier powerhouses, I'm afraid our Dragon Horse Galaxy wouldn't be in a complete state right now. A third of our battleships were lost. This was our accumulation over thousands of years. At that time, whether it was the head of Tenryu or I, we deeply understood the problem. Other than being schemed against by the enemy, more importantly, we were behind in terms of technology. We were helpless against the human battleships. That's why we lost so badly. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the Douluo Federation came at us in full force, none of the planets present here would be able to resist their attack. Even the Tianma star and the Tenryu star wouldn't be able to do it. They would only be reduced to ashes under the enemy's terrifying firepower. The only thing that can make the enemy afraid is our individual strength. Just like how we can't stop their battleships, their planets can't stop the invasion of our top-tier powerhouses. If we want to change this situation, what should we do? This is the important matter that we will be discussing in this conference. The Tenryu star and the Tianma star have already gone through many rounds of discussions and proposed a series of feasible suggestions. Our two races have already started to do some things. This is so that we can no longer be weak. It's imperative to strengthen our scientific research. On this point, I believe that all of you present here are of the same opinion as us. In terms of technology, we are far inferior to the Douluo Federation. However, in terms of resources, even a few Douluo Federation can't compare to us. With such abundant resources, as long as our scientific research is on the right track, I believe that it won't be long before we can surpass them. As long as that day comes, it will be the moment of the Douluo Federation's destruction. The head of Tianma's gaze remained calm. When he said this, the representatives of the various races present all nodded their heads. The backwardness of their technology had indeed caused them to suffer greatly. The previous losses of the Alliance fleet included almost all of the large races. Relatively speaking, only the Imperial Sky race's losses were relatively small. The other races had suffered heavy losses. The head of Tianma continued, therefore, strengthening our scientific research and rapidly improving our technology has become the only way for the development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This is also the path that we must take. If we fall behind, we will be beaten. We also don't know when the Douluo Federation will be able to develop technology that can target us individually. Even if it's not an attack, as long as their administrative planets can withstand our powerful individual attacks, it will be a devastating disaster for us. After all, none of us can withstand the firepower of their motherships. Then, how can we develop our technology at the fastest speed possible and gather enough power to resist the Douluo Federation's fleet in a short period of time? We have discussed this for a long time and finally came up with a plan that seems very feasible at the moment. We propose it to this conference for discussion. In order to save time, I will now introduce this plan to everyone and ask the representatives of each race to consider it. The drama was here. Whether it was Lan Xuanyu or Bai Xiuxiu, they were all listening very seriously. Without a doubt, the future development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy would determine how the Douluo Federation would respond. The head of Tianma paused for a moment, and everyone was waiting for his announcement with rapt attention. This was the most important thing in this exchange conference. Compared to this, the rookie challenge wasn't a big deal at all. The leaders and representatives of the other 8 races in the inner circle also looked at the head of Tianma. Although they already knew what was going to happen, it was different to announce it in front of all the representatives of each race. This meant that there was no way out, and everyone had to choose whether to support or oppose. The head of Tianma said in a deep voice, in order to better resist the Douluo Federation, and in order to make our Dragon Horse Galaxy stronger, After the Tenryu race and Tianma's research, we put forward some suggestions. First, it is technological research and development. In terms of technological research and development, if only one race conducts research and development, it will definitely affect our research and development speed. Different races are good at different things as well. For example, the Imperial Sky race is good at spatial technology, the One-Eyed Rubber race is good at transformation, defense, and so on. How can we fully utilize the advantages of each race? We hope that for the future of the galaxy, our scientists will unite and jointly research the latest technology. And these latest technologies will benefit all the races in the galaxy in a form of mutual benefit. From there, we can quickly improve our technological capabilities and resist the Douluo Federation. Joint research and development. This was the first suggestion that the head of Tianma proposed. Just as he said, the various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy had their own specialties. Their specialties were reflected in scientific research, so there were bound to be areas where they complemented each other. Extracting the essence and discarding the dross was already an important manifestation of technological progress. If they could combine all the existing technologies and conduct joint experiments, it wouldn't take too long to raise the scientific research level of the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy to a whole new level. Of course, there were also problems with this. The biggest problem was that what each race was good at was a big secret of their race. It was definitely not an easy task to get everyone to take it out, and to do it so openly and honestly. Therefore, when the head of Tianma said these words, the various representatives in the field suddenly showed different emotions, and the sound of discussion also rang out one after another. There was no doubt that this was a good thing for the entire galaxy, but was it really a good thing for the various races? That might not necessarily be the case. The head of Tianma continued, silence. It was a simple word that sounded very calm, but it shook the consciousness of everyone present and forcibly suppressed their emotional fluctuations. The discussion will continue later. Allow me to finish the suggestions of our two races. The head of Tianma said indifferently. His powerful aura instantly suppressed the entire field, causing the entire conference hall to quiet down once again. This was absolute strength. In the Dragon Horse Galaxy, only absolute strength could suppress everything at a critical moment. The head of Tianma continued, in our opinion, joint research and development is imperative. Without enough high-level research support, it's useless no matter how many resources we have. When can our scientific standards catch up to the Douluo Federation? I believe that as long as all the races work together, it won't be difficult to achieve this. I'll continue with my second suggestion. The second suggestion is to convert scientific research into productivity. He swept his burning gaze across the room. The purpose of our scientific research is not to improve the livelihood of the people, but to strengthen our combat power. With our powerful combat power, we can conquer the outside world and protect the inside world. The research and development of warships is the most important of all scientific research and development. But think about it, how many types of warships do we have in the Dragon Horse Galaxy? Almost every race's warship is different. They are all developed and manufactured according to their own needs, using their own race's technology. Warships manufactured this way will definitely have a lot of limitations. When war breaks out, the warships of the various races will not be able to be deployed uniformly. They will fight for themselves, and the warships of different races will have different abilities. We don't have a commander who can unify and coordinate the warships of the various races. Even the head of Tenryu and I can't do it. This is the most important reason why we lost the war. Therefore, our second suggestion is to gather the resources of the various races and build warships in a unified manner. We will build warships according to the results of our unified research and development. Just like the Douluo Federation, we will build warships of the same type and powerful enough to form a fleet that belongs to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. As soon as he said this, the entire hall was in an uproar again. Yes, compared to before, the emotional fluctuations of the various representatives were much more intense. There was no way it wouldn't be intense. Indeed, the suggestion put forward by this Pegasus's chief was too shocking for everyone. Unifying technology had already made the various races very uneasy. Every race's technology was exclusive to them and was their most precious thing. But compared to that, jointly building a warship was on a whole other level. This meant that they had to provide resources and give everything they had. But what about the warships they built? Who would use them? That would undoubtedly be the most powerful race, the Tenryu race, Tianma. How could the various races be willing to do this, especially the top 10 races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy? They all had their own planets and were self-sufficient. Although the Dragon Horse Galaxy was led by the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, the various races were autonomous and did not belong to any one of them. Relatively speaking, they still had a lot of freedom. But if technology and warship manufacturing were to be unified, would this freedom still exist? The noisy discussions caused the mood of the entire hall to become complicated. This time, the head of Tianma did not stop them. It was obviously impossible to completely stop them from discussing. This matter needed to be fermented before they could reach a consensus. Lan Xuanyu had also been listening to everything that the head of Tianma had said. How could his heart not be shaken? There was no doubt that the two conditions that the head of Tianma had proposed were equivalent to shaking the interests of the various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. But in the long run, it was indeed a shortcut for the development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If they could really unify the technology and resources of the various races in the galaxy, it would probably not take many years for the Dragon Horse Galaxy to build a powerful warship that even the Douluo Federation would tremble in fear of. In addition, there were many top-notch experts in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It was really not an existence that the Douluo Federation could contend against. In terms of resources, the Douluo Federation was still too far behind the Dragon Horse Galaxy. However, could Pegasus's first seat really succeed? Lan Xuanyu also had doubts in his heart. It was very difficult, at least from the current situation, it was very difficult. It was because the Dragon Horse Galaxy was too scattered, and there were many powerful races. Asking them to all contribute their resources was simply too difficult. Who would be willing to give up their own strength? The benefits involved were simply too great. Unless they used a thunderous method, it would not be easy to accomplish all of this. The head of Tianma waited for a full 15 minutes before he raised his hand and knocked on the table in front of him. The Dawn Dragon Knight, Xianxia, who was sitting beside him, squinted his eyes the entire time. He had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already known about all of this. This was definitely the truth. Tianma and Tenryu must have communicated and reached an agreement before announcing such an important decision at this conference. The conference hall quietened down once more, but many of the representatives from the various races were starting to feel uneasy. Freedom had always been highly valued by the various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Tianma Star and Tenryu Star were the leaders because they were strong enough. Every race would hand over a certain amount of resources to these two races every year in order to seek protection. But protecting us is one thing. But if you want to swallow us up like this, then that's another thing altogether. The head of Tianma suddenly smiled calmly and said, "What's the matter? Just this alone is enough to make your hearts unable to take it? Everyone, let's be honest. For the future and development of the entire galaxy, for the Dragon Horse Galaxy to not be invaded by external enemies, think about it. Isn't our proposal reasonable? The Dragon Horse Galaxy has been in chaos for too many years. A chaotic galaxy is not suitable for development. Every race has different customs, different abilities, and different resources. Every race has its own likes and dislikes. Conflicts occur from time to time, and small-scale wars have never stopped. Some races are born to plunder and destroy. They make a living by doing this. If we don't let them plunder and destroy, who will feed them? Do we have to kill them all? What kind of price will we have to pay? Have you thought about it? There are also races that don't produce, but have strong warriors. Do we want them to give up their abilities and change to production? Without a strong whole, who will coordinate all of this? Who will coordinate everything? Let the Dragon Horse Galaxy develop more smoothly? Internal wars will only drag everything down. In the end, we will be defeated by our enemies one by one. If one day, the Longma Double Star is destroyed by the Douluo Federation, let me ask you, will your races be able to survive on their own? The head of Tenryu and I both know that everything we put forward at this meeting will definitely be questioned. You will definitely think that we are doing this for our own benefit. However, if we don't do this, how many more wars can our Dragon Horse Galaxy withstand? To tell you the truth, if disaster really comes, whether it's the dragon race or our Tianma, we can rely on our own strength and small numbers. Even if our two races were to travel across the galaxy to another galaxy, it would not be a problem for us to survive. But what about you? Can you do it? Can you leave this world that originally belonged to you? How many people can leave safely like us? You can't. Therefore, in order for the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy to develop together, for the equality and safety of the various races in the galaxy, the allocation of resources should be unified. At this conference, the third suggestion we have put forward is this. The various races shall work together to form a unified Dragon Horse Galaxy Federation, known as the Ryuma Federation. As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. Even Lan Xuanyu, who was meditating, could not help but open his eyes. He had already guessed the first 2 points, plus Li Menglong had told him about it before, so he had already expected it. However, he never expected that the Dragon Race and Tianma would be so bold as to directly form the Ryuma Federation. This was not touching the cake of one person, but the cake of almost all the races. Although these two races were strong enough, it did not mean that the other races could not resist. According to his understanding, there were many races with super god-level strength. How was this possible? At this time, the head of Tianma actually wanted to directly propose the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. Was he crazy? The whole place fell silent, but in the next moment, the whole place boiled over. There were already people below who stood up brazenly and shouted loudly, "No, this is impossible. You are trying to enslave us. This is impossible. What we want is freedom." Yes, it's impossible. We can't form a unified federation. We have our own world, our own country. That's right. The head of Tianma, you can't do this. This is not something that the Dragon Race and Tianma can decide. The galaxy belongs to all of us, not just your two races. At this time, it was no longer a discussion, but a condemnation. Strong voices of doubt resounded throughout the whole place, causing the whole place to start to lose control. However, the head of Tianma seemed very calm. He did not directly respond to these voices of doubt, allowing the atmosphere to continue to boil uncontrollably. Lan Xuanyu roughly sensed that at least 70% of the representatives present were filled with righteous indignation, and some of them even expressed strong opinions of resistance. For a time, the situation seemed to be a little out of control. This was similar to what Lan Xuanyu expected. It was not an easy thing to form a federation in such a scattered and vast galaxy. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was simply too big. Even with the fastest known technology, it would take more than a month to traverse the entire galaxy. How could it be easy to unify such a huge galaxy? However, Lan Xuanyu could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. What if they really succeeded? If the Ryuma Federation was really established, it would definitely be a disaster for the Douluo Federation. It would be very difficult to stop their development. After all, the other side had too many transcendents. With just the Douluo Federation space fleet, it was almost impossible to deal a fatal blow to the Ryuma Federation in a short period of time. As long as the other party had a certain amount of time to unify their technology and build a powerful fleet of warships, then it would only be a matter of time before the Douluo Federation was destroyed. With the relationship between the Douluo Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the first thing the Dragon Horse Galaxy would do when it became strong was undoubtedly to destroy the Douluo Federation. Just as the crowd was getting agitated and the situation was getting out of control, a figure suddenly stood up. This figure was simply too huge. The moment he stood up, he exuded a terrifying bloody aura. His cold gaze swept across the outer circle of the hall. Soon, their gazes locked onto the representative who had the loudest clamor. This was none other than the leader of the eight-armed god-demon clan, the father of the eight-armed god-demon crown prince, Xianxia. He was the current eight-armed god-demon king, ranked third in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. He was the leader of a powerful clan. A ray of light that was as black as ink and carried a faint purple tinge instantly shot out from his chest. Everything happened without any warning. When the representative who was venting his anger felt a cold gaze lock onto him, he did not even have time to stop. The darkness had already swallowed everything. The representative from the outer circle instantly disappeared into thin air. The strange thing was that the black light did not affect the other representatives beside him. It was as if that representative had never existed. Only his seat was empty. Everyone present saw the black light. The noisy conference hall quieted down almost instantly. The eight-armed god-fiend king's cold gaze swept across the crowd as his cold voice sounded. His cold voice sounded, "This time, I did not call all of you here to ask for your opinions. I just want to inform all of you. I, the eight-armed god-demon king, and the eight-armed god-demon clan support the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. Those who oppose will be killed without mercy. The races and planets of those who oppose will be destroyed immediately. Those who do not want to die, agree. The unification of the galaxy is imperative." Unlike the head of Tianma's smiling face, this powerful eight-armed god-fiend only radiated a murderous aura. In the face of his terrifying murderous aura, the initial uproar quieted down. No one would have thought that this eight-armed god-fiend king would dare to kill at such a meeting. More importantly, neither the head of the Pegasus nor the knight of the Dawn Dragon, Xianxia, said anything about his killing. It was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the various representatives suddenly understood. The eight-armed god-fiend race actually supported the unification of the Dragon Horse Galaxy? This was definitely not a good thing. After all, the Dragon Horse Galaxy was still governed by its own people, largely because the Dragon race and Tianma had relatively few people. Let me ask you, no matter how strong the Dragon race and Tianma were, their numbers were not enough for each planet. How could they unify everything? Therefore, although the Dragon race and Tianma had always been lofty existences in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the entire galaxy was still a sheet of loose sand. However, if the eight-armed god-fiend race joined in, everything would be different. Not only were the eight-armed god-fiends powerful, but they also had large numbers. This race only knew how to kill and plunder. They were once the true overlords of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They did not know how to manage, nor did they know how to win people's hearts. They only knew how to kill, kill, and kill. Once, the entire galaxy was in a state of carnage. The various major races later supported the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star as leaders because they had suppressed the eight-armed god-fiend race. In terms of the number of top powerhouses, the eight-armed god-fiend race did not have as many as the Tenryu race and Tianma race. However, in terms of overall numbers and average strength, they were extremely powerful. Simply put, just like today's Future Rookie Challenge, if a dozen of the Dragon race and Tianma race were to die at once, they would try. The Dragon Riders and Tianma Riders would instantly go crazy, even if one of them died. This was because their direct descendants were too few. However, for the eight-armed god-fiend race, a dozen of them dying was nothing. Their warriors existed for the sake of war, and dying on the battlefield was a common occurrence. Therefore, when the eight-armed divine demons expressed their support for the unification of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the situation instantly changed. If the representatives of the major races thought that the three suggestions put forward by the head of Tianma were a fantasy just a moment ago, then at this moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They suddenly realized that everything proposed by the head of Tianma today was probably premeditated. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a feeling of realization in his heart. The head of Tianma dared to raise these three seemingly inconceivable suggestions, so he must have been well prepared. Why would the eight-armed god-fiend race support him? According to Lan Xuanyu's understanding, the eight-armed god-fiend tribe didn't have a good relationship with the Tianma and Tenryu tribes. It could even be said that they were vaguely at odds with each other. It was only because they couldn't defeat them that they suppressed their ferocity and submitted. This was also why the other races didn't think of it. They simply couldn't understand why the eight-armed god-fiend race would support the Tianma and Tenryu tribes. However, Lan Xuanyu's human mind immediately understood. There was no absolute enemy in any place, only eternal benefits. It was obvious that the eight-armed god-fiend race was persuaded by benefits. Just as the Pegasus clan had said, there were some clans that didn't know how to give birth at all. Killing was their nature. If they wanted to survive, they relied on plundering and killing to obtain resources for survival. If there were no restrictions, such a race would definitely cause a bloodbath. The eight-armed god-fiend race was now suppressed by the Tianma Star and Tenryu Star, which was why they hadn't unleashed their ferocity. However, they needed resources to survive. Where did these resources come from? It was obviously provided by the Tianma star and Tenryu star. It must have been the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma who promised the eight-armed god-fiend king something, or gave him some benefits. Only by allowing the eight-armed god-fiend race to survive better would they have received his support. Apart from the Dragon Knights and the Tianma Knights, the eight-armed god-fiend army could be said to be the strongest army in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. They could directly fight in the universe with their physical bodies, and they weren't afraid even when facing the Douluo Federation's fleets. Considering the eight-armed god-fiend race's population, once they formed the Federation, they would definitely be the mainstay of the Ryuma Federation's army. With their own strength, they didn't need to fear being swallowed by the Federation. No matter when, the eight-armed god-fiend race could rely on their own strength to have a say in the Federation. They might even have more say than before. It was obvious that they would be the strongest army in the Ryuma Federation's army in the future. The eight-armed god-fiend king had thought it through. They were already so strong just by relying on their physical bodies, and if they were paired with the integrated technology of the Ryuma Federation, they would be even stronger. Even if they couldn't deal with the Dragon Race and Tianma, they still had a chance to split the world into three. This was the foundation of the eight-armed god-fiend race's cooperation with the Dragon Race and Tianma. On the other hand, it could be seen from today's rookie challenge that the eight-armed god-fiend race was hated by everyone in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Almost all the other races ostracized them. With the Dragon Race and Tianma around, they couldn't do anything. They could only sullenly compromise. Hence, when Tenryu and Tianma extended an olive branch to the eight-armed god-fiend king, the eight-armed god-fiend king didn't even think twice before agreeing. To him, this was the foundation for the rise of the eight-armed god-fiend race. But what about the Dragon Race and Tianma? What they needed was a hatchet man. A hatchet man who could bear all the infamy. In theory, unifying the Dragon Horse Galaxy was definitely a good thing for the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. At least the overall situation was good. And the ones in charge of dealing with the unstable elements were the infamous eight-armed god-fiend race. What did this have to do with Tianma and Dragon Race? Hence, the three sides hit it off. From the perspective of the Dragon Race and Tianma, it was indeed for the future development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, for the sake of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's strength. They were truly selfless. But on the other hand, the eight-armed god-fiend race was the strongest in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and they would also benefit from the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. They would be able to allocate more resources to help their race become stronger. Their goal was different from the eight-armed god-fiend race. Whether it was the Tenryu or Tianma, their ultimate goal was not to expand their territory, obtain more resources, or annex more territories. As transcendent gods, the Dragon Race and Tianma were already strong enough. Their ultimate goal was to establish a godly realm and set up a godly position so that they could live forever and pursue immortality. Compared to that, what was power and what not? Lan Xuanyu thought through all this in a short period of time. While he was shocked, he could not help but worry for the Federation. If the Ryuma Federation was established, it would be a disaster for the Douluo Federation. The Ryuma Federation was different from the Douluo Federation. Once established, it would be a colossus. The Douluo Federation would not be in danger in the short term, but if the Ryuma Federation was allowed to develop, it would be troublesome. Furthermore, this was an inevitable outcome. What could they do to stop the establishment of the Ryuma Federation? Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened. Recently, his strength had been increasing continuously, and his foundation was stable. This made him very satisfied with his cultivation. He was slowly developing into a true powerhouse. But at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. In the face of so many top experts, with his current strength, there was really nothing he could do. No matter how intelligent he was, he could not change the situation in front of him. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out in his mind. I have a way. These 4 simple words caused Lan Xuanyu's body to tremble. He almost lost his mind. If not for the treasure-seeking beast changing his appearance, he would have been exposed. Who? Who was it? Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly tensed up. That voice seemed to have appeared in his mind, but it also seemed to have appeared in his spiritual sea. He was completely unable to capture it. Little treasure, that voice just now. Lan Xuanyu quickly asked the treasure-seeking beast in his body. Voice? What voice? I didn't hear it. The treasure-seeking beast replied somewhat blankly. It also wanted to ask what was wrong with its young master. Why did he suddenly lose his mind? Lan Xuanyu barely managed to stabilize his mind. He tried his best to listen, but that voice didn't appear again. It was as if the words he heard before were just an illusion. Was it an illusion of love? No, it couldn't be. Lan Xian's current spiritual power was already infinitely close to the level of divine sense. It could be added to the dragon-type bloodline of the Earth Master. How could an illusion appear so easily? Moving North Sea Principality. Su Yuanshuan's heart trembled. A sudden voice sounded. What kind of existence was this? Lan Xuanyu's strange phenomenon naturally wouldn't affect the Dragon Horse Galaxy's Unified Development Conference. After King Xianxia said those words, he sat back down in his seat. The representatives he killed clearly had their own clansmen, but no one dared to say anything. This great demon king really dared to make a move at any time. As long as the head of Tianma and the Dawn Dragon Knight didn't stop him, who could stop him? At this moment, another figure in the inner circle stood up. His entire body was covered in golden armor. He was only about 2 meters tall and had a humanoid appearance. He looked like a human wearing a golden armor. However, his eyes were especially large and bulged outwards. He didn't have arms, only a pair of giant golden sides that could compare to divine weapons. The Golden Mantis King. He was the clan leader of the Mantis race, ranked 6th in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. He was also the strongest of the Mantis race. The Golden Mantis King stood up and looked at the 8-armed Divine Demon King. Immediately, the emotions of the delegates were stirred. All the experts knew that the Golden Mantis King and the 8-armed God-Fiend King had a grudge against each other. As one of the two warlike races, the Mantis race had the most members while the 8-armed God-Fiend race had the most individual strength. Since ancient times, the two races had been natural enemies. At this moment, the Golden Mantis King stood out because, however, the next moment, the Golden Mantis King's words made even more people's hearts sink to the bottom. We, the Mantis clan, also support the head of Tianma's decision. Would the Mantis clan support him as well? The Mantis clan, which was ranked 6th among the top 10 clans, had actually expressed their support. Without a doubt, with the authority of the Golden Mantis King, his words represented the opinion of the entire Mantis race. There was no other possibility. One had to know that regardless of whether it was the Tender Zhou clan or the Nun Chaoshan Su line. Remember to read the books in the book-seeking pavilion. They are all swollen groups that only focus on growth. There was no such thing as technology in production. However, even so, they were still able to enter the top 10. One could imagine how powerful these two groups were. For the other delegates present, it was undoubtedly extremely shocking. His two clans had already expressed their support for two warlike clans. Never would they have thought that among the top 10 clans, without a doubt, the Mantis clan's reason for supporting the head of Tianma was similar to the 8-armed God-Fiend races. They needed enough resources, which had always been provided by the Dragon race and Tianma. With their own strength, they could rely on their own strength. The soliciting race did not need to worry about their position being threatened after integration. They also did not have any technology to share. After integration, they would become a strong army. In their view, combat power was the foundation of everything. We also support. Another voice sounded. It was also one of the leaders of the top 10 clans, the one who was at the bottom of the inner circle. It was the leader of the Yukong clan. The 8-armed God-Fiend race and the Mantis clan were the representatives of the warlike races, while the Yukong clan was the representative of the technological race. With their warships, they were not even afraid of the Dragon race and Tianma. Their powerful space technology allowed them to teleport. As long as they maintained a certain distance, even a transcendent could not do anything to them. Such a powerful race that was proficient in technology had actually expressed their support. The reason the Dragon clan and the Pegasus clan used to convince the Yuankong tribe was very simple. As long as the Yuankong tribe supported the establishment of the Dragon clan and the Pegasus clan, the Dragon clan and the Pegasus clan would provide all of their space artifacts to support the Yuankong tribe's research in space technology. They would also support the development of the Yukon clan. In the galaxy, and even in the outer galaxy, they would look for new space attribute energy sources to protect themselves since Lan Xuanyu's count. It could be said that the situation was getting worse. The resources of the 70 major planets had taken away the space worms, and the Yukon clan could not cultivate into powerhouses. What came was the space attribute energy source. They did not try to limit it. Seeing that under such circumstances, they had no other choice but to compromise. The space technology they had mastered was extremely important for the technological research and development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Therefore, the Yukon clan was not afraid of the dragon race and Tianma getting rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. The head of Tianma personally went to the Yukon clan leader and told him frankly about the dragon race and Tianma's future goal of the Winter Pole. He also promised that if the Heavenly Realm was successfully established, there would be a place for the Yukon clan in the Heavenly Realm. Among the top 10 races, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 10th races all supported the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. Only then did the representatives of the various races realize that this matter was irreversible. No one would have thought that Chief Ma would actually unify the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Such an important matter was raised at the development conference. After all, the head of Tenryu did not personally attend this conference. Therefore, when they first came to attend the conference, their mentality was very relaxed. It was just that they never thought that Chief Ma would actually throw out such a big bomb at the conference today. This bomb was simply shocking to the entire galaxy. Lan Xuanyu had already calmed down. Shock was useless. Things had already happened, and it was such a big matter. It was not something that he, who had not even reached the god level, could change. Moreover, even if the Dragon Horse Galaxy decided to establish the Ryuma Federation, it would not be done in a short period of time. The integration would take a long time. The most important thing now was to bring this news back as soon as possible. As the Yukon clan leader sat down again, the representatives of the other 5 races sitting in the inner circle all had ugly expressions on their faces. They obviously did not know that such a big thing would happen today. However, under these circumstances, who would dare to object? The 8-armed divine demon king had just killed a person. How powerful were the top 3 races, the dragon race, Tianma, and the human-armed divine demon clan? If they objected, they might not be able to walk out of this conference hall alive. Moreover, even the Mantis clan had expressed their support. The Golden Mantis King was also a top-tier powerhouse. Even Tenryu 199, the head of Tianma, the human-armed divine demon king, had to be careful against him to avoid being killed by his pair of scythes, which were beyond ordinary divine artifacts. The Mantis clan's pair of scythes were not called Dao divine blades for nothing. They were weapons that could kill gods with lightning. Moreover, the Golden Mantis King himself was a supreme powerhouse. Among the 5 races that supported the establishment of the Ryuma Federation, other than the Yukon clan, all of them were good people. The sum of their supreme powerhouses far exceeded the sum of the supreme powerhouses and powerhouses of the other races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If they wanted powerhouses and soldiers, they would have soldiers. How could the other 5 races object? The Pegasus chief could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the hall, but the smile on his face did not diminish. He smiled and said, "I know that rashly proposing the establishment of the Dragon Horse Federation today has a great impact on everyone, so I'm only making this suggestion now. Whether it's approved or not still requires everyone to vote. We will definitely give everyone time to think about it, so don't be too nervous." When he said this, the atmosphere eased slightly. Since he didn't express his opinion on the spot, it meant that there was still room for change. But immediately after, the head of Tianma's next sentence made the atmosphere tense again. "The conference will last for 3 days, and the final vote will be held on the last day. Therefore, please think about it carefully in the next 2 days." A vote on the 3rd day? That means, a decision will be made before the end of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Unified Development Conference? For a moment, the various representatives looked at each other. At this time, no one dared to make a sound of objection. Didn't they see the 8-armed demon king still eyeing them? How could they object? If they objected, they would die. No one wanted to die. With a faint smile on his face, the head of Tianma continued, "Okay, I believe that everyone needs to go back and think about the 3 suggestions I made today, especially the third one. Therefore, this afternoon's meeting will end here. Tomorrow, we will discuss the first and second suggestions. How to utilize the resource advantage of each race, how to build a battleship together, where to build a research and manufacturing base, and how to allocate resources. The day after tomorrow, we will discuss the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. Dismissed. The whole meeting didn't even take half an hour from the beginning to the end. The first day of the Dragon Horse Galaxy Unified Development Conference ended. It was fast, but the news it brought was absolutely explosive. The atmosphere was very strange. The representatives of the top 10 races sitting in the inner circle stood up, and the head of Tianma politely shook hands with them. The 5 leaders who didn't know what was going on had a stiff expression. Everything happened too suddenly, and they weren't prepared. What should they do next? This was something that concerned the survival of the race. The head of Tianma's move today was too powerful. Because, directly announcing it, there was no room for discussion. If the other races supported it, they would be part of the Ryuma Federation. If the other species did not support him, they would die. The 8-armed God-fiend king had already used his actions to tell everyone what would happen if they didn't support him. What should he do next? The big shots of the various races were also in a state of confusion. There would definitely be people who would object, but what could they do in the face of so many powerful species? Unless they left the Dragon Horse Galaxy, who could resist the armies of these major races? Lan Xuanyu ended his meditation, stood up slowly, and walked out with Bai Xiuxiu's help. The two of them did not communicate, as if nothing had happened, but there was a strong sense of unease in their hearts. Was the Dragon Horse Galaxy finally going to be integrated? Once the integration was complete, the Ryuma Federation, with its vast resources, would definitely be a terrifying existence. How would the Douluo Federation deal with such a colossus? At present, the Douluo Federation still held the lead in terms of technology and fleets, but how many super divine-grade powerful beings were there in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy? Including the dragons, there were at least 40 of them. Would the Douluo Federation dare to act recklessly in the face of so many super god-grade powerhouses? The answer was obvious. The Douluo Federation could not bear the revenge of these super god-grade powerhouses. Unless the other party really fought with the mothership's main cannon and did not escape, it was simply a pipe dream to kill a super god-grade powerhouse. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's hearts were a little heavy. They walked out of the conference hall and directly returned to their residence. Before leaving, Lan Xuanyu saw Li Menglong. Li Menglong even smiled at her, but Lan Xuanyu was not in the mood to pay attention to him. When they returned to their residence, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were speechless. They did not know what to say. Let's talk about everything when we return to the Tenryu Star. Lan Xuanyu gave Bai Xiuxiu a look, then closed his eyes and began to meditate. This was Tianma Star, and there were countless super god-grade powerhouses around. Even a voice transmission could not guarantee that it would not be eavesdropped. Library. Furthermore, there was no point in discussing it now. Things had already happened, and now it was up to the Douluo Federation to decide. For Lan Xuanyu, there were even fewer choices in the future. There was only one way for him to solve the biggest crisis that the Douluo Federation would face in the future, and that was to become a dragon god, rebuild the divine realm, become a god-king powerhouse, and even subdue the largest population in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Dragon race. Judging from the current situation of his cultivation, he obviously had this opportunity in the future. However, if he really wanted to accomplish it, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task. It was already so difficult to become a god. How could it be easy to continue breaking through and become a god king? This was not something that could be done with a powerful bloodline. There were so many super god-grade powerhouses in the dragon race, but none of them could touch the god king level, right? However, he had no way out. He could only move forward bravely. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu entered a state of cultivation, the entire Tianma Star, and even the Dragon Horse Galaxy, were in a state of shock. The entire galaxy was in an uproar because of the previous conference. The upper echelons of the various races all fell into a state of shock and pain. They really did not expect such a situation to happen. For a moment, everyone felt that they were in danger. In just 2 days, they had to make up their minds and make a choice that would determine the fate of their race. There was no other choice. Furthermore, they discovered a problem, and that was that head of Tenryu was not around, so they were under even more pressure. Head of Tenryu was the #1 person in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, and he could destroy a planet by himself. His absence from this conference meant that he could appear in any corner of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, which meant that he could appear on any planet where a race was located. What would happen next was obvious. Anyone who objected could become a target. Under such circumstances, could the representatives of the various races really make a choice freely? In fact, everyone already knew the answer in their hearts. There was no other possibility, and there was no other way. Everyone's emotions were the same. Under such circumstances, compromise seemed to be the best choice. However, once they compromised, they would no longer have a sense of self and freedom, and they would have to obey the orders of the Ryuma Federation. Refinement and organization. Unifying resources undoubtedly meant that they would have to take out resources and offer their race's treasured technology to the Ryuma Federation. At that time, everything that they relied on for survival would fall into the hands of the Ryuma Federation. Not all races were helpless. If the Yuans had not lost their space worms, although they could not defeat the dragon race and Tianma, they could still run away. However, now that they no longer had the space worms, they had no other choice but to rely on the Ryuma Federation. The ammonia gas of Tianma Star was very special. Ordinary people did not know anything about it, but the upper echelons of the various races were like ants on a hot pan. The night passed without a word. Or perhaps it was a night without sleep. Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the room. In the thick aura of life. Lan Xuanyu slowly opened his eyes. After a day of cultivation. He obviously had a lot of enlightenment. He had some understanding of the destructive force hidden in his body. He had also gained something else from yesterday's battle, the divinity core of an 8-armed god demon. Apart from the first and last match, the other 8-armed god demons he faced were all hit in the head. Under the cover of the light dark divine lightning, he kept the corpses, especially the god demon core, into his storage-type soul tool. The reason was simple. When the first big explosion occurred, Lan Xuanyu discovered that the explosion caused by the god demon core with the light dark divine lightning was even more terrifying than the Tongmen's taboo weapons. Furthermore, the god demon core contained destructive energy, which could be used for research. Originally, he was prepared to use these god demon cores as disposable weapons. However, after this night of cultivation, he felt that it was more meaningful to extract the destructive energy from them and research the mysteries of destruction. This was also to pave the way for him to break through to a higher level in the future. Moreover, with the help of the destruction energy, he had successfully suppressed his own cultivation base, giving himself more time to accumulate power. In terms of cultivation, it could be said that everything was going smoothly for him. However, when he thought about the Dragon Horse Galaxy's Unified Development Conference yesterday afternoon, he couldn't feel excited. What he should do next was very important to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and it would also affect the entire Douluo Federation. Bai Xiaoxiao had also woken up. She had followed you to cultivate beside Lan Xuanyu, and could feel the aura the most clearly. Due to the influence of Lan Xuanyu's Dragon God's bloodline, her cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. She was afraid that she would break through if she couldn't suppress it. Can you continue to participate in the future rookie challenge today? Lan Xuanyu knew that she wasn't asking about his body. Bai Xiaoxiao asked softly. Yesterday's conference had a huge impact on their minds. It was their emotions. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I can do it. Let's take it one step at a time. Originally, even I thought that some of my ideas were unrealistic. Now, it seems that they have to be realized. Pressure is also motivation. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and took the initiative to hug him. I'm relieved that you can think that way. You can do it. No matter what happens, I will always be behind you and support you. Lan Xuanyu blinked his eyes and laughed in spite of himself. Not behind, right? Don't forget, you're my dragon. Bai Xiaoxiao angrily slapped him. Who made the rules about seating? Can't a dragon be ridden on it? Riding on a dragon and riding on earth, this scene was a bit beautiful. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help laughing. We have to think of a way to get more heaven-nourishing crystals. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. What happened yesterday did not dampen his fighting spirit. Instead, it further stimulated him. His fighting spirit was ignited. As for today's competition, if they wanted to win more matches, they would have to use some psychological tactics. The public did not know about the Dragon Horse Star System Development Conference yesterday afternoon. They only knew that Princess Jinlong was so outstanding and powerful at the Future Rookie Challenge yesterday. Would Princess Jinlong still be able to compete today? This was what they wanted to know. On the main stage, the leaders of the various races were still seated, including the head of Tianma, Dawn Dragon Rider Earth Xianxia, the 8-armed Divine Demon King, and other top experts. However, compared to yesterday, the atmosphere on the main stage was much heavier. Although the top experts of the various races did not change their expressions, it was still possible to discern something from their auras and eyes. The head of Tianma acted as if nothing had happened. He still had a smile on his face as he announced the start of the Future Rookie Challenge. In the end, Deng Xiangtong was unable to persevere to the end. In fact, it was very normal for the owner of Arena Number 6 to have already changed hands. However, Su Yanma and the lower-ranked arenas, as well as Ji Tenryu's performance in the competition, were all outstanding. Perhaps it was because most of the experts were aiming for the first arena. They did not bear much pressure on the 6th arena, so they still retained their positions. Remember to search the book-seeking pavilion for the fastest reading. However, at this moment, it was not important to the audience at all who appeared on the other Thunder arenas. There was only one thing that they were concerned about, and that was the arena that was located at the very center. It had already been completely repaired and was even more solid. Hanan's loss did not disappoint them. When the two beautiful figures appeared and landed on the arena, a tsunami of cheers resounded throughout the entire Pegasus Square. They're here! They're here! They're here! Princess Jinlong is here, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu floated onto the arena. Today, Lan Xuanyu had changed into a pale gold dress, which made her slender and tall figure look even more noble. Bai Xiuxiu, who was beside her, had changed into a white dress. Both of them had cold expressions, but this did not affect the enthusiasm of the audience. In an instant, the voices calling for Princess Jinlong seemed to overturn the entire Pegasus Square. The head of Tianma, who was sitting on the main seat, could not help but smile and say to Zhong Zicheng, "Brother Zhong, your Princess Jinlong can be said to have made a name for herself. Now she's the idol of our entire galaxy." Zhong Zicheng smiled and said, "This child is outstanding enough to be able to achieve this. We just hope that she will go further and further." On the other side, the human-armed God-fiend king suddenly snorted coldly and said, "I just don't know if she's still here." Zhong Zicheng smiled and said, "Then let us wait and see. However, God-fiend king, don't let too many of your sons die. If you need to quell the rebellion in the future, you have a lot of things to do." The 8-armed God-fiend king coldly glanced at Zhong Zicheng. "You dragon race people keep their promises. It's best if she doesn't fulfill her promises." Zhong Zicheng smiled faintly. He naturally understood that whether it was the head of Tianma or the 8-armed God-fiend king beside him, they were very hungry for this girl of their race. Blue was really too outstanding, and really gave them a chance. However, they did not know that ever since this girl appeared in the dragon race, she had never done anything she was not confident in, and had never lost. When Huang Liangwei came back yesterday, he told him that Blue's injuries were not as serious as imagined. With the heaven-nourishing crystal, it should not be difficult for Blue to recover. Moreover, Blue seemed to have purposely used the power of destruction to suppress her own cultivation to prevent a breakthrough. Which junior in the entire dragon race could do this? Ji Tenryu had not broken through until now because he was seriously injured and suffered a heavy blow, causing his cultivation to regress. Blue was the only one who was sparing no effort in suppressing her cultivation. From the Future Rookie Challenge, it could be seen that her strength was no longer the same as during the Dragon Rising competition. Moreover, Blue had Xiuxiu by her side who could help her. Xiu's improvement was even greater than hers. Yesterday's demonic devour made the two dragon knights' eyes light up. That was an ability that could set the foundation for their cultivation after they became gods in the future. These two youngsters were both improving, and the degree of improvement far exceeded their expectations. After this competition, Huang Liangwei and Zhong Zicheng both believed that Blue would definitely become a dragon knight in the future. A faint smile appeared on his face. Lan Xuanyu's hands hung naturally at his sides as he looked in the direction of the waiting area. In today's challenge, he first had to face those people who had thrown the heaven-nourishing crystal into the bucket yesterday. After some calculations, there were still 9 people who had thrown in the heaven-nourishing crystal at the last moment, wanting to take advantage of the situation. That was to say, Lan Xuanyu conservatively estimated that he would have to fight 9 matches today, so that the 9 pieces of heaven-nourishing crystals would be safe. At this time, apart from the heaven-nourishing crystal he had used yesterday, the rest of the heaven-nourishing crystals were in the payment bucket. A strong aura of life with the power of creation was lingering in it. Today's challenge begins. Along with the announcement of the start from the main stage, a figure rushed out from the waiting area with a whoosh and landed on the first arena. Seeing this person, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because the person on the stage wasn't just anyone, but someone he had met when he first came to Tianma Star. He was also the previous champion of Arena number 6, Deng Shutong. Yes, Deng Shutong had come up, representing Tianma. In yesterday's match, he had lost halfway through because of a lack of strength. Lan Xuanyu also didn't expect that at the end of the match, there would be this person among the people who had thrown out the heaven-nourishing crystals. Deng Shutong smiled slightly and bowed slightly, saying, "Miss Lan, Miss Xiaoxiao, hello. After watching your match yesterday, I was full of admiration, so I couldn't help but challenge you at the last moment, but I didn't expect it to be delayed until today. However, this is also good. After a night of rest, I can also face you in your best condition. I'm more than willing to see such a fair match. Ladies, please." As he spoke, he made a pleased gesture, and the white flames on his body instantly rose. It was the heavenly horse Doqi. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. This guy's words were pretty, but in fact, he was just trying to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, why didn't he appear at the beginning of yesterday's match, but now he wanted to appear? Yesterday, he didn't take advantage at the last moment. He clearly knew that based on yesterday's situation, it was impossible for him and Xiaoxiao to recover to their best condition, but he deliberately said some pretty words today. Lan Xuanyu keenly felt a gaze in the waiting area. Out of the corner of his eye, he immediately caught sight of Li Menglong looking at Deng Shutong with a smile. There seemed to be a light flashing in his eyes. And at this time, Na Mei Tian, who had been a good-for-nothing, was standing next to Li Menglong. Remember to search for the fastest way to read books in the library. O Lian looked down at the situation in the arena. The future rookie challenge didn't have any rules that prohibited repeated challenges. As long as you can afford the heaven-nourishing crystal, you can try as many times as you want. However, even if Xing Wutian wanted to challenge him today, he would have to wait until after 9 matches. Please. Lan Xuanyu made a pleased gesture to Deng Shutong. Deng Su's pupils moved, and a loud and clear voice sounded. 6 pure white wings suddenly appeared on his back. Yes, there were 6 of them. In the next instant, his 6 wings flapped, and the blazing heavenly horse Doqi instantly rose to its peak state, wrapping around his body like a meteor. He went straight for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand, but he didn't launch an attack. Instead, he held Bai Xiaoxiao's right hand. In that instant, a 7-colored halo spread out from his body, covering him and Bai Xiao at the same time. Bai Xiaoxiao turned around and was pulled in front of Lan Xuanyu. In the next instant, Bai Xiaoxiao's left hand shot out. Under the 7-colored halo, she quickly drew a bluish-purple halo in the air. A huge suction force appeared in an instant, and everything in the surroundings seemed to become a little thicker at this moment. The surging heavenly horse Doqi instantly exploded. The most powerful aspect of the heavenly horse Doqi was its explosive power. This was also the characteristic of Tianma's battle. If it was the head of Tianma's cultivation, once the heavenly horse Doqi exploded, it could easily shatter a small planet. Refined cultivation. However, at this moment, the moment the heavenly horse Doqi exploded, a dragon roar sounded. An impassioned dragon's roar suddenly sounded. There was no light or shadow, only a loud and clear dragon's roar. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the seven-colored light on Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's bodies instantly became intense. The blazing aura of the dragon god's bloodline merged with Huang Jinlong's roar, erupting with a powerful sound wave, forming a spiritual shock. The heavenly horse Douqi instantly showed signs of collapse and stagnation. In the next instant, the bluish-purple halo in front of Bai Xiuxiu suddenly became deep and turned into an abyss, brazenly swallowing a large amount of the heavenly horse Douqi. Yes, with the help of Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline, she used the sky demon devour in such a short time. Moreover, the aura of the dragon god's bloodline suppressed the opponent to a large extent. Although the dragon race and Tianma were different species, the powerful bloodline of the dragon gods had an impact on any species. What Deng Xutong felt at this time was the strong suppression from the bloodline of the superior. The pressure in that instant even made him feel as if his own bloodline was collapsing. Of course, he knew that Lan Xuanyu was very strong, but he didn't expect the other party to be so strong in terms of bloodline. It wasn't that he had never encountered a strong person of the dragon race, but this was the first one who could suppress him in an instant with just the aura of the bloodline. The huge suction force swallowed a large amount of the heavenly horse Douqi, and Deng Xutong's body was naturally exposed. A large sword appeared in his hand. He didn't dodge, holding the hilt with both hands, and a huge ray of light slashed out. At the sharp point of the ray of light, it was as if there was a small sun in the sky. This was the explosive divine skill of the heavenly horse Douqi, heavenly extreme slash. Rumble. He wanted to use the heavenly extreme slash to break the sky demon devourer in front of him and attack head-on. Before Deng Xiaoqing went on stage, his role wasn't to defeat Xiuxiu and Shuang Chuang, but to find out the actual situation. He wanted to see how much strength Princess Jinlong and her dragon mount had left, and how much they had recovered after yesterday's rest and adjustment. Therefore, when he saw Lan Xuanyu and Xiuxiu holding hands, his first reaction was that they must have exhausted a lot of strength yesterday, and they wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Moreover, they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Otherwise, they would not have borrowed each other's strength to fight. The eruption of the heavenly extreme slash was for a head-on attack, to see how much strength the other party had left and whether or not they could withstand it. In the face of such a strong explosive attack, it was easy to see how much strength the other party had. However, a situation that Deng Xutong never expected occurred. Just as the heavenly extreme slash exploded and the other party was about to face the sky demon devour head-on, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiu suddenly separated. The two figures separated to the sides, and the sky demon devour also disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, the locking effect of the heavenly extreme slash was dissolved. She dodged it. Everyone had seen yesterday's match. Princess Jinlong's most distinct fighting characteristic was her toughness. She relied on her own body to stay awake. She even used injury for injury to defeat her opponent. Who would have thought that today's battle style would change so quickly? The audience couldn't think of it, and neither could Deng Xutong. The heavenly extreme slash that he executed with all his strength landed on empty air. As one of the big moves, the heavenly extreme slash was fully unleashed, and it wasn't that easy to withdraw it. Deng Xutong was indeed an expert with rich battle experience. The heavenly horse battle chi on his body instantly spread and merged with the heavenly extreme slash. His entire body also merged with it, and he barely managed to become one with the sword. At the same time, the heavenly extreme slash exploded from the center to the periphery, turning into a huge wave of chi. Changing from offense to defense, at least he wouldn't let his previous attack go to waste. His adaptability wasn't bad, but at this time, he was facing two opponents. Deng Xutong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine the moment the shockwave erupted, and his body froze for a moment. The extreme heaven slash suddenly became chaotic, and the heavenly horse Douqi, which was originally focused on external attacks, exploded in all directions. Deng Xutong couldn't help but groan. It was also at this moment that a rainbow-colored light burst forth, and an icy blue spear instantly pierced out. Thousands of spear lights merged into one, breaking through the scattered heavenly horse Douqi, and went straight for Deng Xutong. In the eyes of the audience, the two separated figures regrouped. Bai Xiuxiu was in front, and Lan Xuanyu was behind. Lan Xuanyu's right hand was pressed against Bai Xiuxiu's back, and the rainbow-colored light on their bodies clearly rose. Fury of the masses, Deng Shutong hurriedly blocked with his sword, but his heavenly horse Doqi was a little scattered at this time. However, he had no choice but to mobilize his full strength, and his chest suddenly felt stuffy. Clang, Deng Shutong's heavy sword smashed directly in front of his chest, causing a series of shattering sounds to erupt from his chest armor. What was even more terrifying was the spread of the rainbow-colored halo. Deng Shutong felt his bloodline aura instantly shrink in fear, and most of his cultivation was suppressed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Xiuxiu took another step forward, and a deep blue halo rippled. Under the amplification of the power of the dragon gods, death and withering covered the area. The ice demon dragon spear in her hand trembled, and spear lights burst forth from the tip of the spear. 18 spear lights stabbed into the heavy sword in a row. Pfft, Deng Shutong spat out another mouthful of blood. At this time, his body had already retreated to the edge of the arena. The armor on his body was damaged in many places, and he could no longer withstand the tyrannical attack. In desperation, he could only jump down from the arena. He knew that Bai Xiuxiu's attack was already considered merciful. Otherwise, the attack just now would have stabbed at his vitals, and it would have been more difficult for him to withstand it. Bai Xiuxiu withdrew her spear, and Lan Xuanyu came to her side. The two of them looked at each other, and Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly, and Bai Xiuxiu returned a smile. Of course, they didn't only know how to fight head-on, but also skills. When facing Deng Shutong's battle style, their fighting style was to suppress him with their bloodline power, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe and burst. The horse Doqi, the dragon god's bloodline aura, and Lan Xuanyu's bloodline, and he didn't have a chance to completely. The first round, victory, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu sat down and quickly recovered their energy. This battle made all the experts in the waiting area who were preparing to challenge look at each other in dismay. Deng Shutong's. And you was Lin S, Arena S Yi Xiong Jin? Lan, Yi Lin's. However, he had lost just like that, and it looked like he had been suppressed from the start to the end. How much did Princess Jinlong recover? Why did she change her tactics? Lan Xuanyu couldn't tell. From beginning to end, Lan Xuanyu hadn't really made a move. How could they tell? From beginning to end, she was like a support, following Bai Xiuxiu, and Bai Xiuxiu was always the one attacking. The Ice Demon Dragon Spear's power, and the Sky Demon's Devour, had almost caused Deng Shutong to fall into a trap step by step. In the end, he couldn't climb out of the trap. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Deng Shutong hadn't been able to display his strength at all. Apart from the Skirich Slash, which was considered his full strength, he had fallen into his opponent's trap most of the time. Li Menglong frowned slightly. He didn't understand. Did they change their tactics? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly asked, "What do you think?" Li Menglong glanced at him and said, "I don't understand. Brother Deng will be back soon. I'll ask him." He and Xianxia could be said to be competitors, but the premise was that he could really defeat Princess Jinlong and make her stay. The most important thing now was to understand the other party's specific situation, so that he could arrange the corresponding tactics later. Xianxia was worthy of being the successor chosen by the eight-armed demon king. After one night, it was as if nothing had happened yesterday. However, Li Menglong still had some understanding of his ability. After using the eight-armed demon god yesterday, he probably couldn't use it again in a short period of time, which meant that he couldn't recover to his best fighting strength. Not long after, Deng Shutong had returned to Li Menglong's side. The armor on his body was damaged in many places, and the corrosive aura on it hadn't completely dissipated. It was the corrosion of death and withering. He resisted very hard. Fortunately, the heavenly horse battle energy was quite strong. Only then could he barely prevent it from being corroded. "Brother Deng, how do you feel?" Li Menglong immediately asked when he saw him. Deng Shutong's face was bitter. "The bloodline suppression is too strong. I don't know what kind of dragon race bloodline that Blue has, but her bloodline actually suppressed me in all aspects. It's the kind of suppression that a superior race exerts on an inferior race. I can't use my strength at all. Even the celestial slash can only be at about 70% of its usual level. That feeling, how do I describe it? It's very sullen. Also, don't underestimate that Xiuxiu. She's definitely not Blue's subordinate. Her close combat ability is extremely strong. I feel that if she's in peak condition, even if it's one-on-one, I may not be her opponent. Oh? Why didn't I feel it yesterday? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Deng Shutong glanced at him, but didn't answer his question. Li Menglong laughed. Because it's very likely that you were schemed against yesterday. Of course, today's situation is very special. She probably used up a lot of blue, otherwise, she wouldn't have to use this method to fight. She used up a lot of blue, and her injuries were serious. Xiaoxiao naturally had to bear more. That's why the situation just now happened. Brother Deng, tell me in detail, what's Xiaoxiao's strong point in close combat? Was there a problem with your head-on clash just now? Deng Shutong immediately nodded and said, there was a problem. Her attack looked like a head-on clash, but in fact, every thrust of her spear carried a different power. There was a spiral of dragon power, a sharp dragon power, a corrosive dragon power, and an extremely cold dragon power. Every spear was adjusted and different. There were even empty spears without dragon power. I was tired of dealing with it, and in the end, the heavenly horse battle chi was scattered by her. If this was a battle of life and death, I'm afraid I would have died. With Blue's buff, Xiaoxiao has the ability to suppress me in all aspects. It's not that I don't want to fight back, but that I can't. They're actually that strong? No wonder the dragon race places so much importance on them. Li Menglong frowned slightly. Then how can we break their teamwork? They're already very strong, and with their techniques and their teamwork, it's indeed a big problem. Deng Shutong said without hesitation, we have to find a way to deplete their origin. If it's just avoiding soul power consumption, they should be able to recover. When they return at night, the life energy of the heaven-nourishing crystals should be enough to recover everything. Only by depleting their origin like yesterday, or even injuring it, can we truly weaken their fighting strength. From there, we'll continue to accumulate injuries and win in the end. Li Menglong glanced at Xianxia beside him and said, you mean, only a destructive power similar to the eight-armed demon god can truly weaken them? Deng Shutong said, our heavenly horse battle chi can also do it, but it has to be a suicidal attack. It has to be unleashed with explosive power to shake their spiritual seas. At the same time, it has to weaken their bloodline aura. I don't think a prolonged battle will be useful for them. Instead, it'll be a waste of time. I understand. Xianxia nodded. Li Menglong narrowed his eyes. I understand too. Let's try it? Half each? Xing Wutian and Li Menglong looked at each other. Sure. Unfortunately, there are still 8 matches today. Moreover, they have 10 minutes to rest each time. I'm afraid there won't be enough time later. We still have to try. Even if we don't succeed today, there's still tomorrow. I'll go get the heaven-nourishing crystals first. You go find your people. Li Menglong left after saying that. Although neither of them said it explicitly, the plan was already set. No matter who won in the end and got the beauty, the order they received was to not let Lan return to the dragon race no matter what. They had to do everything they could to keep this Princess Jinlong. The younger generation's problems had to be solved by the younger generation. They could only get support in terms of resources. The second match continued. The opponent was still Paybucket's first one who invested the heaven-nourishing crystals yesterday. He was a powerhouse. This battle was not much different from the first one. Lan Xuanyu was still the support, and Bai Xiao was the main attacker. The Ice Demon Dragon Spear, with the support of the Dragon God's bloodline, attacked together with the Heavenly Demon Devour. Remember the book-seeking pavilion? The opponent was completely suppressed from the beginning. The battle ended quickly. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiao defeated each other. With the full support of Lan Xuanyu's Dragon God's bloodline, Bai Xiaoxiao's preparation time for the Heavenly Demon Devour was shortened to 3 seconds, and its power lasted longer. Because of the Heavenly Demon Devour, all of Bai Xiaoxiao's abilities were improved comprehensively, especially her control of her own abilities. For her, this was a very rare opportunity to train. The audience gradually noticed this person who was not inferior to Princess Jinlong in terms of looks. As the match continued, Girl Earthform had strong close combat abilities. She could suppress her opponent every time, and even crush her opponent in terms of cultivation. Although she was exhausted in every match, in the eyes of the audience, she became more and more courageous. Time passed by. The matches in the arena continued, and the first arena's matches never changed. Yesterday's 9 heaven-nourishing crystals became today's 9 challenges. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu showed great resilience. Their opponents today were weaker than yesterday. After all, those who had placed bets at the last moment yesterday were those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Although they were also representatives of various races, they were still a far cry from Xianxia's level. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were like two bodies during the battle. The suppression of their strengths made their opponents helpless. This was where the advantage of the two of them lay. However, the audience noticed that the colorful radiance on Lan Xiuxiu's body seemed to be getting dimmer and dimmer. Strangely enough, they didn't reveal their true forms even once in today's competition. Instead, they relied on their human forms to fight. Finally, the 9th match ended, and the debt from yesterday was paid off. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were sweating profusely. They immediately sat down cross-legged and used the 10-minute break to recover their energy. Just as the other clans were hesitating on whether or not to challenge, a stream of light suddenly flickered. The North Life platform's object bright spring. It was coming from the first arena's payment channel. Wenji Village's sky was already covered in light. Now that these streaks of light were shooting out, the cloud of light was even brighter. At least 30 heaven-nourishing crystals would fall during the duration of this source item. Upon seeing this, even the 2 dragon knights on the main stage were shocked. Ho looked at the Heavenly Horse provincial leader and the 8-armed demon king. They couldn't help but be shocked. They subconsciously turned their heads. A total of 3 heaven-nourishing crystals had come from Li Menglong and Xianxia. This was equivalent to them monopolizing the next 3 challenges. That was 30 heaven-nourishing crystals. This was definitely not a small number, even for the top 3 races. Heaven-nourishing crystals were simply too precious. The annual production of Tenryu Star and Tianma Star only amounted to 100 or so pieces. This was the core and most precious resource of the Dragon Horse system. Li Menglong and Xianxia had taken out so much. Together with the original payment, they had 60 heaven-nourishing crystals. Even Transcendence would be envious. What did it mean for Li Menglong and Xianxia to monopolize the next 30 matches? This meant that they were determined to win. Not only would they monopolize the rest of today's competition, but they would also monopolize tomorrow's competition. On the main stage, Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng turned to look at the head of Tianma and asked calmly, "Tianma also wants to cut in, foot?" The head of Tianma smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Since the representative of the dragon race has already mentioned it, as the host, if we don't participate, wouldn't we be embarrassing the dragon race? Zhong Zicheng's expression did not change. He only nodded slightly and did not say anything else. The head of Tianma saw that he did not have any intention of flaring up and smiled. To them, the decision of the Dragon Horse System Unified Development Conference was the most important. The future Rookie Challenge was just an interlude. At this time, nothing was more important than confirming the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. No one wanted to complicate matters at this time. Therefore, the head of Tianma was not afraid of Zhong Zicheng and Huang Liangwei. Originally, there should not have been such a variable. This idea should have come from the dragon race's representative. Otherwise, the dragon race would not have let her do this at this time. However, there were benefits to doing this. To a certain extent, it could divert the attention of the public. Of course, the biggest benefit was that it brought opportunities to the Tianma race and other races. Princess Jinlong's bloodline could not be faked. She could continuously win against many experts of the same level. Whether it was her battle will, intelligence, or strength, she was 1 in a million. Of course, the most important thing was her bloodline. Although her bloodline had not yet reached the god rank, as a transcendent, both the head of Tianma and the human bone god fiend king could clearly feel the amazing potential of her bloodline. In this competition, as a deterrent, the head of Tenryu did not come in person. This was the best opportunity to capture this girl. Therefore, last night, after a discussion, the head of Tianma and the 8-armed god fiend king decided not to make use of local forces. As for which race would win in the end, that would depend on their ability. When the 30 heaven-nourishing crystals were thrown out, Tianma and the 8-armed God-fiend king's plan was revealed. Seeing the stream of light enter the payment bucket, Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Although his expression did not change, he was overjoyed. According to the current time of the competition, the 30 matches might not even be finished by the end of the next day. Relatively speaking, today's competition was relatively fast. Tianma and the 8-armed God-fiend king had done this to not give the other races any chance. If he guessed correctly, they would take turns to fight next. The race that ended the competition would be the race that obtained her. Without a doubt, Tianma and the 8-armed God-fiend king had done this to ensure that Princess Jinlong would belong to them. However, they did not know that this also ensured that Lan Xuanyu would be the final winner. What did it mean to secure the final winner? It meant that if the competition reached the end, all 30 matches would be decided. These heaven-nourishing crystals would also belong to Lan Xuanyu. More importantly, it meant that they would be the final winner. There was no need to pretend to be good. Let's meet force with force. It was time to show our true strength. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu smiled as he watched the 30 heaven-nourishing crystals being thrown into the payment bucket. His aura also changed slightly. Zhang Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Last night, Lan Xuanyu had already warned her that such a situation might occur today. The truth was right in front of her eyes. It was almost exactly as Lan Xuanyu had guessed. She was truly exhausted now. In the first 9 matches, Lan Xuanyu had only been supporting her from behind. She had done all the fighting. However, these 9 matches had made her feel like she had been reborn, especially in the use of the heavenly demon Devour. She was improving with every passing moment. Leave the rest to me. Lan Xuanyu smiled and nodded at Bai Xiuxiu. Half of the day's matches had already passed. It was time for him to take over the remaining half. All right. Bai Xiuxiu retreated to the side, leaving only Lan Xuanyu in the center of the arena. Lan Xuanyu didn't rest. Instead, he stared at Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan below the arena. His eyes were calm, but because the arena was higher, he seemed to be looking down at them from a higher position. For some reason, Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan even felt that there was contempt and disdain in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Xing Haoyan waved his hand. Behind him, an 8-armed divine demon young expert leaped out of the waiting area and onto arena number 1. The time was still counting down. It wasn't time for the break yet, but this 8-armed divine demon expert's aura was already surging. The divine demon core in his chest was fluctuating unstably. Tianma and the 8-armed divine demon had already invested so many resources. They couldn't afford to lose. So many heaven-nourishing crystals were a shocking amount of wealth. Both sides had already negotiated in private. Whoever won in the end would get the beauty, but the heaven-nourishing crystals would all belong to the other side. This way, both sides would gain something. Under such circumstances, both Tianma and the 8-armed divine demon had to give it their all. A faint halo flickered in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. Countdown, time's up, the 8-armed fiend god roared and flapped the wings on his back. Like a meteor, he charged straight at Lan Xuanyu. The fiend god core in his chest pulsed violently, and a terrifying aura of destruction instantly spread out. In order to not give Lan Xuanyu a chance to rest, he only used this one attack. With his life as the price, he burned his divine devil core and erupted with the most powerful destructive energy, hoping to heavily injure Lan Xuanyu. The biggest advantage of such a fighting style was that it allowed Lan Xuanyu to have the most time to rest, and the number of matches he could participate in was the most. However, it was also at this moment that 2 purple gold rays of light shot out from Lan Xuanyu's eyes. The 8-armed god-fiend felt as if a sledgehammer had appeared in his spiritual world and smashed into his spiritual sea. The intense pain in his brain made him absent-minded for a moment, and problems immediately appeared in his control of his divine devil core. In the next instant, time came to a standstill. Everything came to a standstill, and the first arena seemed to have suddenly fallen into a state of stillness. The 8-armed god-fiend had a strange feeling. He felt that because time had stopped, the intense pain in his brain seemed to have disappeared, and he suddenly felt a sense of relief and comfort. His stubborn will to fight to the death suddenly wavered, and his body unconsciously relaxed. Silver light flickered, and the petite figure was already in midair. She appeared right in front of the eight-armed godfiend's head. Her sharp claws flickered with a seven-colored halo as they swiped down without hesitation. With a poof, the sharp claws directly pierced the head. A low rumble instantly exploded from the inside of the head. All of the destructive aura suddenly stopped. Die, the eight-armed godfiend's huge body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The huge explosive force turned into a terrifying pillar of light that soared into the sky. A four-colored halo blossomed and engulfed the two figures at the point of the explosion. Rays of light rippled, and the entire arena was in an uproar. This was the eight-armed godfiend's first appearance today. More importantly, this was also Princess Jinlong's first appearance today. Who would have thought that the battle would end so quickly? In just a moment, the eight-armed godfiend was engulfed. Everyone could see that he was doomed. In the eyes of the ordinary audience, the eight-armed godfiend appeared and was about to launch a powerful attack. However, his body suddenly trembled violently. Princess Jinlong's eyes blossomed with purplish gold light, and in the next instant, she teleported in front of the eight-armed godfiend and killed him with a single claw. The entire process only took a few seconds. That was the eight-armed godfiend, and one of the strongest of the younger generation. How could it be so easy? This was simply too hard to imagine, and even harder to accept. The light gradually dimmed, and the eight-armed godfiend's huge body disappeared. It would be a waste not to take the core of destruction that had been delivered to his doorstep. This would be very helpful to Lan Xuanyu's future cultivation. Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan could not help but be shocked. They looked at each other and suddenly understood something. The disdain in Princess Jinlong's eyes was real? Could it be that she had recovered all her strength? But how was that possible? Hadn't her foundation been shaken in yesterday's battle? Xing Haoyan let out a low growl. He was about to lose his mind. Another one had died. Although the eight-armed godfiend clan was full of elites, these young elites were bound to reach the god level in the future, or even higher. How many of them had died in the past 2 days? Did the dragon race have a grudge against the eight-armed godfiend clan? Li Menglong frowned slightly. At this moment, it was time for the audience to rest. Lan Xuanyu did not sit down to rest. He just stood there with his eyes closed, as if he was resting. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Li Menglong waved his hand, and a Tianma youth behind him stepped onto the stage. This Tianma elite, who had transformed into a human, held a heavy sword in his hand. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lan Xuanyu. "Your Highness, Princess Jinlong, I am Gao Yang. Please show mercy." The Tianma youth was much more cautious. The eight-armed godfiend had died too quickly. Even he, who was also representing his race, felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him silently, then waved his hand in the direction of Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu's hand flashed, and the ice demon dragon spear flew out and landed in Lan Xuanyu's hand. Lan Xuanyu's dragon spear had already been destroyed yesterday, so he couldn't bring out Jinlong's dragon spear now. He might as well use the ice demon dragon spear. When the 30 heaven-nourished crystals fell into the payment bucket, he no longer had to hide his strength. Gao Yang moved, and his heavenly horse battle aura burst forth instantly. The order he had received was similar to that of the eight-armed godfiend. He had to unleash all his combat strength in the shortest time possible to achieve the strongest destructive power and not give his opponent any time to breathe. Lan Xuanyu also moved. The rainbow wings on his back flapped, and his figure flew forward. In the process of flying, a rainbow halo rippled from his body, as if sucking in everything around him. The light in the ring was clearly bright, but at this moment, it gave people a dim feeling, as if all the light had been sucked away by him. The ice demon dragon spear burst forth with a faint blue light. The spear light retracted, but at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's body burst forth with a sharp aura that made it difficult for Gao Yang to breathe. He couldn't help but feel a sense of horror in his heart. In terms of cultivation, he was still inferior to Deng Shutong. Deng Shutong had previously faced Bai Xiuxiu, but now, he was facing Lan Xuanyu in his peak condition. He only felt that his opponent's blood chi fluctuations were like raging waves that blotted out the sky and pressed down on him. The heavenly horse battle aura that he exuded was fluctuating unsteadily. However, it was impossible for Gao Yang to retreat at this time. He could only shout and release his douqi. His body suddenly stopped, and the heavy sword in his hand slowly slashed out. When he released this attack, his aura had already reached its peak. Everyone could faintly hear the sound of an explosion from the heavenly horse's douqi. The heavy sword gave people a strange feeling, as if the whole world was going to break because of this slash. Heavenly horse's overlapping wave slash, this was Tianma's most powerful skill. When cultivated to the extreme, it could cut through space and destroy a battleship from 1,000 miles away. Gao Yang continuously compressed his heavenly horse's douqi to the limit of his body's endurance, and then released it. With his cultivation, this was already an attack similar to the self-sacrifice skill. Boom! The huge light blade instantly exploded, and the whole sky lit up. The first arena, which was previously devoured by Lan Xuanyu, became bright again. A light blade instantly streaked across the sky and landed on Lan Xuanyu's body. It seemed that Princess Jinlong didn't even have time to defend. The speed at which it passed through space made it impossible for people to react. Not only was the heavenly horse's overlapping wave slash powerful, but it was also extremely fast. After releasing this attack, Gao Yang's entire body seemed to have been drained of energy. Remember, the fastest way to read books in the book-seeking pavilion. However, when he saw that the Golden Dragon Princess wasn't even able to dodge, a smile appeared on his face, and he was relieved that he had achieved his goal. He believed that no matter how strong Princess Jinlong's defense was, it was impossible for her to block his heavenly horse's overlapping wave slash with her body. Just as this thought appeared, his eyes instantly became dull. This was because he suddenly realized that Princess Jinlong, who was fiercely charging towards him and had been hit by the heavenly horse's overlapping wave slash, had suddenly disappeared. The heavenly horse's overlapping wave slash swept across and fiercely slashed at the distant arena's protective shield. The protective shield was jointly guarded by Tianma's 4 god-ranked experts. At this time, it violently swayed, but it didn't break. "Are you looking for me?" A cold voice came from diagonally behind him. Gao Yang abruptly turned around, but only felt a trace of coldness. The ice-cold ice magic dragon spear pierced through his chest. Unknowingly, Lan Xuanyu had already appeared at this location. The lightning-fast spear light was not something that Gao Yang's armor could withstand. His desperate attack had caused him to lose his defensive instincts. He could only watch as he was stabbed. "Oh no, am I going to die?" Just as this thought appeared in his mind, his body suddenly felt light. He had already been flung horizontally in the direction of Li Menglong. There wasn't even any blood flowing out of his wound. It was actually frozen. The battle was over, and the whole place was silent. In the eyes of the powerhouses, this was a simple competition. Was Gao Yang really so weak that he didn't even have the chance to fight Blue head-on? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was not the case. He hadn't even been able to exhaust his opponent. The most important reason was that his willpower had already been taken away when he entered the arena. When he faced Lan Xuanyu's powerful aura, he felt a sense of cowardice. That powerful bloodline pressure made him even more impatient to complete his mission. Thus, even though he tried to lock onto his opponent when he released the heavenly horse overlapping waves, he didn't realize that his opponent had replaced his real body with an illusion and broken his lock. If he could hold on, he would at least have a chance to fight for a while longer. While he was in a state of panic, Yi Zichen's expression changed drastically. The outcome of this battle was already decided. 2 battles, 2 victories. Princess Jinlong had no intention of stalling for time. She had quickly defeated her opponent twice in a row. Everyone could see that she was currently in peak condition, not at all affected by today's competition. In fact, she was currently displaying even more strength than yesterday. Both Xinghaoyan and Li Menglong were stunned. Yesterday, the Golden Dragon Princess was already very powerful. How did she improve today? She was the fastest person in the world. Was this reasonable? This was too illogical, especially Xinghaoyan. He even wanted to ask, "Why did you attack me, the 8-armed god-fiend race? How come Tianma is fine?" If Lan Xuanyu answered truthfully, it would be because Tianma was useless. The 8-armed Godfiend race's Godfiend core has a large amount of destructive energy that can help me cultivate. Yes, that's why I attacked you guys. On the surface, the explanation was clear. The 8-armed Godfiend race had attacked fiercely as soon as they entered the arena. It was a suicidal tactic. Only you can attack like that, but I can't. Thus, even the 8-armed Godfiend king couldn't say anything after deciding to use such a tactic. After 2 consecutive victories, the audience's blood was boiling. The atmosphere in the waiting area had also changed slightly. The other races hoped to have a marriage alliance with the dragon race, especially with someone as strong as Princess Jinlong. But when they saw the 30 heaven-nourishing crystals being thrown into the payment bucket, they understood that Tianma and the 8-armed Godfiend race were determined to win Princess Jinlong. There was nothing left for them to do. It was impossible to say that they weren't angry. Now that they saw Lan Xuanyu defeat the 2 races consecutively, they were overjoyed. Looking at Li Menglong, Shi Fadian, and the others, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. Xinghaoyan turned to Li Menglong, his gaze seemingly asking, "What do we do?" In this situation, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. They couldn't get the heaven-nourishing crystals back from the payment bucket. If they admitted defeat just like that, it would be a huge loss. In the end, he looked back at Xinghaoyan with a determined and fierce gaze. After exchanging glances, they all understood that they had to persevere in this competition. Just as the first member of the 8-armed Godfiend race was about to enter the arena, a stream of light suddenly flashed and landed in the payment bucket in arena number 1. This action was so obvious that everyone looked over at the same time. Who had thrown out a heaven-nourishing crystal in the crowd? Li Menglong and Xinghaoyan couldn't find the person immediately, because the other races had blocked their view with their bodies. Li Menglong and Xinghaoyan's expressions darkened instantly. They had thrown out 30 heaven-nourishing crystals to make the other races retreat in the face of difficulties and monopolize the rest of the competition. In theory, 30 heaven-nourishing crystals were definitely enough to monopolize the competition. But what did the other party mean by this? This was clearly a provocation. It meant that the 2 races wouldn't be able to win even after 30 rounds, and they wouldn't run out of time. If they didn't run out of time, they would still have a chance. Who would be willing to use heaven-nourishing crystals for such a pointless attempt? They were definitely one of the top 10 races. Not to mention whether they could succeed, this was a blatant provocation to Tianma and the 8-armed Godfiend race. The second 8-armed Godfiend went up the arena. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with a wary gaze. The 8-armed Godfiends were indeed unafraid of death and had an unusually sacrificial spirit. Fighting was their nature and their desire, but they couldn't throw away their lives for nothing. Hence, this person didn't detonate his god-demon core like the previous person. Instead, he held 8 heavy swords in his hands and looked at Lan Xuanyu carefully. The wings on his back spread open and the destructive power surged. He was looking for an opportunity to attack. Lan Xuanyu was still standing in the center of the arena with his eyes closed. He didn't seem to know that the time was up and the next match was about to begin. He still held the Ice Demon Dragon spear in his right hand. There was a halo on the spear. Time passed by second. The 8-armed Godfiend circled Lan Xuanyu slowly, looking for an opportunity to attack. In his eyes, Lan Xuanyu was full of openings. There wasn't a spot that couldn't be attacked. But the more it was so, the more he didn't know where to start. It was extremely rare for an 8-armed Godfiend to not dare to attack. But at this moment, the 8-armed Godfiend was like that. In the 8-armed Godfiend's eyes, the opponent in front of him wasn't beautiful. He saw that the opponent had beaten him so many times. He couldn't be too careful. But he could wait, but the people below couldn't. If he hesitated to attack, wouldn't he be giving the Dragon Princess more time to rest? Moreover, the longer he delayed, the fewer battles Princess Jinlong would have. Below the arena, Xinghaoyan couldn't help but roar, "Go!" Provoked, the human-armed Godfiend's eyes turned red. With a roar, the Godfiend's power of destruction surged. He slashed out with his 8 heavy swords, and huge sword rays intertwined to form a sword net. It covered Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu moved at the same time as the Godfiend's attack. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, flapped his rainbow dragon wings, and flew toward the Godfiend like lightning. He faced the net of swords with no intention of retreating. The next moment, the crowd saw a dazzling scene. This 8-armed god demon was indeed powerful. Remember to read in the book Seeking Pavilion when he released the sword net, he had already used his destructive power to distort the surrounding space to prevent the same thing from happening again and being killed by Lan Xuanyu, who was teleported to his side. The 8-armed god fiend was too focused on self-destructing, and forgot about this. However, not being able to teleport didn't mean that Lan Xuanyu's arrival would be slower. A 7-colored figure danced in the air. He was extremely fast, and he shuttled through complicated trajectories like lightning. Most people only saw a blur before Lan Xuanyu bid farewell to the sword net, and appeared in front of the 8-armed god fiend. Fast, he was too fast, the ice demon dragon spear in his hand instantly pierced out. Thousands of spear lights burst forth, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. 100,000-year soul skills ice, absolute 0-degree control of the ice absolute 0, wolf asterisk 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 asterisk, the godfiends asterisk s asterisk asterisk s asterisk s asterisk s asterisk 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 ss asterisk. In the process of the energy eruption, there was not even a pause at all. This spear light was accompanied by an extremely cold chi. The 8-armed divine demons had extremely strong physical resistance. Under the effects of the destruction energy, they were immune to most elements. They were immune to all elemental attacks, but the ultimate ice's low temperature was still able to affect them. The 8-armed god fiend slowed down a little. The 8-armed god fiend's 8 heavy swords slashed towards Lan Xuanyu. His opponent was too fast, and the 8-armed god fiend understood that he couldn't catch up to him in terms of speed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the enemy at all. Only by attacking the enemy's vital points would he have a chance of winning. This was his battle instinct. Lan Xuanyu's body flickered in the air. He drew an arc in the air as he faced the 8 heavy swords. No one saw how he did it, but he passed by the 8 swords again. At this point, he was very close to the 8-armed god fiend. A terrifying aura surged towards him, and the 8-armed god fiend went a little crazy. He didn't hesitate, and ignited his god fiend core. At this point, he could only think of self-destructing. At the same time, he withdrew his 8 heavy swords and slashed towards Lan Xuanyu. Compared to the 8-armed god fiend from before, his response wasn't bad. However, it was a pity that he was facing Lan Xuanyu. The ice demon dragon spear stabbed out. At the moment it pierced the god fiend core, the aura of ultimate ice erupted and stopped the god fiend core from exploding. Although the ice element was quickly devoured by the destructive aura, the connection between the 8-armed god fiend and the god fiend core was severed. What Lan Xuanyu needed was this moment. Lan Xuanyu suddenly leapt up and slapped his opponent's head. The 8-armed god fiend had 2 vital points, its head and its god fiend core. What Lan Xuanyu wanted was its god fiend core. As a result, the light of the explosion blossomed. It wasn't the light dark divine lightning, but the divine lightning of annihilation. The divine lightning of annihilation was enough to attack the 8-armed god fiend's head. The 8 heavy swords slashed weakly towards Lan Xuanyu's back. In the next moment, their bodies were engulfed by the explosion. Yes, the explosion was used as a disguise. Did the 8-armed god fiend king not care about his face? Taking the god fiend core of the human-armed god fiend race couldn't be too brazen, could it? At least, that was what Lan Xuanyu thought. He had to leave some face for his 2 dragon knights. Face. The radiance vanished, just like before. The 8-armed god fiend disappeared, leaving only the Princess Jinlong descending from the sky. Her rainbow-colored scales were shining brightly, and she didn't look the least bit weak. In the first 2 matches, it could be said that Lan Xuanyu was barely holding on, but what about the 3rd match? Lan Xuanyu slowly walked back to the center of the first arena. His gaze fell on Li Menglong and Xinghaotian below the stage, a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Xinghaotian looked at Li Menglong with a gloomy face. Has she really recovered? She's clearly demonstrating her power to us. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell what state she's in. Li Menglong shook his head. Did you forget how you were tricked by her yesterday? If we were really afraid, what if she was already an arrow at the end of its flight? Xinghaotian was speechless. Yes, if he had held on a little longer yesterday, he might have won. Later, his father told him that it was fake, and that she had the ability to create illusions. Then, what about today? What state was she in today? Right now, they didn't know. Even the super experts on the main stage didn't know. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's divine sense covered the entire main stage. He wouldn't affect the competition, and definitely wouldn't allow anyone to do so. Whoever dared to do so would become the enemy of the entire dragon race. Therefore, the rookie challenge competition could only be conducted in a fair manner. There was no other possibility. Continue. Li Menglong said with a gloomy face. At this time, he was actually very calm. The heaven-nourishing crystals had already been spent, so they could only continue. Moreover, Tianma's situation was different from the human-armed godfiend race. At least, Princess Jinlong didn't kill their clansmen, giving them face. At this time on the main stage, the 8-armed godfiend king's expression was very ugly. He leaned over to look at Zhong Zicheng and said in a low voice, Dawn Dragon Knight, shouldn't we remind you girls that it's enough? Does she think we can't see what she's doing? Zhong Zicheng said indifferently, you're only allowed to scheme against us. You don't allow us to reap some benefits. What kind of logic is that? Chief, what do you think? As he spoke, he looked at the head of Tianma beside him. The head of Tianma said indifferently, since we're already in the arena, we'll settle the matters on the arena. No matter what happens, we can only watch and rely on our own abilities. Let's leave it to fate. In the arena, their goal was obvious. They wanted to take down Princess Jinlong. For this, the 8-armed divine demons were already using self-detonation to fight. Whether they succeeded or not, at least they did. Don't blame them for being ruthless, the dragon race was, after all, the largest race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Although the head of Tenryu wasn't here yet, if something really happened, he would arrive very quickly. The head of Tenryu had a strong personality, but the head of Tianma didn't dare to say that he wasn't scheming. That person was reading leisurely. He was very easily angered and often couldn't control his emotions. However, he was the true number one in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. To be able to cultivate to such a level, could it be that he really couldn't control his emotions? That was hard to say, therefore, no one was more afraid of the head of Tenryu than the head of Tianma. He would never truly challenge the other party. Tianma hadn't only relied on strength to develop to this point. It was also because of stability. The competition continued, and Tianma's second person entered the arena. The duration of the battle was much shorter than the rest, at least in the previous few matches. This match was no exception. There wasn't anything particularly fancy. Princess Jinlong displayed amazing combat skills. Her speed, strength, and bloodline completely crushed her opponent. Her opponent's heavenly horse battle energy was mostly used for defense. In the end, he was forced out of the arena by a powerful force, and the battle ended. The entire battle took 1 minute and 13 seconds. After every battle, Lan Xuanyu would return to the center of the arena and stand there, resting with his eyes closed. The speed of today's 4 matches was much faster than the previous 9 matches, and also much faster than yesterday's match. It even gave people the impression that she had been resting all this time, and only occasionally revealed her outstanding strength. Whether it was Xing Haoyan or Li Menglong, the only choice now was to refuse to believe it. One by one, they sent their clansmen to challenge Lan Xuanyu. However, with Lan Xuanyu's valiant battle prowess, no one could last more than 3 minutes. Yes, not even 3 minutes. The strongest Pegasus warrior, after taking a direct hit from Lan Xuanyu's divine lightnings, ended up seriously injured and almost killed. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough. Rather, at this level, Lan Xuanyu was simply too strong. Last night's comprehension had given him some insight into the destruction and creation attributes outside of the 7 great elements, allowing him to wield the light-dark divine lightning with even greater ease. There were even some evolutions. He had already started experimenting with it during the battle today, and the effect was actually quite good. It was especially effective against the 8-armed godfiend race. The time was almost up, and the 8-armed divine demons sent out their 7th contestant. Before this, the 8-armed divine devil race had already lost 6 people. Not a single one survived. 6 people died in succession. Tianma had lost 6 people, with 2 seriously injured and 4 lightly injured. And this was the last match of the day. Seeing Lan Xuanyu standing in the middle of the stage, not even showing any signs of fatigue, Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan both felt a sense of despair. They had never imagined that Lan Xuanyu had hidden her strength so deeply. At this time, how could they not guess that Lan Xuanyu had recovered to her peak state, or at least close to it? Moreover, in the course of yesterday's match, she had still held back some of her strength. Her true strength was even more powerful, terrifyingly powerful. There were very few challengers in the other 5 arenas, and the other 5 champions were basically watching the competition here. At this time, Su Yanma's face was already ashen. He couldn't afford to provoke her, he couldn't afford to provoke her. That was the only word he wanted to say to Lan Xuanyu. He clearly understood that he would never be able to defeat Princess Jinlong at her current level. Tenryu felt the same way. He had been a little puzzled about yesterday's match, wondering why Lan Xuanyu had such a hard time. In yesterday's match, Lan Xuanyu's strength was about the same as during the Dragon Rising competition. But the problem was that this time, he clearly felt that she had improved a lot. Today, Tenryu understood that this was a strategy. Everything had been arranged clearly. Just like back then, he had also been set up by Lan Xuanyu's strategy. This girl with a cold face had an exquisite heart. He had not lost unjustly. Not only had he lost in terms of strength, but he had also lost in terms of intelligence. At this time, Tenryu even felt a little disheartened. When the gap between them reached a certain level, it was difficult to have any desire to compete. The gap in strength between the two sides was actually not that big, but Lan Xuanyu's improvement was too fast. How many heaven-nourished crystals were there in the payment bucket? The air above them was almost turning into real-life energy crystals. If Lan Xuanyu could absorb all the life energy in these heaven-nourished crystals, her strength would probably increase by a lot. When she broke through to the god level, who knew how powerful she would be, sighing softly in his heart, Tenryu shook his head silently. It seemed like he could only live in her shadow. After the competition that day, his teacher had angrily reprimanded him and even neglected him. But in reality, this was more of a psychological blow to him, so that he could better awaken himself. Later, when his teacher appeared in front of him again, he finally understood this. These days, he had been working hard to cultivate and calm his mind. With his teacher's help, he had forcibly suppressed his cultivation, so that he could accumulate enough strength for a breakthrough. But now, it seemed like his teacher's expectations for him were far inferior to his own self-realization. Sometimes, talent was really infuriating. On the first arena, the 8-armed godly demon's huge body made people feel as if they would tremble at any moment. In terms of size, the 8-armed godly demon, who was more than 10 meters tall, and Princess Jinlong, who was only about 1.9 meters tall, looked really out of proportion. It was like a Beauty and the Beast. However, the problem was that in the previous battle, this seemingly weak beauty had consecutively killed 6 such existences. Moreover, every single one of them didn't even have a corpse left. This was too much for the 8-armed godly demon to bear. To be able to persevere in the arena, this person's courage could be said to be very strong. Now, looking at Lan Xuanyu, his breathing became a little heavy. Lan Xuanyu stood on the arena. At this moment, he had entered a mysterious state. In the previous battle, he had collected the corpses of the 8-armed godly demon, continuously comprehending the destructive aura emitted by the 8-armed godly demon, as well as the rich life energy in the payment bucket. The laws of creation and destruction of heaven and earth lingered in his mind, fluctuating faintly. The speed of his dragon god's bloodline circulation had obviously slowed down, but in the process of circulation, there was a faint fluctuation of strange laws, which made him feel different to all the elements. He realized that when he tried to comprehend the 2 energies of creation and destruction, the other energies in his body, especially the 7 elemental attributes, seemed to have found their source, and became much more docile than usual. Even the space and time attributes were the same. In other words, the 2 attributes of destruction and creation were indeed at a higher level than them. They were the true origin of the universe. Under these circumstances, Lan Xuanyu tried to control his own power, the elements, the annihilation lightning, and the yin-yang lightning, and found that it was much easier than before. It seemed that as long as the aura of the law existed, no matter how opposed these elements were, they wouldn't explode when he didn't want them to. This feeling was simply too wonderful. In battle after battle, under the situation where he constantly released the dragon god's energy, the power of the dragon god's bloodline seemed to automatically absorb the creation and destruction energy in the air, naturally forming this tiny trace of law. Since that was the case, was it time for him to try something new? This was already the last match, and Xiaoxiao had already rested enough. Even if something went wrong, she would be able to help him make up for it. Thinking of this, he transmitted his voice to Bai Xiaoxiao, and then his whole body's essence, energy, and spirit began to change. Time was up, and the match began. This time, Lan Xuanyu didn't rush out. His opponent, the 8-armed god fiend, immediately brandished his 8 heavy swords, crossing them in front of his chest. He restrained his destructive energy, and looked at Lan Xuanyu with great vigilance. Even the 8-armed god fiend had to defend himself. It was obvious that they were afraid of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't pay attention to this, and slowly raised the ice magic dragon spear in his hand. A strange light rippled from his body. The originally 7-colored dragon scales on his body suddenly lost 3 colors, leaving only 4 colors: blue, red, green, and yellow. The 4 elements fluctuated violently. In the next instant, Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze fell directly on the 8-armed god fiend opposite him. The 8-armed god fiend was so scared that he closed his eyes. He clearly remembered that after Lan Xuanyu's eyes shot out that purple gold light, his companion was quickly killed. He didn't want to have the same ending. But in the next instant, he was stunned. There was no mental attack, but a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in Arena No. 1. At the tip of the ice magic dragon spear, a 4-colored lightning flashed. Then, in the midst of that huge boom, the 4-colored lightning bolts brazenly arrived, and directly landed on the 8-armed god fiend. Boom! The 8-armed god fiend was instantly blasted away. He was sent flying, and crashed into the arena's protective barrier. Above. As long as he still had the ability to fight, the protective barrier wouldn't allow him to fall out of the arena. The 8-armed god fiend was bombarded until his whole body twitched, and he was a little dazed. When this bolt of lightning appeared, it was already too late. On the main stage, more than half of the powerhouses stood. What was that thing? Boom! Another 4-colored thunderbolt struck out. The 8-armed god fiend tried his best to block with his 8 heavy swords, but he was sent flying again. On the main stage, the special battle area of the battle. Lightning, that was clearly the power of the 4-colored lightning. Princess Jinlong was able to use the power lightning? Whether it was the human race or the various races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, in the process of evolution, they had to face the same laws of the universe. Lei Dong was a similar case. The lightning released by Lan Xuanyu through the ice magic dragon spear was too similar to the lightning tribulation of godhood. The only difference was that it was slightly smaller. The lightning tribulation contained the righteous chi of heaven and earth and the laws of heaven and earth. When the 2 lightning bolts were released, Lan Xuanyu's body rippled with 4-colored halos twice. That was clearly the power of elemental stirping. In fact, when he released the lightning tribulation, his body was also enduring a similar power, but immortal stirping used elemental stirping to greatly weaken and neutralize the annihilation lightning's destructive power. Annihilation lightning, long-range attack version. After successfully cultivating the light-dark lightning body tempering, he felt that his body could basically withstand the annihilation lightning's power, but it was still difficult to release it outwards. The lightning tribulation's power was too domineering. Once it left his body, especially when released in an explosive form instead of its original compressed and stable form, it was likely to explode immediately. In other words, he could release the annihilation lightning, but it was very likely that he would be the first to be hit. This thing was just too dangerous. But after he began to understand the 2 elements of destruction and creation, he had a preliminary understanding of a law that made some subtle changes in his control of the lightning tribulation. When he released the lightning tribulation outside his body, even he himself did not know if it would succeed. It was equivalent to releasing it at the risk of injuring himself. And reality proved that his preliminary understanding was really effective. After the lightning tribulation left his body, his spiritual power in the underworld would naturally gather it and control its balance, causing it to explode when it landed on the enemy. Of course, because this was just a preliminary understanding and trial, the process was still a little unstable. The attack range could not be too far, but it was just right in the arena. The explosion made the eight-armed god fiend look like he was going through a tribulation. This was good, this was really good. The Annihilation Divine Lightning was basically unable to hurt Lan Xuanyu anymore. These four-colored lightning bolts struck out at an extremely fast speed, making it impossible for the other party to dodge. Bolts of lightning struck. The eight-armed god fiend's body constantly exploded with a destructive aura, releasing large clouds of purplish-black fog. Let alone attack, the eight-armed god fiend could not even defend itself. Lan Xuanyu pointed the ice demon dragon spear in his hand forward time and time again. The bolts of lightning gave off an earth-shattering feeling, and there was even a faint rumble of thunder in the air. Seeing this scene, Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan's faces turned ashen. Remember to read. Is this still the dragon race? Since when could the dragon race control the power of heavenly tribulation? This was too terrifying. Even they trembled when they sensed the law aura within the lightning. Although they would face an even more powerful lightning tribulation in the future, that was heavenly tribulation, a change in the laws of heaven and earth. Since when could the laws of heaven and earth be used by the dragon race? On the main stage, all the super powerhouses looked at each other. Even the two dragon knights did not expect this scene. For a moment, they could not help but be stunned. Zhong Zichang and Huang Liangwei looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Of course, this vigilance was not directed at Lan, but at the people beside them. Now that Lan could use lightning tribulation to attack, her status in the dragon race immediately changed. This improvement proved that her bloodline was powerful enough to lead a new revolution in the dragon race. In the future, she could really break through to a higher level than the current head of Tenryu. This was too important for the human race. If not for the unification of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, they would have brought Lan back with them for such an important event like the Development Conference. After this competition, Lan would definitely be heavily nurtured by the Tenryu Dragon Society. All resources would be given to her, and she would at least receive treatment not inferior to that of a Dragon Knight to help her break through to godhood. Thinking of this, Zhong Zichang suddenly felt like an ancient sage. What kind of support could the Tenryu Society give her? It was nothing more than going to the dragon world. In terms of resources, she had obtained so many heaven-nourishing crystals, and the best was the heaven-nourishing crystal. Did she really need the Tenryu Society's support? No, he had to discuss this with the chief when he returned. Not only Blue, but Xiaoxiao also needed to be nurtured. Even if her talent couldn't be compared to Blue's, as Blue's dragon throne, her improvement would be very meaningful to Blue's overall improvement. They had to break through as soon as possible. The Dragon Horse Galaxy Unified Development Conference had already caused great dissatisfaction among all the races. Now, they were using thunderous methods to suppress and forcefully integrate. As long as the integrated Ryuma Federation became stronger, the dissatisfaction and resistance of the various races would naturally dissipate. However, was there really no hidden resistance in the process? Blue had displayed such great strength in the future Rookie Challenge. If there was any retaliation against the dragon race or Tianma, she would probably be the first to bear the brunt. They had to consider her safety. Therefore, when the two dragon knights looked at each other, there were many meanings contained in their gazes. Blue had to be the target of their protection. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face as the ice demon dragon spear in his hand continued to point forward. The eight-armed god demon on the other side no longer had any strength to resist and was constantly being blasted to the point where it kept rolling and blocking. However, his body seemed to be unable to take it anymore. Roar, the eight-armed god fiend roared angrily. He was about to detonate his god fiend core. However, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu stopped and said calmly, "You've lost. Go down." The eight-armed god fiend was stunned. He thought he was dead for sure. As one of the eight-armed god fiends, he couldn't surrender. This was the rule of the eight-armed god fiend race. You either win or die. Surrender? No way. It was extremely rare for the eight-armed divine demon crown prince to voluntarily jump off the stage and admit defeat like he did yesterday. If he wasn't the crown prince, he would have been executed immediately. This was also the reason why the eight-armed god fiend king was furious. However, he had too much hope for this son of his. He couldn't do this. In fact, there weren't many eight-armed god-fiends who would surrender. If the eight-armed god-fiend knew when to advance and retreat, then the eight-armed god-fiend king wouldn't have approved of his calm son. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to pull back. Although the eight-armed demonic god was berserk, it understood after being struck by the lightning tribulation that it would be courting death if it continued to attack. For a moment, he couldn't help but be at a loss. On the main stage, the eight-armed god-fiend king waved his hand, and the eight-armed god-fiend jumped down from the first arena. The last match was over. Lan Xuanyu calmly walked towards the payment bucket and picked it up. Hui Yuhao didn't even look at it as he put it into his storage-type soul tool. He calmly glanced at Li Manglong and Xinghao. Then, he walked towards Bai Xiuxiu. The two of them walked off the stage hand in hand. It was only at this moment that the audience finally reacted. Intense cheers immediately filled the air. She won, Princess Jinlong won again. Even in the face of so many challenges, she still showed her unparalleled strength and defeated the strong opponents, obtaining the final victory. This was strength. Today's battle extinguished the thoughts of those who wanted to challenge Lan Xuanyu. They even wanted to thank Tianma and the eight-armed god-fiend king. If they hadn't monopolized the competition, wouldn't they have wasted the heaven-nourishing crystals? Li Manglong and Xinghao feelings were indescribable. This wasn't an ordinary loss. This was a huge loss. They couldn't possibly take back the heaven-nourishing crystals. After so many consecutive matches today, how could they not tell that Lan Xuanyu wasn't injured at all? She was even stronger than she had shown yesterday. So, at the end yesterday, she wasn't bluffing? She still had strength? Even if Xinghao didn't admit defeat, he couldn't possibly be her match. This was too terrifying. How could she be so strong? Furthermore, everything she had done before was to lure her opponents in so that she could earn more heaven-nourishing crystals. The funny thing was that they had spent so many heaven-nourishing crystals in an attempt to monopolize the competition, but they had all become hers. This was simply, for a moment, the two leaders of the younger generation felt like weeping but had no tears. It was fine if they lost in terms of strength or battle, but the feeling of being crushed in terms of intelligence was too painful. How could they continue fighting? Should the competition continue tomorrow? Why should it continue? Especially Xinghao. He couldn't possibly let his clansmen die in vain. Not killing the eight-armed god-fiend in the last match was already giving them face. This Lan Xuanyu was too terrifying. She knew when to stop and when to stop. She had reaped the most benefits and won the favor of almost everyone. When did the dragon race produce such a talent? Not to mention the two of them, even the Pegasus's first seat, the eight-armed god-fiend king, and the golden mantis king on the main stage all had similar thoughts. The dragon race was truly terrifying. What kind of foundation was this? There was no doubt that Princess Jinlong would be the representative of the new generation of the dragon race. She would be a true leader and a future dragon knight. The head of Tianma didn't actually care more about Lan Xuanyu's bloodline and personal strength. The key was his will. It was truly terrifying. He seemed calm and strong, but in reality, he had a clever mind. He had arranged everything clearly. This was the most terrifying part. If the dragon race had such a leader in the future, would the dragon race evolve again? Would it completely surpass Tianma and become the greatest beneficiary of the Ryuma Federation? For a moment, the head of Tianma even had a flash of killing intent. This was Tianma Star. If he really wanted to make a move, even the two dragon knights wouldn't be able to stop him. However, this killing intent was just a flash. Of course, he couldn't really make a move against Lan Xuanyu. That would provoke a huge war, which would be even more detrimental to the development of Tianma. The head of Tianma took a deep breath and slowly stood up. This morning's competition ends here. The discussion will continue in the afternoon. The representatives of the various races who were originally shocked by Lan Xuanyu's strength immediately became gloomy again when they heard this. Last night, most of them didn't sleep at all. The news came too suddenly. Because of the communication, they couldn't even discuss it with their own races. And now the situation was very clear. If they didn't agree, they would be standing on the opposite side of the dominant races. So, was there any possibility of them not agreeing? For the weak races, it was nothing. They relied on the strong races to survive. However, for those powerful races that had their own planets and systems, it was an extraordinarily complicated situation. They had the intention to oppose, or even become independent. However, when they thought of the head of Tenryu, who didn't appear, they felt a chill run down their spine. There were so many powerful races. If they really started a war and didn't hesitate to destroy them, who would be able to stop them? That would definitely be a situation of misery and suffering. Carrying the heaven-nourishing crystals, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu returned to their residence. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu. The two of them really didn't dare to use telepathy to talk secretly. After such a competition, it was inevitable that they would be noticed by a transcendent. Unless they were under the cover of the treasure-hunting beast, their conversation could only be safe. However, that would expose the treasure-hunting beast's god-level aura. Lan Xuanyu's answer was, "It's because I showed it in front of everyone that they won't be suspicious." Bai Xiu relaxed after getting his answer. She had gained a lot from today's battle. She had been practicing demonic devour with the support of the dragon god's power. She could clearly feel that her control and usage of demonic devour had reached a new level. She had also started to comprehend some of her own power of laws. After returning to their residence, the two of them started meditating and resting. The important part of the event in the afternoon was the main event. Lan Xuanyu thought about it carefully and couldn't help but admire the big shots of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. These big shots clearly didn't give any other species a chance. It looked like everything was done in a hurry and caught the other species unprepared. They had no chance of resisting at all. It had to be said that the dragon race and Tianma's move was really beautiful. For Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, they could only let nature take its course. After Lan Xuanyu understood everything, he realized how important it was to increase his strength. Only by becoming truly powerful and possessing the strength to surpass Jia would there be a possibility of changing this world. He had never desired to be powerful as much as he did now. Releasing the lightning tribulation outside his body today allowed Lan Xuanyu's comprehension of laws to reach a new level. After returning this time, it was very important for him to use the heaven-nourishing crystal to comprehend the power of destruction in the demonic god's cores. After that, it should be easier for him to try using the tribulation to temper his body. Coupled with the life energy provided by the heaven-nourishing crystal, he should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After he finished tempering his body, he should be unable to suppress his cultivation any longer. He could then head to the Rising Dragon Arena to break through. With the help of the Dragon God's power in the Rising Dragon Arena, he might truly possess the bloodline of the Dragon Gods. At that time, he should undergo a transformation. Only then would he be considered to have 1 foot above others. He would enter the world of the strong. After that, he should head to the dragon world to look for opportunities. He had already thought about his future cultivation path very clearly. He performed so well in the future rookie challenge this time. Remember to read the books in the book-seeking pavilion. He didn't even hesitate to reveal most of his strength. Aside from obtaining the heaven-nourishing crystal, it was also for the 2 dragon knights to see so that they could take a step forward. To improve his status in the dragon race. In this way, since he proposed to make a breakthrough on the Rising Dragon Arena, the chances of him being approved would naturally be higher. In the afternoon, the conference began again, and the atmosphere was obviously much heavier than yesterday. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu left the venue, all the representatives were still talking, but they all suppressed their voices and looked serious. Seeing their arrival, the expressions of these representatives were rather complicated. After all, they represented the dragon race, and the dragon race was one of the major races that proposed the formation of the Ryuma Federation. Lan Xuanyu walked to his seat and sat down. Before he could think about it like he did yesterday, he heard a voice. "Lan, can we talk?" The voice was gentle and familiar. Without turning around, Lan Xuanyu knew who it was. Lan Xuanyu slowly stood up and looked at Li Menglong, who had come to his side with a sincere expression. He said indifferently, "Brotherly, what do you want to talk about?" Then, he said, "Can we talk in private? Just you and me. It's not good for us to leave now, right?" Li Menglong hesitated for a moment. The meeting was about to begin. Straight, Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. Being pregnant will take up a lot of your wife's time. As he said that, he gestured to Li Menglong to Lan Xuanyu and hurriedly said a please gesture. Bai Shoushou also stood up. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He gently pressed her shoulder, indicating for her to sit down, and then followed Li Menglong out. Li Menglong led the way in front, and Lan Xuanyu followed behind him. With Lan Xuanyu's performance in the Rookie Challenge competition, he was now the center of attention. Naturally, everyone saw him walk out with Li Menglong. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu wasn't afraid that Li Menglong would do anything to him. This person shouldn't do anything irrational. After walking out of the conference hall, Li Menglong led the two to a small, elegant room. Li Menglong gestured to Lan Xuanyu, indicating for him to sit down. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand and said, I won't sit down. I still have to go back to the convention. Brotherly, if you have something to say, you can say it. Li Menglong took a deep breath and said, Lan. Frankly speaking, Xing Haoyan and I have wholeheartedly accepted our loss today. We never thought that everything would be part of your plan. If I didn't guess wrongly, you proposed the marriage contest to attract more people to challenge you and obtain more heaven-nourished crystals. You've never thought of holding a real groom selection at this convention, have you? Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, so what? Li Menglong felt sour in his heart. Wasn't that right? So what? So what if they knew? The other party's strength was there for all to see. They just couldn't beat him. It's not like he didn't give them a chance, we can't do anything about it. That's why I said that we have wholeheartedly accepted our loss. This time, you can be considered to have earned a lot of money. However, Lan, I have a suggestion that I hope you will listen to. 56 Lan Xuanyu gestured to Lan Xuanyu. The meaning was clear. Since I've come, I want to listen to you. If you have something to say it quickly. Li Menglong said in a deep voice, our Tianma has cooperated with your dragon race for many years. We've been leading the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy together. You're a smart person. You should already know the purpose of this meeting. Our two races will join hands, and with the support of several warlike races, the establishment of the Ryuma Federation is imperative. There's no other possibility, and no one can stop it. However, once the Federation is established, how will it be managed and how will it be deployed? This will be a long-term task. I wonder what role you'll play after the Federation is established. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. If you called me out to discuss these issues, I think we won't be able to attend the meeting later. Li Menglong smiled bitterly. Of course not. I'm just suggesting an idea. I hope you'll consider it carefully. What I want to say is, can you consider cooperating with us? For example, marrying me. Lan Xuanyu looked at Li Menglong in surprise. He didn't expect Li Menglong to make such a request at this time. Li Menglong said in a deep voice, don't worry. The soundproof barrier in this room was set up by my father. Even the Dawn Dragon Knight won't be able to hear our conversation. What I value is you as a person, not your position in the dragon race. My father is the head of the Pegasus sect. I'm his only son. His son was also the future successor of the Pegasus clan, the future leader of the entire Pegasus clan. Therefore, I'm making this request to you in this capacity. I've carefully studied your information. You're a wild dragon race member, and you haven't been in the dragon race for long. What the dragon race has given you, I believe we can give you even more. With your talent, you don't even have a single divine artifact. It can be seen that you're not valued in the dragon race. However, if you're willing to marry me and come to our Pegasus clan, everything will be different. Not only will you be my wife, but you'll also be an important part of Tianma's future. In the future, when the Ryuma Federation is established, my father will definitely be one of the top executives of the Federation. Your head of Tenrya doesn't like to deal with daily affairs, so he'll definitely hand them over to my father. It's equivalent to the entire Federation's resources being allocated by us. Whatever you want, you'll have it. Whether you're after strength or power, we can give it to you. Therefore, coming to us and marrying me through this competition is the best choice for you. You're a smart person, so you should understand that I'm not just saying these words casually. I've come with enough sincerity. Li Menglong spoke very quickly. It was clear that he had thought it through carefully before saying this to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu calmly looked at Li Menglong, his mind racing. It was clear that Tianma valued him. Li Menglong didn't hesitate to take the risk of the dragon race to propose to him. In fact, he already understood what Li Menglong was thinking. There was no doubt that the dragon race was now a powerful race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. But how did the dragon race come about? During the dragon transformation period, many races in the Tenryu star were affected by the dragon world and mutated. Among them, some of Tianma's people also mutated and became the Tenryu race. The current Tianma was the part of the race that did not undergo dragon transformation at that time. They came to Tianma star and were separated from the dragon race, but they must have seen the strength of the dragon race. The strength of the dragon race was unquestionable. Would the Pegasus race wish for them to undergo the dragon transformation too? There must be hope. According to Lan Xuanyu's information, the dragon race's overall population was only about 1/10 of Tianma's. But the dragon race's overall strength was above Tianma's. This meant that the dragon race's individual strength was very strong. Then, if Tianma also underwent dragon transformation and became stronger individually, what would the dragon race be? Kyushu's advantage in numbers and the increase of the top powerhouses, Tianma would become the true leader of the Ryuma Federation. So, what they wanted was Indigo's bloodline. After the marriage, Tianma's purest descendant, which was the one in front of him, and the bloodline of Indigo would fuse together. It was hard to say how strong the offspring would be, but at least this was a chance. Tianma obviously knew. It was confirmed that Indigo's bloodline had great potential in the dragon race, especially Indigo had not reached the god level yet. If they could win Indigo over, the benefits for Tianma in the future would be too great. This also proved Lan Xuanyu's conjecture, that Tianma was not afraid of the dragon race, and should not be inferior to the dragon race in terms of overall strength. Therefore, they were not afraid of offending the dragon race, which was why they proposed this idea to him. This was very important information. The sad thing was that the man in front of her didn't know that she wasn't a female dragon race and couldn't reproduce with him. Therefore, no matter how much benefit he could get, how could he possibly agree to it? Although Lan Xuanyu felt that he could use this opportunity to provoke the conflict between Tianma and the dragon race, according to the current situation, it was more advantageous for him to stay in the dragon race and train. The dragon race had more resources that he could use to make him stronger. In reality, he had no other choice. Lan Xuanyu looked deeply at Li Menglong in front of him. Li Menglong looked at him sincerely. You can ask for anything you want. As long as my Tianma has it, I can give it to you. I can promise you that as long as you are willing to come over, we can give you a super divine artifact. It was a super divine tool, not a divine tool. With the protection of a super divine tool, you won't face any danger when you break through to the divine level. In the future, you will definitely become a super divine expert. The power of words was really not small. The other party was about to take out a super divine tool. Chao Xian took a deep breath and didn't hesitate too much. He slowly raised his hand. I'm sorry, brotherly, I can't promise you. Why? Li Menglong blurted out, his fists burning. Xian said. Because I'm a member of the party. I can't have my children. Even if I have the lead of the 7th Lord of the dinosaur race, I have my own race. I'm a member of the dragon race. They treat me well, I can't betray them. I also can't reach this step today. It's not betrayal. Remember, the fastest way to read books is to find a suitable person to marry. As long as you marry me, you can return to the dragon race if you want. That's all. How can you say that you betrayed us? We won't ban you in Tianma. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. Unless the head of Tenryu agrees, I can't marry you. I'm sorry. That's all, we have to go back to the meeting. With that, Lan Xuanyu turned and walked out. Li Menglong stood in place, stunned. Actually, he had already guessed that the possibility of Lan agreeing wasn't too high. However, he still wanted to try because this opportunity was too rare. There was still one more day of the future rookie challenge. As long as Lan deliberately lost to him, he could really marry her. Although looking at Lan now, the dragon race didn't give her many benefits, the dragon race wasn't stupid. After the future rookie challenge, how could they not give her enough resources? let the head of Tenryu agree to the marriage. That was simply impossible. He had never even thought about it before. Seeing Lan's back gradually disappear, Li Minglong's eyes became gloomy. This Lan really wasn't ordinary. When Lan Xuanyu returned to the conference hall, the meeting was about to begin. He walked to his seat and sat down. Huang Liangwei had already arrived in front of him, but he didn't look back because of him. Lan Xuanyu sat down beside Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him. He smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, along with the sound of music, the leaders of the 10 major races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy entered the hall and took their seats in the inner circle. The head of Tianma still had a smile on his face. It seemed like everything was normal. Nothing had happened. The leaders of the other races didn't show any emotion. Everyone sat down and the hall was silent. The head of Tianma smiled and said, "Today, we will have a meeting." They began to discuss the specific issues of coordination and deployment. The establishment of the Ryuma Federation and the allocation of resources and research power of the various races isn't something that can be done in a day or two. So, we first need a research base. After discussing with the head of Tenryu, we decided to take a longer time and build a foundation. The sky field is already hot and ready. It will allow the scientific and technological talents of the various races to carry out research together. Regarding this point, I wonder if Big Strait has any objections. Would they meet again? There were a lot of opinions. The Ryuma Federation was still in the process of establishing itself, and they were already asking for people from the various races, but, at this time, who dared to raise an opinion? No one dared to speak. No one dared to be the first to speak. The head of Tianma smiled and said, "Then this matter is settled. It seems that today's meeting will be very efficient. The second point is that while we are carrying out research, we also need a unified manufacturing base. This base will be used to manufacture the latest technological weapons, including warships. In the future, we hope that the warships of the Dragon Horse Galaxy will be a system, a series, and each planet will no longer be independent. Currently, all warships that can be modified will be modified. Those that cannot be modified will be destroyed. We need a base that specializes in manufacturing new battle rules, and modify or destroy our existing battle rules and batches. Currently, we have a planet that is very suitable. It is the floating dragon beside the Tenryu star. This planet is large in size and stable in operation. It is the satellite of the Tenryu star, and also the largest satellite. Building warships on this planet will be beneficial for the dragon race's protection. The group of Tianma sold continuously into the city, and Tu Xian laughed out loud. This O had already started to divide the two most important pieces one by one. Seeing that the 8-armed demon race, butterfly race, and Yuankong race did not have any reaction, it was obvious that they had already discussed this matter in private. It was a little interesting. When Ma Shou Street said this, many of the representatives' faces changed. Gloomy. The establishment of the Changma Federation, and the integration of the various races' resources, was not something that could be done in a short time. The head of Tianma's intention was very clear. First, send the scientific and technological talents over. Then, hand over the fleet. These were the core resources of the various races. If they were all handed over, the Dragon Horse Galaxy would become the Ryuma Federation. As for the integration of resources, would the various races have the right to disagree? The head of Tianma continued, for the development of the galaxy, we have to achieve something in a short period of time. Although this decision is a little rushed, this is all for the future development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This is also the reason why we established the Federation. I hope that the various races can understand. I have already discussed this with the head of Tenryu. This matter cannot be delayed. Within a year, we have to achieve something. Therefore, I hope that the various races will agree. He spoke casually, but the deep meaning in his words, as well as the deep meaning in his eyes, made everyone shudder. This was the style of the powerful dragon race and Tianma. They were extremely powerful and did not give any leeway. They used thunderous methods to determine everything. The human arm godfiend race and the mantis race would obviously benefit from this. Otherwise, they would not be so supportive. With their powerful fighting strength, whoever did not agree would be destroyed. At this point in the meeting, Lan Xuanyu understood that this conference had completely set the tone. The Ryuma Federation was bound to be established. In the next 1 or 2 years, the Ryuma Federation would make a big move. They would integrate resources, integrate technology, and build a base. For this dragon race and Tianma, they were determined to increase their overall technological strength, especially their warships, in preparation for future wars. Did they establish the Ryuma Federation because of their own selfish motives? No, they did this because they felt that the threat from the Douluo Federation was growing. Using this method to unify the entire galaxy was the simplest and most direct. How much time would it take to convince the various races one by one? Furthermore, the results would not be very good. Next was a series of integration details. Although it was called a conference, it was more like a meeting to inform the other races. From the start to the end, the head of Tianma was the one speaking. He did not give the other races a chance to speak. No one dared to object. There was not even a single voice of objection. Because no one wanted to be destroyed. Even if all the races other than the Dragon race, Tianma, 8-armed Divine Demon clan, Yuankong clan, and Mantis clan objected to this, their combined powerhouses were no match for these 5 races. Other than being destroyed, there was no other possibility. Yesterday, the 8-armed Divine Demon King had made a move to tell everyone that the 8-armed Divine Demon race would do anything to establish the Ryuma Federation. The meeting continued into the evening. The head of Tianma's remarks were recorded in detail. The outcome had been decided. Tomorrow's meeting was expected to be simple. It was to announce the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. After leaving the venue, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu went straight back to their residence. Bai Xiuxiu noticed that Lan Xuanyu was frowning as if he was thinking about something. What's wrong? She couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, I feel that something is wrong. It went too smoothly. Are you saying that the decisions made by the head of Tianma today were approved too smoothly? There was no objection at all? I think so too. Although the 5 races are strong, it seems strange that the other races didn't object at all. Those races are quite patient. Are they going to go back and defy us? But that's impossible, right? They can't beat these 5 races. Lan Xuanyu said, it's hard to say. However, these races have been around for many years. Not everyone is willing to give up their rights to rule their own planet and become a part of the Ryuma Federation. Even if they know that they can't beat us, it seems strange that none of the races are resisting. I have a feeling that they are brewing something. It's just that they haven't exploded yet. Bai Xiuxiu said, what could it be? Lan Xuanyu said, I don't know either. However, if there is something, it will be shown tomorrow. Tomorrow, the head of Tianma will announce the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. Once the matter is decided, it will be too late for the other races to object. They might even be attacked in a justified manner. Let's wait and see for tomorrow afternoon's meeting. If anything is going to happen, it will happen then. Bai Xiuxiu said, tomorrow morning's rookie challenge. Do you think anyone will challenge us? Lan Xuanyu smiled. I don't think so. What's the point of doing something useless? Tianma's younger generation is stronger than the other 2 champions. However, we can all see how strong they are. There is still a gap between us and them. As for the 8-armed Divine Demon race, their younger generation's experts have all fought. In terms of individual strength, they are still stronger than Tianma. Unless Ji Tenryu, Su Jima, and Tianma's Do-Tu release us together, they should know better. I don't have any chance. You rest first. I'm going to find the Dragon Knights. As he spoke, he gave Bai Xiu a look. Bai is good. Bring him along. Come early. Rent. When she said the 2 words group rent, she even deliberately emphasized it, causing Lan Xuanyu to pinch her face uncontrollably. Under Bai Xiuxiu's reproachful gaze, Lan Xuanyu left his residence and arrived at Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's residence. Just as he stood there, Zhong Zicheng's voice came from inside. Come in. Yes. Lan Xuanyu respectfully replied and walked in. Zhong Zicheng sat cross-legged on a praying mat in the middle of the large living room. There was a mysterious aura fluctuating around him, making it impossible to see his body clearly. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. He could naturally feel the change in the laws. Second seat. Lan Xuanyu respectfully bowed to the Dawn Dragon Knight. Yes. What do you think about the meeting in the afternoon? Zhong Zichang didn't ask him why he was here, but directly asked his own question. Lan Xuanyu said, "At first, I was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, I understood." Oh? Zhong Zichang looked at him with interest. Tell me about it. Lan Xuanyu said, "I think that for Tianma and our dragon race, the establishment of the Ryuma Federation is imperative. The most important reason is the threat from the humans. The strength of the human fleet is already a threat to our galaxy. If the humans continue to develop, when their fleet is large enough and they have the technology to suppress our top powerhouses, we will face a huge disaster. When the time is right, the Douluo Federation will definitely make a move against us. Our galaxy has too many resources that they have coveted for a long time. Therefore, in my opinion, Tianma and our dragon race proposed the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. It is a selfless act to protect our galaxy from invasion and all races." But Zhong Zichang said, "But what? You can say whatever you want. We are just discussing it in private. Moreover, after the establishment of the Ryuma Federation, it will be the world of you young people. Us old fellows won't really participate in the management." Lan Xuanyu said, "But I think that not all races will be willing to support us. Those who support us secretly will even restrict us. This time, our two races have joined forces and used thunderous methods to establish the Ryuma Federation. Those races were caught off guard, and they will definitely be unconvinced. I think that we still need to improve in the future. We need to use thunderous methods and show mercy. We must not be merciful to those who openly oppose us. We must kill one to achieve 100. Those who take the initiative to submit should be put in important positions. After some time, the Ryuma Federation will be stable. Only with stability can we have greater development." Yes. Zhong Zichang's expression did not change. It's normal to see this. Do you have any good suggestions? Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't dare to say good suggestions, but I feel that we should first establish the Ryuma Federation. I felt that today's meeting was a little too peaceful, and there was no opposition at all. Under normal circumstances, someone would have at least raised some opinions. Not everyone is afraid of the 8-armed demon king, right? Tomorrow, we will officially announce the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. I'm more worried that the other races will secretly unite and do something against us." Zhong Zichang nodded. "Very good. There will always be some people who are unwilling, but they will only struggle a little. Do you have any thoughts on the future development of the Ryuma Federation? For example, as the leader of the younger generation of the dragon race, what role do you want to play in the Ryuma Federation?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "I don't have any thoughts. I just want to improve myself. I'm too weak now, and improving my strength is the most important thing for me." Zhong Zichang finally showed a satisfied smile. "Yes, that's right. For others, it is meaningful to participate in the management. But for you, nothing is more important than improving yourself. Your bloodline is top-notch in the dragon race, and it can be seen from the fact that you were able to use the power of the lightning tribulation in the battle today. This is the advantage of your bloodline, and it can stimulate your great potential in the future. We are all looking forward to seeing how strong you can be when you become a dragon knight. In fact, if we wanted to establish the Ryuma Federation, we could have done it many years ago, and no one would have been able to stop us. The reason why we didn't do it was because Tianma and we didn't think it was necessary. What's the point of establishing the Ryuma Federation? It will only consume more of our energy. If not for the fact that the Douluo Federation is becoming more and more of a threat to us, we wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. When your individual strength reaches the transcendent rank, you will understand that all technology is insignificant and can be resisted by you. In front of a true god, any technology is just a small path. It's just that we haven't become true gods yet. With your talent, the realm you should pursue the most is to become a true god, and not be distracted by other things. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Before the conference started today, Li Menglong came looking for me. I would like to report to you a kind of cloth. Smile, understand. Why is he looking for you? Did he want you to lose to him on purpose and stay in the Heavenly Horse clan? Lan Xuanyu pretended to be surprised and said, you already know, even you won't be able to detect the barrier I set up. He also said that his father, Zhong Zicheng, was in that room. He didn't lie to you, he said, I really didn't sense anything. The address, I think, is as clear as yours. They probably wouldn't have made any preset samples. Another nap, but I can guess. No, Lan Xuanyu nodded his head without hesitation. Chief, promise me that if I join Tianma, he told me that his father is Tianma. If I find some changes, I will see him in the future or marry him, and he will give me a super artifact. He also said. This super artifact thing. Rule Tianma together and something like that. But I refuse. How generous. He must say it, at least let Long Jiayan know that he is Tianma. Sure enough, when Zhong Zicheng heard the word super artifact, his eyes couldn't help but change slightly. It must be known that even with Tenryu Star's wealth, super artifact was not something that could be taken out at will. Even his seat this time didn't have a super artifact of his own. Tianma dared to make such a promise to Lan, it could be seen how much importance she attached to Lan. Zhong Zicheng was shrewd and ruthless. His mind moved slightly, and he understood Tianma's meaning. This is to steal the bloodline of our dragon race. Tianma was indeed unwilling to be left out. Then why did you refuse? To tell you the truth, even I don't have a super artifact. Zhong Zicheng looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, I am a member of the dragon race. How can different races casually marry each other? I originally proposed the marriage contest for the heaven-nourishing crystal. Every race desires the bloodline of our dragon race. Naturally, they would fall for the trap and take out the heaven-nourishing crystal to challenge me. No matter how tempting Tianma's offer is, they are not of the same race as me. The difference in bloodline is the biggest problem. Our dragon race's bloodline is supreme. How can I marry a race of inferior bloodline? When he said this, his expression was extremely natural, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Moreover, he was using the most common way of thinking of the dragon race. The dragon race always looked down on the bloodlines of other races. They believed that their own bloodline was supreme. That was why the Tenryu Star had such a clear difference in class. After hearing Lan Xuanyu's words, Zhong Zicheng nodded in satisfaction and said, although Tianma's bloodline is not bad, compared to our dragon race, there is still a gap. Otherwise, the Pegasus race wouldn't have been driven to the Pegasus Star after the dragon transformation. However, there was no need to say such things in front of the chief. After all, the chief had evolved from the Pegasus race. In my opinion, it is precisely because of this that he is unable to take another step forward. Of course, you don't have to care too much about this. Just stick to your heart. This time, you did very well and gained a lot. I don't think they will challenge you again tomorrow. Don't wander around. After it's over, follow us back. This time, at the conference. Stay at the Pegasus Manor and wait for the exchange. As you said just now, something important might happen tomorrow and affect the interests of many people. Don't worry, just do your best. Yes, but it doesn't matter. We are already prepared for this. I won't disturb your rest. Lan Xuanyu took advantage of the situation to bid farewell. Yes, thank you for this reminder. The main reason he came to find Zhong Zicheng was to tell Li Meng about today's Li Meng. He wanted to remind the dragon race of his value. Zhong Zicheng smiled and said, you suppressed your cultivation very well. If I'm not wrong, you are now relying on the destructive energy of the eight-armed divine demon race to suppress your cultivation. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, yes. I found that this destructive energy and the life energy contained in the heavenly nourished crystal are mutually restraining and complementary. There are some special law changes contained in them. When I am comprehending them, they can suppress my cultivation to a certain extent, so that I won't break out of my skin. Zhong Zicheng's eyes flashed with a strange light. Your comprehension is indeed very high. I can also feel that you are doing this. However, I need to remind you that whether it is the destructive energy contained in the divine demon core or the life energy contained in the heavenly nourished crystal, you have to be careful when using them. The most important reason is that they are not pure and have impurities. And these too are the energy of the universe's origin. Don't be affected. Otherwise, you will suffer irreparable damage and will never be able to advance. Do you understand? When he said this, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked, "Second seat, where is the pure power of creation and destruction?" Zhong Zicheng smiled bitterly and said, "This is difficult. We have never seen it before. But according to our guess, I am afraid that it is a single line of the power of creation and the power of destruction. It is an existence that is one level higher than us, let alone both. At present, it seems that a certain degree will be beneficial to you. Hua's body's endurance is still quite good. Therefore, control is especially beneficial for F to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. When you break through to the divine realm, it will be of great help to your strength. But I still say the same thing. Don't overdo it, especially pay attention to the impurities. After you comprehend it for a period of time, you have to clean it thoroughly. Don't let any impurities remain." "Yes." Lan Xuanyu saluted Zhong Zicheng respectfully from the bottom of her heart. This Dragon Knight's reminder was very important. Because the results of the past few days of cultivation were extremely good, coupled with his comprehension of the laws that allowed him to control the lightning tribulation, Lan Xuanyu's mentality had unconsciously become somewhat radical. Zhong Zicheng's words immediately rang an alarm bell for him, calming him down. Seeing that she had really listened to him, Zhong Zicheng was very happy. He smiled slightly and said, "Your perception is indeed excellent. No wonder Luo Lan values you so much. Before he and I became Dragon Knights, we were the best of brothers. In the future, if you don't understand anything about your cultivation, you can ask him, or you can come directly to me." "Ah? So you have such a relationship with Sir Luo Lanshan, that's great." Lan Xuanyu bowed again, and there was obviously a sense of closeness between his emotions. Zhong Zicheng knew that she had understood his meaning. He nodded and said with a smile, "Go. You are the future of the dragon race. We are all looking forward to your growth. I believe that you won't let us down. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. After returning, I will also report this matter to the Tenryu Society. On your side, you will be given a certain amount of resources. However, you must also pay attention to your own safety. If you show off your abilities, you may be the tallest tree in the forest." "Yes, thank you for this reminder." After bidding farewell to Zhong Zicheng, Lan Xuanyu returned to her residence. While walking, she pondered over the true meaning of Zhong Zicheng's words. From the conversation with Zhong Zicheng, she heard a lot of things. For example, in the dragon race, this Dawn Dragon Knight, whose strength and status were second only to the head of Tenryu, was not from the Tenryu race. In other words, he did not originally cultivate from Tianma. Instead, he evolved from another race during the dragon transformation period, and possessed such formidable strength. On the spiritual level, he was probably the #1 person in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. At the same time, he had a close relationship with Luo Lan. Luo Lan didn't seem to have evolved from Tianma. One of them was ranked 2nd, while the other was ranked 6th. In the dragon race, their statuses were quite extraordinary. His meaning just now was very clear. He and Luo Lan would support him from behind, and they were willing to accept him. With this Dawn Dragon Knight standing behind him, everything would be different. Going to the Rising Dragon Arena to make a breakthrough should not be a problem. Therefore, he didn't bring this up just now. Also, Zhong Zicheng was worried that someone would attack him. Experts from various clans? After all, the seemingly invincible Princess Jinlong only faced opponents below the divine level. In that case, powerhouses above the god level were not people he could fight against now, especially those at the true god and transcendent god level. Of course, as long as he was not too far away from the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Holy Light Dragon Knight, the possibility of him being threatened was very small. He really had to be careful. The gains from this exchange were too great. This kind of gain was not only reflected in his cultivation, but more importantly, he had gradually begun to enter the upper echelons of the Dragon Horse Galaxy and gained more recognition from the dragon race. At the same time, he also obtained extremely important information from this exchange. As he was walking back, suddenly, a soft voice appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Shoo, his whole body trembled instantly, and he subconsciously tried to capture the voice, but it was to no avail. What's going on? Who is it? Lan Xuanyu's eyes instantly became sharp, and he fully opened his spiritual power, searching for the direction and position of the voice. However, he still couldn't find anything. If what had appeared in his mind that day was an illusion, then could it be that this time was also an illusion? While his heart was in awe, he also became serious. Should he tell the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Holy Light Dragon Knight about this feeling? An existence that he couldn't sense at all was probably at least a true god-level powerhouse. It wasn't a good thing for such a powerhouse to keep thinking about him. However, at this moment, a gentle aura of life suddenly swept over from all directions. It was like a gust of wind, quietly landing on Lan Xuanyu's body, making him feel warm and comfortable. This gentle life energy was injected into his body, but it didn't cause any conflict with his body. What happened next shocked Lan Xuanyu even more. He was shocked to discover that the destruction energy of the eight-armed divine demon and the life energy of the heaven-nourishing crystal that contained the aura of creation were instantly purified as if they had been cleansed by water. Although they were much weaker than before, it seemed that all the impurities had disappeared. Zhong Zhichang had just warned him to be careful of the impurities in these two types of energy, and now the impurities in his body had disappeared? What was going on? This was simply unbelievable. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. This meant that this had something to do with the voice that had appeared just now. He didn't take the initiative to communicate with him because he was afraid of being discovered by the Dawn Dragon Knight. However, he was using this method to tell him that he didn't have any malicious intentions. Lan Xuanyu quickly regained his composure. The more he was in a situation like this, the more he could remain calm. He didn't stop and continued to walk towards his residence. A voice that could invade his mind and sense his thoughts could very well have seen through his identity. That was something that even transcendent dragon knights couldn't do. How did he do it? Even with his and the treasure-seeking beast's senses, they couldn't sense this person's existence at all. Just what kind of powerhouse was this? For a moment, Lan Xuanyu's mind was in a mess. However, the other party had at least shown goodwill. Moreover, he could actually cleanse the destruction and creation energy in his body. This ability was really too terrifying. He couldn't do anything now. Although he knew that the other party's ability on him was very problematic, he could only silently endure it. Since the other party didn't communicate with him now and had been trying to let him know of his existence, it wouldn't be long before he contacted him again. After returning to his residence, Lan Xuanyu didn't tell Bai Xiuxiu about this, lest she worry. He sat down cross-legged and began to meditate, beginning his cultivation for the night. Soon, he felt how great the benefits of the cleansed life energy and destruction energy were. Although these two types of energy had been weakened to less than 1/10 of their original strength, the pure feeling they brought was completely different. A wondrous rhythm of law silently circled around his mind. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the purified creation and destruction auras complemented and repelled each other. They circled around each other in his dantian. This was a bit like the feeling when the two bloodlines of the Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King turned into vortexes when he first started cultivating. Although these two mysterious and supreme energies were very weak, they would naturally release the aura of laws during the process of circling. He couldn't control these laws at the moment, but he could silently sense them. No matter what kind of element it was, in front of this aura of laws, it seemed to become peaceful and easy to control. For example, he now needed half the time to condense the light-dark divine lightning in his body. What made Lan Xuanyu even more surprised was that when he dispersed the light-dark divine lightning, it was much, much easier than before. Although the creation and destruction energy wasn't in the core of his bloodline, it was faintly suppressing everything, making everything especially smooth. Everyone can guess where that mysterious voice came from. Xianyu started to find his direction. What follows will be a series of major events. I hope everyone will enjoy it. I also want to thank everyone for their constant support. It was a quiet night. When Lan Xuanyu woke up from his cultivation in the morning, he felt as if he had been sublimated. Unknowingly, there seemed to be an extra layer of something around his body, silently covering everything. Back when he was cultivating in seclusion on the heavenly dragon star, the biggest problem he was facing now was that he could feel his bloodline power and soul power surging in his body at all times, and he could make a breakthrough at any time. In the beginning, Lan Xuanyu felt that he was only about to break through to his seventh soul ring. However, as he cultivated using his dragon power to temper his body and continued to accumulate and compress, he felt that his next soul ring breakthrough might be a god rank breakthrough. Now, he was almost completely sure that he would break through to the god rank. Therefore, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to suppress it. However, after last night's cultivation, everything seemed to have changed. He was shocked to discover that everything in his body had quietened down and was no longer agitated. A mysterious undulation of the laws of nature lingered around his body. This was something that no one else could sense. Even Bai Xiaoxiao, who was very close to him, couldn't sense it. However, he could deeply feel that the energy in his body was no longer agitated, nor did it feel like it was overflowing. It was just silently being controlled. Was this the law of creation and destruction? This was really interesting. In that case, if the power of this law continued to increase, would it be able to help him continue to suppress his cultivation? As the saying goes, good preparation leads to good results. Back then, because of his bloodline, Lan Xuanyu was especially knowledgeable in this aspect. The more he accumulated, the easier it would be for him to break through. His parents had repeatedly warned him that when he broke through to the god rank, the pain he had to endure would be the most intense. It was also the most difficult breakthrough in his cultivation. Once he became a god and truly obtained the bloodline of the dragon gods, it would be much safer. Therefore, no matter how careful he was, it was never too much. This fortuitous encounter allowed him to accumulate and compress even further. Naturally, it was a good thing. He wasn't in a hurry to use the remaining heaven-nourishing crystals. He would wait until he returned to the dragon race. He needed absolute peace and safety to slowly explore on his own. However, there was still a layer of haze in the depths of his heart. It was really because of the sudden voice and help that he was unable to make sense of. He preferred the feeling of having everything under his control. The unknown was often the scariest. It was also the most uncontrollable. However, there was nothing he could do now. He couldn't take the initiative to find the other party, so he could only wait. Lan Xuanyu believed that since the other party was anxious to contact him, then before he left Tianma Star, there should be a clear contact. Now, all he had to do was wait. Since the other party was afraid of the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Holy Light Dragon Knight, it meant that he was relatively safe. He just didn't know whether this mysterious person belonged to Tianma or some other existence. The competition had to continue, and it was now the last day of the exchange competition. It was even more so for the future Rookie Challenge. Tianma Square was still bustling with noise and excitement. When Lan Xuanyu came here again, all the powerhouses he met along the way looked at him with fervent gazes. Privately, many powerhouses from various races had already called this future Rookie Challenge the most meaningful joust for a spouse in the history of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Unfortunately, no one was able to come out on top in the end. Just as Lan Xuanyu expected, although Tianma and the eight-armed divine demons were still gathered together, it seemed that they had no intention of making a move. Today's future Rookie Challenge officially began. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao went up the stage together. Seeing them in high spirits, Li Menglong and Xianxia, who were below the stage, couldn't help but feel bitter. They had obviously recovered to their best condition. How could they fight? There was almost no chance. Tianma was a bit better. The dragon race gave face and wouldn't easily kill, but so many of the eight-armed divine demons had already died. They didn't kill in the last match yesterday, which seemed to have the intention of letting them back down. Send more people today, they clearly couldn't afford the loss of the heaven-nourishing crystals. Today's payment bucket was empty. Lan Xuanyu didn't take out the heaven-nourishing crystals that he had put away. This also represented his confidence in himself. Xianxia looked at Li Menglong. What do we do? Li Menglong smiled bitterly. I don't know, there's nothing we can do. If you're willing, you can go up and gain experience and see the gap between you and Princess Jinlong. He turned his head and said to Tianma's younger generation powerhouses. The group of Tianma's youths all shook their heads. It was like a drum. Was this a joke? Sparring with Princess Jinlong to see the gap? Weren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? It wasn't like they hadn't seen how miserable the eight-armed divine demon was yesterday. They didn't want to advance their tribulation. This definitely wasn't a good feeling. The eight-armed divine demon was also silent. If they knew that they were going to die, they would really be fools. The eight-armed divine demon clan was a high-level clan. Although they didn't fear death, they didn't want to die. The dragon race is really a complete victory this time. Xinghaoyan sighed and didn't send any more of his clansmen. This time, he had suffered the greatest loss. Not to mention the heaven-nourishing crystals, so many of his clansmen had died. More importantly, he had admitted defeat in one of his matches. That battle had dealt a huge blow to his reputation. Although he hadn't returned to his clan, he could imagine how his brothers would attack him. However, since things had already come to this, a loss was a loss. He could only accept it. Therefore, Tianma and the eight-armed divine demon clan didn't send any more representatives. Compared to the exciting and even thrilling events of the previous 2 days, today's Future Rookie Challenge was as calm as still water. There were still some competitions in the other arenas, and there were still challengers trying their luck. However, today's arena number 1 was especially lonely. As a result, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu directly sat on the arena and meditated. As for the arena masters of the other arenas challenging them, that didn't exist. When an arena master challenged another arena master, he had to take all of his gains from the arena. If he lost, all his gains would belong to the other party. Before today's competition, Lan Xuanyu specially asked if they could challenge the arena masters of the other arenas. The reply he received was that only the lower arenas could challenge the higher arenas. The higher arenas couldn't challenge the lower arenas. This made Lan Xuanyu feel somewhat helpless. He originally thought that he could loot the other arenas as well, but now it seemed that he didn't have the chance. He didn't know if this system was set up for them at the last minute. As for the arena masters of the other arenas taking the initiative to challenge them, don't joke around. No one wanted to throw their lives away, nor did they want to hand over their hard-earned gains. Therefore, under the disappointed spectators' observation, the last day of the Future Rookie Challenge ended abruptly. Without a doubt, the biggest beneficiary this time was our Princess Jinlong. She obtained more than 60 pieces of heaven-nourishing crystals. This was definitely the biggest gain from a single event in the history of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This was a gain that even transcendent gods would be jealous of. The head of Tianma stood up and announced with a smile, "Alright, this year's Future Rookie Challenge has ended. Let us congratulate the arena masters who stayed until the end. I believe that this year's Future Rookie Challenge has left a very deep impression on everyone. It's the same for me. We very much welcome everyone from the dragon race to our Tianma star for the exchange, especially Lan." As he spoke, he looked at Lan Xuanyu with a meaningful smile. Lan Xuanyu bowed in the direction of the main stage as a sign of respect, concluding the ceremony. His mission was completed. The competition in the morning was over, and the conference in the afternoon was the most important. Whether or not the Ryuma Federation would be established directly depended on this. At noon, Lan Xuanyu could feel that the atmosphere in the Pegasus Manor seemed to have become a little tense. He could clearly feel that a storm was about to come. Even with his current strength, he felt like he was trembling in fear. After all, in this Pegasus Manor, there were too many powerhouses above the god level, and even transcendent powerhouses. The 2 dragon knights did not appear at noon. Everything seemed to be very calm. But the calmer it was, the more it seemed like a huge storm was brewing. If it was for safety reasons, Lan Xuanyu wanted to return to the Tenryu Star now and not get involved in all this, but this was obviously impossible. The 2 dragon knights could not be separated to escort him at all. Everything could only go with the flow. The afternoon finally arrived. This noon break, even Bai Xiuxiu felt that it was a little long. Lan Xuanyu looked at the teleportation array that had been set up in the room and said to Bai Xiuxiu, "Be prepared at all times." "Well, don't worry, I won't leave your side. If there is danger, we will leave the scene immediately. That is not a level of battle that we can participate in." Bai Xiuxiu held his hand and comforted him. For some reason, the 2 of them felt a little uneasy at this time, as if something was going to happen. This was a kind of premonition. Premonitions were mysterious, but the higher the cultivation, the more accurate the premonition seemed to be. Was something really going to happen, however, with so many transcendent powerhouses in charge? If the other races wanted to resist, how could they do it? At least for now, Lan Xuanyu could not think of anything. The large conference hall was brightly lit. The heavy atmosphere made it hard for the various representatives to breathe as they walked into the hall. Therefore, everyone kept quiet and sat in their seats, quietly waiting for the arrival of the most important moment for the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Li Menglong and Xing Haoyan were still sitting together. Their relationship seemed to have become closer. Perhaps it was because they were in the same boat. They no longer paid attention to Lan Xuanyu. The two of them sat together and whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Lan Xuanyu could hear it in his ears and feel it with his spiritual power, but most of them were sighs and groans of resignation. Had the representatives of the various races really accepted their fates? Lan Xuanyu was deep in thought. At the same time, he also silently sensed his own spatial coordinates. There was no problem at all. He could sense it, and when he needed it, he could teleport away immediately. Today, everyone came very early. Perhaps it was because they couldn't rest at noon. There were no empty seats in the hall, but it was also completely silent. When the music started, many people were shocked and jumped in fright. It was because their emotions had been greatly affected. The 10 leaders entered in a single file. Under the lead of the head of Tianma, they came to the central round table and sat down in their own seats. Today, the 10 leaders, even the head of Tianma, no longer had a smile on his face. Instead, he became serious. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng and the 8-armed Demon King sat on his left and right. An invisible pressure was being released from his body. The hall was silent. There was no need for anyone to remind them. At this time, no one would easily speak. The head of Tianma said in a deep voice, "All right, let's begin. Today is the last day of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's Unified Development Conference. It is also an important moment for the Dragon Horse Galaxy. After a few days of discussion regarding the establishment of the Ryuma Federation, we have reached a consensus. Next, we will raise our hands to vote. If more than half of the people agree, the Federation will be established." Directly raise their hands to vote. There were about 500 representatives from the various races present. If they were to raise their hands to vote, the various races would not have the advantage, right? Just as Lan Xuanyu was feeling doubtful, figures suddenly walked out from outside the conference room. There were not many of them, only 35 in total. Their bodies were covered in brilliant silver armor. Each of their figures were slightly different, but under the cover of the silver armor, the aura they emitted was as majestic as a mountain. Huge wings spread out from their backs. 16 of them only had one pair of wings, but it was an extremely huge pair of white wings. The remaining 19 had 8 pairs of wings on their backs. Their auras were only slightly weaker. They did not have any weapons in their hands. When they walked into the conference room, they were like 35 statues, standing at the outermost circle. Their cold gazes swept across the representatives, and their bodies emitted an extremely cold aura. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall changed in an instant. With Lan Xuanyu's strength, he realized that it was very difficult for him to stand up at this moment. This was a Pegasus Knight. Yes, only a Pegasus Knight could emit such a powerful aura. This was actually a Pegasus Knight. Tianma's true cornerstone of the top experts. According to Lan Xuanyu's knowledge, there were a total of 36 Pegasus Knights in Tianma. At this moment, 35 of them had appeared, which meant that all of Tianma's top experts were already here. This was because the most powerful of the 36 Pegasus Knights was the head of Tianma, who was sitting in the middle of the round table. The pressure brought by the gathering of the 36 Pegasus Knights was simply too terrifying. This was probably a rare occurrence in the entire history of the Pegasus race. Lan Xuanyu vaguely knew that those Tianma with only one pair of wings were the most powerful Pegasus Knights. That was the symbol of the unity of all the wings after the 8 wings. One could vaguely see that on their huge white wings, there was a faint platinum light flickering. Such a Pegasus Knight was most likely a transcendent expert himself. The Pegasus Knight was both a knight and a mount. When cultivated to the extreme, they fought in the form of a centaur. Therefore, it was different from the dragon race where the dragon knights had a dragon mount. Among the 35 Pegasus knights present, only the 15 Pegasus knights with one pair of wings had reached transcendent god level. The rest were all true god level powerhouses. Compared to the dragon knights of the dragon race, the Pegasus knights were still weaker overall. Although there were only 18 dragon knights, they were all transcendent experts, and their dragons should also be at or near the transcendent level. Even so, the terrifying strength displayed by Tianma at this time fully demonstrated that the establishment of the Ryuma Federation was imperative. Otherwise, Tianma would even start this war at all costs. The head of Tianma slowly stood up and scanned the room. In the face of the immense pressure brought by all 36 Pegasus knights, the entire room became even more silent. The head of Tianma said in a deep voice, "I know that there are many complaints among the various races about the establishment of our Ryuma Federation. I also understand you very well. No one is willing to be controlled by others and hand over their own resources. I understand all of this, but the establishment of the Federation is imperative. Through the war, through observation, we have long discovered where our problems lie. In terms of resources, at least in the known galaxies, no other galaxy can compare to us. However, we are sitting on such a huge amount of resources, but we are still unable to become truly powerful. We can't even defeat the small Douluo Federation. You have to know that the Douluo Federation controls less than 1/20th of our star system, and they have less than 1/100th of our resources. Why is this happening? The main reason is because we are not united. The establishment of the Ryuma Federation is not because we want to enslave you. More importantly, it is to protect everyone. It is to allow everyone to live and develop in a peaceful environment. We will also take on all the external wars and dangers of the Federation. When we succeed in integrating the power of the entire galaxy will become one entity, a truly powerful entity. At that time, with how vast the galaxy is, will it really be under the control of our few races? No, of course not. As long as you are a talent, you will be used in any way within the Federation. After the Federation is established, the first decree will be that from then on, there will no longer be a hierarchy between the races. We will only be separated by strength, regardless of race or bloodline. We will become a true family. At my level of cultivation, there are also the Dragon Knights, the 8-armed Demon King, the Golden Mantis King, and all the other transcendent experts present here. Does power mean much to us? Can it bring us anything? No, it can't. We can roam the universe as we wish. Who can stop us? For us, the true meaning of the future, the true direction, is eternal life, not some power in the mortal world. If we want eternal life, we need to take a step further. We need to go further. Many years ago, the realm of gods disappeared. As a result, no matter how hard we cultivate and call ourselves gods, we do not have the position of gods. We do not have the legendary immortal chi of the realm of gods as a source to become a true god. The gods of the realm of gods were immortal beings. But now that the realm of gods is gone, what should we do? Even with the cultivation base of Sky Dragon Chief and I, in the end, we will only walk towards death due to old age. The only thing we can do, the only hope we can see, is the appearance of the realm of gods. Do you want to wait for the appearance of the realm of gods through prayer? That is no different from a fantasy story. So, we only have one solution, and that is, if there is no realm of gods, we will create one. The resources needed to create a realm of gods are not as simple as the energy we know. It requires understanding of the laws of the universe and breaking through the shackles of the laws. That's what we Transcendents want to do. I'm only saying this to tell you that we have no selfish motives for establishing the Ryuma Federation. The reason we're consolidating our resources is to make the entire galaxy stronger, to make it the most important place for us to build the God realm and seek breakthroughs. Therefore, as long as you are an outstanding talent, regardless of race, you will definitely be put in an important position by us. As long as your efforts are beneficial to the Federation, you will receive corresponding support and rewards. All races, as long as their ratings were above a certain scale, could send representatives to become part of the Federation's parliament and jointly decide the decisions of the entire Federation. After the Federation was established, every transcendent would automatically become a counselor. Together with the representatives of the various races, a true parliament was established. Our races promise that when the Federation Council is truly established, the Dragon race and Tianma will jointly guarantee the fairness of the council. All the decisions of the council were protected by all the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights. Everything was fair and just. We will swear an oath with our divine sense that we will do it. We will not coerce you like we are now. The head of Tianma's voice was impassioned. Compared to the simple and crude voice 2 days ago, he was more like a leader giving a speech. Every word he said was straight to the point, and some of the race representatives were already moved. Suddenly, a representative's voice sounded from below the stage. I have a question. This was the first time someone had raised a question during the meeting in the past few days. Please speak, the head of Tianma said in a deep voice. Everyone's gaze was focused in that direction. It was a tall young man. At least on the surface, he looked like a young man. He was a little similar to a human, but his skin was green and there was a spiral horn on his head. This person stood up, as if he did not feel the pressure of the Pegasus Knights, and asked loudly, Lord Chief, after the Federation is established, can we allow free marriage between the various races? The head of Tianma said without hesitation, of course. We will stipulate in the Federation that the various races can freely marry as long as both sides of the marriage are willing. No race will have to stop it according to the clan rules. Since it is the integration of the entire Federation, we must allow the integration of the various races. Each of our races has its own strengths. I believe that mixed blood will be the direction of bloodline evolution. Thank you, I have no more questions. The representative sat down again. The head of Tianma said in a deep voice, just like this person's question just now. After the Federation is established, we will make everything more democratic and free. We will no longer be independent. We will select outstanding people to become the Federation's managers. Managers will not be limited to our Dragon race and Tianma. What your race is good at, then, you will be in what position. If anyone else has a question, you can raise it now. The Federation will accept reasonable questions. After the establishment, it will be proposed to the Federation's Parliament to study and vote. Another voice sounded, Lord Chief, may I ask? Since the Federation is in charge of the Parliament, then who will supervise the Parliament? Who can guarantee that the decisions made by the Parliament will be correct? The head of Tianma said, we will definitely discuss the issue of supervision in the future. The Federation's Parliament's supervision will definitely not be our own self-supervision. The power of supervision will definitely be dispersed. It will be supervised by a specialized organization. The specific situation will need to be further formulated. Who will dispatch the Federation's army? Can each race still have their own army? A sensitive question was raised. Each race will no longer have their own army. The Federation's army will be unified under the command of the Federation's War Department. The dispatch will need to be decided by the Federation's Parliament. Although each race will no longer have their own army, the use of the army will still be decided by everyone. Everyone can see the Douluo Federation space fleet. The reason why they are so powerful is because they have a unified dispatch mechanism. No one can command the fleet alone. All orders are unified. When we establish the fleet, each fleet will definitely not be commanded by a single race. It will definitely be multiracial. I want to guarantee everyone that in the future, the commander-in-chief of each fleet will be a strong person from a different race. As long as you have enough ability, anything is possible. As the head of Tianma answered the questions one by one, the originally gloomy atmosphere began to change. At this moment, the head of Tianma was more like an enlightened leader, constantly responding to various questions. It could be seen that he was prepared for many of the questions and had thought through them carefully. When some questions were not suitable for him to answer, he would invite the other representatives of the 10 major races to answer. The tense atmosphere seemed to gradually relax. The various race representatives, who had been holding back for 2 days, began to ask questions one by one. Previously, it was a strong oppression that made everyone feel as if they couldn't breathe. Now that there was finally an enlightened answer, the strong people at the meeting felt a sense of relief and relaxed a little. However, the rhythm was always in the hands of the head of Tianma. Under his control, the various race representatives' recognition of the Federation seemed to be subtly increasing. Before the start of today's conference, almost all the representatives knew that the establishment of the Ryuma Federation was imperative. With the support of extremely powerful races, no one could oppose it. At least on the surface, no one could oppose it. Otherwise, it would be death. What they were thinking about was whether they should cooperate or oppose the Federation in the future, and what level of resistance they should use to deal with the establishment of the Federation. Today, when the 35 Pegasus horsemen appeared, the resistance of the representatives of the various races weakened even more. They all knew that they could not resist anymore. Since they could not resist, they could only accept their fate and agree first. But at this time, the head of Tianma showed his open-minded side and took the initiative to answer the representatives' questions. He wanted everyone to understand the future of the Ryuma Federation. Such an approach would undoubtedly make people heave a sigh of relief. Although it would not change the support of the various representatives, at least they would understand more and have a different feeling when facing the establishment of the Federation in the future. He told them what the head of Tianma and his allies wanted to tell the various representatives. He also clarified the future policies of the Ryuma Federation. Under the pressure of the past 2 days, the various representatives were eager to know these things, so they had a deeper impression of them. There was a balance between tension and relaxation. This was the evaluation Lan Xuanyu could think of at this moment. Compared to the simple and crude approach of the past 2 days, the head of Tianma seemed to be a completely different person. Lan Xuanyu was sincerely impressed. The leaders of the various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy were all extremely intelligent. All of this was clearly planned before the start of the conference. It was definitely not a last-minute idea. Amazing. Amazing, but was it really going to be passed just like that? He unconsciously looked at the other 5 leaders in the inner circle, other than the 5 major races who supported the establishment of the Federation. These were all top experts. At this time, they all looked very calm, but also very quiet. They just silently listened to the head of Tianma's words. Today's conference went on for an extra long time. The head of Tianma stood and answered all kinds of questions. He was very patient. Finally, when all the questions had been answered and everyone fell silent again, Pegasus's first seat said in a clear voice, "I believe that in the future, everyone will have all sorts of questions. The formation of the Federation isn't something that can be achieved overnight. We also need to constantly explore and improve. But please believe that the establishment of the Ryuma Federation is a good thing for the various races. The territories of the various races will not change. The only change is that you will need to listen to the orders of the Federation's parliament. You will pay, but you will also receive. Now, let us begin the voting." For the Dragon Horse Galaxy, a historic moment had finally arrived. Even Lan Xuanyu, who was on the opposite side, could not help but feel tense. After the series of answers and statements by the head of Tianma, the atmosphere was obviously not as heavy as before. It had to be said that, with the Heavenly Dragon and Heavenly Horse 2 stars as the leaders of these several major races, the arrangement of this time's matter was very appropriate. Made full use of the various races' emotional fluctuations of the various races. From the initial cold, strong and strong and strong. Towards the end, he explained the importance and necessity of the establishment of the Federation. With head of Tianma Tianma, Tianma Tianma, and Tianma Tianma Tianma. In a situation where he had absolute strength as his backing, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Those who agree with the establishment of the Federation, please raise your hand. The head of Tianma shouted in a deep voice. As he spoke, he took the lead and raised his right hand. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, the 8-armed Divine Demon King, the Golden Mantis King, and the Royal King also stood up and raised their right hands. With the 5 super powerhouses expressing their opinions at the same time, coupled with the powerful deterrence of the Pegasus Knights, the atmosphere was instantly stirred up. However, at this time a strange voice suddenly sounded. Wait a moment. The moment this voice appeared, the expressions of the 5 powerhouses, led by the head of Tianma, changed. The reason why their expressions changed was not because of the sudden interruption. It was fine if someone objected, but the problem was that under the protection of so many Pegasus Knights, as well as the top powerhouses, they could not sense the source of the voice at all. In the next moment, the light in the entire conference hall suddenly dimmed. A faint dark red halo silently descended, causing the atmosphere in the conference hall to become oppressive. It was coming. What was coming had come. Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened, and he grabbed Bai Xiuxiu's hand. He was ready to teleport away at any time. However, at this moment, he was shocked to discover that all the space he could sense seemed to have disappeared. Even through his magical law senses, he still could not sense the fluctuations of space. Who was it? What kind of existence was it that dared to interrupt in front of so many transcendent powerhouses? Did it really have the strength to fight against so many transcendent powerhouses? Could it be that he was at the legendary godly king level? However, without the divine realm, where would a god king level powerhouse come from? For a moment, while Lan Xuanyu was overwhelmed with shock, he also had a feeling of disbelief. Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Bai Xiuxiu, who was sitting beside him, was also in a trance. She didn't know why, but when that voice appeared, she suddenly felt dizzy in her head. There was also a special feeling, as if something in her world was about to wake up. What's going on? What's going on? It was also at this moment that the dark red color in the sky began to condense silently. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of energy, but it naturally began to condense and take shape. In the end, it turned into a figure that floated proudly in midair. It was a woman who looked completely human. However, Lan Xuanyu was certain that there was no such existence among the female powerhouses of the Douluo Federation that he had seen. This woman looked to be about 1.8 meters tall, and her dark red hair draped behind her head. Her fair skin had an extremely smooth luster, and her entire body exuded a mysterious feeling. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely sense that there was also a mysterious power of laws on her body because he had just comprehended the power of laws. However, compared to her, his comprehension of the power of laws was probably nothing. His figure clearly seemed to be completely condensed from the laws of nature. From a human's point of view, the woman in the dark red dress had an extremely beautiful face. However, on both sides of her cheeks, there was a dark red demonic pattern. It was a very strange demonic pattern. It was made up of curved lines and sharp triangles. It was as if it was not just a pattern, but a life of its own. It emitted a gentle halo. What caught Lan Xuanyu's attention the most was her eyes. Her eyes were a deep red, like a ruby, but in those ruby eyes, it was as if one could see the starry sky of the universe, see the boundless and limitless. Her fingers were very slender, and there were long and thin fingernails on the tips of her fair fingers. The fingernails were more than a foot long, dark red, and exuded a faint glow. Lan Xuanyu forced himself to shift his gaze away, because he realized that if he stared at her for too long, his spiritual will seem to be sucked away. He was about to lose himself. He finally managed to control himself from looking. When he turned his head to look at Bai Xiuxiu, he realized that her eyes were already a little dazed. He hurriedly pulled her gently and turned her face towards him. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes relaxed a little. Crimson Mother. A low voice suddenly sounded. Along with the ripples of this voice, the various representatives whose minds had been taken away trembled and woke up from their previous days. The one who spoke was naturally the head of Tianma. His voice was cold and deep, as he stared at the crimson figure. Behind the head of Tianma, a white halo bloomed. It was a pure white, filled with the fluctuations of laws. It seemed to connect the heavens and earth. What was even more strange was that the entire hall, or even the space around it, seemed to be connected to him. Only the woman he called Crimson Mother was an external object. Long time no see. Little Li, Crimson Mother laughed softly. When I first saw you, you were still following behind Tenryu, looking so weak. Who would have thought that you would be able to make such a big decision now? As a friendly neighbor, why didn't your Dragon Horse Galaxy invite me to observe or even participate in such a big event? Actually, I've always wanted to be a part of the Ryuma Federation. The head of Tianma said with a gloomy expression, Crimson Mother, today is a big day for our Dragon Horse Galaxy. Are you sure you want to cause trouble at such a time? If that's the case, then from now on, you will be the enemy of our entire galaxy. Crimson Mother covered her mouth and laughed. You speak as if you can really represent the entire galaxy. If that's the case, then tell me, how did I know about this? That's why, not everyone is under your control. Don't you think so? As she spoke, her gaze swept across the faces of the various representatives. The figure of the Pegasus's first seat slowly floated up, and a pair of huge and pure white wings slowly unfolded. His body seemed to become transparent at this moment, and an extremely terrifying aura was brewing in his body like a storm. Crimson Mother did not release any aura, and even looked at him with disdain. You're much more daring than before, aren't you? Unfortunately, do you think that you can stop me with just you alone? I'm not here to cause trouble, but to take this opportunity to discuss some things with you. If you agree, I'm also willing to join the Ryuma Federation. How good would it be to be a part of you? It will make our federation stronger, don't you think so? The head of Tianma floated in front of Crimson Mother, and said solemnly, You're just a projection. Do you think you can stop our federation from being established? I don't care who told you this, but you're not invited. Now, please leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll be the enemy of the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. The head of Tianma was really angry at being interrupted at the most crucial moment. Crimson Mother smiled, How do you know that my real body isn't here? Do you think you can stop me from doing what I want to do? It was impossible. I've been lonely for too long. Ever since that heartache 10,000 years ago, I've been sleeping most of the time. However, I've come today, I brought you a surprise. The head of Tianma narrowed his eyes, I'm only asking you, are you leaving or not? Crimson Mother met his gaze without hesitation, what if I don't leave? The head of Tianma's eyes lit up, almost instantly turning into a brilliant gold. This was a sign that his heavenly horse battle chi was condensing. At this time, he could not show any weakness, not to mention there were so many super powerhouses present. Lan Xuanyu pulled by Xiaoxiao, and neither of them looked at the two in the air. Their cultivation was too strong, and if they looked at them too much, it was hard to say what would happen. Both sides had reached a state of mutual hostility, but strangely, there were so many super powerhouses in the Dragon Horse Galaxy present, but none of them had any intention of making a move. This also made Lan Xuanyu feel shocked, and at the same time, he understood that this Crimson Mother was probably a celebrity in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. She must be extremely powerful, and even the head of Tianma was afraid of her. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, Brother Tianma, since you're a guest from afar, let's talk to Crimson Mother. When this voice sounded, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly changed subtly. Everything seemed to have melted away and returned to normal. Even the oppressive feeling disappeared at this moment. This voice was too familiar to Lan Xuanyu. It had left an extremely deep impression, or rather, a shadow in his memory. He's here? He's here. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he could not help but feel a strange feeling. It was a kind of unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept his own insignificance. Compared to these top big shots, he was just a drop in the ocean. There was nothing he could do at all. Crimson Mother was slightly taken aback when she heard this voice, but a smile soon appeared on her face. Long time no see, Tenryu. A figure seemed to walk out of the void and quietly came to the head of Tianma's side. He nodded at Crimson Mother with a smile. After we parted, Crimson Mother is still as beautiful as ever, but I'm already old. Crimson Mother still maintains herself well. Crimson Mother said indifferently, I don't dare. I'm already in my twilight years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here this time. Tenryu said, this is not the place to talk. Crimson Mother, what do you think? Why don't the three of us talk alone? Sure. The appearance of the head of Tenryu made the Crimson Mother's previous aggressiveness drop a lot, and she directly agreed. The head of Tianma's eyes had already regained their calmness. With a flash of light, the three experts disappeared in midair. The departure of the three immediately caused the atmosphere to change. The representatives of the various clans immediately began to whisper. Why did Crimson Mother appear? Who notified Crimson Mother? Also, why did Crimson Mother come? The eight-armed God-fiend king's cold gaze swept across the room. He even looked at the patriarchs of the other large clans seated around the central round table. He coldly said, if I find out who brought this woman here, I will definitely tear him to pieces and devour his soul. The Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, calmly returned to his seat, as if nothing had happened. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had already relaxed a little. There was no doubt that the head of Tenryu had come to Tianma Star in advance precisely because he had anticipated that trouble might arise. He had obviously made preparations beforehand. Who would have thought that big trouble would really come? However, with the presence of the two chiefs, they still managed to stop the Crimson Mother. However, since the two chiefs were not present, the vote had come to a standstill. Now, everyone could only wait for a result. Lan Xuanyu was now extremely curious about the origin of this Crimson Mother. How powerful was she to be able to make the two chiefs so afraid? This was definitely not as simple as having a powerful force. She must be extremely powerful as an individual. Moreover, she didn't seem to belong to the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The universe was really big, and there were really all kinds of strange things. Without enough strength, it was simply impossible to truly participate. The information obtained on this trip to Tianma Star was really too huge. He had to bring this information back as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Federation would be too passive. This Crimson Mother had actually found the two chiefs. This meant that her strength was at least not inferior to the head of Tenryu, or even above the head of Tenryu. Where did such a terrifying existence come from? Time passed as they waited. What would the negotiations between the two sides be like? Every representative was guessing in their hearts. To everyone's surprise, they didn't have to wait for too long. After a quarter of an hour, the head of Tianma and the head of Tenryu returned together. The Crimson Mother was nowhere to be seen. Was the negotiation over? Did the other party compromise or something? The Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, stood up and gave his seat to the head of Tenryu. The head of Tenryu nodded to him and sat down with the head of Tianma. The faces of the two first seats were calm. From their expressions, it was impossible to tell how the negotiations had gone. However, Lan Xuanyu noticed a detail. After the head of Tenryu sat down, he tapped his fingers on the table. This was a sign that he was thinking. It seemed that the negotiation didn't go so smoothly. However, he didn't know what the Crimson Mother's goal was. Let's continue with the voting. Those who agree with the establishment of the Ryuma Federation, please raise your hand. The head of Tianma didn't explain and continued with the procedure. He also raised his right hand. The head of Tenryu raised his hand as well. This time, without any hesitation, all the representatives present raised their hands in the air. Who would dare to oppose at this time? That would be courting death. Although the two chiefs didn't seem to care, after the incident with the Crimson Mother, no one knew who called the Crimson Mother. If they aroused suspicion, it wouldn't just be a matter of their own death, but the entire race would be implicated. The head of Tenryu said calmly, "All right, since everyone has agreed. Then, from today onwards, the Ryuma Federation is officially established. Next, there will be a parliamentary election. I will be the first chairman of the Ryuma Federation, and Tianma will be the vice chairman. We will establish a complete political system as soon as possible. We will inform the various races later. I hope that, after the formation of the Union, all the things which we wish to promote with the Union will be carried on with the greatest possible speed. Any shirking will be on the opposite side of the Federation." The Federation had a supervisory committee. Currently, the main task of the supervisory committee was to investigate the Federation's execution of the Federation's orders. Before all the systems were completed, the Federation would implement military control measures. Bai will be the first supervisor of the supervisory committee. The eight-armed God-fiend king nodded at the head of Tenryu. Lan Xuanyu noticed that the way the eight-armed demon king looked at the head of Tenryu was completely different from the way he looked at the head of Tianma. When he looked at head of Tenryu, there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. This was something he didn't see when he looked at the head of Tianma. Meeting adjourned. Head of Tenryu announced the adjournment of the meeting, signifying the end of the exchange conference. "All of you, come with me." Head of Tenryu stood up and said to the patriarchs of the 10 major races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The patriarchs stood up one after another and followed behind him and the head of Tianma. The meeting was adjourned. At this time everyone stopped talking. From this moment on, the Ryuma Federation was officially established. Everything would start to change. After the establishment of the Federation, There was no doubt that they would use thunderous means to gather all the forces in the Dragon Horse Galaxy as soon as possible to develop the Federation. However, no one could say whether this would be an alliance or annexation by the Federation. Under such circumstances, the weaker races could only accept their fate. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked out of the conference hall. When they breathed in the fresh air outside, both of them couldn't help but let out a long sigh. When they looked at each other, they could see the fear in each other's eyes. This was definitely a big event, and they had to spread the news back in the shortest time possible. When they returned to their residence, Lan Xuanyu stood at the door and felt the rich life energy in the Dragon Horse Manor. He couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Bai Xiuxiu returned to her room and meditated to stabilize her mind. She didn't disturb Lan Xuanyu's thoughts. The current situation was very chaotic, and Lan Xuanyu was sorting out his thoughts. The establishment of the Ryuma Federation was unstoppable. Everything had happened too quickly, and there were no signs at all. Not only did the Douluo Federation not know about it, but most of the major races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy didn't know about it before it happened. Since the Ryuma Federation had been established, the Dragon race, Tianma, and other powerful races would use their strongest means to gather all the resources, including the strength of their armies. Then, they would build a military base and a research base, and use a lot of resources to support the development of these two races. For the Douluo Federation, the best way to deal with this was to destroy these two races. Just like before, they would slow down the development of the Ryuma Federation and buy more time for themselves. Once the Ryuma Federation became stronger, their first target would definitely be the Douluo Federation. There was no other possibility. Therefore, for the Douluo Federation, they had to strike first to gain the upper hand. However, the deeper Lan Xuanyu's understanding of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the more he knew how powerful the powerful people in this galaxy were. Everything else aside, could the Federation's fleet really fight against the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma, who were all supreme powerhouses? Perhaps the arrival of the Federation's fleet could destroy the other party's research base and military base. However, that would definitely lead to the revenge of dozens of supreme powerhouses. If that really happened, the Douluo Federation would be in a terrible situation. How could it be easy to recover? Even if the Ryuma Federation couldn't do anything to their fleet, without the planet itself, there would be no logistical support. In the end, the Douluo Federation's fleet would probably leave the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and most humans would be wiped out by the Dragon Horse Galaxy's revenge. As for stopping their revenge, it seemed impossible at the moment. In terms of destructive power, the Douluo Federation's taboo weapons were undoubtedly the Tongmen's taboo weapons. Lan Xuanyu knew about the effects of these taboo weapons. He didn't think it would be a problem to destroy a planet. However, the possibility of using these taboo weapons to kill a supreme powerhouse was much lower. Only if one's luck was exceptionally good would there be such a slim chance. With the current strength of the Douluo Federation, it was impossible for them to fight against the other party. Therefore, it was very difficult to stop the Ryuma Federation's development. Lan Xuanyu estimated that after the news spread, the Federation would probably only be able to destroy the Federation. In other words, they couldn't use the name of the Douluo Federation. They had to use other names to try to destroy the Ryuma Federation's two major bases. As a spy, he would probably have to make a move when that time came. Thinking of this, his mood couldn't help but become heavy. The current him was still too weak. Even if he did it at all costs, would he be able to destroy it? Such a base would definitely be guarded by a supreme powerhouse. After thinking carefully, Lan Xuanyu immediately determined that the Federation had reached a moment of life and death. Yes, it was already here. In a few decades at most, the Ryuma Federation's technology would develop greatly. With the support of a huge amount of resources, it wouldn't be impossible to create an invincible fleet. A sense of dejection arose in his heart, and Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. He couldn't help but think of his family, friends, teachers, and classmates from the Shrek Academy, and the faces of the commanders on the space fleet. If the Douluo Federation were to be destroyed by the Dragon Horse Federation, then it would mean that the entire human race in the Douluo Federation was heading toward extinction. No, I can't let this happen. Even if I'm not strong enough, I have to think of ways and use everything I can to help the Federation get through this difficult time. With that thought, the fighting spirit in Lan Xuanyu's eyes reignited. Perhaps the Crimson Mother was an opportunity. He had to find a way to find out what was going on with the Crimson Mother, what was her origin, and whether there was any possibility of using her. Thinking of this, he immediately got up and walked out. Others might not know, but the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Holy Light Dragon Knight definitely knew something about the Crimson Mother. Even if he was curious, asking them himself would not arouse any suspicion. When Lan Xuanyu arrived at the residence of the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, he was surprised to find that Zhong Zicheng was not there. He did not come back to rest. With Zhong Zicheng's divine sense, if he was there, the Dawn Dragon Knight would have discovered Lan Xuanyu as long as he came to his door, just like last time. However, there was no response this time. Lan Xuanyu waited here for a while, but still did not see the Dawn Dragon Knight. He could not help but feel a little surprised. It seemed that the Crimson Mother's situation was more troublesome than he had expected. The Dawn Dragon Knight should have been invited to discuss countermeasures. He could only wait until he returned. The exchange conference here was already over. He believed that they would soon return to the Tenryu Star. He would wait until he returned. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu prepared to return to his residence. Just as he took a few steps forward, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. At this time, we can finally communicate. This voice came very suddenly, causing Lan Xuanyu to shiver. He subconsciously stopped in his tracks. However, he quickly continued walking and continued on the path he had come from. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Who are you?" This was already the third time this voice had appeared in his mind. The previous situation made him understand that this was not an illusion, but a real existence. He could also guess that before he returned to the Tenryu Star, since the other party had found him, they would contact him again. In Lan Xuanyu's opinion, this was the existence that posed the greatest threat to his safety. However, since the other party didn't expose his identity immediately, then he should have a plan, and there was still room for negotiation. "We've already met." The voice didn't just say one sentence this time. Instead, it continued. Because the voice had appeared directly in Lan Xuanyu's mind, he couldn't even determine the gender of the other party. Lan Xuanyu frowned and asked subconsciously, "Crimson Mother?" "No, of course not. How could I be such a filthy, horrible guy? On the contrary, she should be my greatest enemy." The voice was filled with disgust. An enemy of the Crimson Mother? Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a sense of amazement in his heart. It was fine as long as it wasn't Crimson Mother. The Crimson Mother was obviously on the opposite side of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. If she really came looking for him and found out about his secret identity, he would be in big trouble. The possibility of him being played to death was infinitely close to 100%. "You don't have to worry. I don't have any ill intentions. At least for a short period of time, I don't need you to do anything for me. This is a mutually beneficial transaction." The voice said again. Lan Xuanyu asked, "What kind of transaction is mutually beneficial? Why did you come looking for me?" The voice said, "Because you are the only hope I can see. You are the only existence with the bloodline of the Divine King level flowing in your body." Lan Xuanyu actually didn't know how much the other party knew about him, but when the other party said those words, he was so shocked that he almost lost his composure. The other party could even see through his bloodline of the dragon gods. One must know that even the head of Tenryu, who was also a member of the dragon race, didn't discover this secret. The treasure-hunting beast's concealment seemed to have no effect on the owner of the voice. Seeing Lan Xuanyu silent, the owner of the voice sighed and said, "You must be very curious as to why I know so much and can even see into the depths of your heart. The main reason is because of the difference in strength. In addition, you have always been on my body, absorbing my life energy, and even brought people to steal my life energy. How could I not understand you? From the first day you came onto my body, I had already noticed you. At that time, I felt that perhaps you were the only possibility for me to escape from all of this. Perhaps even the only possibility." If it was someone else who heard these words, they would definitely be puzzled and filled with doubts. However, when Lan Xuanyu heard these words, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He cried out involuntarily in his mind, You are the life core of Tianma Star?" In an instant, everything connected. That's right. Even the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma couldn't discern his true situation, but this person could. He could even mobilize life energy to bring benefits to himself, and even cleanse the impurities of creation and destruction. How could an ordinary existence be able to do this? He originally had an affinity with life. When he was on Douluo planet, he could already be considered the spokesperson of the eternal tree. The eternal tree was the life core of Douluo planet. Planets with such powerful life energy like Tianma star and Tenryu star would definitely have their own life cores. When Lan Xuanyu first arrived at Tenryu's abode, he guessed that if Tenryu star had a life core, it was very likely to be in Tenryu's residence. The life energy there was too rich, especially in the heavenly nourishing lake. Wait, heavenly nourishing lake? She said that he had seen it before. Could it be? Lan Xuanyu only felt his hair stand on end. He exclaimed again, "You are? Long Tianyang? You are indeed a smart human." Long Tianyang's voice faintly sounded. This time, it was actually simulating her original voice in the spiritual world. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air, but at the same time, his heart calmed down. This voice that would suddenly appear in his spiritual world was Long Tianyang. It was much better than Crimson Mother. You are Tianma Star's life core? Then how did you appear on Tenryu Star? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Long Tianyang sighed softly, and said, "Take a guess." Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment, and suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, the two former Pegasus stars, were originally one? You are not only the life core of Tianma Star, but also the life core of Tenryu Star? Or could it be that you and Tenryu Star's Long Tianyang are twins? These are the only two possibilities I can think of. Long Tianyang said faintly, "You are indeed very smart. This gives me some more confidence in the possibility of our cooperation succeeding." Yes, you are right, both of them are right. We were originally one, but were forced to be twins. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, I will tell you about my situation. Before, I was unable to truly communicate with you. The main reason was that Tenryu and Pegasus had always locked onto my consciousness. Under their monitoring, if my consciousness fluctuated too much, they would definitely find clues, and that would be troublesome. Now that they have forcibly sealed off their consciousness from the outside world, and are discussing how to deal with Crimson Mother together, I was given this opportunity. I am an existence that was born and nurtured in the universe. In fact, I don't know how I came to be. But according to my continuous evolution, and my deep understanding of the universe, I gradually understood that I should be a fragment that was created when this universe first appeared. I have already lived for hundreds of millions of years, experienced countless changes, and evolved in the process, and now you see Lanma Double Star. Of course, this is the name given by the dragon race and Tianma. My original name was Tianyang. The surname Long was given to me by Tenryu. When I first gained self-awareness, I was just an ordinary planet. At that time, I was ignorant and didn't know what I was. I could only silently feel everything that was happening in the outside world. At the same time, I could feel the delicate changes in the distance. The universe was so vast, so huge, and so mysterious. This allowed me to gradually gain my own thoughts, and I gradually felt that I was different from other planets. I seemed to have a special power that could naturally absorb all kinds of energy in the universe. Any energy could be absorbed by me and transformed into a part of me. Later on, I found out that the energy that I transformed was the life energy that you all call life energy. This process of accumulation took a very, very long time. Gradually, I found that I began to change. As the life energy increased, my body also began to evolve. Some simple life forms began to appear on my body. When these life forms appeared, I found it more and more interesting. It turned out that my energy could create life. That's why I said that my birth should be a fragment of the universe's creation, allowing me to have the power of creation. The heaven-nourishing crystal you obtained and the power of creation you sensed from the heaven-nourishing crystal is a part of me. It's the power I gave birth to. As time passed, my evolution continued, and more life forms began to appear. I was like their mother, taking care of their growth and making my world more and more prosperous. Feeling the existence of different life forms every day was the most blissful thing for me. At the same time, as I continued to evolve, my thinking ability, which was also my consciousness, began to become stronger and stronger. I gradually began to feel some of the universe's mysteries. I began to discover the existence of other intelligent planets. The so-called intelligent planets referred to planets with intelligent life forms. It made me feel as if I had found my own kind. At the same time, I gradually learned a lot of knowledge. Until one day, I sensed a strange world. When I first discovered intelligent planets, I could feel that the intelligent planets I discovered were actually weaker than me, much weaker. However, when that wondrous world appeared, I felt my own insignificance. That wondrous world itself didn't seem to be large, but it contained an enormous amount of energy that I didn't understand. In front of him, I was like a newborn baby. He told me that he could protect me and nurture my growth so that I could gradually become stronger. My creativity should be better utilized, and I should have a more powerful intelligent life form. I should be able to evolve continuously, and I might even evolve to his level in the future. He also taught me a lot of knowledge and made me learn a lot of things. Ever since I met him, my evolution speed has obviously increased. The life energy and creation energy that I release will also feed back into that wondrous world. While helping me, it will also receive my feedback, and thus, it will continue to evolve. It wasn't until a long time later that I found out that the world that helped me a lot was called the God Realm. God Realm? Hearing these two words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but tremble. The God Realm, it really was the God Realm. He had already heard from his father about this situation in the Divine Realm, and he had also heard about it from the treasure-seeking beast. However, even his own father had never truly seen the God Realm. He didn't expect to hear about the existence of the God Realm from the mouth of this life core in front of him. He couldn't help but ask, is the God Realm an illusory existence, or is it a physical planet? Long Tianyang was silent for a moment, and then said, it's very complicated to explain. Do you know about multidimensional space? Multidimensional space? Lan Xuanyu was a little confused. He really didn't know what multidimensional space was. When he was studying on the Douluo continent, there wasn't any similar knowledge. Long Tianyang said, I'll teach you a bit of knowledge, and you'll know what the existence of the God Realm means. To put it simply, whether it's us planets or the energy bodies in the universe, we only have one goal for evolution, and that is to increase the dimension. Different dimensions also mean different levels. Therefore, when we evolve to a certain extent, we will begin to understand the existence of multidimensional space. The God Realm is just a name. In fact, if we use the terminology of the universe to describe it, the God Realm should actually be called a high-dimensional space. Lan Xuanyu listened silently. He vaguely felt that the laws he comprehended seemed to be imperceptibly influenced by some strange changes. At the end of his future cultivation, the goal he set for himself was to rebuild the God Realm. Now that he heard about the God Realm, and even the most fundamental knowledge of the universe, the desire in his heart immediately reached the peak. Can you tell me in detail what multidimensional space is? Lan Xuanyu immediately asked. He vaguely felt that the theory of multidimensional space was very important to him. This was an existence that pointed directly to the essence of the universe. Long Tianyang said, we divide the universe into 10 levels, and each level is represented by a dimension. In other words, one-dimensional space to 10-dimensional space. One-dimensional space is a line formed by countless points, and there are only two directions, forward and backward. Two-dimensional space is a plane formed by two intersecting lines, one horizontal and one vertical. In two-dimensional space, everything that the creatures see is formed by lines. Three-dimensional space is based on a plane, and then a vertical line is added, turning the plane into a three-dimensional space, thus forming a three-dimensional space. All the planets you know, whether it's you humans or the various races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, basically all of them live in such a three-dimensional space. Imagine, if you draw a circle on a piece of paper, then the creatures in two-dimensional space can't see this circle, they can only see a line. But in three-dimensional space, you can see the complete circle and the entire plane. Lan Xuanyu listened very seriously. This was the first time he heard such a theory. His mind quickly simulated everything that Long Tianyang said. Long Tianyang continued, four-dimensional space. Four-dimensional space is the foundation of three-dimensional space, and then a time axis is added on top of it. Countless three-dimensional spaces are refined into a timeline, which is the four-dimensional space. This may not be easy for you to understand. Simply put, when you cultivate and break through the boundary of the God level, it's actually equivalent to breaking through from the three-dimensional space to the four-dimensional space. So after breaking through to the God level, you have the ability to travel through space. Actually, it's through the comprehension of the four-dimensional space to travel through the three-dimensional space one by one. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, then the God realm is such a four-dimensional space? No, it's not. To be able to comprehend the four-dimensional space and use the uniqueness of the four-dimensional space to strengthen yourself, this means that you can reach this level, not control this level. Let me finish talking about the 10-dimensional space first, then I'll explain it to you in detail. 5-dimensional space. 5-dimensional space is the foundation of 4-dimensional space with an additional time axis, forming the horizontal and vertical axis of time. Simply put, there are different parallel universes at the same point in time. You can see the past, the future, and the different branches of the universe. The God realm itself can be said to be a 4-dimensional space, but it controls some of the 5-dimensional space's abilities. The amount of 5-dimensional space's abilities determines the extent of the God realm. The stronger the God realm, the wider the universe it can cover, and from there, it can control various celestial bodies and obtain power from them to gradually improve itself. 6-dimensional space. The 6th dimension is 3-dimensional time, that is, on the basis of the 5th dimension, add a high axis, add the horizontal axis represents the future and the past, the vertical axis represents the different parallel universes, and the high axis represents the future and the past of any parallel universe. The creatures of the 6th dimension can change time and space at will. Different divine realms have different levels. As far as I know, the highest level of the divine realm can reach the level of the 6th dimension. The range of coverage is beyond our imagination. Not only is it extremely vast, but it is also extremely powerful and stable. Therefore, it can be said that the divine realm began to comprehend the 5th dimension from the 4th dimension, and the final single divine realm can even reach the level of the 6th dimension. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. The most powerful divine realm is only the 6th dimension, then how powerful would the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th be? For the concept of dimensions that Long Tianyang talked about, he still couldn't fully understand, but he tried hard to remember every word she said. Vaguely, a brand new door, with an infinitely vast world, was slowly opening in front of him. Long Tianyang continued, listen to me first, the 7th dimension is to imagine the 6th dimension as a point of infinite possibilities, and the line formed by connecting it with another point of infinite possibilities is the 7th dimension. The 8th dimension is to intersect the timelines formed by the two 7-dimensional universes to form the 8th dimension. The 8th dimension can be shuttled through different multiverses, and the rules of these multiverses are different. Simply speaking, the matter, nature, and chemical reaction rules of each universe are different. The 9th dimension is to imagine the 8th dimension as a plane, and the 9th dimension is to three-dimensional the 8th dimension, which is to say, compared to the 8th dimension, there is an additional rule line to create the rules of the universe. In the 9th dimension, you can change these rules of the universe at will. Gravity, time, speed, and so on can be changed at will. The 10th dimension is the 0 dimension. It is a point, it is an infinite spacetime, it contains all the universes, all the possibilities, all the time, all the everything. The universe that we imagine to be infinitely big may be just a grain of sand in the 10th dimension, and the grain of sand we see, does it contain a universe? No one knows. Long Tianyang paused at this point, and Lan Xuanyu felt as if his entire brain had been filled to the brim. Unknowingly, he had stopped walking. As he continued to ponder, it was as if universes were being built one after another in his mind. Countless points and lines were intertwining. His consciousness began to become chaotic, and his mental strength began to become irritable. His entire body began to tremble. Wake up! A soft shout rang out, suddenly obliterating everything, pulling Lan Xuanyu's consciousness back from its immersion. Shuddering, Lan Xuanyu's eyes became clear again. In this short period of time, he could clearly feel that his spiritual power had increased by a large margin. He was only one step away from the divine sense realm. Your comprehension is very high. After listening to me talk about the mysteries of the universe's origin, under normal circumstances, there are only two possibilities for living things. One is that they can't understand it at all, let alone touch it. The other is that they will become confused, and even have cognitive problems, causing their own understanding of the world to become chaotic. Even those Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights don't dare to easily listen to me talk about this. And the latter, almost all of them are above the divine level. You haven't reached the divine level yet, but the latter situation has occurred. Moreover, you can control it within a certain range. Indeed, your talent is powerful. Lan Xuanyu said respectfully, I've learned something. Your explanation seems to have let me suddenly see the most fundamental mystery of this world. Many things that I couldn't understand before seem to have suddenly become clear in an instant. This feeling is really wonderful, but I still can't really understand it. Long Tianyang said, in the future, as your cultivation improves, you will understand. So, let's talk about us now. From the perspective of multidimensional space, the vast majority of the divine realm masters the five-dimensional space with the four-dimensional space as the foundation. It can have a physical body, but it can also be illusory. It is a wonderful existence. And to create such a wonderful world, the energy needed can be imagined. That is to mobilize the power of the universe. There is no difference between the 10-dimensional space and the 0-dimensional space. When the space evolves from the 9-dimensional space to the 10-dimensional space, it is the moment of the destruction of all the universes. On the contrary, when the 0-dimensional space begins to change, from a point to a line, and then to a plane, that is the moment of creation. Therefore, in theory, the 9-dimensional space is the limit that can be reached, and then it can really be called the God of creation. But in fact, the God of creation does not exist, and the 9-dimensional space will never be a world that any intelligent creature can touch. The same is true for the 8-dimensional space, unless you can become the master of all the universes, but at least this is not something we can touch. The level of the 8-dimensional space and the 9-dimensional space is actually meaningless. What we can touch and know is basically within the 6-dimensional space. The former Pegasus twin stars was actually my attempt. When my life energy reached enough strength, I began to try to ascend from the original 3-dimensional space to the 4-dimensional space. Then, this promotion requires me to be able to master more 3-dimensional space. Every high-dimensional space is equivalent to a low-dimensional space that is one level lower than it, and there are countless superpositions. Therefore, the Tenryu star and the Tianma star split and turned into two planets. The two are related to each other and depend on each other to complete two unique spaces. And in their connection with each other, they can form a 4-dimensional space that can accommodate other 3-dimensional spaces. At the same time, they can also absorb a larger amount of energy from the universe to supply themselves. This is why these two planets have such a huge amount of life energy. When I had consciousness, in fact, I had a trace of a higher dimension in my body, which may be at the level of the 6-dimensional space, so it allowed me to continue to evolve and reach the level of a more stable 4-dimensional space. Under her explanation, Lan Xuanyu's understanding of multidimensional space gradually became clear. You mean, the original Tenryu star and Tianma star can already reach the level of a 4-dimensional space? Doesn't that mean, with one more step, you can enter the 5-dimensional space and become a god realm? Long Tianyang smiled bitterly and said, it's easier said than done. It took me hundreds of millions of years to establish a 4-dimensional space, but to achieve a 5-dimensional space, with my level, it is almost impossible. To take that step out of the God realm, it can't be done just by accumulating life energy, but also by breaking through to a higher level. Therefore, I worked hard to help those intelligent life forms to grow, to help them break through to a higher level. I also tried to learn from the God realm. But about 20,000 years ago, the God realm suddenly disappeared. At that time, I had already begun to have some enlightenment and began to try to evolve in that direction. The God realm helped me evolve, which was actually a great benefit to itself, because once I succeeded in evolving, the extra God realm would be superimposed with it, and it would have a better chance of ascending to the next dimension. And as the original God realm, it would be leading all of this, but I could also become a part of the God realm. For us, this is mutually beneficial. But it disappeared, and it lost control of everything. Thus, many planets like mine had problems. Among them, my problem was the most serious. You should know that the God realm has a godly seat, and that godly seat is actually equivalent to a set of coordinates in the five-dimensional space. With the coordinates in the five-dimensional space, we can exist eternally in the five-dimensional space. But to have such coordinates, first of all, one's strength has to break through the limits of the original three-dimensional space, and have the ability to enter the four-dimensional space. This is the God realm. On the other hand, when the God realm sensed the existence of such breakthroughs, it would gather them to the God realm, and become a part of the God realm. Through these powerful existences, the God realm would be strengthened, and at the same time, their strength would not affect the normal order of the original dimension. The reason why ordinary experts are unable to fight against God realm experts is because they are in a different dimension, and the suppression of the dimension reduction is simply impossible to resist. And without the God realm, those experts who should have ascended to the God realm would stay in their original world. If they could control themselves, it would be better, just like you humans. But if they don't control their strength, and want more from their original world, or even want to break through to a higher level, they would not hesitate to destroy their original world, and problems like mine would appear. Actually, the reason why I'm in such a miserable state has a lot to do with myself. In order to ascend to the fourth dimension and become a god, I've been working hard. He had been working hard all this time. The establishment of the deity realm required many four-dimensional experts to act as the coordinates. With my help, I successfully attracted the four-dimensional space dragon world that had lost its consciousness and origin. From then on, the dragon transformation era appeared. I also helped Tianma continue to evolve. That's why there are so many powerhouses. However, when they reach the transcendent level, they are already out of my control. At that level, they can already take the initiative to communicate with me and even reach the same level as me. In the beginning, I always thought that the appearance of such a powerhouse would definitely be my help. However, I neglected the fact that if they helped me become a god, then in the future, although they would be a part of the God realm, they would all be a part of the God realm under my control. As for me, I would be able to step into the fifth dimension and become a god king. That's right, a god king is a super powerhouse who can control the fifth dimension. It's also the core and origin of the God realm. Even the weakest God realm needed a god king to exist as the core of the four-dimensional space to control the fifth dimension. And these transcendent powerhouses that I nurtured, when their numbers began to increase, their ambitions also began to grow. Evolving to the God realm is easier said than done. It's not something that a generation of powerhouses can do. Without the coordinates of the fifth dimension, they can't become a God realm. Then, they will also die of old age. How could they be willing? In order to survive for a longer time, and in order to have a chance of becoming a god king in the future, they finally made a move on me. They joined forces and sealed my power. They destroyed my hard work. It even caused the entire Pegasus twin stars to degenerate to a certain extent. They absorbed a large amount of my life energy to strengthen themselves and make their lives longer. They even tried to devour my power to complete their evolution and break through to the God King level. Unfortunately, they won't succeed in the end. I spent billions of years and still couldn't do it, so how could they succeed so easily? I nurtured them myself. To be honest, this is my own mistake. I don't hate them. I ignored the selfishness of intelligent creatures. However, they were bound to fail in the end. When they consumed too much of my power, hoping to find a breakthrough through the aura of creation, they found that because of my decline, the entire four-dimensional space began to become unstable and began to collapse. And they all relied on this four-dimensional space to exist. Although they already have the ability to leave this four-dimensional space, if they leave this fundamental world, they will never be able to find another four-dimensional space that is as stable and has the foundation for evolution. After discovering the danger, they stopped devouring me and helped me recover some of my strength. They reached an agreement with me to coexist. Let the entire world stabilize. But in reality, they put me under house arrest. My consciousness and body were separated into two parts and imprisoned in Tenryu Star and Tianma Star respectively. As long as my two consciousnesses are separated, I won't be able to truly control the planet's resources and can only move within a certain range. That's why I, the ruler of the four-dimensional space, ended up in such a miserable state. Lan Xuanyu listened to Long Tianyang's narration, and his worldview was overturned. As the core of life, it was hard to imagine that Long Tianyang would end up in such a miserable state. One had to know that the eternal tree, which was also the core of life, was an existence that the entire Douluo Federation had to protect. The Shrek Academy would do anything to protect it. However, thinking about Long Tianyang's experience, would the same situation happen on the Douluo continent? If so many transcendent gods were really born, it would be hard to say. The strength of one's strength meant the existence of ambition. Just as Long Tianyang said, who didn't want to be the existence that controlled the divine realm? Then if they cooperate with you to become a divine realm, wouldn't they also be able to live forever? Why do they have to fight for the position of ruler and lose the chance to have a divine throne? Lan Xuanyu asked the question in his heart. Long Tianyang said, I just said that if you want to become a divine realm, you need to accumulate continuously. You need to evolve step by step. However, that's not something that can be done in a single generation. In other words, if these transcendent gods choose to help me accumulate, they might die after their lifespan is up and become the foundation for the next generation to accumulate. And the next generation might not be able to become a divine realm with me. As for how long it will take to accumulate, I don't know either. It was simply too difficult to ascend to a higher dimension. Especially for me to ascend peacefully like this, it's even more difficult. After hearing her explanation, Lan Xuanyu immediately understood. No one wanted to die, especially after reaching the transcendent god realm. Therefore, these transcendent gods would rather fight than wait for death. Peaceful way? Is there still a way to ascend peacefully? Lan Xuanyu asked. Long Tianyang said, of course there is. If you want to ascend, there's another way, and that's to devour. Isn't ascension the same as continuously stacking low-dimensional spaces? If you devour enough low-dimensional spaces, or even spaces of the same level as yours, it will naturally be easier to evolve. However, the high-dimensional spaces formed this way will be relatively unstable. They will be easily destroyed. Once they are destroyed, they will cause violent fluctuations and even form space-time turbulence in higher dimensions. I suspect that our divine realm disappeared back then because a higher-level divine realm was destroyed and the space-time turbulence formed was swept away. I don't know if he was also destroyed, or if he was swept to another place. The Crimson Mother you saw today is an existence in a four-dimensional space that specializes in devouring to evolve. However, her four-dimensional space doesn't have a main body, but is formed from energy. The dimension formed by this energy body is very unstable compared to a dimension with a physical body like ours. However, they have a stronger devouring ability. They maintain their energy and evolution by constantly devouring low-dimensional spaces. The Crimson Mother is equivalent to a transcendent, but the problem is that she has complete control of her four-dimensional space. It's equivalent to having an entire four-dimensional space as her backing. She can use this four-dimensional space as her foundation. Therefore, at her level, she has already reached the half-step godly king realm. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. The Crimson Mother's background was actually so terrifying? He now understood why Long Tianyang had to explain the definition of dimensions to him first. Because this would make it easier for him to understand the level of these experts. God-level experts were equivalent to entering the four-dimensional space, and the top existences in the four-dimensional space were transcendent experts. Divine realm, godly king, these were all existences in the five-dimensional space. The Crimson Mother should be between the four-dimensional space and the five-dimensional space. She had yet to control the five-dimensional space, so she was a half-step godly king. Then, compared to the Crimson Mother, who is stronger? Lan Xuanyu continued to ask. Long Tianyang said, in terms of level, we are similar. However, because I have a physical four-dimensional space, I also have the characteristics of creation. My double star is much more stable than hers. It's a real physical four-dimensional space. The destructive power of her four-dimensional space is stronger than mine, but it's not very stable. Her greatest wish is to devour me. Once she succeeds in devouring me, she might really be able to break through that barrier and ascend to the divine realm. End of chapter. However, she didn't dare to do so easily. Because her crimson plane is much more unstable than mine, if she swallowed me, It would be equivalent to swallowing an entity with more energy than her own. During the process of materializing, the most likely scenario would be for her to be assimilated by me. Instead, she would become my nourishment. Through nourishment, I would be the one who would truly become a god king. If she wasn't afraid of this, she would have attacked me long ago. However, she never extinguished this thought. Therefore, she has been strengthening herself all these years, making herself stronger. However, because she doesn't have a physical body and evolves through devouring, the stronger she becomes, the more unstable the crimson plane becomes. After she became strong enough, she had no choice but to split a part of her body and form a plane that was close to her level. She tried to devour other spaces to strengthen herself and look for an opportunity to absorb it back. However, for some reason, the part of her body that she split off disappeared. This caused the Crimson Mother to be silent for 10,000 years. I didn't expect her to come back this time. If it was the previous me, of course I wouldn't be afraid of her. She was evolving, and so was I. Moreover, I was much more stable than her. However, I've been weakened and divided by the dragon race and Tianma. My strength is far from what it used to be, and they won't allow me to regain control of the Longma double star. Therefore, the Crimson Mother really has a chance. The Crimson Mother's condition this time is definitely to devour me. At least a part of it. If I'm not wrong, the Crimson Mother will promise them that if she becomes a god realm, she will let them become a part of it. Otherwise, she will start a war and devour me by force. Will the dragon race and Tianma agree? Lan Xuanyu asked. They won't. Tenryu and Tianma aren't stupid. How can they not know the consequences of asking a tiger for its skin? Cooperating with the Crimson Mother, who is based on devouring, will only end with them being devoured by her. Moreover, the dragon race and Tianma have many transcendent experts. If they really started a war, the Crimson Mother might not necessarily win. But I'm not sure how strong Crimson Mother is now. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Then what do you need me to do? Long Tianyang said, I came looking for you to help you, but also to help myself. The bloodline of a god king flows in your body, and it doesn't seem to be just one type of god king's bloodline. To put it simply, it was as if you had the aura of the fifth dimension, or even an illusory positioning. Therefore, when you ascend to a higher dimension, you will be able to sense the existence of a higher dimension, making it easier for you to break through to a higher dimension. If I continue to be imprisoned by the dragon race and Tianma, I will only become weaker, and eventually die. Instead of that, why don't I do my best to help you ascend to a higher dimension? As long as I can help you break through the fourth dimension and enter the fifth dimension, you can help me remove the control of the dragon race and Tianma. At that time, I can support you with the Longma double star and wish you the best of luck in becoming a god king. Hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. At this time, he had already returned to his residence. After a moment of silence, he said, I didn't know you before, so how can I believe everything you said? I haven't even touched the fourth dimension, let alone the higher dimensions. Compared to you, I'm so weak. What if when you finally break through, you only use me to become a god king? Long Tianyang sighed softly and said, I understand your doubts. An overconfident person will definitely suffer a great loss in the end. This was the case for me in the past. I don't need you to believe me completely. But what I can tell you is that helping you is helping myself. Moreover, only when you break through the God King level and become a God King can I be free. I will accompany you to complete your evolution. After so many years of accumulation, the Longma double star's energy has already reached the level of a God King. It's just that I can't evolve into a God King. It's impossible for me to break through to the God King level, but you can. And when you break through to the God King level, any schemes will be useless against you. When you enter the fifth dimension, unless I'm a higher level fifth or sixth dimension, I won't be able to affect you. At that time, we will need each other. You need my strength to help you become a God King, and you will be the core of the God King. I also need you to help me recover my strength and remove the seal. The God King isn't the only God King in the God King realm. The more God Kings there are, the stronger the God King realm will become. Your Longma double star is the foundation of the God King realm, so I will definitely be there. Otherwise, the God King realm will be unstable. Therefore, you will be the God King of this new God King realm, and I can also evolve and step into the fifth dimension, becoming a God King together with you. Therefore, our cooperation isn't about who is using who, but about mutual benefits. I don't need to scheme against you. If I relied on schemes to evolve, I would have already tried to devour. However, what the Crimson Mother doesn't understand is that if you rely on devouring to evolve, the final result will be a space-time turbulence. The stronger the power you devour, the more unstable it will be. That's not a shortcut, but a path of destruction. I waited for 10,000 years before I finally found a suitable candidate like you. Don't worry, I'm even more worried about your safety than you are about yourself. If you don't have the talent to reach the fifth dimension, there's no meaning in me choosing to cooperate with you. However, an existence with such talent is as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Lan Xuanyu's emotions had completely stabilized. He had to admit that Long Tianyang's words had really moved him. The theory of the 10th dimension allowed Lan Xuanyu to have a deeper understanding of this world. It played an extremely important role in the process of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. This core of life that had existed for hundreds of millions of years definitely had the deepest understanding of the entire universe he had ever seen. If he cooperated with her, the possibility of him successfully becoming a dragon god would greatly increase. At the same time, Long Tianyang was right. Cooperating with him was a mutually beneficial thing for her. Once he could become a dragon god, he wouldn't be afraid of her backlash. The dragon gods weren't just ordinary god kings. They were once the kings of the god kings, and were once all-powerful existences in the god king realm. He didn't know if the god king realm in the past could touch the sixth dimension, but the dragon gods lost. First, it was because his own cultivation wasn't balanced. Second, he faced a total of 5 God King level powerhouses. Even so, the entire God King realm was almost destroyed. In the end, they didn't die. They just split into King Jinlong and Silver Dragon King. The former dragon gods were existences that were close to immortal. After pondering for a moment, Lan Xuanyu no longer hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Okay, we can cooperate. If you can help me become a God King, I will help you enter the God King realm and become a God King. It's a deal." Long Tianyang's voice was obviously a bit more excited. "Well, from now on, we are allies. Do you have any plans?" After Lan Xuanyu established his cooperation with the other party, the relationship between the two sides was obviously much closer. Long Tianyang said, "Before you grow up, continue to be dormant. I will help you when I can. You must be careful. You were able to reach the fifth dimension and have such a talent. You hid it very well. In your body, there should be a god-level existence that is good at hiding itself, right? Keep it up. Especially stay away from the Crimson Mother. Don't get close to her and let her notice you. Otherwise, with her cultivation, you may not be able to hide. If she finds you, she will only think of devouring you and fusing your bloodline into her body, becoming a part of her." "Yes, I understand." Long Tianyang continued, "You've already gotten some heaven-nourishing crystals, so use them first. When you don't have enough, I'll find a way to get more for you. That's my life essence, refined by the dragon race and Tianma for cultivation. Although it's no longer as easy as before, they still ask for it from me often. However, I still have some in stock, so I'll give it to you when you need it. Also, we can only contact each other normally after you enter the dragon world. In the dragon world, even a transcendence divine sense will be obstructed, and the dragon world itself is connected to the Tenryu star. As the life core of the Tenryu star, I can clearly feel everything inside. What you have to pay attention to is not to try to contact me. Whether it's in the Tenryu star or Tianma star, those transcendent powerhouses are always monitoring me. An opportunity like today's was too rare to come by. If you want to contact me, you'll have to go to the dragon world in the future. There, we can contact each other freely. Work hard to become stronger. Only when you become stronger will we have a chance to succeed." "Okay. I understand." Lan Xuanyu continued, "Then, as the life core of the Tenryu star, can you help my companions cultivate and conceal their auras at the same time?" Long Tianyang said, "Of course you can. They're not that strong yet, so it won't be difficult to conceal them. However, if they break through to the true god level in the future, it might not be possible to conceal them. There won't be a problem for those below the true god level. Just let them stay in Fenglong City to cultivate, and I'll take care of them. That's great. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. However, if he was strong alone, he would have to face everything alone in the future. If his companions could all become strong, that would be the best situation. There were still 32 people in the wings of the 33 heavens, and the plant-type powerhouses were the most suitable to cultivate here. If they could all become true gods, or even true gods, and transcendent powerhouses, the Douluo Federation would have the foundation to fight against the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Alright, they're coming back. We'll catch up when we have time. Be careful. Oh, right, the Rising Dragon platform seems to be a super divine tool. I can see that your bloodline seems to be connected to it. When you're strong enough, try to take it back. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. This Long Tianyang was truly worthy of being the life core of 2 planets. He even knew about the Dragon Pillar. In fact, there was no possibility of not cooperating with her. Otherwise, as long as she revealed his identity, he would immediately be killed. As for how they would cooperate in the future, they would have to take it one step at a time. If it was really like what she said, it would be a good choice for everyone to become divine kings together. He retracted his mind and withdrew his thoughts to the deepest part of his consciousness instead of releasing them into his spiritual world. This was the only way to avoid being detected by the Long Tianyang. This was something that Lan Xuanyu had only discovered after his epiphany. The abilities of these super powerhouses were truly inconceivable. He had to be more careful in the future. After returning to his residence, Bai Xiuxiu was still meditating. Lan Xuanyu sat down beside her and also began to meditate. The explanation of the 10th dimension just now had a great impact on him. This was not something that could be understood in a single moment of epiphany. The deeper his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth would be. Ascending to the 10th dimension, becoming a god, the night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu received a notice from the Tenryu Society that they were going back. They were returning to the Tenryu Star. The exchange conference had completely ended. As for how the Crimson Mother would deal with the dragon race and Tianma, he did not want to know at all. Because that was already beyond the scope of what he should know. The most important thing was to better conceal himself. The information that he could bring back this time was already enough for the Federation to digest. He just did not know how the Federation would deal with it. But for now, he could only take one step at a time. Of course, he could not tell the Federation his plan now. If the Douluo Federation knew that he wanted to become a divine king in the future to save everything, then there would really be trouble. He could only do everything silently. He had not seen his parents for a long time and did not know how they were doing now. Lan Xuanyu was also not sure if he would have the opportunity to leave after returning to the Tenryu Star. This time. After this future rookie challenge, he would definitely be valued more in the dragon race. This was a good thing, but also a bad thing. At the very least, there would be some problems with his freedom. Of course, he would also receive more resources from the dragon race. The head of Tianma personally sent them off. In the plaza, the huge teleportation channel slowly opened. Under the lead of the head of Tenryu, the second Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, and the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, the Tenryu Star group slowly stepped into the teleportation channel and returned to the Tenryu Star. The most important thing in this exchange conference was the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. A portion of the Tenryu Star's researchers had already stayed in Tianma Star and were about to begin joint research and development. After the establishment of the Federation, there were countless matters that had to be dealt with. It could be imagined that the dragon race, Tianma, and the various races that supported them would all be busy. If the Crimson Mother did not appear, everything could be said to be perfect. But now, it was likely that a shadow would be cast over this exchange conference. She was in existence at the level of a demigod king. Furthermore, she had the support of a plane behind her. The teleportation was no different from when they came. The 3 dragon knights seemed to have something on their minds. Their expressions were cold, and they did not say anything during the process of returning. After returning to Tenryu City, the head of Tenryu turned to everyone and said in a deep voice, "In the next period of time, everyone will be busy and vigilant. Brother Zhong, gather everyone. We will have a meeting." Okay. Zhong Zicheng agreed. When Sky Dragon's chief said to gather, he naturally meant to gather all the dragon knights. In a flash, the head of Tenryu disappeared without a trace. Zhong Zicheng said, "Everyone, go back and rest first. Lan, you and Shosho stay behind. I have something to say to you." "Yes." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly and respectfully replied. Ever since Zhong Zicheng hinted at her that day, she understood that he treated her as one of his own. Everyone else dispersed. Under Zhong Zicheng's lead, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shosho returned to Tenryu's abode. Lan Xuanyu could not help but want to go to Tianyang Lake to take a look. Of course, this was just a thought. When he saw the long Tianyang again, he really did not know if he could keep calm. The place where Zhong Zicheng lived was naturally the best location in Tenryu's abode. The rich life energy was so condensed that it was solid. It carried a faint fluctuation of the laws. The last time he came, Lan Xuanyu could not feel the aura of the laws. Now, he could barely detect it. Zhong Zicheng waved his hand, and an invisible barrier rose. Even powerhouses at the level of the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma could not see through the barrier he set up. After all, his divine sense was extremely powerful. "I called you here to tell you to be vigilant and careful. For the time being, don't return to Fenglong City. Stay in Tenryu's abode and cultivate." Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. "Second seat, is there something wrong?" Zhong Zicheng frowned. "You saw the Crimson Mother that appeared that day. She can be said to be our Dragon Horse Galaxy's evil neighbor. There are some things that you do not need to know. But I can tell you that this Crimson Mother is very difficult to deal with. It is very likely that she will bring a lot of trouble to the establishment of our Federation. The head is furious and is now investigating who led the Crimson Mother here. Moreover, your performance in the Future Rookie Challenge this time was too outstanding. Apart from the Crimson Mother, I'm also worried that the species opposing us will make a move on you. So, it's safer for you to stay here at the abode. I've already told the chief that you'll stay here to cultivate. It just so happens that you've obtained a lot of heaven-nourishing crystals this time, so you can use them. Remember, don't overuse them. It's not necessarily a good thing that the life energy is too strong, but you may not be able to control it. If you have any difficulties in cultivation, you can come and ask me. Also, you can start trying to cultivate the dragon control technique. Of course, you can also wait until you reach the divine realm." Lan Xuanyu said with some surprise, "Dragon control technique? What's that?" Zhong Zicheng said, "Naturally, it's the combination of a dragon knight and a dragon mount. Do you think that our dragon knight battle method is for both the knight and the dragon mount to fight together? The true dragon knight battle method is for both sides to truly unite." "I see. Then do you think it's better for us to start cultivating now or after we break through to the god rank in the future?" Lan Xuanyu asked with a humble look. Zhong Zicheng thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait. Normally, if a dragon knight already has a dragon mount, it's naturally better to cultivate the dragon control technique as early as possible. Because it can increase tacit understanding, both sides will be more compatible when they break through together in the future. But your situation is a bit special. Your bloodline. The level is extremely high, and you're suppressing your cultivation. For you, don't be distracted and focus on suppressing your cultivation. It won't be too late to cultivate the dragon control technique after you break through to the divine realm. That way, it won't affect your current cultivation. Since you can suppress it, then do your best to suppress it to the limit." Bai Shosho asked, "Second chief, what's the difference between suppressing one's cultivation before breaking through and cultivating after breaking through?" Her situation was different from Lan Xuanyu's, so she didn't know whether she should break through to the divine realm first or suppress her cultivation as much as possible. Zhong Zicheng glanced at her and said, "The process of suppressing your cultivation is like compressing a spring in your body. The more the spring is compressed, the fiercer the rebound will be. This is the benefit of suppressing one's cultivation. Of course, one must never suppress oneself to the point of collapse. Anything that goes too far is as bad as not enough." After setting a goal for himself, he would immediately break through after completing his goal. When breaking through, he must remember not to hesitate. He must do it in one go and release his suppressed cultivation as much as possible. It was hard to say what level one could reach. This was determined by one's talent and cultivation. However, this breakthrough from human to God is the most important breakthrough in our cultivation process. This was the process of transformation. Even if a God tier expert were to advance to the higher levels of true God tier and transcendent God tier, it would only be an increase in strength. It could not be said to be a transformation. The talent and potential during the metamorphosis will determine your future growth to a large extent. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. I understand. Thank you. Zhong Zicheng looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, do you plan to break through together, or one by one? Lan Xuanyu said, if possible, it's better to break through together. This should help Xiaoxiao improve even more. But I'm worried that the lightning tribulation I'll encounter when I break through will be too powerful, so I'm very conflicted now. This was the truth. He really didn't know if he should break through first, or if he should break through together with Bai Xiaoxiao, or let Bai Xiaoxiao break through first while he protected her. Zhong Zicheng looked deeply at Lan Xuanyu and said, if I were you, I would still choose to break through alone. Your breakthroughs should be completely different. If you break through together, the possibility of you bringing her harm will be greater. If something goes wrong, her body and soul will be destroyed. When he heard the last 4 words, Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. Did this secondary seat see that his bloodline would attract an even more terrifying lightning tribulation? He turned to look at Bai Xiaoxiao again. Bai Xiaoxiao said, I'm fine with anything. I'll listen to sister. She was becoming more and more natural calling sister. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, then let's accumulate first and see when we break through. Oh right, secondary seat, I have a request. When I break through, can I go to the Rising Dragon platform? I can vaguely feel that I have an affinity with that place, and it seems to be the most suitable place for me to break through. Zhong Zicheng nodded and said, that shouldn't be a problem. If you can once again draw upon the 7-colored energy in the Rising Dragon platform to help you when you break through, that would be perfect. I'll report this to the head, and when the time comes, we'll try to personally protect you. Lan Xuanyu's heart twitched. He really wanted to say that there was no need. If all of you come to protect me, how can I fully draw upon the power of the dragon gods in the Rising Dragon platform? Wouldn't I be taken advantage of by all of you then? However, he obviously couldn't say this out loud. He could only express his gratitude. Zhong Zicheng said, all right, you've worked hard this time. Your progress has made me look at you in a new light. Next, for all of you, breaking through is the most important thing. I'll make arrangements and won't let anything disturb you until you've completed your breakthrough. After you break through to the god rank, I'll ask the head to let you enter the dragon world to cultivate in seclusion and ignore external affairs. I hope that when you come out of the dragon world, you'll already be true dragon knights. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao said respectfully together, thank you, second seat. After bidding farewell to the Dawn Dragon Knights, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao returned to their residence in the Tenryu abode. Their residence had been fixed, and for the next period of time, they would be staying here and would not be able to return to Fenglong City. Lan Xuanyu's brows were tightly furrowed. Staying here to cultivate naturally wasn't a problem for them. Cultivating in the Tenryu abode was much more effective than cultivating in the Dragon Power Hall. The only problem if they stayed here was that they couldn't communicate. What if the Dragon Knights discovered something wrong? Right now, the most important thing for them was to send back the news they'd obtained in Tianma Star, and let the Douluo Federation know that the Ryuma Federation had been established, as well as the Crimson Mother's situation. This news was simply too important. After returning to their room, Bai Xiaoxiao turned on the soundproof barrier and gave Lan Xuanyu a questioning look. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand at her, then his body emitted a faintly discernible halo. After a moment, the halo enveloped the two of them, giving them a hazy illusion. It's done. I've asked Little Treasure to hide our voices and simulate the scene of us starting our cultivation, Lan Xuanyu said. Other than the Long Tianyang, he hadn't met anyone who could see through the treasure hunter's ability. What do we do now? How do we send the news back? Bai Xiaoxiao immediately asked. She obviously knew the importance of sending the news back. Lan Xuanyu said, "It's indeed very troublesome. Right now, the biggest problem is that we can't leave this place. Our every move in the Tenryu abode will definitely be watched by Long Qitu. If we leave rashly, we'll be discovered immediately. Spatial teleportation won't work either, the spatial fluctuations are too obvious." Bai Xiuxiu narrowed her eyes and said, "How about I don't suppress my cultivation? I'll try to break through, and then you find a way to leave? Breaking through to the God realm will attract lightning tribulation and disturb space. At that time, there should be a chance." "No." Lan Xuanyu rejected her suggestion without hesitation. "Breaking through rashly is risky for you. Moreover, I might not be able to send the news back. Didn't Zhong Zicheng say it just now? The process of going from human to God is a transformation, and it's also the most important step in our cultivation. He's right, it's better if you don't break through with me. The risk is too great, and I might not be able to protect you at that time. I thought about it on the way back, and I feel that I should break through first. Once I break through to the God realm and obtain the true bloodline of the dragon gods, I'll protect you while you break through. This way, our chances of success will be the highest." Bai Xiuxiu asked, "Then what about the news? How do we send the news back?" Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brow. After a brief moment, his eyes flashed, and he retrieved a heaven-nourishing crystal from his storage-type soul tool. He injected his spiritual power into the heaven-nourishing crystal and silently sensed the immense life energy within it. At the same time, he controlled his consciousness to enter it. "If you can sense me, make this heaven-nourishing crystal flash," Lan Xuanyu said in his heart. In the next instant, the heaven-nourishing crystal indeed flashed. Lan Xuanyu was delighted. Although the Long Tianyang couldn't communicate with him directly, it was already very good that he could communicate with him through this method. He hurriedly continued in his heart, "Then can you help me pass the news to my companions? I can write a note for you." After a brief moment, the heaven-nourishing crystal flashed again. Lan Xuanyu said, "In the future, I'll use this method to communicate with you. Make the heaven-nourishing crystal flash once to show that you agree, and flash twice to show that you disagree." Lan Xuanyu was stunned. "What's going on?" He hurriedly asked in his heart, "You don't want me to tell Xiuxiu about you?" The heaven-nourishing crystal stopped flashing. After a brief moment, it flashed again. Lan Xuanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Long Tianyang was really careful. "Alright, I won't tell him." The heaven-nourishing crystal flashed again. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that I suddenly sensed some special undulations from the heaven-nourishing crystal. Oh yes, I suddenly thought of a way to pass the news. It's a communication method unique to the Douluo Federation. Auntie taught me this when she came. I forgot about it before. This is also a method of spatial teleportation. However, the spatial undulations are very weak. Let me try." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu walked to the desk, took out a piece of paper, and began to quickly write on it. He recorded everything that he and Bai Xiuxiu had seen and heard. He used the language of the Douluo Federation, and it was not an ordinary language. It was a secret language used by the Heaven Fighting Division. This secret code was indeed taught to him by Yuan and Guanjuan. Even if it was intercepted by the Ryuma Federation, Lan Xuanyu wouldn't have to worry about exposing himself. After he finished writing, Lan Xuanyu carefully folded the note, then squatted down and placed the note on the ground. Bai Xiuxiu, who had been following him the whole time, looked puzzled. "What are you doing? Could it be that this note can escape through the earth?" Just as she said this, a soft halo suddenly flashed, and then the note disappeared silently. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes widened. He really used Earth Escape? Kaka, it seems so. This is a special method. Auntie didn't let me say it, so I can only control it. Bai Xiuxiu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's fine as long as he can send the message back. There's actually such a magical method of communication. Our federation is really amazing. I'm relieved. Let's go into closed-door cultivation. Breaking through to the god rank is the most important thing. How long do you think it will take for you to accumulate enough?" Fenglong City. The residents of the 33 wings of the 33 heavens could be described as silent. For safety's sake, everyone rarely spoke here. Most of the time, they were cultivating. Furthermore, a group of people would secretly leave through the connection with the plant-type soul beasts. Everyone would take turns to cultivate with the plant-type soul beasts in the wilderness under the cover of Yuan and Guanjuan's disguise. This time, almost all of the 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts below the god rank had come. To them, the Tenryu star was like heaven. Here, they could absorb life energy without restraint and continue to increase their cultivation. Lan Xuanyu's companions also followed them to cultivate and obtain even more abundant life energy to temper themselves. Before Lan Xuanyu left, he had prepared a large amount of resources for his companions. Everyone could be said to be cultivating at a rapid pace every day. It was much faster than when they were in the academy. These inner courtyard disciples had entered the inner courtyard, but in reality, they hadn't cultivated in the inner courtyard. The effects of cultivating here were much better than in the inner courtyard. There were also people taking turns to guard the 33 wings of the 33 heavens. The entire covert operation had already become a regular operation. In the middle of cultivating, Tang Yuga's eyebrows suddenly jumped. She could clearly feel a gentle life energy rushing into her body, pushing her soul power to complete a small cycle of cultivation. The mysterious heaven method naturally paused for a moment. Where did this life energy come from? Did Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu return? She subconsciously opened her eyes. There was no one in front of her. Not far from her, Yuan and Hui Hui was still cultivating and was in a state of forgetting everything around her. Since the two came back, their relationship had quietly begun to change. Yuan and Hui Hui's body gradually lost some of its previous softness and became more and more masculine. Tang Yuga couldn't help but frown when she saw that no one had come. She wanted to get out of bed to check. At this moment, she was surprised to find a note in front of her. She hurriedly picked up the note and opened it. Immediately, she saw a secret code. She had learned the secret code before. She carefully read it from beginning to end. Suddenly, her expression changed. She hurriedly left the bedroom and immediately used a special communication device to contact Yuan and Guanjuan. "Auntie, come back quickly." Xianyu sent an important message back. "We must immediately send it back to the Douluo Federation." Yuan and Guanjuan quickly returned. Compared to when she had first arrived, she could be described as radiant. After this period of hiding, she became more and more familiar with the Tenryu star and felt the benefits of staying here. Without considering the hostile stance, the Tenryu star was really a beautiful planet. Yuan and Guanjuan had been to many planets, including Sanluo planet and the Elven planet, which were filled with life energy. But the Tenryu star was completely different. The level of life here seemed to be completely different. It felt as if the Shrek Academy had been enlarged and turned into a planet. There seemed to be many eternal trees on this planet. Ever since she came here, Yuan and Guanjuan discovered that her cultivation speed had clearly increased. The incomparably dense life energy here was simply too suitable for cultivation and improvement. It was obviously much easier to increase her soul power here than on the Douluo continent. In the past half a year, her soul power had increased by more than one rank and she was getting closer and closer to the ultimate Douluo level. What surprised her even more was that the cultivation speed of these little fellows in the Shrek Academy was even more terrifying. Yuan and Hui Hui's cultivation seemed to be about the same as her. That Tang Yuga might even be stronger than her. How old were they? How did they cultivate like that? Moreover, it wasn't just one or two of them. Everyone was becoming stronger, becoming extremely powerful. She had also thought about whether she could get a group of people from the War God Temple to come here to cultivate, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was unrealistic. The more people there were, the harder it was to manage and the easier it was to reveal flaws. At least for the time being, she shouldn't consider this. The entire book, everyone can follow the public account to read the entire book. Yuan and Guanjuan constantly gathered all kinds of information, and through special means, she was able to send this information back. In the past, the Federation didn't know enough about the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and most importantly, they couldn't infiltrate it. But after infiltrating it, it was much easier to send the information back. After all, the technological gap was there. A special kind of microwave was emitted. With the super powerful receiver on the mothership, the information transmitted in the waves could be captured. Of course, this was the Federation's top secret, and only Yuan and Guanjuan knew about it. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know about it. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone in the Shrek Academy, Yuan and Guanjuan went back once under Lan Xuanyu's escort, and then she was always here. Every day, she would go out for a stroll and walk around. Sometimes, she would help the people of the Wings of the 33 Skies with makeup so that they could go out. They got along very well. In fact, Yuan and Guanjuan would report what she saw and heard almost every few days. She would constantly send back more detailed information. From this, the 7th Fleet would constantly receive information about the Tenryu star. Little Ant, take a look at this. Tang Yuga handed over the note in his hand. Yuan and Guanjuan took it casually, and as soon as she took a look, her body immediately straightened, and her eyes became sharp. After a moment, she finished reading the entire content, and then read it again. Only then did she raise her head and look at Tang Yuga with a serious face. Xianyu sent back important information. This is really too important, and it concerns the Federation's survival. Yuan and Guanjuan's face was a little pale. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was going to establish a federation, and there was that terrifying Crimson Mother. These were all existences that could threaten the safety of the Douluo Federation. Tang Yuga frowned and said, "It's just that Xianyu and Xiaoxiao can't come back now. Without his cover, how can we send the information out? He asked you to think of a way, you see." Yuan and Guanjuan sighed softly. This kid is really smart. That's right, I have a way. Don't worry about it, I'll send the news back immediately. With that, she turned and left. That's right, Lan Xuanyu had already guessed that Yuan and Guanjuan was using some sort of method to transmit information. The Tang men had a forbidden arsenal, and the Federation had been researching soul technology for so many years. They also had a powerful weapon like the mothership, so it would be strange if they didn't have a way. However, Lan Xuanyu didn't care about the specific methods. The most important thing was to be able to pass the message back when needed. Yuan and Guanjuan went to deliver the message. Tang Yuga breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his room. Yuan and Hui was still cultivating, and he was especially diligent in his cultivation. Perhaps it was because he had been stimulated by the powerful strength of his seniors when he returned to the Shrek Academy last time. Right now, the 7 monsters were all titled Douluo, and they were improving step by step. Lan Xuanyu had given them so many good things, such as dragon marrow and dragon crystals, that they were all very familiar with tempering their bodies. Everyone's abilities were being developed in depth. She couldn't fall behind. Tang Yuga sat cross-legged again and continued to cultivate. Suddenly, she felt that the life energy around her seemed to have changed. Not only was it rich, but there seemed to be something else. Tenryu's abode. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to use the tribulation lightning to temper his body. Instead, he took out the God Fiend cores he had obtained from the 8-armed God Fiend. He used the power of his bloodline to draw out the destructive energy within. He was very careful when absorbing this destructive energy. At the same time, he took out the heaven-nourishing crystal and absorbed it into his body. He used the life energy within the heaven-nourishing crystal to neutralize the destructive energy. If it was only him, he would definitely not dare to absorb too much at one time during this absorption process. He had to maintain a balance and absorb a little bit at a time, then work hard to expel the impurities. He had to leave behind the pure life energy and destructive energy. With the help of the space-time freeze domain, he could do this. After all, he had the experience of creating the light-dark divine lightning. But it was different now. He was no longer alone. Although Long Tianyang couldn't contact him, he could silently help him in the process of cultivation. This was especially true in the Tenryu's abode, where they were so close to each other. When Lan Xuanyu absorbed the life energy from the heaven-nourishing crystal, it was as if the life energy had come alive. Not only did it leave him with the purest of creation energy, it also took the initiative to expel the impurities from the destructive energy and maintain a balance with it. This allowed Lan Xuanyu to save a lot of time, and he could devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Through his simple communication with Long Tianyang, he knew that the news had been sent back. Yuan and Guanjuan definitely had a way. As long as the news could be sent back, his goal would be achieved. Breaking through was the most important thing now. It took Lan Xuanyu 11 days to absorb all the destructive energy from the godfiend cores. In total, he used up 11 heaven-nourishing crystals. If the Dragon Knights knew how quickly he used up the heaven-nourishing crystals, they would probably feel extremely distressed. Even the Dragon Knights weren't as extravagant as him, Bai Xiuxiu cultivated by Lan Xuanyu's side, and also benefited greatly from the heaven-nourishing crystals. She herself also used a heaven-nourishing crystal to cultivate. After 11 days of cultivation, her heaven-nourishing crystal was still shining brightly. From this, one could see how much Lan Xuanyu had used up. More importantly, he had wasted a lot. Long Tianyang was sparing no effort in helping him, at least for now. He didn't hesitate to use up the majority of the heaven-nourishing crystal's energy, leaving only the purest of creation energy and destruction energy to fuse and balance each other. They reached a state of coexistence. After 11 days of cultivation, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation didn't advance at all. However, a black and white ball had already formed in his dantian. It was about the same size as his dragon core. It was very stable inside. Lan Xuanyu couldn't mobilize this portion of creation and destruction energy. It wasn't something he could control right now. However, he could use the energy released by this ball to suppress his cultivation. At the same time, he could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth from it. The latter was what he needed the most, and it was also the most important. After completing the formation of this ball, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness was completely immersed in it, and he began to cultivate in seclusion. Even he didn't know that he would be in seclusion for so long this time. He didn't even know what was happening in the outside world. Bai Xiuxiu stayed by his side. The two of them stayed in Tenryu's abode, and didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside. They just cultivated and meditated. Lan Xuanyu also didn't ask Long Tianyang to bring back any news from his companions. This wasn't safe. The most important news had already been sent back. With his current cultivation, he couldn't do anything at all. He could only let the Federation decide how to deal with it themselves. Right now, it was most important for him to protect his identity. Thus, 100 days passed in seclusion this time. 100 days on the Tenryu star. Bai Xiuxiu looked out of the window. Her eyes were a little hazy. These few months were the most peaceful she had ever been in her life. Most of the time, she was immersed in meditation and cultivation. With Lan Xuanyu by her side, her cultivation improved very quickly. Now, it had almost reached a level where she couldn't suppress it anymore. She had to be tense at all times, lest the slightest movement lead to a breakthrough. At this level, with the help of the heaven-nourishing crystal, she could actually break through on her own. However, she always remembered Lan Xuanyu's words. He would break through first, then help her break through. Thus, she tried her best to suppress her cultivation and didn't take that last step. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was a little tiresome to look at it for 100 days, or even 36 hours a day. Bai Xiuxiu had no idea what was going on outside. The inside of the heavenly dragon abode was very peaceful. No one came to disturb them. Every day, there would be people who would deliver fruits with rich energy to them. However, Bai Xiuxiu was the only one who ate for the past 100 days. Lan Xuanyu had been meditating. After absorbing 11 heaven-nourishing crystals, he didn't use any more of them. Instead, he entered deep meditation. Every time Bai Xiuxiu woke up, she would see that he was still meditating. He didn't eat anything, nor did he move. The aura emanating from his body seemed to be changing silently, and she could vaguely feel that Lan Xuanyu was becoming different. A mysterious undulation of laws was faintly discernible from his body. It was a very subtle change, but it was still there. From the outside, he looked the same as before. However, in Bai Xiuxiu's perception, he was undergoing a metamorphosis. He was experiencing what might very well be the most important metamorphosis of his life. What was going on outside? So many days had passed. Had the Ryuma Federation been successfully established? How would the Douluo Federation react to the establishment of the Ryuma Federation? What would they do? She didn't know. She wasn't sure about the Crimson Mother's situation either. Had she obstructed the establishment of the Ryuma Federation? In the beginning, Bai Xiuxiu would often think about these questions. However, as time passed, she stopped thinking about them. Most of the time, she would look out the window and empty her mind. His transformation was about to be completed, and so was hers. She had a feeling that when she couldn't suppress her cultivation anymore, something was about to be released from her body. Was it the release of her divine sense? Was it to make herself stronger and step out of her current level? She didn't think too much about these things. She just wanted to be with him. For some reason, Bai Xiuxiu felt like she was about to witness a miracle as she watched him grow every day. Once upon a time, when they had just met, his strength was far inferior to hers. Even his cultivation speed was so slow. But at that time, she had a feeling that her teacher Nana favored this guy. Later on, he understood that the follow-up was probably blood relations. Thinking of blood ties, she couldn't help but think of her parents. All of these experiences were too illusory. But fortunately, she had him. When she was with him, she always felt happy. Just guard him well, even if you have to be this guy's dragon. When she thought of this, she felt a little angry. Why do I have to be the dragon? This bad guy. However, what was the dragon taming technique that the Dawn Dragon Knight mentioned last time? Could it be that the Ink Dino Knight's cruel method of connecting with the dragon? He definitely couldn't bear to do that. Just as Bai Xiuxiu was letting her imagination run wild, suddenly, an inexplicable force pulled her gaze to the guy who had been sitting there for 100 days. A strange luster slowly rippled from his body. It was a special aura. The moment this aura appeared, his entire body seemed to become transparent. It was a wonderful, transparent texture. It was as if his entire body had been sublimated in an instant. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu only felt that the guy beside her had suddenly become different. His skin was crystal clear, as if it was about to become transparent. There seemed to be something restless in her body that was ready to move. It was an aura that made her tremble from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu suddenly realized that the sky outside had darkened. She was originally by the window. She immediately looked up at the sky outside. The sky had unknowingly become gloomy. It was dark and indescribably oppressive. It was no longer dark clouds. It was more accurate to say that the entire sky had become dark. The terrifying pressure made one's heart full of depression. At this moment, a light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in the abode. Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously flashed in front of Lan Xuanyu. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng. Zhong Zicheng looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting there calmly. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu seemed as if he didn't feel anything. There was even a faint smile on his face. Second seat, elder sister, she. Bai Xiuxiu asked anxiously. Zhong Zicheng said in a low voice, she's about to break through. I'll take her away. Stay here and don't move. Don't go out. You're also on the verge of breaking through. You can't follow. Otherwise, you'll be driven by her lightning tribulation and break through together. You won't be able to take it. This lightning tribulation is not ordinary. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A silver halo had already enveloped him and Lan Xuanyu. In the next moment, they suddenly disappeared. Bai Xiuxiu was frightened. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The Dawn Dragon Knight was too fast. For a moment, she couldn't help but want to rush out. Just as she reached the door, a rainbow halo suddenly flashed in the sky. A monstrous pressure descended from the sky. Immediately after, a golden light flashed and suddenly shone on Bai Xiuxiu, fixing her in place. Light flashed. It was the Holy Light Dragon Knight, Huang Liangwei. Didn't you hear what the second seat said? If you go out now, there's no other possibility other than your soul being scattered. This lightning tribulation is very powerful. Don't be rash. Bai Xiuxiu's chest heaved up and down anxiously. But, she was very worried. She never thought that Lan Xuanyu's lightning tribulation would come so quickly and so suddenly. They had originally agreed that after experiencing creation and destruction in this cultivation, he would begin to temper his body with the lightning tribulation. After the tempering was completed, he could consider transcending the tribulation. However, things were unpredictable. Lan Xuanyu himself didn't expect his lightning tribulation to come so suddenly and so quickly. He hadn't gone through the lightning tribulation yet. If he directly transcended the tribulation, would he be able to do it? Even the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Holy Light Dragon Knight said that this lightning tribulation was not ordinary. It would definitely be especially terrifying. More importantly, would his identity be discovered in the process of transcending the tribulation? Could the treasure-seeking beast still maintain its illusion? Although there were many worries in her heart, at this moment, Bai Xiuxiu couldn't do anything. With the Holy Light Dragon Knight blocking in front of her, she couldn't rush out. Moreover, the two Dragon Knights were right. If she went out now, she would most likely be courting death. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiuxiu clasped her hands in front of her chest. At this moment, the only thing she could do was pray. At this moment, the pitch-black sky outside gradually changed. The darkness that covered the entire sky gradually faded, and the faintly discernible seven-colored halo also disappeared. The sky became clear once again, and all the pressure from before also silently dissipated. However, Bai Xiuxiu's mood didn't relax because of their disappearance, because she knew that the lightning tribulation had followed. Now, she could only hope that the Dawn Dragon Knight had brought Xianxia to the Rising Dragon platform to transcend the tribulation. Fortunately, she had asked for his help last time. Otherwise, if he were to transcend the tribulation here, it would be even more dangerous. Nothing would happen. Xianxia would definitely be fine. Silver light flickered. On the Rising Dragon platform, a large silver halo distorted. After a long while, it formed a somewhat distorted light door. Two flickering figures seemed to be struggling, and it wasn't easy for them to get out. The Dawn Dragon Knight's forehead was a little sweaty. He looked at Lan Xuanyu beside him and said, "Your lightning tribulation attracted the power of heaven and earth. If I had arrived a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to teleport you here. The lightning tribulation is coming soon. No one can help you. You can only rely on yourself. You have accumulated enough, so you must not panic when transcending the tribulation. You must always maintain a stable state of mind, understand?" Lan Xuanyu had only just regained consciousness in the process of traversing through space earlier on. By the time he regained consciousness, he could feel the difference as well. It was not just the threat that was getting more and more terrifying in the outside world. It was the same within his body as well. At this moment, he was shocked to discover that the core of the dragon gods within his body had disappeared. The bloodline of the dragon gods had changed as well. All other energies had disappeared. The only thing left was that streak of gold and silver. It was just like back when he had just started cultivating. All of his bloodlines had turned into the bloodlines of the Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King. It was as though he had to start over from the beginning. However, right now, the bloodlines of the Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King felt so strong. The two great bloodlines were like two true dragons that were surging and roaming within his body. They did not seem to be mutually exclusive. However, they were both in an extremely irritable state. He was about to undergo the tribulation. Lan Xuanyu reacted to it right away. Furthermore, there was no one who could teach him what to do at this moment. Even if his parents were here, they could not do it either. After all, no one had ever been in a similar situation before. Zhong Zicheng patted Lan Xuanyu on the shoulder. "I'm going to leave now. If I stay any longer, your thunder calamity will get stronger because of my cultivation state. By then, you'll definitely die. Remember, you must stabilize your state of mind." The moment he finished speaking, this Dawn Dragon Knight had already turned into a streak of light and leaped down, leaving the Rising Dragon Arena. At this moment, the entire Rising Dragon City was shrouded in darkness. Lan Xuanyu raised his head and looked at the skies. Instantly, he felt as though the entire sky was trembling violently. The rolling dark clouds were as black as ink. It was so dark that he could not even see his own fingers. Occasionally, there would be a rainbow glow that shone on the Rising Dragon Arena, causing the entire place to seem as though it was trembling. "Master! Master! Are you finally coming back?" The voice of the treasure-seeking beast was trembling and weak, as though it had sensed something. "Do you have anything to teach me?" Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-seeking beast. Come back, master. Come back. Hurry and come back. The treasure-seeking beast was already sobbing incoherently. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and looked around. At this moment, he was the only one left on the vast rising dragon platform. The sky was dark, and there were occasional flashes of colorful lights. The rising dragon platform, which seemed to connect heaven and earth, seemed to be the only thing left between heaven and earth. Life or death, transformation or destruction, it all depended on this day. His heart gradually calmed down. The lightning tribulation came too suddenly, and he didn't know how long he had been in closed-door cultivation. The changes in his body were also completely different from before. He looked at his hands, and all he saw was the luster. Other than that, there was nothing else. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked up at the sky. Come, my lightning tribulation. In Long Tianyang's words, this was the process of him leaving the third dimension and entering the fourth dimension. Rumble. The world changed colors. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky boiled. All of the darkness was dispelled by the 7 colors. In the blink of an eye, the sky had turned into a 7-colored ocean. Who knows how many 7-colored lightning bolts were surging and crazily throbbing, outer space. Silver-armored rock. The former god of songs, Prince Yu, now known as Jinlong Tangwulin, was squatting on the ground, seriously rubbing her fair feet in the warm water. They were already used to the silence here. Gu Yuna sat there and looked at his serious expression. There was a blush on her pretty face. It was unknown whether it was because she was soaked in warm water or something else. The two of them had been together on the silver-armored rock for a long time. Most of the time, they were cultivating. Gu Yuna had just broken through to the transcendent grade and needed to stabilize her realm. At their level, it was no longer important where they cultivated. They could absorb energy from the universe to replenish themselves. Apart from cultivation, the two of them also discussed the future path of cultivation together. Other than that, Tang Wulin had always been polite to her. Only at this time every day would the two of them really touch skin to skin. This was what he insisted on doing. He always told her that he had let her down in the past, and that this was what he should do now. She allowed him to be like this. A lone man and a lone woman, two transcendent powerhouses, remained in such a state within the massive warship. Suddenly, Tang Wulin's slender hand stopped for a moment, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Gu Yuna, who was sitting there, also stiffened in an instant, and almost blurted out, Xianxia. Tang Wulin did not care about washing her feet anymore and immediately stood up. Gu Yuna flashed out and quickly arrived beside the porthole. Pieces of scales spread to the sides, revealing a clear field of vision. They could see the huge and beautiful planet in the distance. Vaguely, in an area of the planet, a 7-colored light was faintly discernible. Gu Yuna's body flickered with silver light. At this moment, a large hand grabbed her hand in time. You can't go. Gu Yuna turned to look at Tang Wulin. Why? He's going through the tribulation. He's going through the divine tribulation. I have to go. You know how difficult it will be for him to go through the tribulation. Tang Wulin frowned. There are many experts on the Tenryu star. If we go rashly, we won't be helping him. Instead, we'll be harming him. The fact that he can openly go through the tribulation on the Tenryu star means that his identity has not been discovered. It'll be troublesome if we go now. If he's really in a life and death situation, he'll definitely summon us through the thing I gave him. We can't act rashly now. Gu Yuna said anxiously, but I want to give him the Dragon God's core. Tang Wulin shook his head. No, I felt the Dragon God's core of yours before. Even we can't control the energy contained within it, let alone him before he becomes a god. Although he might be able to achieve the true bloodline of the Dragon Gods, that's after he becomes a god. If he really wants to use the Dragon God's core, he'll have to wait until he truly becomes a Dragon God and breaks through to the Divine King level. If we give him the Dragon God's core now, the risk will be even greater. If his body can't take it, we'll be harming him. Then we'll just watch. How can you be so cruel? Gu Yuna said angrily, tears flowing down her cheeks. I only have one son. Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. She's talking as if I have a second son. However, he didn't dare to provoke Gu Yuna at this time. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Xianyu has a lot of accumulation." Looking at that direction, it should be the rising dragon platform we sensed before. In other words, the dragon race should agree to let him go through the tribulation on the rising dragon platform. Xianyu said that that place is the best place for him to go through the tribulation. This child is smart and calm. Since he chose to go through the tribulation now and didn't contact us before, he should be competent. We have to believe in him. Gu Yuna glared at him, then suddenly stomped on his foot. She snorted angrily and looked out the window nervously. However, she didn't say anything about going to the Tenryu Star. Tang Wulin was in pain, but there was nothing he could do. He also looked out the window. How could he not be worried about his son going through the tribulation? He had gone through countless tribulations in his cultivation to get to where he was today. Even now, there was still a ticking time bomb in his body. He didn't know when it would go wrong. He also deeply understood the difficulty of every breakthrough. The biggest problem for Xianyu's breakthrough was whether he could truly merge the two bloodlines into one. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that really happened, they would have to save him at all costs. They would use the Dragon God's core to try and save him. Now, he could only rely on himself to break through and complete the most difficult process. Quietly walking behind Gu Yuna, Tang Wulin carefully opened his arms and pulled her tense body into his embrace. End of chapter. Gu Yuna blushed as she looked at Tang Wulin. However, what she saw was a pair of gentle eyes. "It'll be fine. Heaven helps the worthy. My son will definitely be fine. If there's really danger, we'll be able to sense it immediately. If it really comes to that, the three of us will live and die together." Gu Yuna wanted to struggle out of his embrace. However, after hearing his words, for some reason, her heart softened. His embrace was so warm. It felt especially comfortable and safe to be in his embrace. Even the impatience in her heart seemed to have lessened a little. Tang Wulin wrapped his arms around her and let her snuggle in his embrace. Smelling the faint fragrance of her hair, he could not help but have mixed feelings. He could finally hug her again. "Son, you have to do your best." The colorful sky was simply too spectacular. Colorful light surged and lightning flashed. Even from 1,000 miles away, this magnificent scene could be seen. The colorful sky covered the huge rising dragon city completely. All the citizens felt their bodies stiffen, as if they were being forced to the ground. Only those who were god level and above could leave their residences and walk out to see this magical scene. "There's a member of my race undergoing tribulation on the rising dragon platform. Everyone, do not panic. Return to your positions. No flying." The voice of the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhongzhicheng, reverberated in the sky above the rising dragon city. Those god-level experts who wanted to take to the sky to watch immediately calmed down. Was he doing something? How could there be such a huge commotion? This kind of news could not be recorded. In the time it took to watch, all the living things on the Tenryu Star were shocked by the colorful lightning in the rising dragon city. His body was completely illuminated by the rainbow-colored light. Actually, what he really wanted to say was, "For the sake of Xiaoshi, my Duan has 4 colors battalion assistant, plus air 7 C or not C or C present grade essence limit, head is equal to quantity, inner matter that student group at the Agricultural College Striker Academy. Is also the same as the first generation heaven system." He could only use 1 or 2 heaven and earth shaking at the end of the day. Could this be solved? As soon as he came up, he had to face the heaven and earth tremors. Moreover, it seemed that the heaven and earth square's thunder tribulation was innumerable. The aura of annihilation hurt the Buddha and wanted to paint the entire world. However, why hasn't Lei Nan struck yet? Supervisor Xian had already waited for 10 minutes. The rainbow-colored dew in the sky only became denser and denser, but it still didn't strike him. To tell you the truth, waiting is the greatest torment. Rumble, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. The rainbow-colored light in the sky began to change. The huge sea of rainbow-colored lightning, with the rising dragon arena as its center, began to spiral slowly. Streaks of rainbow-colored lightning crisscrossed the sky. The two dragon-shaped energies within Lan Xuanyu's body also began to surge violently, causing gold and silver scales to appear on his skin. At the same time, they flickered unsteadily. It was coming. Lan Xuanyu's eyes focused as he tried to circulate his bloodline power. However, he was helpless because he discovered that his original abilities seemed to have completely disappeared, or perhaps it could be said that they had completely merged into the gold and silver dragons. He was simply unable to mobilize his strength. How could he resist the lightning tribulation like this? Right at this time, the rainbow-colored sea of lightning in the sky finally formed a vortex, and a huge lightning bolt descended from the sky, covering the entire Rising Dragon arena in an instant. Boom! Ru Ting instantly swallowed Lan Xuanyu. He only felt his mind go blank as a crazy energy poured into his body from all directions. The gold and silver dragon's energies in his body also became restless in an instant. His body unconsciously floated up from the Rising Dragon arena, and the lightning energy drilled into his body, wreaking havoc. But strangely, he didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, after the lightning entered his body, he felt that the gold and silver dragon's energies surging in his body had stabilized a little, and were relatively comfortable. What was going on? The energy of the tribulation was definitely more berserk than his own light-dark divine lightning. Why didn't he feel any pain? He felt that the tribulation was so fierce that even the Dawn Dragon Knight was full of worry. However, after it drilled into his body, it seemed to be constantly circulating, being absorbed by his body. More accurately, it was absorbed by the two dragons. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. Was this even possible? Lan Xuanyu was a little confused. After all, it was his first tribulation, and he had read all 24 volumes in the library-seeking pavilion. He didn't have any reference for his tribulation. However, in his impression, tribulation was a very painful thing. Why was it that he didn't feel any pain at all? Boom! A violent rumble sounded again, and another huge lightning bolt descended from the sky. In the sea of lightning vortex, lightning surged like a dragon descending, and the huge Rising Dragon arena trembled. This scene made the people who could still see the Rising Dragon arena tremble in fear. Was such a terrifying lightning tribulation really something that living beings could withstand? Who would be able to withstand it on the Rising Dragon arena? Wouldn't they be reduced to ashes? Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng had already landed on the ground, and didn't fly in the air. The energy in the lightning in the sky was so huge that it was unimaginable for him. If it was attracted by his aura, the lightning tribulation would become stronger, and the entire Rising Dragon City would be sucked in. He could still protect Rising Dragon City if he stayed here. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation. Whether it was him or the chief of Tenryu, they had never experienced a lightning tribulation of this level. At this moment a figure flew over from afar, and a dark green light flashed through the air, and soon came to his side. Big brother, Lan is going through tribulation? Why so suddenly? It was none other than the first person to discover Lan Xuanyu's talent, and also the first person to recognize him as a Dragon Knight, Ink Dragon Knight Luo Lan. Zhong Zicheng naturally informed Luo Lan. Immediately. Luo Lan had already seen the terrifying scene in the sky when she rushed over, as if doomsday had arrived. She was shocked, and she sped up. Zhong Zicheng frowned and said it was very sudden. This child was in seclusion in Tenryu's abode. She must have sensed the destructive aura of the eight-armed divine demons and the power of creation in the heaven-nourishing crystals, and had an epiphany. Just as her seclusion was about to end, she suddenly faced tribulation. This kind of lightning tribulation is simply unheard of. It's directly a tribulation of heaven and earth, and it's so terrifying. Even if we were up there, we might not be able to withstand it. This time, it's really troublesome. Can we help her? Luo Lan asked. Zhong Zicheng shook his head. She can only rely on herself now. No one can help her. The tribulation of heaven and earth is so powerful that it's the power of the universe that prevents us from passing through the man-god boundary. No one can interfere at this time. The more powerful and talented a cultivator is, the stronger the tribulation of heaven and earth will be. Now, we can only hope that her understanding of the laws of heaven and earth is deep enough to avoid being hurt by the tribulation as much as possible. But this also proves her talent. If she can really succeed in transcending tribulation, I'm afraid the chief won't ignore her. Luo Lan couldn't help but say, the chief has an idea. So what? She's one of us. Zhong Zicheng said, let's not talk about this first. Let's see if she can succeed in transcending tribulation first. If she can't, it's useless to say anything. Luo Lan glanced at him. He already understood his elder brother's thoughts. If Lan could succeed in transcending tribulation, they would have to fight for her no matter what. After all, she was a genius he had discovered. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of rainbow-colored lightning continuously fell from the sky and landed on Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu felt more and more strange at this time. It really wasn't painful, not at all. It was much easier than when he had used the divine lightning of light and darkness to temper his body. The gold and silver dragons in his body frantically absorbed the energy in the lightning. Jinlong. They became even more dazzling. Silver dragon. They also became curled up with silver light. Other than that, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel anything else. It was just that the gold and silver energies kept growing stronger and stronger in his body. His body also began to swell a little. That was all. Was this the tribulation? So easy? It looked so terrifying, but it was nothing more than that. Lan Xuanyu simply relaxed his body and silently felt the changes in the two dragons in his body. The lightning continued, and the rising dragon platform had completely turned into a sea of seven-colored lightning. Bathed in it, Lan Xuanyu's clothes had long disappeared. Just as Bai Xiuxiu had expected, the illusion created by the treasure-seeking beast on him had also disappeared. There was no illusion ability at all that could exist in such a terrifying tribulation. He didn't need to worry about being seen through at all. The entire rising dragon platform was filled with seven-colored lightning. Not to mention seeing, he couldn't even sense his situation. At this time, even the divine consciousness of a transcendent expert didn't dare to come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would definitely be damaged. Lan Xuanyu tried to call out to the Long Tianyang in his heart, but there was no response. There was no response at all. Clearly, although the Long Tianyang used to be a half-step divine king, his consciousness couldn't enter this tribulation. This made Lan Xuanyu even more relaxed. It would be better if he couldn't sense it. It would be troublesome if he could. The lightning was stronger and fiercer, and the lightning energy in his body also became stronger and stronger. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu began to feel that something was wrong. Because as the Jinlong and the silver dragon absorbed more and more energy, his body began to feel full, as if he had eaten too much. After striking for so long, was it about time? Feeling that something was wrong, Lan Xuanyu immediately looked up at the sky. However, the seven-colored lightning showed no signs of dissipating. It still poured into his body endlessly. The two dragons in Lan Xuanyu's body began to swell, and so did his body. He could feel that the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. As his body expanded, the meridians, bones, and organs in his body also changed. It was a change that shocked him. Some of them had turned gold, while others had turned silver. At first, it was just a layer of light, but as their bodies expanded, their changes became more and more obvious. It was as if they had been infected by the gold and silver dragons. At this moment, these two energies were not something he could control at all. He was like a pure carrier, and his spiritual power could not do anything at all. When his seclusion ended, Dawn Dragonrider Earth Zhong Zicheng brought him through space. At that time, he felt that his spiritual power had entered the divine sense level. But even divine sense was of no use at all at this time. Even his divine sense was completely suppressed by the tribulation of heaven and earth. Don't do it. If you do, your body will burst. Lan Xuanyu began to panic. Intense pain came, but it wasn't from being struck by lightning, but from being swollen. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as his body developed towards the direction of collapse. Would the lightning tribulation let him go? No, they wouldn't. They were still striking down. Was he going to die? At this moment, countless chaotic scenes appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. His eyes also began to slacken. But this slackness only lasted for a moment. His eyes suddenly became clear. Because a voice suddenly appeared in his chaotic consciousness. It was the last voice he heard before the tribulation. It was the voice he heard. Dawn Dragon Rider Zhongzhichang had repeatedly warned him before leaving, telling him to calm his mind. No matter what situation he faced, he had to calm his mind. Yes, he had to calm his mind. Panicking would not solve the problem. He still had the gem his father had left him, the dragon pillar beneath his feet, and the Long Tianyang, the core of the Tenryu star's life, to help him. In a situation where he still had so many trump cards, he could not panic no matter what, and he could not be disturbed by his inner demons. After regaining his consciousness, the pain in his body did not lessen. But Lan Xuanyu's eyes became resolute. To him, this breakthrough was too sudden, so he didn't have time to prepare in advance. Under such circumstances, his unstable consciousness was the biggest problem. Now that he had calmed down, the first thing he did was to feel his body. He gradually discovered some characteristics. His body was turning gold and silver. During this process, his bones, meridians, muscles, and skin all turned gold, while his organs and brain turned silver. This seemed to represent the different abilities of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. King Jinlong inherited the powerful physical abilities of the dragon gods, including strength, defense, recovery, and so on. The Silver Dragon King inherited the ability of the dragon gods to control the elements, including water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, and even destruction and creation. His body was constantly changing and expanding. The tribulation was tempering his body, and at the same time, stimulating his bloodline. In other words, they were helping him transform, and it was not the real tribulation lightning. The pain during the transformation process was indispensable. If he was really in danger, the Long Tianyang would definitely take action. Moreover, his parents would also take action. Since they had not taken action yet, he had to calm his mind and wait for the moment of transformation. As for the dragon pillar, there was a lot of energy in it. Now that he was filled with the energy of the tribulation lightning, he did not need to inject more energy. After a simple analysis of his current state, Lan Xuanyu calmed down and silently felt the changes in his body. The tearing pain was still coming. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu realized that his appearance was changing. He was transforming from his original human form to his dragon form. There was too much energy in his body, and his human form could no longer withstand it. He unconsciously transformed into his martial soul true body. The surface of his body was covered with thick golden scales, and the inside of his body was filled with silver energy. One of his eyes turned gold, and the other silver. All kinds of chaotic thoughts appeared in his mind, but he had already figured it out. He guarded his heart and did not delve into those chaotic thoughts, maintaining a calm state. His body began to grow from 60 meters to over 100 meters, and it was still growing. The silver energy in his body became restless, as if it wanted to burrow out of his body. The golden energy outside was forcefully suppressing the silver energy, not allowing it to burrow out. Bolts of lightning struck his body, and they were immediately absorbed by his body. The pain from his body expanding did not lessen. Instead, it increased. What was even more terrifying was that his newly formed divine sense was also filled with gold and silver energy. It was as if he was suffering from schizophrenia, and two different emotions were wreaking havoc in his mind. The gold energy was filled with violent emotions. It thirsted for battle, and it was bloodthirsty. It wanted to destroy everything. The silver energy was relatively calm, wise, and it wanted to control everything. The two energies complemented each other, suppressing and devouring each other. Lan Xuanyu's mind started to become a little dazed, but he knew that this was the most important moment for him. The Jinlong King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines in his body were stimulated by the energy of the tribulation lightning, and they were completely awakening. He had to fuse the two energies into one during the tribulation lightning. Only then could he obtain the true bloodline of the dragon gods. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Calmness and madness alternated, but Lan Xuanyu himself held on tightly to that little bit of clarity, neither leaning towards the silver nor the gold. It was as if a third consciousness had been born in his body, hanging high above the two, quietly watching everything without interfering. Vaguely, the laws of nature changed, and Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that a special power was gradually forming in his body. Looking down at everything that had been there before. Hiss. When his body expanded to 120 meters and became a huge Jinlong, the sound of cracking finally began to appear. A crack appeared on Jinlong's back, and intense pain, excruciating pain, appeared clearly in Lan Xuanyu's perception. Ong 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 ong. King Jinlong's emotions roared and churned wildly. The Silver Dragon King's emotions also became agitated. At the crack on his back, the silver light began to grow stronger and stronger, and gradually, another silver dragon's body slowly emerged from the thick silver light. Jinlong, on the other hand, was twisting madly, trying to swallow the silver dragon again. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his body was being torn apart and damaged. None of this could be stopped, and with the infusion of the lightning, the process would only intensify. Rumble. A huge seven-colored lightning bolt fell. In the violent roar, the silver light finally broke away from the gold light, and let out a passionate roar. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu only felt that his body and brain were torn in half in an instant. Two consciousnesses, two bodies. The two dragons rose into the air almost at the same time, and the crack on Jinlong's back closed. The two dragons, each more than 120 meters long, pounced on each other at the same time amidst the lightning. They tore and attacked wildly. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness fell into a temporary blank. The two different consciousnesses madly attacked his divine sense. Calm down, I have to calm down. I have to guard my mind, guard my mind. I am me, and I am neither King Jinlong nor the Silver Dragon King. Regardless of whether it was King Jinlong's impulsiveness or the Silver Dragon King's calmness and wisdom, they were all a part of me. They are all a part of me. They are not hostile. They are all part of my bloodline. Guard your mind, guard your mind. Lan Xuanyu tried his best to empty himself, to push away those chaotic thoughts. No matter how intense the pain was, he would not think about it. Only the thought of being one remained in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. On the rising dragon arena, loud noises were heard continuously. Those were not only the rumbling of thunder, but also the rumbling of collisions. At this time, there were as many as 8 dragon knights gathered below the rising dragon platform. They all looked up in the direction of the rising dragon platform, feeling the mighty power of the tribulation of the world. They had all undergone tribulation before, and without exception, they had all become gods under the baptism of the 7-colored tribulation of heaven and earth. Naturally, they were very clear about the power of the tribulation of heaven and earth. However, the 7-colored lightning tribulation that was raining down from the huge thundercloud vortex was even more terrifying than the 7-colored lightning tribulation that they had faced before. What shocked them even more was that Lan had actually withstood it. Although they could not see it, they knew that she must have withstood it. Otherwise, the tribulation would have ended long ago if she had been struck to death. Luo Lan was the most anxious one. He looked at Zhong Zicheng beside him from time to time, but Zhong Zicheng remained calm as he silently sensed the situation on the rising dragon arena. Even with his powerful consciousness, he could only sense that Lan was in her original form, enduring the baptism of the tribulation in her dragon form. The process of transcending the tribulation must be very painful. Otherwise, she would not have caused such a huge commotion. Hang in there, you must hang in there. Only by staying true to her heart and getting through this would she be considered to have taken the first step towards becoming a powerhouse. She just did not know if she would attract the chief's attention after she broke through. The duration of the tribulation seemed to be a little too long. Boom! King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King collided fiercely. However, this time, they did not separate under the impact. A strange fluctuation of laws quietly spread out from the point of collision. Merge! Lan Xuanyu roared in his consciousness. Under the collision, the two dragon heads seemed to be sucked in by something and stuck together. Rumble, more violent lightning than before fell from the sky, and the entire rising dragon arena had turned into a sea of lightning. 7-colored lightning flashed between the two dragons as they collided. It fluctuated violently and turned into a large area of 7-colored light waves that spread outwards. The pain that was 100 times more painful than before instantly caused Lan Xuanyu's consciousness to go blank. He could no longer feel what kind of pain it was, and his consciousness was also in a trance. Stay awake, I must stay awake, stay awake. His firm willpower kept shouting in his heart, and he kept trying to control everything, to feel everything, to keep himself as calm as possible so that he would not really fall and lose himself. Terrifying energy kept erupting, and with each explosion, the air seemed to be torn apart, releasing layers of ripples. The 7-colored thunderclouds in the sky were getting brighter at this moment, and those gigantic thunderbolts seemed to connect the heavens and the earth as they came crashing down. Under the bombardment of the 7-colored thunderbolts, even the rising dragon pillar below was gradually dyed with a 7-colored hue. In order to not let this horrifying calamity of the world affect the rising dragon city, all the dragon knights had already joined forces to set up a barrier to block that terrifying power of the thunder calamity that could scatter out at any time. At this moment, the expressions of all the dragon knights were rather interesting. They had never seen such a calamity before. This was absolutely horrifying. Since when could the thunder calamity of a deity be this strong? And for such a long time, it was so endless. The key thing was that the person in the middle of the thunder calamity had really managed to endure it. If it were them back then, they would have been turned into ashes by the thunder calamity, wouldn't they? Gradually, his consciousness regained a bit of clarity. Lan Xuanyu could only rely on his own senses to barely sense the state of his current state. Unknowingly, the 2 dragon heads had fused into one, and his spirit sea had turned into a 7-colored ocean. In the ocean, thunder tides were surging, and one could not see the end of it. It was as though his entire spirit world was filled with a sea of thunder. And this sea of thunder had turned into a vortex, just like the reflection of the 7-colored thunderclouds in the sky. His consciousness was clearly more than twice as strong as before, and he could gradually sense everything in the outside world clearly. However, those 2 gigantic bodies had yet to fuse completely. They were still squeezing and fusing with each other bit by bit. And at the place where they had fused, starting from the head, the scales had turned into a 7-colored hue. This was different from the 7-colored hue he had when he was in the dragon god's transformation state. At this moment, the 7-colored hue was not only crystal clear, but also had a sense of stability of the laws of the world. Even his bones, meridians, muscles, blood vessels, everything had turned into a 7-colored hue. It was extremely bizarre. Lan Xuanyu knew that the most difficult moment had passed. Even though that intense pain had not lessened in the slightest, his consciousness had already taken form. In other words, he could control his own body to a certain extent now. This was the true fusion process of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. This was also the true most painful moment. He did not do anything, nor did he try to speed up this fusion process. At this moment, even though the pain was intense, the fusion process continued, and it was a stable fusion. Gold and silver overlapped, turning into a 7-colored hue. A large amount of lightning surged in, assisting in the completion of this process and the formation of the 7-colored body. At this moment, the great tribulation of heaven and earth seemed to be just the energy he needed to break through, not a hindrance at all. Lan Xuanyu's mind was calm as he felt the process of his fusion bit by bit. No matter how painful it was, he couldn't let it affect his perception now. Only by seriously feeling the changes in his body could he continue to cultivate in the future. Even he didn't know what level he could reach after this breakthrough. At this moment, the body tempering of the heavenly tribulation was completed directly during the fusion process. His body was changing imperceptibly. From this moment on, he was no longer a human. Of course, he wasn't a pure dragon race member either. He was a god. He was truly moving towards the level of a god. The 2 huge figures constantly overlapped, and the new body that was formed was even bigger and bigger than the original. The huge 7-colored dragon head looked up at the sky and constantly roared silently at the lightning tribulation in the sky, as if it was calling for more heavenly tribulation to descend and cleanse its body. Gradually, the neck of the 7-colored dragon began to appear, followed by the back of the torso. More and more colors began to appear, and the fusion process began to become faster and faster. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that there seemed to be a special aura taking shape in his body. This aura hovered in the body that had completed the fusion and gradually gathered into a 7-colored torrent that spiraled back and forth. Bloodline transformation. This should be the bloodline transformation. He had begun to truly possess the bloodline of the dragon gods. After this transformation, even if someone told the Dragon Knights that he was a human and not a dragon race member, no one would believe it. For him, there was no longer any limit to the time of his martial soul true body. The transformation of his bloodline had completely separated him from his mortal body. Every blood vessel was like a work of art, shining with a seven-colored brilliance. Ripples of law were faintly discernible on the seven-colored scales. The scales were obviously more bulging, and there were ridges on them that seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth. They refracted the seven-colored luster, making his whole body look even more gorgeous and colorful. His consciousness also became more and more powerful as his body continued to form. In the huge colorful vortex, a mass of almost viscous liquid began to appear. This liquid was also rotating in the center of the colorful vortex. When it began to appear, Lan Xuanyu only felt that his consciousness began to extend out in an instant. As the viscous liquid continued to accumulate, the extension of his consciousness became more and more distant. He seemed to feel two pairs of concerned eyes coming from outer space. Was that the gaze of his father and mother? From his divine sense, he transmitted a sense of relief to them to soothe their worries. After that, he could sense everything that was going on in the Rising Dragon City down below. The Rising Dragon platform, or rather, the Rising Dragon pillar, had now turned into a crystalline rainbow of colors. It seemed to be devouring the lightning and the remaining power of the great calamity that it had filtered out. This guy was actually trying to snatch energy from him? His entire body trembled violently. Almost at the same time, the seven-colored calamity that was descending from the sky suddenly stopped. Lan Xuanyu only felt his body lighten. He could not help but raise his head and let out an extremely loud and passionate dragon roar. The fusion was complete. Right now, he had turned into a gigantic seven-colored dragon that was more than 300 meters long. His entire body was crystal clear, and an extremely majestic aura burst forth from his body. His eyes revealed a seven-colored radiance. Wisps of destiny rose up along with it. They turned into seven-colored halos that circled around his body. Wisps of black air gradually came from all directions and entered his body, allowing him to comprehend the true meaning of darkness. Seventh soul ring, dark element control, success. He had actually succeeded. In his heart, an indescribable feeling spread. After so many years of cultivation, putting in so much effort, and obtaining so many opportunities, he had finally touched the threshold of God rank at this moment. His bloodline, the bloodline that had almost taken his life and made him so strong, had finally merged into one and formed the bloodline of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu felt that he had never felt so strong before. He felt that his body was brimming with energy, and he felt the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. He felt the minute fluctuations in time and space. At this moment, he had already understood. He had already started to feel the difference between the three-dimensional space and the four-dimensional space. The feeling of being able to control heaven and earth, and being able to feel beyond heaven and earth, was so wonderful. Young master, don't relax. It's not over yet. At this moment, a low voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Although this voice was low, it was also filled with excitement. It was the beast god, Tian. It's not over yet? Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously lifted his head to look into the sky. In the sky, the huge rainbow whirlpool hadn't disappeared. It continued to illuminate everything below it with rainbow colors. More importantly, there seemed to be some changes in the colors at this moment. Even Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to be changing. He seemed to feel that the surging rainbow current in his body had started to gather together and condense towards his chest. Finally, it turned back into a bloodline whirlpool. In the center of the bloodline whirlpool, an illusory crystal was slowly condensing. It wasn't just in his chest. In his spiritual sea and dantian, there was also a rainbow whirlpool. An illusory light projection flickered unstably in the center. Young master, the power of heaven and earth sensed your evolution just now, and came to help you. However, the real test for you will only come later. You must endure it. Once you do, you will be able to see the world. You can definitely do it. Tian's excited voice sounded again. At this moment, a slight tremor started to appear. It wasn't a tremor in a small area of space, but as if the entire world was trembling. Below the Rising Dragon platform, the Dragon Knights who were paying attention to the direction of the Rising Dragon platform saw that the thunder was gradually disappearing and everything was beginning to return to normal. They also heard the loud and powerful dragon roar, and for the first time, their faces showed a solemn expression. Although the great calamity of heaven and earth just now was so fierce and surging, that level of destructive power didn't pose a real threat to transcendent gods like them. However, at this moment, they all felt the fear in their hearts. It was as if something was brewing in an invisible place, and it was about to appear. The sky turned dark again, as if day had turned into night at this moment. Specks of starlight shone in the sky. In the beginning, there were only a few, but soon, there were thousands of stars shining down. The stars in the sky were so magnificent. As they surrounded the moon like stars, the rainbow thundercloud whirlpool gradually shrank. The tremors between heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A majestic buzzing sound rang out. In an instant, all the transcendent gods present felt as if their world was trembling. That vast and majestic aura made them want to prostrate themselves in worship. A huge 9-colored light pillar suddenly fell from the center of the thundercloud without any warning. Under the cover of thousands of stars, it fell directly in the direction of the rising dragon pillar. Lan Xuanyu didn't even have time to react before his body was enveloped by the 9-colored light pillar. Live or die. At this moment, this was the only thought that appeared in his mind. Visually, the 9-colored light pillar and the 7-colored light pillar didn't seem to change much. However, at this moment, only he could clearly feel how terrifying the power was. It was as if it came from the origin of the universe, from the origin of the universe. It was as if a voice was blaming him. Why did he have such power? Collapse. He could clearly feel that his body, which felt incomparably powerful a moment ago, was beginning to collapse under the 9-colored lightning. Every part of him was collapsing, including his divine sense. This was no longer a power that could be resisted with willpower. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu fully understood what it meant to be unable to resist. It was also at this moment that all the 7-colored scales on his body suddenly turned dark gold, and the collapse also stopped for a moment. Immediately after, a huge black figure rose from his body. The huge figure was 3,000 meters long, and its entire body was as black as ink. Every scale seemed to reflect the darkness, and only its eyes were bright golden. My lord, I've been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Ditian welcomes master's return with my own body. His gaze was distant as he looked into the distance, as if he was feeling something, but also as if he was relieved of something. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was far away in Tenryu City, and Lan Mengqin, who was far away in Fenglong City, both froze in an instant. An indescribable sadness surged out uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. The same name appeared in their minds at the same time. Ditian. Ong, the beast god of this generation, the golden-eyed black dragon king, Ditian, raised his head and roared. His voice was filled with joy, even though only he and his master could hear the dragon roar at this moment. Senior Ditian. Lan Xuanyu called out in his consciousness. Ditian's huge dragon head turned to him and said respectfully, Master, there are 9 tests to become a god. Ditian will bear the first test for you. Today, the golden-eyed black dragon will offer a sacrifice to my master to be reborn as a god. Boom, the huge body that was 3,000 meters long exploded. Thousands of dark golden streams of light suddenly fell and surged into Lan Xuanyu's body crazily. The 9-colored destructive universe tribulation that caused his body to collapse. It was instantly neutralized and absorbed. It caused him to recover from his collapse. The beast god Ditian was once the captain of the personal guards of the dragon gods. He was a divine dragon that controlled darkness and was once a supreme expert. However, he had fallen on the Douluo continent. He had worked hard all his life to become a god again, but he had been suppressed by heaven and earth. Finally, at this moment, he had returned to the origin. Nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation base accumulation were sacrificed. Although he wasn't a deity, all of his reserve powers, and the true meaning of darkness, were unleashed. It helped Lan Xuanyu block the first 9-colored world-destroying universe tribulation. In terms of friendship, Lan Xuanyu and Ditian didn't have a very strong relationship. He also knew very well that at this moment, Ditian's sacrifice wasn't for him, but for the bloodline of the dragon gods that flowed in his body. However, at this moment, his eyes were still wet. He could feel the persistence that lingered in the air for a long time. The persistence that had resisted heaven and earth for hundreds of thousands of years, but was still unable to take the final step. Back then, when Di Tian was undergoing his last tribulation, Lan Xuanyu had witnessed it with his own eyes. At that moment, he had witnessed how angry and helpless the beast god was. With his accumulation, it might be enough for him to become a god 10 times. However, he was still unable to take the final step. He had always been suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, he had finally used everything he had to collide with the strongest laws of heaven and earth during the sacrifice. He had used his unyielding stubbornness and pride to welcome this final moment. He had given him all of his reserves of nearly 1,000,000 years. Di Tian was really dead. He had turned into ashes in the most terrifying tribulation in the world. Even his divine sense had been completely shattered. There was no other possibility. However, at the last moment, his eyes were filled with mockery. It was a proud resistance against the injustice of heaven and earth. It was as if he was telling the entire world that he hadn't lost. An indescribable sadness lingered in his heart. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's emotions seemed to have been ignited. He no longer thought of himself as a human. At this moment, he viewed himself as a member of the dragon race. The descent of the dragon world caused the Tenryu star to undergo a dragon transformation. Perhaps it was because of the dragon world's silent protection that the dragon race that was born here could finally progress towards success and reach a level above the god level. Di Tian's sacrifice made him feel as if he had seen the tragic scene of the dragon race's demise. It was the bloodline of the dragon gods that had made him what he was. At the same time, the responsibility that belonged to the dragon race had also fallen on his shoulders. Lan Xuanyu understood that from this moment onwards, the responsibility on his shoulders had increased. No matter what, he had to lead the dragon race and make it rise again. Roar! Lan Xuanyu roared into the sky. The rainbow-colored scales on his body stood up, and the blood in his body surged. At this moment, the 3 existences in his head, chest, and dantian formed at the same time, turning into 3 crystals that flickered with 9-colored halos. It was also at this moment that 9-colored divine light burst out from his eyes, and he glared angrily at the sky. Buzz! The second 9-colored apocalyptic cosmic tribulation descended with a loud boom. Descending once again, Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar and the explosive sound of thunder instantly combined with his soul core. The 7-colored scales on his body continued to crumble under the terrifying lightning tribulation, but inside his body, with the 3 crystals as the center, an unparalleled amount of bloodline energy was constantly bursting forth, forcibly repairing his crumbling body. Destruction followed by re-establishment, appearing continuously in every corner of his body. The 1,000,000 years of cultivation that the beast god Di Tian had given him in exchange for a sacrifice had completely become his foundation at this moment. The dragon knights below all kept quiet out of fear at this moment. That terrifying lightning tribulation was not as simple as the level of energy. What was more terrifying was that the laws were high and mighty. That was an existence that could destroy their willpower. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's eyes began to show anxiety. Who could survive in the face of such a lightning tribulation? He never expected that Lan's bloodline evolution would attract such a lightning tribulation. Without a doubt, this was closely related to her comprehension and accumulation of the power of creation and destruction. Luo Lan had wanted to fly up several times, but he was pulled back by Zhong Zicheng. At this time, even if they went up, they would only be courting death. Even a transcendent dragon knight could not challenge the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, what descended would be the power of laws at their level, directly obliterating them. Even Tenryu couldn't resist the transcendent 9-colored apocalyptic cosmic tribulation here. In fact, this chief had finally arrived a few minutes ago. He was also suppressed on the ground, and his face was full of shock. He didn't need to ask to know who was undergoing the tribulation, but he couldn't understand why it would be like this. Buzz! When the 3rd buzz sounded, all the dragon knights present felt their scalps go numb. The destructive 9-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky once again. The sky above Rising Dragon City was completely distorted. At this time, the dragon knights could no longer sense the existence of the dragon realm. Brother Zhong, why is this happening all of a sudden? Tenryu came to Zhong Zicheng's side and asked in a deep voice. Zhong Zicheng smiled bitterly. When I felt that something was wrong, the lightning tribulation was about to begin. There was no way to hide it. Lan should have absorbed the destruction energy in the cores of the 8-armed divine demons she killed on Tianma Star. Then, she used the creation energy in the heaven-nourishing crystal to balance it out. She comprehended some of the true essence of the universe from it. That's why she couldn't suppress her breakthrough. I just didn't expect her breakthrough to be so exaggerated. Tenryu's eyes flashed. Then, do you think she can withstand it? Zhong Zicheng shook his head. It's hard to say. Even those lightning tribulations just now, I already feel that she can't withstand them. But the lightning tribulation hasn't stopped. It's still going on, and there was a huge burst of energy earlier. Now, I can't tell if she can successfully break through. At this point, Zhong Zicheng paused and suddenly looked seriously at Sky Dragon. Chief, I don't know if she can successfully break through, but if she succeeds, then she may be the one to lead us out of the encirclement. He paused and looked at Tenryu with a burning gaze. Tenryu looked at Zhong Zicheng and said coldly, "Are you sure she can do it?" "What if your judgment is wrong?" Zhong Zicheng said in a low voice. "Chief, we shouldn't lie to ourselves at a time like this. You and I have both lived for a long time, but we both yearn for immortality. I know you've been accumulating strength all these years, trying to take a step in that direction. But even Crimson Mother, who has the support of a near-divine realm, can't break through that barrier. Can we really do it?" "Then she can?" Tenryu's expression darkened. Zhong Zicheng didn't back down. "I don't know if she can, but at least we see an opportunity in her. So, Chief, no matter what, we have to let her grow." Tenryu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Who can stop her? She's so talented. As long as she can pass the tribulation, we'll have to nurture her." "Old Zhong, what are you worried about?" Zhong Zicheng's expression changed. He sighed and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He knew Tenryu had rejected his suggestion. As Indigo's supporter, if she really did pass the tribulation, there would be some internal problems among the dragon riders. If she did not succeed in breaking through, then what he did just now would only offend the Sky Dragon. But no matter what, he saw a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope was too important for him and for the entire dragon race. The two dragon riders didn't say anything else. They looked up at the sky and the rising dragon platform. They didn't try to hide their voices, so the dragon riders around them could hear them. At this time, 10 of the 18 dragon knights were already here. The dragon knights looked at each other with thoughtful looks on their faces. Zhong Zicheng chose to explain his thoughts to Tenryu at this time so that the dragon knights could hear him. They also understood what the chief and second seat were talking about. If Azure were to die during the tribulation transcendence process, then there would be nothing left to talk about. However, if she were to successfully transcend the tribulation, then the situation in the Tenryu star would most likely change. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had no idea what was going on below. He only knew that he probably couldn't take it anymore. When the third 9-colored world-destroying universe tribulation descended, his bloodline was already boiling and burning. It was even completely assimilated into the 9-colored bloodline. When the bloodline assimilated into the 9-colored bloodline, it was also the moment when his body could no longer bear it. It was as if the draconic force, the divine lightning of annihilation, and the divine lightning of light and darkness had no effect at this moment. All that was left was intense pain. His consciousness was very clear, even more so than usual. However, the destructive power of the 9-colored heavenly lightning was just too terrifying. The law of no creation seemed to want to create a world in his body, but before that, it wanted to destroy everything. Everything that hurt the Buddha was unstoppable. And this was only the third lightning tribulation. Di Tian had said before he left. He was going to face the 9 lightning tribulations. However, with his current cultivation, could he withstand the 9 lightning tribulations? The law of heaven and earth wouldn't give him time to think, nor would it allow him to do so. The fourth 9-colored world-absorbing universe tribulation had arrived. Boom! Lan Xuanyu felt as if his entire body was going to explode. His body was rapidly melting as the will of heaven and earth crushed his body, causing his 300-meter-long body to crumble inch by inch. Only the 3 9-colored crystals were still shining brightly. The rest of his body was rapidly melting under the lightning. Even the energy that Pu God Di Tian had injected into his body couldn't help him continue to endure. Achieving the bloodline of the dragon gods was actually so difficult, the 7-colored sea of lightning was only helping him complete the initial fusion. The terrifying baptism that followed was the real tribulation. Was his limit to withstand 4 lightning tribulations? The 5th lightning tribulation followed. In an instant, all the pain disappeared. His huge dragon body softened and turned into a large amount of liquid that spilled onto the rising dragon platform. Is it over? Am I going to die? Lan Xuanyu's mind went blank. The lightning clouds in the sky paused at this moment. In the next instant, he realized that he could still sense everything around him. He didn't fall into darkness because of death like in the legends. The 3 9-colored crystals landed on the ground of the rising dragon platform, emitting a faint 9-colored glow. All the liquid surrounded the 3 9-colored crystals. In the next instant, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a thought: there can be no construction without destruction. Immortal and indestructible. The 6th lightning tribulation finally descended. This time, the 7-colored liquid quickly condensed within the lightning. The 3 9-colored crystals absorbed a large amount of the 9-colored world-destroying cosmic tribulation's power, causing the 7-colored liquid to condense. A 7-colored dragon body surrounded by a faint 9-colored halo gradually condensed and bathed in the light of the lightning. The laws of heaven and earth seemed unwilling to see him reborn just like that. The 7th lightning tribulation descended. Reading in the library-seeking pavilion was the fastest. The dragon body that had just taken shape instantly collapsed again. Even the 7-colored liquid was greatly reduced. However, at this moment, the entire rising dragon platform trembled violently. Streaks of 7-colored light quickly surged out of the rising dragon platform and madly entered the dragon body. The 3 9-colored crystals forcibly absorbed the 9-colored lightning, causing the 7-colored liquid to condense again. Under the rising dragon platform's frenzied energy, it quickly transformed back into its dragon form. The 8th 9-colored world-destroying cosmic tribulation descended, causing the dragon body to collapse again. However, the 3 9-colored crystals that were exposed were clearly twice as large as before. Suddenly, a 9-colored luster appeared within the 7-colored energy surging out of the rising dragon platform. At this moment, the entire rising dragon platform burst forth with violent energy fluctuations. It was an energy aura that could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, all the dragon knights below rushed towards the rising dragon platform at the same time. They could clearly feel how much the energy emanating from the rising dragon platform was of great help to them. However, at this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. The sky suddenly lit up, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation of laws erupted. The entire sky instantly became 9-colored. Countless 9-colored lights were like funnels, transforming into incomparably huge lightning bolts that descended from the sky. Rumble, as if the ground in front of the heavens had cracked, all the dragon knights fell uncontrollably to the ground. Bei Che could not breathe, and could only watch helplessly. At the same time, beams of 9-colored light rose from the rising dragon platform. The beams of 9-colored light that descended from the sky overlapped, causing the top of the rising dragon platform to instantly become a pillar, a huge 9-colored ball of light. The sharp light suddenly erupted, and even in the sky, it could be seen clearly. Inside the silver-armored rock battleship, Tang Wulin hugged Guyuna tightly. The two of them stared at each other nervously. At this moment, they could barely sense Lan Xuanyu. More importantly, they could clearly feel their blood boiling. When the 9-colored light shone in the distance, their blood was boiling and fluctuating violently. He's back, Guyuna muttered to herself. Her eyes were a little dazed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Tang Wulin's eyes were a little dazed. He could clearly feel the 18th seal in his body fluctuating violently, as if something was trying to rush out. The power of the transcendence was so great. Would Xianyu be able to withstand it? Roar! 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 The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the universe. From space, they could see a gigantic dragon-shaped silhouette gradually appear in their field of vision. The gigantic silhouette was very blurry, but it was definitely in the form of a gigantic dragon. It just lay there on the Tenryu star. The place where it connected to the Tenryu star seemed to be the place where the nine-colored ball of light exploded. Tang Wulin immediately sensed it. He cried out involuntarily, "Dragon Realm, it's really the Dragon Realm. It's the Dragon Realm I've been to before." Gu Yuna also finally came to her senses. In the next instant, they both felt a powerful heartbeat. Gu Yuna suddenly turned around and looked at Tang Wulin. She suddenly raised her arms, wrapped them around his neck, and kissed his lips. Tang Wulin's expression suddenly froze. An incomparably familiar feeling welled up in him. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Gu Yuna had already released her arms and pushed him away. She excitedly said, "It's done, the word Xian has succeeded. He successfully transcended the transcendence tribulation. This is great, this is really great." Tang Wulin stared at her in a daze. For a moment, his emotions were incomparably complex. Deep in his heart, how could he not be filled with ecstasy? But just now, the time was too short. He was really shocked. And he was really kissed by force. This script doesn't seem right, but looking at Gu Yuna's flushed face, he really couldn't say anything. Success. His son had succeeded. The danger had passed. It was lonely on the silver-armored rock battleship, but because of her existence, the world of Tang Wulin was always colorful. Her joy in the safety of her son added something called happiness to this world of color. On the rising dragon arena. Within the huge nine-colored ball of light, a dragon-shaped figure that was only about 30 meters long was crawling on the ground. The nine-colored halo was seeping into its body bit by bit. The dragon-shaped figure gradually shrunk to its human form. Naked, it lay there in an indecent posture. Lan Xuanyu didn't want to move at all, nor did he want to recall what had just happened. He had always known that his tribulation was a very painful thing, and it would also be very difficult. For this reason, he made ample preparations. His body was tempered by blood and divine lightning. He had always been suppressing his cultivation, doing his best to accumulate strength. But even then, he'd never imagined that his tribulation would be so difficult. His body was split, and even his consciousness was torn into two before being recombined. Not to mention that, the nine-colored world-destroying tribulations that followed were simply fatal. Was this a game of destruction and recombination? He was melted and recombined. His body that was originally more than 300 meters long was now more than 30 meters long. Was this forging? 100 refined and 1,000 refined with spirit, what the hell was this? He really felt like he was going to die more than once. If it weren't for the beast god Dtion's help, and if it weren't for the support of the dragon gods inside the rising dragon arena, he really would have died. Only now did he understand why he always felt that he had to undergo his tribulation on the rising dragon arena. Reality had already proven that this was the only way he could survive. If he were to change places, without enough energy to help him reconstruct his body, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Right now, he only felt extremely weak. In the process of reconstructing his body, all of his energy had been used up. The fact that he didn't die was already beyond his expectations. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu felt a slight itch on his body. He forced himself to move and look at his own body. He was instantly dumbfounded. He discovered that his body was changing. His chest began to swell, his waist became slimmer, and his skin became fairer. Her soft hair continued to grow. Her hair had turned blue at some point in time. Her long blue hair was draped over her shoulders and covered her body. Me? I become a woman, with Yuan and Hui Hui as an example. Lan Xuanyu only felt incomparably terrified at this moment. He instantly broke out in cold sweat. Become a woman? This was countless times more terrifying than the tribulation from before. No, I don't want to become a woman, I don't want to become a woman. Lan Xuanyu felt like he was going crazy. Master, don't panic. It's fake, it's all fake. Changes from the inside out are more real. Master. I dare to guarantee that even if the realm of the gods reappears, God King level experts won't be able to tell that you're in disguise. The treasure-hunting beast's voice reverberated in Lan Xuanyu's mind. You're not dead, Lan Xuanyu's voice was strange as he asked in his mind. No, as long as your divine sense isn't destroyed, how could I die? I've always been hiding in your divine sense. Great, this is really great. Master, you finally returned. Waha. I've also evolved along with you. This is you, this is the real you. Why aren't you dead? Lan Xuanyu suddenly roared in his mind. Couldn't you have told me before you transformed? Do you know that you scared me to death? If I became a woman, what would happen to Xiaoxiao? I don't want to become a woman. Master, I'm wrong. I thought that you wanted to seriously experience the changes after your breakthrough, so I didn't want to disturb you. Someone's coming, no, a dragon's coming. Master, be careful. After that, Treasure Hunter Poo's voice stopped. Lan Xuanyu's long hair fluttered lightly and quickly covered the important parts of the female body. Silhouettes flickered and appeared one after another. The remnant law fluctuations in the air still made their hearts palpitate. They saw the woman lying on her side on the ground. The surface of her body flickered with a faint seven-colored luster, and there was also a faint fluctuation of laws. Most importantly, when they saw her for the first time, they immediately felt their blood throbbing and trembling, and they actually had the urge to kneel down. When they were young, they also had this feeling when they saw the former Dragon Knights. 10 Dragon Knights, a total of 10 Dragon Knights were gathered here. At this moment, they couldn't help but be stunned. See no evil, someone said. All the Dragon Knights, including the head of Tenryu, were stunned. They all turned away. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's mood calmed down a little. It was as if everything had really changed. I've become a god, and my bloodline has fused, but I haven't become a woman. Yep, that's the most important thing. Then, am I a dragon god? At least in terms of bloodline, I'm a dragon god. The dragon gods. When Lan Xuanyu thought of this name, he couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. It had been more than 10 years since he started cultivating when he was young. For many soul masters, this was actually a very short process. But for him, although this process wasn't long, the richness of his experience was something that others couldn't compare to even after decades or centuries. Step by step, the difficulties, pain, and danger of the past seemed to have passed at this moment. Everything was progressing in a good direction. He had finally achieved the true bloodline of the dragon gods. From this moment on, he was no longer an ordinary person who didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with high-level confrontations. Everything in his body seemed to have changed. The clearest thing was that at this moment, in his body, there were 3 9-colored crystals the size of pigeons' eggs and 3 dragon cores. If only evaluated by the Soul Master level, he should be considered a 7-ring Soul Master. But he was already a 7-ring Soul Master, completely different from a Soul Master. He could now be said to have completely broken away from the category of Soul Master. At this moment, the 10 great Dragon Knights were gathered on the Rising Dragon platform, with head of Tenryu and the second-in-command Dawn Dragon Knight as the leader. They were all staring at her with burning eyes. One after another, divine senses scanned his body. But the more they sensed, the more frightened these Dragon Knights were. At their level, the strength of Lan Xuanyu's energy didn't make them feel any shock. But the bloodline aura on his body had already exceeded the knowledge of these Dragon Knights. When their divine senses came into contact with Lan Xuanyu's aura, they immediately felt a tremor coming from their souls. Just what kind of bloodline was this? There was no doubt that after going through that inconceivable lightning tribulation just now, she had completely transformed. She had already transformed to a bloodline level that they couldn't understand. Tenryu looked at Lan Xuanyu with a somewhat complicated gaze. To be honest, he felt that he was caught off guard. When Lan Xuan appeared, all he knew was that this wild dragon race junior with decent talent was rapidly growing. The Rising Dragon competition after that had indeed left a deep impression on him. This allowed him to feel the rise of the next generation, even surpassing his most valued disciple. The dragon race could be considered to have a successor. However, he never would have thought that in such a short period of time, she would actually make another breakthrough, and to such a terrifying degree at that. As a result, Zhong Zicheng had to remind himself both openly and secretly. This was already an existence that posed a potential threat to him. It was simply too fast. Others, the way the Dragon Knights looked at Lan Xuanyu was different. Some were shocked, and some were surprised. There were also those who were excited and worried. 10 Dragon Knights, at this moment, it could be said that all of them had different thoughts, but no one made a move. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was lying on the ground, moved, and a faint 7-colored halo rippled around his body. This caused the hearts of the Dragon Knights present to race. The next moment, she slowly got up, her body swaying as she stood up. The 10 Transcendents were right in front of him. But for some reason, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel the slightest bit of fear at this moment. In this short period of time, he already understood, he wasn't the real dragon gods yet. He only had the preliminary bloodline of the dragon gods. There was still a long way to go before he could become the real dragon gods. Greetings, Chief, 2nd, Lord Dragon Knights. His voice had changed a little. Compared to the original, it seemed to be more pleasant to the ears. He put on the robe that had just covered his body to cover his body. His figure looked more slender, his long blue hair was draped behind him. Why did his hair turn blue? Lan Xuanyu didn't know himself. He was also a little baffled. However, thinking about it, it should have something to do with his father's bloodline. Wasn't his father's hair blue? Tenryu walked slowly towards him. How do you feel? Zhong Zicheng immediately followed, he followed closely beside Tenryu. Luo Lan also followed immediately, there was a tinge of nervousness in his originally excited eyes. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and said, "It seems like everything has changed. Even my perception of the outside world is different." Tenryu said warmly, "You've just broken through to the god level. Everything has gone through the process of transcending mortality. Naturally, it's different. From this moment onwards, you have the ticket to another world. Congratulations, Lan." "Thank you, head seat." Lan Xuanyu bowed again with a respectful expression on his face. Tenryu kept staring at her face. "You've just broken through and still need to stabilize your cultivation. Follow us back to Tenryu's abode." "Yes." Head of Tenryu waved his hand and a silver brilliance sprinkled down, enveloping the Dragon Knights and Lan Xuanyu in the area. The light flashed, and in the next moment, everyone had disappeared into thin air. They left the Rising Dragon Arena. Right after they left, a 9-colored halo quietly rippled on the surface of the Rising Dragon Arena, but it quickly returned to normal. It was still teleportation, but this time, Lan Xuanyu felt completely different. He felt as if he was looking down on space. The Dragon Knights shuttled through space with him, and he could clearly feel every detail of every spatial node. It was as if he could control them with just a wave of his hand. This feeling was very mysterious. Indeed, everything was different, he had just broken through and did not have the time to feel the real changes in himself. After all, there were so many Dragon Knights around him. Lan Xuanyu knew very well how big of a commotion his tribulation caused. Head of Tenryu's attitude was unclear, but he could more or less see some worry in Zhong Zicheng's eyes. Silver light flashed, and everyone was back to Tenryu's abode. Head of Tenryu smiled and said, "Lan, go back and rest first. Old Zhong, let's talk. Everyone else, go do your own things." "Yes," the Dragon Knights replied respectfully. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan gave Lan Xuanyu a look, and then left with him toward Lan Xuanyu's abode. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng silently followed Head of Tenryu and left together. Lan Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief after separating from the Head of Tenryu. He still gave him a lot of pressure. When Lan Xuanyu returned to his abode, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was waiting at the door, was already very anxious. As soon as she saw him, she almost uncontrollably threw herself at him like lightning, and tears flowed from her eyes. Lan Xuanyu hugged her and felt her trembling body. For a moment, he did not know what to say. There was an Ink Dinosaur Knight beside her. Bai Xiaoxiao burst into tears. After crying for a long time, she finally managed to control her emotions. Naturally, she also saw Luo Lan. I thought I was going to lose you. Just now, it was too sudden. There was no warning at all, and you suddenly went through a tribulation. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, I don't know what happened either, but it's all right now. Don't worry, it's all right now. Lord Luo Lan. Bai Xiuxiu finally paid her respects to Luo Lan. Luo Lan smiled and said, let's talk inside. His attitude toward Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu was clearly different. He no longer gave off the feeling of a superior elder, and he was much more amiable. The three of them walked into the room. Luo Lan's divine sense surged and sealed off the perception in the room. However, Lan Xuanyu keenly discovered that Luo Lan's divine sense did not seem to be able to seal off his own divine sense. His divine sense could still detect the situation outside. This was the divine sense of a transcendent powerhouse. What was going on, however, now was not the time for him to think carefully. Looking at him, Luo Lan's expression became a little complicated. Lan, when I first saw you, I felt that you were not ordinary. At that time, I felt that you would definitely become one of the mainstays of our clan in the future. However, I never expected that you would grow so quickly and reach the level you are today. Do you know that your sudden breakthrough and the sudden evolution of your bloodline have affected all of us Dragon Knights? Ah? I'm just an ordinary deity, Sir Luo Lan. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. Luo Lan shook his head, no, how could you be an ordinary deity? When your bloodline evolved for the first time on the Rising Dragon platform, it was already unusual. It was also from that time that you entered Big Brother's field of vision. Oh, Big Brother is how I address the second seat. Your tribulation today caused a huge commotion, it can't be hidden. There are some things I need to tell you now, you have to be mentally prepared. Yes, go ahead. Lan Xuanyu replied. Luo Lan coming back with him actually made him feel relatively at ease, at least he could be sure that Luo Lan and Zhong Zicheng were still on his side. Luo Lan's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, he sighed, this starts from the opinions of the two factions of the dragon race. Our dragon race started from the dragon transformation period, it underwent transformation, growth, and finally became the most powerful race in the galaxy. There were countless difficult moments in the process, but with the efforts of many ancestors, we finally became the powerful race we are now. However, there have always been problems with our bodies, the biggest of which is our lifespan. Lifespan? Lan Xuanyu looked at Luo Lan in surprise, he really didn't expect that lifespan would become a problem that troubled the dragon race. Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan nodded and said, our strength comes from our bloodline, but the problem also comes from our bloodline. Before the dragon transformation period, there was actually no dragon race, so our dragon race is the race with the shortest lifespan in the history of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. When the dragon transformation period came, the power brought by the dragon realm infected many people, the strong individuals completed the dragon transformation and became members of the dragon race, the weak individuals couldn't withstand the evolution of the mountains and died in the dragon transformation period. In the end, the survival of the fittest, our dragon race appeared. Our dragon race has powerful individuals, and the speed of growth is extremely fast. Before the dragon race, Tianma was the ruler of the entire planet. However, after the appearance of the dragon transformation, the members of Tianma who were contaminated by the dragon power stayed behind and struggled to survive the process of the dragon transformation. Even more members of Tianma treated the dragon transformation as a plague and fled to Tianma Star, not returning for a long time. By the time they returned, our dragon race had already been born and had begun to grow stronger. It was during this process that our dragon race rose rapidly, and it only took a short time for us to become the overlord of the entire planet, even surpassing Tianma. In the past, Tianma wasn't as powerful as it is now. Some of the cultivation methods and the path of evolution were developed through the breakthroughs of the dragon race. At that time, we thought that we were the most powerful race in the world. Everyone had incomparably powerful strength. In front of such strength, the other races were unable to withstand a single blow. Whether it was the Mantis race, the 8-armed divine demon race, or Tianma, none of them were our match. The only problem we discovered at that time was that our dragon race's reproduction speed was very slow, so it was difficult for the race to grow stronger. However, our ancestors felt that as long as they were strong enough, even if there weren't many of them, it wouldn't be a problem. They would eventually accumulate. Super god-level powerhouses began to appear among us, and we began to rule the entire star system, causing all the other races to tremble. We defeated the original few powerful races, and gradually changed the star system from a state of chaos to one of order. If it weren't for the fact that our dragon race members were too few, we would have already unified the dragon horse star system. Then, we wouldn't have just established the Ryuma Federation, but the Tenryu Empire. However, as time passed, we discovered a major problem, which is also a major flaw of our dragon race, and that is, our short lifespan. The current chief is already the third chief of our dragon race. The previous two chiefs' lifespan was around 3,000 to 4,000 years. It's not just them. All the dragon race members, no matter how strong they are, have the possibility of dying at any time after their lifespan exceeds 3,000 years. There are very few who can live for more than 4,000 years. Therefore, we have long lost the first generation of dragon race members from the dragon transformation period. The remaining members are all second, third, or even fourth generation members. Lan Xuanyu was shocked when he heard Luo Lan's explanation. He only knew that the dragon race also had a lifespan limit, but according to the legends, the dragon race's lifespan wasn't so short. Not to mention other things, how long had beast god Dtian lived? That was an existence with close to 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Although he didn't really cultivate for close to 1,000,000 years, he definitely had more than 100,000 years of cultivation. Furthermore, Dtian hadn't become a god yet. He was still below the god level. In comparison, the Tenryu star's dragon race was many times stronger. How could they only have a lifespan of 3,000 to 4,000 years? Luo Lan continued, after discovering this problem, we naturally attached great importance to it. We couldn't understand at all why our lifespan was so short with such powerful strength. At that time, we deduced a few things and came up with a few guesses. Among them, the most widely accepted conjecture was that during the dragon transformation period, when the various races underwent dragon transformation, every dragon that was born had a flaw in their body. They were not true dragons, and this flaw prevented them from extending their lifespans. When we reached 3,000 to 4,000 years of age, our bodies would collapse and we would die. Another guess was that it was a curse. The dragon realm gave us great strength, but it also brought a strong curse to the dragon race, causing us to be unable to live for too long. This was because we discovered that after our dragon race died, most of our strength would dissipate, and the scattered dragon power would naturally be taken back by the dragon realm. That was why the dragon power in the dragon realm was so endless. Only the dragon marrow and dragon crystal had some dragon power left. However, the dragon marrow and dragon crystal could only be absorbed by our dragon race members. Other races couldn't use it, or they would die. Our Tenryu star was rich in resources, and our dragon race was able to mobilize the resources of the entire quantitative system. This year, we tried our best, but we still couldn't find a way to slow down aging and extend our lifespan. So, don't think that we dragon knights are glamorous. In fact, we have to be careful for our own longevity. A lifespan of a few thousand years might seem long, but sometimes, we need to spend many years to sleep. Moreover, no matter how long our lifespan was, no one was willing to die. We finally discovered that there might be only one way to let the dragon race live for a long time. Wuzheng was rebuilding the heavenly realm, nourishing our bodies with the immortal qi that only exists in the heavenly realm. With the divine position as the foundation, we could become true gods. At that time, we could read books in the book-seeking pavilion. Whether it was the curse or the bloodline defect, it would definitely be able to make up for it. Although this was just a guess, because after all, none of us had seen the immortal qi, this guess was probably the closest to reality. So, the previous heads and us dragon knights were working hard to rebuild the heavenly realm. But how difficult is it to rebuild the heavenly realm? The energy needed is unimaginable. Most importantly, we don't know how to create the heavenly realm at all. The chief has always been searching and working hard. The current chief is also the most powerful chief in all of our generations. But even so, he hasn't found any opportunity now. There is also a limit to the development of our bloodline. After the cultivation base reaches the transcendent level, it is extremely difficult to take half a step forward. It can be said that we have tried everything but still can't. The last time your bloodline evolved, we were overjoyed and thought that there was a chance. After all, our dragon race's bloodline is supreme. Once the bloodline evolved, there might be a chance to increase our strength again. If we can reach the realm above the transcendent God, we might be able to touch the level of the heavenly realm. That's why we Dragon Knights were experimenting on the Rising Dragon platform like fools. The Rising Dragon platform did have some feedback, but compared to the energy you received, the energy we received was far from enough. After experimenting for so long in vain, we lost hope again. Lan Xuanyu listened attentively to Luo Lan's narration. He didn't expect there to be such a helplessness behind such a powerful dragon race. He now understood why the Dragon Horse Galaxy was so powerful as a whole, and why it didn't seem to be interested in waging war against the Douluo Federation even though it had so many supreme god-grade powerhouses. In their eyes, the Douluo Federation had too little resources. Those resources were useless for prolonging their lifespans. Furthermore, the Douluo Federation wasn't so easy to deal with. Their powerful battleships posed a considerable threat to them. Luo Lan's heartfelt narration made Lan Xuanyu feel like the fog had been lifted, and he was gradually seeing the essence of things. He actually wanted to ask the Long Tianyang if the reason why the dragon race couldn't live for long was because this life core had done something. After all, the dragon race had a limited lifespan, which was beneficial to her. Luo Lan looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Your breakthrough today has once again given us hope. But at the same time, it's both an opportunity and a crisis for you." "Why is that?" Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Her eyes were still red. One reason was because of herself, and the other was because her heart was constantly filled with sorrow brought about by the abyssal demon dragon. After the demon queen fused with her, she couldn't be revived before she became a god. She felt the beast god Dtion's death, and the intense sorrow she felt couldn't be concealed. Luo Lan said, "Lan's breakthrough this time is unprecedented in the entire history of the dragon race. We've never seen a dragon race breakthrough so powerful and impactful. Even when the first seat broke through, he only saw a trace of 9-colored light and almost collapsed completely. And now, he's already the strongest person in the dragon race. And today, Lan was struck by so many 7-colored lightning bolts, and finally experienced 9-colored lightning baptisms. We can all feel the energy contained in your bloodline, and your talent far surpasses any current dragon race member. This is unimaginable to us. This also shows us a real opportunity. Our level is closely related to our bloodline. With the bloodline you possess now, if you continue to cultivate, there is a possibility that you can break through your current level. If we could reach a higher level and step out of the God realm and enter the God King realm, then it would be possible for us to reach the God realm. In terms of resources, actually, we still have a chance. After all, the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy has such a huge amount of resources. Was it a breakthrough to another level, the realm of controlling all resources? Once you establish the God realm, then, everything will be different. Is it possible for us to be like what I said before? In the God world, it will exist for eternity. But, our chief is now over 3,500 years old. He had been looking for all kinds of ways to break through, even if it meant taking risks. Because what if he couldn't break through? It was very likely that he would reach the end of his lifespan. Under such circumstances, what if the support of the entire clan was transferred to you? Then, it was very likely that he would die before the God realm was completed. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. And to what extent can your bloodline be so powerful? How long will it take? None of us know, but we can't rule out the possibility that the chief will use some special methods to obtain your bloodline, or at least use your bloodline to create a chance for him. If that's the case, you will undoubtedly die. And our dragon race will very likely lose an important opportunity. This is also why Big Brother and I are here today. The reason why we must protect you. In terms of fairness, establishing the God realm is the solution to the fundamental problem. At least for now, your chances of success are higher than the chief's. In terms of selfishness, I am not even 2,000 years old this year, and Big Brother is just over 2,000 years old. We can still afford to wait. Do you understand what I mean? Lan Xuanyu of course already understood. This was the reason why the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Ink Dinosaur Knight protected him. At that moment, he nodded and said, "Then what if the chief really wants to make a move against me?" Luo Lan sighed and said, "Now it depends on the game between Big Brother and the chief. The chief's strength is unparalleled in our dragon race, not even Big Brother. However, we have 18 Dragon Knights, and 14 of them are over 2,500 years old, and some are even under 2,000 years old. Therefore, we can all afford to wait. However, other than us, our dragon race also has a few former dragon knights, who are now living in seclusion. They are all over 4,000 years old, and there are very few who can live over 4,000 years old. They are already in their twilight years, waiting for an opportunity. Most of them will stand on the chief's side. As for how many more there are, only the chief knows. The dragon race is divided. After hearing Luo Lan's words, Lan Xuanyu immediately thought of these 4 words. Because of him, there was a possibility that the dragon race might be divided. Those who supported him were obviously the young dragon knights led by the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhongzhicheng. And on the other side, the one who might become his enemy was the head of Tenryu. From Luo Lan's words, he could tell that all the dragon knights were extremely afraid of the chief. One could imagine how powerful the head of Tenryu was. Having such an opponent was definitely not an easy matter. He could take his life at any time. But on the other hand, if he had the support of other dragon knights, then his survival and cultivation on the Tenryu star would become different. The current situation was also starting to become subtle. After 100 days of seclusion, he suddenly broke through. All of this happened very suddenly. Lan Xuanyu also needed to sort out his thoughts. However, at this time, he was absolutely unwilling to stand on the opposite side of the head of Tenryu. Fundamentally, it was because he was still too weak. No matter how powerful the Thunder Tribulation was, he had just become a god and stood on a new level. But compared to the big shots who had already reached a higher level, he was still far from them. Lan Xuanyu was very clear about his own problems. Luo Lan told him this to see his attitude. First, whether he firmly believed that he could reach a higher level, and second, whether he was worthy of support. What was his mentality after breaking through? After muttering to himself for a while, feeling Luo Lan's burning gaze on him, Lan Xuanyu said, "Lord Luo Lan, I understand what you said. Actually, I didn't expect it to be like this. Just now, in the process of breaking through, I thought that I had already died. But I didn't expect that my body, which was melted by the Thunder Tribulation, could be rebuilt in the end. Right now, I feel that I'm no longer the same person as before. Everything seems to have changed. I don't know how long it will take for me to become stronger. But what I can be sure of is that my cultivation speed will only be faster than before. Also, I can vaguely feel that the Rising Dragon platform is connected to me. It contains a huge amount of energy, but it seems that only I can absorb it. I can't promise you how long it will take for me to cultivate to the level that you and the second seat desire, but I will definitely do my best, because this is also for myself. Also, you just said that the chief might be hostile to me because of my age. Then, if we can prove to the chief that I can break through to that level before his lifespan ends, and create a god realm that will allow everyone to live forever, the chief will be able to support me, right? Or is it that the chief must be the creator, the leader? Can you dispel my doubts?" Luo Lan's eyes flashed with splendor. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's answer satisfied him. It was even better than he had imagined. Lan Xuanyu's attitude was certain, but he was not blind when he expressed his attitude. Instead, he first thought of how to resolve the conflict. This showed a very stable attitude. "I'm 80% sure. If you can guarantee that you can advance to that level in a short period of time, the chief will also support you. After all, surviving is more important than being a controller." "But how can you guarantee that to the chief?" Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, "Use practical actions. Can you and the second seat communicate with the chief for me? If I can't cultivate to a certain level within 10 years, let you see hope, then let the chief punish me. If I can let you see hope within this time, then please support me with all your strength." 10 years? In such a short time, can you? Luo Lan's expression suddenly became strange because he suddenly remembered that it had only been more than a year since Lan Xuanyu appeared. 10 years, compared to the time he had before, was really not too long. Lan Xuanyu continued, "Of course, if the dragon race can spare no effort to support my cultivation during this time, my confidence will be greater. Although the chief is already more than 3,500 years old, I believe that he should be able to wait for 10 years, right?" Luo Lan took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "If that's the case, we can indeed fight for it. But, within 10 years, how much do you plan to impress the chief? Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, within 10 years, I will officially become a dragon knight. If I can't do it, I will be at the disposal of the chief and the second seat. Luo. Lan's eyes narrowed. 10 years to become a dragon knight? That meant, within 10 years, he had to break through to the level of transcendent. Although the cultivation speed of the dragon race was much faster than that of other races, how difficult was it to become a transcendent? Lan Xuanyu said 10 years, if she really did it, then, perhaps all the dragon knights would choose to support her. Naturally, they would see the hope of her becoming a divine king. Isn't 10 years too short? Can you really do it? Luo Lan asked hesitantly. Lan Xuanyu said, I can't say that I have 100% confidence, but I can feel my evolution during this tribulation. There should be a chance. There was a good chance. Furthermore, if we don't talk about 10 years, or even longer, I'm afraid that the chief's side would also. Luo Lan took a deep breath and said, Lan, do you understand? You're gambling with your own life. Actually, there was another possibility. That was to contribute your bloodline to the clan for research. Although it might not succeed, there was still a slight chance. In that case, you can still live, right? Live on as an ordinary dragon race member. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, Sir Luo Lan, I will never make that choice. First of all, no one can take away my bloodline, if that's possible. You have already done this when you shed your blood on the Rising Dragon platform. Secondly, I have no problem detonating my own bloodline. What if I have to contribute my bloodline? I'd rather die together with everyone. I've even withstood such a terrifying tribulation lightning, I've already died once. There's nothing in this world that I'm afraid of. At worst, I'll just die. However, as a member of the dragon race, I'm willing to fight for our clan. If we can achieve the divine realm, our dragon race can truly shed our mortal bodies and live forever. At the same time, we can truly become the master of this world. Please grant my wish, Sir Luo Lan. As he spoke, he bowed. Very well, what's the harm in giving you 10 years? A calm voice sounded at this moment. Light flashed, and two figures appeared in the air. Weren't they head of Tenryu and Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, the second chief? Head of Tenryu was expressionless, while Zhong Zicheng had a satisfied smile on his face. Chief? Second chief? Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly bowed again. Head of Tenryu looked at Lan Xuanyu calmly. Remember what you said today. In 10 years, become a true dragon knight. If you do it, then the position of chief will be yours. The entire clan will support you. If you can't do it, then sacrifice your bloodline. Yes, Lan Xuanyu immediately replied without hesitation. Was he really confident that he could become a transcendent in 10 years? Yes, he was somewhat confident. The complete completion of the dragon god's bloodline allowed him to cultivate without any worries. Although he had not seriously sensed the transformation this time, he could clearly sense that he was different. It was just like how he had already sensed the divine senses of the chief and the second chief. His words just now were not so much for Luo Lan to hear, but for these two big shots. When Luo Lan began to talk about the history of the dragon race and the problem of lifespan, Lan Xuanyu already understood that in the dragon race, no one would truly support him or oppose him. If he was strong enough, then all the dragon race would support him. If he was mediocre, then those who supported him would turn against him. That's why he used what you said just now to buy himself 10 years. What if he could not break through to the transcendent grade in 10 years? If he could not break through? Then he would run. He could always run away in advance. After 10 years, the dragon knights might not be able to stop him. Head of Tenryu and the Dawn Dragon Knight looked at each other. Zhong Zicheng nodded slightly. Head of Tenryu said, that's it. In the next period of time, we might have to face a war. You can choose to participate in the war or not. Your cultivation is the most important thing. The dragon world is open to you. You can go to Tenryu City and ask any dragon knight to take you there. I have already ordered for the news of your breakthrough today to be completely blocked. The news will not get out of Tenryu Star. If you need any cultivation resources, just let Luo Lanshan know. All resources, including the heaven-nourishing crystal, will be provided to you. You've just broken through, and you've experienced such a breakthrough. I suggest that you go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize your realm, and then try to continue breaking through. You've just obtained divine sense and divine power. Everything has just begun, and the initial sorting out is the most important. Only after sorting out can you see how far your talent can go. Don't let us down. Yes, thank you, Chief. After hearing Head of Tenryu's words, Lan Xuanyu understood that he had barely passed. However, what was the war that Head of Tenryu had mentioned? He had indeed been in seclusion for too long. He had been in Tenryu's abode all this time, and had been in deep meditation, so he hadn't heard any news from the outside world. He had to know what had happened outside as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in too much of a passive position. Take care of yourself, Head of Tenryu said calmly. In the next instant, he disappeared into thin air. In the abode, apart from Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, only the Dawn Dragon Knight and the Ink Dinosaur Knight were left. Zhong Zicheng smiled at Lan Xuanyu and nodded, saying, "Very good, you didn't let me down. No matter what, don't lose your fighting spirit. The only thing that can help you is yourself. We are all just external forces. External forces will help you when you need them, but they won't be the deciding factor. 10 years, we believe in you. Only by creating miracles can you give us more hope. Thank you for your guidance." Lan Xuanyu bowed to Zhong Zicheng again. Zhong Zicheng nodded and said, "What are your plans next? Are you going to continue your closed-door cultivation?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "Second seat, I don't want to blindly go into closed-door cultivation. I want to relax for a period of time and empty myself. At the same time, I want to comprehend the changes in my body. I want to feel how much my relationship with heaven and earth has changed after my breakthrough. Next, I should help Xiuxiu complete her breakthrough. After she breaks through, we will go into closed-door cultivation together." Zhong Zicheng said, "That's fine too. Follow your own pace. Your bloodline is different from ours. Your future growth path will be different too. Do what you want to do and walk the path you want to walk. Don't worry about anything else." "Yes. Right, second seat, what is the war that the chief mentioned?" Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Zhong Zicheng said, "You are qualified to know now. I'm afraid this war will be very troublesome. This is also why the chief didn't pester you too much. Next, we will put most of our energy into this war." Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened. He was most worried that the Douluo Federation would be the target of the war. After all, he had already sent the news back. If the Douluo Federation started a war because of the establishment of the Ryuma Federation, it would be very troublesome. Zhong Zicheng said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember the Crimson Mother? This war started because of her." After he said that, Lan Xuanyu relaxed a little. It was fine as long as the Douluo Federation didn't start the war. He was very clear how strong the Dragon Horse Federation was. The strength of an individual could directly threaten the Douluo Federation's administrative planets. If an extreme situation really happened, it would definitely be a disaster, Zhong Zicheng said. Back then, during the Ryuma Federation's founding ceremony, the Crimson Mother's projection came and made a request. She wants us to give her one of the Dragon Horse twin stars. She wants to cooperate with us and devour one of the twin stars to evolve to the Divine King level and create the Divine World. At that time, she will lead the experts of our Dragon Horse Galaxy to the Divine Realm and make us a part of it, allowing us to obtain eternal life. This is a request, not an offer. The Crimson Mother has existed for countless years. She is not only in existence, but also a plane. She is supported by the plane she rules. She is extremely powerful, otherwise, we would not be so afraid of her. However, the so-called cooperation she proposed is simply impossible. Her timing was very good. It's right when we're establishing the Ryuma Federation, and it's easy to have internal disagreements. The Crimson Mother's Crimson Domain is now near our star system, and it could enter our star system at any time. She has also roped in some of the races that do not support the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. War is inevitable. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Second seat, why is the Crimson Mother's proposal impossible?" Zhong Zicheng said solemnly, "There are many reasons. The most important reason is that her crimson domain does not have a physical body. It devours the powerful energy in the universe to strengthen itself and continuously evolve. The entire plane is like a monster devouring energy in the universe, like a life form. The Crimson Mother is the ruler and creator of the Crimson Domain. The entire Crimson Domain can be said to be her body, which is why she is so powerful. However, her biggest problem is that she is not stable enough. Even if she did create a divine realm, that divine realm would be unstable. It would need to constantly devour more life energy to maintain itself. At that time, the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy would most likely be destroyed, and that is not something we want to see. Also, if such a divine world expands to a certain extent and goes beyond her control, it might explode. How can we bet our future and the future of our race on such an existence? Moreover, the Crimson Mother is greedy. Once she starts devouring and completes her evolution, who can guarantee that she will not devour us in turn and let us enter her divine world? A verbal agreement is meaningless. She suddenly made a move at such a time, and what she proposed was not a suggestion but a request. Naturally, we cannot agree. However, the Crimson Domain is indeed very troublesome. Lan Xuanyu said, then, when war breaks out, can we defeat the Crimson Mother? Zhong Zicheng said solemnly, in terms of cultivation, the Crimson Mother is above the chief, and she has the support of a plane. She is very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the Crimson Domain has disappeared for a long time. We will only know how strong she is after a fight. However, we also have our own trump cards. If the chief and I work together, we should be able to restrict the Crimson Mother to a certain extent. The following war will be more of a stalemate. It will be a war of attrition. Right now, the various races have already mobilized and are ready for war. Lan Xuanyu nodded solemnly. If possible, after my cultivation stabilizes, I am willing to fight for my race. Zhong Zicheng frowned and said, for you, the most important thing now is not to participate in the war, but to fulfill the promise of 10 years. If it is beneficial to the promise of 10 years, I will not stop you from participating in the war. However, if it will affect your cultivation, then don't participate. Yes. Lan Xuanyu replied. Although the arrival of the Crimson Domain made him feel relieved, at least the Douluo Federation did not need to directly confront the Dragon Horse Galaxy. However, even the head of Tenryu was not a match for the Crimson Mother. This was indeed very troublesome. If the Dragon Horse Galaxy lost this war, and the Crimson Mother became the God King, it would be an even greater disaster. This matter needed to be considered at length. They had to see the difference in strength between both sides before deciding on a strategy. Alright, you have just finished your breakthrough. Rest and comprehend first. We will not disturb you. If there is anything, you can contact us at any time. Yes. Zhong Zicheng and Luo Lan left together. Lan Xuanyu felt the divine senses that had locked onto him dissipate. He turned to look at Bai Xiuxiu beside him. Bai Xiuxiu did not hesitate to jump into his embrace. The deep sorrow in her heart spread along with the Demon Queen's hidden will. For a moment, she was speechless. Please tell Senior Demon Queen not to be sad. Senior D Tian has actually fused with my body and become a part of me. His memory was preserved by me. The day I became the Divine King was the day I created him anew, the day he was reborn. At that time, he will be the Darkness Dragon King. This is my promise. When Lan Xuanyu said this, a 9-colored light flashed in his eyes. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to tremble slightly. Bai Xiuxiu raised her head in confusion. This was because she immediately felt the sorrow that had been surging out of her body silently dissipate. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. He silently sensed the changes in that instant and vaguely understood what was going on. Can we talk like this now? Bai Xiuxiu asked softly. Lan Xuanyu said, don't worry. Although my divine sense is not very strong, it is of a very high level and is very sensitive. Even if head of Tenryu and the others sent their divine senses over, I would be able to sense it immediately. Now, we can talk as we wish. Bai Xiuxiu raised her head and looked at him carefully. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's body flashed and turned back into a man. Only then did Bai Xiuxiu notice the various changes in his body. The biggest change was his hair color. His long blue hair was draped behind his head. It was lighter than her dark blue hair. It was the color of the calm sea. His eyes also had a faint blue color. There was a faint nine-colored light flashing in them. Lan Xuanyu had become more down-to-earth than before, and Bai Xiuxiu could no longer feel the fiery aura of his bloodline. However, for some reason, she felt at ease when she was with him. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he could easily control everything around him. Bai Xiuxiu looked at him in a daze, and a pair of large hands had already quietly wrapped around her waist. He lowered his head and leaned toward her lips. Bai Xiuxiu blushed and turned her head away. "Just now, I really thought I would never see you again," Lan Xuanyu said softly. Bai Xiuxiu's heart trembled, and she instantly forgot to avoid him. Ever since they came to the Tenryu abode, they had always kept a distance from the Dragon Knights and remained vigilant at all times. At this moment, their emotions finally burst forth. After a long while, their lips parted. Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiuxiu to sit on the ground and gently stroked her silky hair. "You're about to break through. At this time I can't disturb your heart," he said gently. Bai Xiuxiu punched him on the shoulder and said angrily, "Shut up." He. Lan Xuanyu laughed mischievously. Looking at the shy person in his arms, he couldn't help but kiss her again. This rare warmth made the two of them somewhat intoxicated. In this state, they were able to relax, and their bodies and minds were much more comfortable. After a while, Bai Xiuxiu gently struggled out of his arms. "Hurry up and feel the changes in yourself. You've just broken through, so stabilizing your realm is the most important thing." Lan Xuanyu said, "Yes, my breakthrough is probably not the same as a normal breakthrough into the divine level. My realm is already very stable. Listen to me explain the whole process of my breakthrough first. When you break through, it might be useful as a reference. Later, I just need to feel the changes in my body, and that should be enough. After that, I'll do my best to assist you in your cultivation, and use the power of my bloodline to directly temper your body. This should be the most helpful for you. After you're done tempering your body, I'll take you to the Rising Dragon platform to transcend the tribulation and protect you." "Yes." Bai Xiuxiu's eyes also became eager. Lan Xuanyu had already reached the divine realm, so she was next. Becoming a god was once a distant thing to her, but now, it was close at hand. But now, they were only in their early 20s. In the history of mankind, he was definitely an extremely young god-level expert. Lan Xuanyu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to feel the changes in his body. As soon as he focused his mind, his divine sense naturally spread out, and everything around him was within his perception. What was even more strange was that he could vaguely sense another strange world that was not very clear and overlapped with the Tenryu star. Yes, that's the four-dimensional space. In a sense, Tenryu star and Tianma star were not two separate planets, but one, so their space overlapped. This is also why a spatial door can be built between them. A familiar voice sounded. It was Long Tianyang. "I see, but I can only feel the space preliminarily. The four-dimensional space is indeed very different from the three-dimensional space. This is the level of a god." The other side was silent for a moment. After a while, Long Tianyang's voice sounded again. "I think you might have a misunderstanding about the divine realm." Lan Xuanyu expressed his doubts. Long Tianyang said, "Generally, after a creature breaks through to the divine realm, the main thing their divine sense can sense is the changes in space, and they can start to try to travel between spaces. Like you, who can sense multidimensional space, that's the level of a transcendent. Your divine sense is not very strong, but its level is extremely high. This should be because your bloodline is different. I'm not wrong, you're the person I need. I saw the entire process of your breakthrough with my own eyes. Even I was shaken to the core. The mighty power of heaven and earth, the multidimensional universe, produced a complicated emotion for you, as if they wanted to strangle you in the cradle, but they also wanted you to succeed. That's why the process of strengthening at the beginning and then destroying at the end formed the miracle of your tribulation transcendence. Your foundation is the strongest I've ever seen at this level. In fact, if you want, you can step into the true God realm right now. However, I hope you won't be so eager. That's not a good thing for you." "Yes, I won't." I feel it too. Lan Xuanyu replied. Yes, he felt it. His 3 9-colored dragon cores contained an extremely large amount of dragon power. This dragon power was immediately purified after breaking through. It contained the 9-colored energy of the destruction of the universe, as well as the bloodline energy of the dragon gods from the rising dragon platform. These energies had already fused together and become his bloodline origin power. These two types of energy were not exactly the same, and they were transforming each other in the dragon cores. If Lan Xuanyu used his consciousness to draw these energies out and merge them with his bloodline power, then he could immediately break through again and reach the true God realm. His strength would increase exponentially. However, he did not do so because the 9-colored dragon core could not be replicated. That was the 9-colored destruction of the universe. Even he only had one chance to face a heavenly tribulation in his life. The mighty power contained too many truths of heaven and earth. The bloodline energy of the dragon gods in his 9-colored dragon core was the purest. It was the essence of the dragon god's bloodline. The two complemented each other and transformed each other. This was the process of his bloodline fusing with the power of heaven and earth, allowing him to gain enlightenment. If he suddenly released all these energies, there would be a lot of waste. However, if he kept them in his dragon core to comprehend and cultivate, he could digest and absorb all of them without any waste. When the transformation of his 3 dragon cores was completed and he completely absorbed the energy of the tribulation transcendence, he would naturally become a true god. There would also be a bloodline purification similar to blood transfusion. Therefore, how could he be in a hurry to improve his cultivation now? With his previous experience, he now understood more and more how important it was to have a good foundation. Once he broke through, he would be able to see the world. Moreover, the greatest benefit of having a good foundation was safety. Until now, Lan Xuanyu was still afraid. If he hadn't accumulated enough strength, he would have been engulfed by the terrifying heaven and earth tribulation. Not to mention breaking and rebuilding, the first lightning tribulation would have destroyed him completely. Don't be stingy with the heaven-nourishing crystal. Although your body has been reconstructed, it's still very weak. Now is the right time to absorb the heaven-nourishing crystal. It can help you stabilize your cultivation. In the future, we should be able to communicate normally. I'll look for you directly if there's anything. After Long Tianyang said this, he cut off his communication with Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu was somewhat helpless. The so-called normal communication was the other party looking for him. It was not a mutual communication. He had no way of directly contacting Long Tianyang. Although he was very confident in his own divine sense, this was Tenryu's abode after all. Moreover, the Dragon Knights had never relaxed their surveillance of Long Tianyang. After ending his conversation with Long Tianyang, Lan Xuanyu silently sensed the changes in his body. Everything was truly different now. The 3 9-colored dragon cores were situated in his sea of consciousness, his chest, and his dantian. Naturally, 3 vortexes had appeared in his bloodline. The 3 vortexes were connected to one another and complemented one another. The power of his bloodline was much gentler than before. With a thought, the power of his bloodline began to operate. Even when he was not deliberately cultivating, the life energy in the air would naturally be absorbed by the 3 bloodline vortexes and integrated into his body, becoming a part of his body. And after this life energy entered his body, it no longer needed to be converted like before, but directly became a part of his bloodline energy. It was automatically compressed and absorbed by his dragon god's bloodline. Of course, the conversion ratio between life energy and dragon god's bloodline energy was extremely low. But he didn't seem to need to cultivate anymore, he just needed to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth in his dragon core. At the same time, with the formation of the 7th soul ring, the control of the dark elements was completed, and the Jinlong King bloodline had completely fused with the Silver Dragon King bloodline. Lan Xuanyu felt like they were one. He was a whole, and there was no distinction between them anymore. The control of the 7 elements complemented each other. With just a thought, he would immediately become the core of all the elements, and the elements around his body would naturally become sticky. Compared to before, the 7 elements seemed to be countless times softer. No matter how he needed them, under the control of his divine sense, there would not be any collision even if the elements were of opposite attributes. water and fire, light and darkness could even coexist peacefully. Unless he deliberately tried to control them, the 7 elements would coexist peacefully. The fusion between the elements seemed to naturally form a small world around his body, protecting his body. Amidst this silent comprehension, Lan Xuanyu gradually came to a realization. It seemed to come from something hidden in the depths of the dragon god's bloodline, and all kinds of strange abilities naturally awakened in his divine sense. It allowed him to gradually enter the process of comprehension. Lan Xuanyu meditated for 7 days. Bai Xiuxiu sat beside him and cultivated. The aura on Lan Xuanyu's body did not become stronger because of becoming a god, but instead became gentler. Cultivating beside him, Bai Xiuxiu felt that the dragon power in her body had become gentler. She did not even need to deliberately suppress it, and the dragon power in her body would not be violent to the point of breaking through. This was undoubtedly a good thing for her. When Lan Xuanyu woke up from his meditation, Bai Xiuxiu was still meditating. Around her body, there was a faint layer of 7-colored light. It was brought to her by Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline aura. Lan Xuanyu smiled and walked behind her. His hands gently pressed on her back as a 9-colored halo rippled in his eyes. The gentle 7-colored halo naturally merged into Bai Xiuxiu's body like rivers flowing into the sea, cleansing her body silently. This wasn't as simple as the bloodline of the dragon gods. It was also Lan Xuanyu's understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, as well as the elemental balance brought about by the fusion of the 7 elements. Gradually, Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face became sparkling and translucent. On the surface of her skin, a 7-colored halo rippled. Her aura was constantly strengthening as they complemented each other. Between breaths, a black and an icy blue stream of air was constantly exhaled from her nostrils, then inhaled and exhaled. Her entire body was solemn and dignified. The nourishment of the power of the dragon gods caused her to begin the final transformation. Everything was quietly changing. At this time, Lan Xuanyu increasingly felt that his previous decision was correct. He should make a breakthrough first. After the breakthrough, he would help Bai Xiuxiu complete the breakthrough. This was the best way to help her complete the overall improvement before she broke through. At this time, the seemingly gentle 7-colored dragon power was, in fact, an existence similar to a tribulation of heaven and earth. It only had the tempering effect of a tribulation of heaven and earth, but it didn't have the destructive power of a tribulation of heaven and earth. To be able to use the terrifying energy of these 7 elements to such a gentle degree, even the dragon knights couldn't do it. Only Lan Xuanyu, who controlled all 7 elements at the same time, could do it. Pieces of heaven-nourishing crystal flew out of Lan Xuanyu's body and landed in the surroundings. Rich life energy immediately rushed toward Lan Xuanyu's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Previously, when he was comprehending the changes in his body, he didn't absorb the heaven-nourishing crystal. The main reason was so that he wouldn't be disturbed during the comprehension process and could feel the purest changes in his body. After the comprehension, now was the time to replenish. The dragon god's energy in his body wasn't full. After the tribulation, the originally full dragon god's energy was no longer sufficient. His meridians were no longer fixed. Instead, they had the ability to compress space and could store more energy. There were a total of 12 pieces of heaven-nourishing crystal. The rich life energy almost caused the air in the entire abode to solidify. This life energy was sucked into Lan Xuanyu's body like a whale. It was quickly digested, absorbed, and converted into his own energy. Just as Long Tianyang had said, the heaven-nourishing crystal was very beneficial to him, who had just completed the breakthrough. Such a huge amount of pure life energy was almost equivalent to the life core power of an ordinary planet. The life energy contained in these 12 pieces of heaven-nourishing crystal was probably more than the water in the eternal tree's inner lake combined. It had to be said that a life core like Long Tianyang was probably a powerful existence that was rarely seen in the entire universe. A faint smile appeared on his face. Lan Xuanyu felt his body sublimate. The dragon god's energy in his body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After he filtered this life energy, he transferred a part of it to Bai Xiuxiu in a way that her body could accept. At the same time, inside Bai Xiuxiu's body, multicolored crystal beads gradually formed. These crystal beads were hidden in different parts of her body by Lan Xuanyu, silently hovering. After an unknown amount of time, as the heaven-nourishing crystal quietly turned into nothingness, Lan Xuanyu's aura was completely restrained, just like an ordinary person. In front of him, Bai Xiuxiu was the complete opposite. Around her body, multicolored electric rays flickered. Her whole body was bursting with black and blue as the core, surrounded by multicolored light. Xiuxiu, get ready. I'm going to take you to transcend the tribulation. Remember, no matter what, you must guard the clarity in your mind and stabilize your emotions at all times. I will always be by your side, protecting you, and helping you transcend the tribulation. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness rang out in Bai Xiuxiu's mind, allowing her to hear it clearly. Although she couldn't answer at this time, with Lan Xuanyu's voice, her emotions became extraordinarily stable. This was completely different from Lan Xuanyu's previous breakthrough. Lan Xuanyu could only rely on himself during his breakthrough, but now she had someone to rely on. Her mental stability was even greater than that of Lan Xuanyu. Silver light curled up, silently enveloping the two of them. Lan Xuanyu didn't report to the Dragon Knights. Instead, he instantly teleported with Bai Xiuxiu. At the same time, he released Bai Xiuxiu's aura. The Dragon Knights didn't even need to ask. When they sensed the unstable energy fluctuations on Bai Xiuxiu's body, they immediately understood that this was a sign that she was about to break through. Light flickered, and on the rising dragon platform, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu quietly arrived. The rising dragon platform, which had just calmed down not long ago, immediately reacted. Under Lan Xuanyu's feet, the rising dragon platform trembled slightly, and a warm feeling almost instantly flooded into Lan Xuanyu's mind. He had achieved the true bloodline of the dragon gods, so he naturally received the approval of the rising dragon platform. He could vaguely sense that although he couldn't mobilize the entire dragon pillar, he could mobilize part of the power within the dragon pillar. He could also begin to sense the energy within the dragon pillar that belonged to the dragon gods. End of chapter 1424. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.